Chapter 1. The Chief Disciple is dismissed. The Master of Tianyuan Sect orders. Chief Disciple Xiao Yu is hereby dismissed and expelled from the sect. Considering his past contributions, he may reside at the Yangguang courtyard at the foot of the mountain for the remainder of his life, but he is forbidden from stepping into the sect again for life. Offenders will be punished without mercy. Within the massive gates of Tianyuan Sect, a cold decree from the highest peak echoed, shocking the world as Chief Disciple Xiao Yu was escorted down the mountain. The entire Tianyuan Sect was in an uproar, and one could have imagined that Xiao Yu, the once celebrated chief disciple who had made countless contributions to Tianyuan Sect, would be dismissed and expelled for life. What had happened? Many within Tianyuan Sect were curious. Tianyuan Sect was one of the 5 major sects on the central continent, overseeing dozens of dynasties, each with vast territories and populations spanning millions of square kilometers, yet only a small nation. The entire Tianyuan Sect was a true behemoth, and Xiao Yu was their contemporary top disciple, the current senior brother of Tianyuan Sect with an unparalleled talent for cultivation. No one in the sect could compare to him. Until now, nearly everyone believed that barring any accidents, he would be the next sect master, with a bright future ahead. That it's over. Xiao Yu's life is ruined. With his meridians destroyed and Dantian shattered, he's ultimately cast aside to the Yangguang courtyard. He'll never see the light again. Those in the know lamented. Senior brother. In front of Tianyuan Sect's gates, a young man dashed forward to see Xiao Yu being taken away by 2 disciples from the law enforcement hall. There were both men and women among them, all outstanding disciples of Tianyuan Sect, with the leader being a core disciple named Lin Fan. Senior brother. Senior brother. After several approached Xiao Yu, they looked at him, their eyes filled with sympathy and reluctance. Lin Junior brother, why are you here? Xiao Yu smiled slightly, showing no sign of the gloom one would expect after being dismissed. Lin Fan and the others wore expressions of indignation, speaking up for Xiao Yu. Senior brother, we don't accept this. Why does the sect treat you this way? How many contributions have you made over the years? How can they abandon you so ruthlessly because of this one setback? Just wait, we'll go speak to the sect master. That's right, let's go find the sect master. As they spoke, they prepared to go seek the sect master. Stop. Xiao Yu called out to them. Senior brother? Lin Fan and the others halted. Xiao Yu's eyes dimmed for a moment, and with a bitter smile, he said, Junior brothers and sisters, there's no need. My meridians are destroyed, my Dantian shattered, I have become a waste. The disaster at the Demon Heaven battlefield was caused by my carelessness, which led to the deaths of many brothers and sisters. The sect's handling of this spare my leaf eyes already merciful. I shouldn't ask for more. Please, don't act impulsively on my behalf, lest you attract unnecessary trouble for yourselves. I'm already very happy that you all came to see me off today. But from what I know, the defeat at the Demon Heaven battlefield wasn't your fault, senior brother. We were betrayed. If not for that, you wouldn't. Lin Fan urged. Xiao Yu raised his hand to stop him. The process doesn't matter. What matters is the result. When something goes wrong, someone must take responsibility. Senior brother. Lin Fan and the others were at a loss for words that a month ago, Xiao Yu followed the sect's orders and led many disciples to the Demon Heaven battlefield to repel the invasion of foreign races. Unexpectedly, they suffered a devastating defeat, with several core disciples falling and hundreds of Tianyuan Sect disciples losing their lives. Xiao Yu himself had his meridians destroyed, his Dantian shattered, losing all his cultivation, returning only as a shell of a man. The sect deliberated for a month and finally decided on his punishment today. What about Lu Xinwu and the others? Did anyone come to see senior brother off? Lin Fan scanned the surroundings, his expression darkening with dissatisfaction. With 100,000 disciples in Tianyuan Sect, it was impossible for everyone to be close to Xiao Yu. However, as the senior brother, he was famously kind to his junior brothers and sisters. Those who benefited from his kindness numbered in the hundreds at the very least. Yet now, after his dismissal, only a few had come to see him off? Damn it, they're all a bunch of sycophantic ingrates. Senior brother treated them while they used to fawn over him like dogs, and now that he's in trouble, they abandon him just like that. Lin Fan cursed. Xiao Yu wasn't surprised. Cultivators are also human, and human hearts are difficult to read. When one is in glory, they have countless friends, but only in times of crisis can one discern his true intentions. The Tianyuan Sect was not a harmonious place. Within the vast sect were various factions. A careless choice of sides could easily offend others, and he could understand the decisions of some. Few would want to associate with someone who had lost all value at this moment. Seeing Lin Fan and the others one last time made Xiao Yu happy enough. Junior brothers and sisters, go back and cultivate well. The sect will be entrusted to you in the future. Xiao Yu forced a carefree smile. Let's go. Then he turned to leave with the two law enforcement disciples. Xiao, senior brother. At that moment, another figure rushed over. It was a beautiful young girl. As she arrived, the entire world seemed to brighten. Wan Yin, junior sister, why are you here? Is there something you need? Seeing the girl, Xiao Yu smiled gently. Lin Fan and the others also turned to look at her. The girl was named Wan Yin Yuzhu, also a core disciple, known as one of the four fairies of Tianyuan Sect. She was also a fervent admirer of Xiao Yu. Before Xiao Yu's incident, she often followed him around, and it was well known that she liked the senior brother, yet he seemed to have shown her no particular attention. Seeing her appear, Lin Fan and the others couldn't help but smile knowingly. It seemed not everyone was heartless. One Yin junior sister also came to see the senior brother off. Clearly filled with reluctance, they exchanged glances, their expressions becoming somewhat ambiguous. Wan Yin Yuzu's face flushed slightly, and she shyly lowered her head, hesitantly saying, Senior brother, I came to ask for the dragon-shaped jade pendant I gave you earlier. Can you return it to me? Her words immediately stunned Lin Fan and the others present. Xiao Yu was also taken aback. Before he could respond, Lin Fan's face turned sour as he shouted, Wan Yin Yuzhu, what do you mean by that? You're asking for something back that you gave away? Wan Yin Yuzhu didn't look up, softly replying, that jade pendant is a precious heirloom of the Wan Yin family. It can only be given to my future partner. After careful consideration, I feel that I'm not suited for senior brother and to avoid unnecessary misunderstanding, so she didn't continue, but everyone present understood. Lin Fan realized what was happening and couldn't help but explode in anger. Wan Yin Yuzhu, have you no shame? When senior brother was still in good standing, who was it that followed him around like a shadow, practically glued to him? Now that he's in trouble, you're the first to distance yourself? The weather changes faster than your attitude. Lin Fan, shut your filthy mouth. Who followed senior brother around? I was just seeking his guidance on cultivation. And what do you mean about 5 times a day? If you keep spouting nonsense, he'll fight you. Wan Yin Yuzhu was provoked by Lin Fan's words and glared at him with anger. Come if you dare. Am I afraid of you? Lin Fan retorted, unafraid and furious. He had always regarded Xiao Yu as an elder brother, and he couldn't stand seeing Xiao Yu treated like this now. Enough. However, at this moment, Xiao Yu intervened and stopped the two. Xiao Yu glanced at Wan Yin Yuzhu with a complex expression, struggling to imagine that the seemingly innocent and lovely junior sister from before had such a different side to her. Wan Yin Yuzhu felt a bit guilty under his gaze and lowered her head, but did not withdraw her demand for the jade pendant. I originally wanted to find an opportunity to return it to my junior sister. Since you've come to ask for it today, you can take it back. In the future, I hope you will take care of yourself, Xiao Yu said with a sudden smile, sighing inwardly at the coldness of the world. He didn't say much more and took the jade pendant from his pocket, handing it to Wan Yin Yuzhu. He never had much interest in Wan Yin Yuzhu anyway. Thank you, senior brother. I will take my leave now. Wan Yin Yuzhu was delighted, and as she took the jade pendant, a look of relief flashed across her face before she hurriedly left. She left faster than she had come, as if avoiding a plague. Bitch! Seeing her leave, Lin Fan couldn't help but curse. He was about to say more, but Xiao Yu raised his hand to stop him, sighing, let her go. Lin Fan, filled with anger and resentment, could only suppress it, withdrawing his gaze, but secretly vowed to teach that bitch a lesson for his senior brother when he had the chance. Xiao Yu looked at the others and said, everyone should go back. If you want to see me in the future, feel free to come to Yangwang Courtyard. Take care, I'm leaving. Senior brother. Lin Fan and the others watched him leave with reluctant eyes. Everyone knew that with senior brother gone, it would be difficult for them to see him again. At the foot of Tianyuan Sect, there was a small courtyard named Yangwang, meaning to look up at the light of Tianyuan Sect. It was desolate. Not long after, Xiao Yu arrived here. The 2 disciples from the law enforcement hall who had escorted him had already left. Xiao Yu stood alone in the small courtyard, his heart filled with bitterness and a deep sense of despair. Coming here means this is where I, Xiao Yu, will end my life. Although I feel a myriad of unwillingness, what can I do? Xiao Yu mocked himself softly. Although he appeared calm on the surface, only he knew how unwilling he truly was inside. He had contributed so much to the sect, yet ended up in such a situation. And those fellow disciples who had fought alongside him on the battlefield, their grievances had yet to be avenged. But now, there was nothing he could do. Just as his words fell, suddenly, a streak of light flew in from the horizon, directly entering his forehead, and he felt a strong pulling force pulling him into an unknown space. It's a handsome guy. We are saved. At the same time, two extraordinarily beautiful figures appeared ahead, their eyes filled with longing as they looked at him, reaching out their delicate hands, their voices sweet and alluring. Chapter 2. The Creation Diagram. The two figures ahead exuded an indescribable noble aura, and at first glance, they gave an impression of being unattainable, as if they had descended from the heavens. Not belonging to this world. One wore a luxurious purple robe, exuding a charming and seductive aura. Her appearance was stunningly beautiful, with fair and tender skin, a figure with alluring curves, every movement radiating countless charms, as if she were a naturally born enchantress. Just a glance would leave one's heart in disarray, feeling that even a living Buddha would crumble before her beauty. The other was dressed in pure white, exuding a holy and noble, untouchable aura, devoid of any worldly dust, with a celestial grace that made her seem like a cold fairy descending from the ninth heaven. Her figure was equally stunning, revealing long arms and skin as white as jade. The two women were equally beautiful, each possessing distinct charm, like ice and fire. Xiao Yu had never seen such stunning beauties before. Even the few fairies within Tianyuan Sect paled in comparison to these two women in his eyes at this moment. Both of these stunning women looked at Xiao Yu with dreamy longing, their eyes ablaze with intense desire, as if they wanted to devour him. One was charming as blood, while the other was like a fallen celestial. May I ask who you two are? Where's this place? Did you bring me here? Xiao Yu was taken aback and grew vigilant, quickly noticing that something was off about the two beauties. Their current state resembled that of having been enchanted. The enchantment powder was a poison specifically targeting cultivators, causing those affected to lose their rationality and become infatuated. But Xiao Yu dared not be careless, for aside from their unmatched beauty, he sensed a strong danger emanating from both women, and his instincts told him that these two women were not to be trifled with. That we come from the celestial realm. There's no need to say much. Young master, come here quickly, we have important matters to discuss with you. Without fully answering him, the holy woman gasped weakly, and suddenly, Xiao Yu felt two powerful forces descend upon him. Before he could resist, he was instantly pulled in front of the two women. Without further ado, they reached out to him. What do you want? Stop. Xiao Yu was alarmed, fearing these two women would harm him. But it was useless. The next moment, both women pounced on Xiao Yu fiercely. Xiao Yu quickly understood what the two women were after. He initially wanted to resist, but the two women were too strong, and the aura emanating from them suppressed him to the point where he couldn't move. He didn't know how long it had been. Xiao Yu finally woke up. I'm not dead. He had no idea how long he had been tormented. All he knew was that his waist felt sore and heavy, but fortunately, he had survived. Discovering he was still alive, a sense of relief rose in his heart. He had thought these two women would kill him afterward, and he would surely be unable to resist. These two women had a noble aura about them, making it clear that they were not easy to provoke, and there was no guarantee they wouldn't kill him once they were done. But unexpectedly, they did not do so. Suddenly recalling something, he sprang up and looked around, soon spotting the two beautiful women who had already dressed and were sitting cross-legged with their backs to him. Xiao Yu immediately stiffened, feeling a prickling sensation on his scalp. Although he hadn't been killed by the two stunning women, he still felt a bit guilty. Two fairies, I sincerely apologize for what happened earlier. I have offended you both. I deserve to die. Xiao Yu hurriedly stood up and bowed sincerely, raising his hand as if to slap his own face. And no matter what, he decided to apologize first. After all, the other party's strength was too terrifying. You don't need to apologize. It's not your fault. We are not people who cannot discern right from wrong. On the contrary, we should thank you for saving us. Just now you need not worry that we will harm you. As soon as Xiao Yu finished speaking, the woman in white spoke, seemingly seeing through his thoughts. Her voice was melodious and crisp, like a celestial sound that invigorated the spirit, giving off a sense of cool elegance. Xiao Yu stopped and hurriedly bowed again. He knew well that these two mysterious women were not only breathtakingly beautiful, but also possessed unfathomable strength, making them not someone he could easily provoke. That it's just a pity that my physique is too weak to withstand the turmoil, that if I hadn't discovered it in time and activated the method of yin and yang mutual aid, I would have probably passed out directly, the purple-clad woman said, almost causing Xiao Yu to stagger, staring blankly at her back. He couldn't believe that such wild words would come from the mouth of a noble purple-clad woman. Her voice was equally enchanting, but in contrast to the cold elegance of the white-clad woman, it carried a natural charm that made one feel weak in the bones upon hearing it. Regaining his senses, Xiao Yu couldn't help but blush, feeling quite embarrassed as he said, "I apologize, fairies. I recently went through a great battle that caused me to lose all my cultivation, destroy my meridians, and break my dantian. My body is indeed far from what it used to be." At the same time, he was struck by a thought. These two mysterious women were indeed poisoned, and not lightly. Bah. You really have no shame, taking advantage and still daring to act coy. How dare you tarnish us? Do you really think we won't kill you? The purple-clad woman pouted, but her words already carried a faint murderous intent. Xiao Yu's heart tightened, and he quickly bent over and cupped his hands in response. "Forgive me, fairies. I dare not." The purple-clad woman wanted to say something else, but at that moment, the white-clad woman spoke up. "All right, Yishui, stop teasing him and get to the point." "Humph." The purple-clad woman huffed and stopped speaking. The white-clad woman then said, "Young man, my name is Mo Qingxian, and I am the holy maiden of the divine clan in the celestial realm. The one beside me is the holy maiden of the demonic clan. Her name is Yishui. Currently, we are in the space of the creation diagram." "Creation diagram?" Xiao Yu was astonished. Mo Qingxian continued, "Now, you are the master of the creation diagram. The creation diagram was born from chaos, a treasure of the primordial world formed from the fusion of the primordial purple energy that fell from beyond the 9 heavens and the essence of the yellow and black for 180,000 years since its emergence. It has attracted competition from various powerful beings in the celestial realm. Yishui and I also participated in the competition. Fortunately, we both found the creation diagram. Unfortunately, just as we were caught in the struggle, we were discovered by the Lord of 10,000 Transformations, who joined in. Although Yishui and I eventually teamed up to kill him, we were poisoned by his 10,000-year erosion spring poison. Once this poison acts up, it will devour one's cultivation and subject one to endless madness and desire, causing unbearable pain. Each time the poison flares up, only the balance of yin and yang can alleviate it. Otherwise, one will turn into nothingness, ultimately leading to death. Even with the balance of yin and yang, it requires 10,000 years of continuous suppression to completely expel it. If it weren't for your timely appearance, we would have already perished." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yu immediately understood why she said she wanted to thank him earlier. However, he was somewhat puzzled about how he became the master of the creation diagram. Also, according to this holy maiden of the divine clan, it seemed they still needed 10,000 years to detoxify, and every time the poison acted up, it required the balance of yin and yang. Xiao Yu looked at the two stunning women in front of him, his expression becoming somewhat strange. What would their next poison flare-up be? "You brat, what are you thinking? If you dare to think anything inappropriate, believe it or not, I'll turn you into a pig's head right away." The demonic clan holy maiden Yishui's voice rang out. Though she had her back to Xiao Yu, it seemed she knew what he was thinking. Xiao Yu quickly replied, "Fairy, you misunderstood. I wasn't thinking anything." Yishui huffed, "I really don't know what kind of luck you had. We fought desperately for the creation diagram, and in the end, it chose you as its master, bringing us along to this lower realm." Her voice was filled with resentment. Xiao Yu expressed that he also didn't know about Mo Qingxian said seriously, "Young man, we have already used the dual cultivation method to restore your meridians and dantian. We hope you can practice diligently in the future and quickly improve your strength with the help of the creation diagram. I and Yishui may not be able to easily leave the creation diagram for the next 10,000 years and can only detoxify here. The poison in our bodies may flare up for the second time in 10 years. And at that time, we hope you can continue to provide assistance, that if you have not reached the reincarnation realm by then, we may face the danger of falling." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yu immediately checked his physical condition. To his surprise, his meridians and dantian had indeed been restored. Although he had lost his cultivation, as long as his body recovered, Xiao Yu was confident he could cultivate back. Without further ado, he quickly promised, "Fairies, rest assured, I will definitely practice hard." How could he bear to see these two beautiful fairies in distress? However, what was the use of the creation diagram? Xiao Yu was puzzled in his heart. At that moment, a stream of information naturally floated into his mind. Creation diagram. Every day, it generates a type of creation, whether it be a pill, a magical treasure, or a martial arts secret. The higher the master's cultivation, the more powerful the creations obtained. Xiao Yu was overjoyed. Doesn't this mean that he could have a continuous supply of cultivation resources without leaving this small courtyard? Great. He must cultivate to the reincarnation realm as soon as possible. Chapter 3: The Birth of the Holy Body. Originally, Xiao Yu was worried that even if his body recovered and his cultivation talent ranked first in the Tianyuan Sect, being expelled from the sect without any cultivation resources would make it incredibly difficult for him to cultivate again. But now, with the creation map, he no longer had to worry about cultivation resources. Moreover, as his strength increased, the creations born from the creation map would become even more powerful. If the young master has nothing urgent, please step out first. Next, Yi and I need to go in a closed-door training to dispel the poison. Although the young master has saved us once, the 10,000-year spring-eating poison is still very terrifying, and we need to continuously circulate our energy to eliminate it. If the young master does not have anything extremely urgent before the second outbreak of the poison, please do not disturb us, said the holy maiden of the divine clan. Qingxian. All right, two fairies, Xiao Yu said, but inwardly he was murmuring that 10 years was too long. However, at the moment, he had no strength and did not dare to act recklessly in front of the two fairies. He could feel that their cultivation was terrifying and unfathomable. They were not of this world, but masters from the fairy realm. If they wanted to kill him, they could crush him instantly with just a hint of their aura. Does the young master have any other matters? However, half a day later, Qingxian raised her eyebrows and noticed that Xiao Yu had not left. Xiao Yu awkwardly smiled and said, "Fairies, I am Xiao Yu. You can just call me by my name from now on. Also, how do I get out? Sorry, I don't quite understand." Ugh. Both Yi Shui and Qingxian almost lost their composure upon hearing his words. They held back their laughter, and Qingxian pretended to be aloof as she said, "It's very simple. You just need to concentrate, call upon the creation map, and then silently think enter or exit in your heart." "I see. Thank you for the guidance," Xiao Yu nodded. The next moment, he called upon the creation map and silently thought of it. With a flash, Xiao Yu appeared outside, standing in the courtyard of Yangguang. As soon as he left, the two fairies in the creation map space laughed. "Oh no, I forgot to remind him to be careful not to let others discover that he has the creation map. If someone finds out, he will be in great danger. And so will we. We are all cultivators. Treasures are coveted by everyone. He should know this, right?" At the same time, a picture emerged in Xiao Yu's mind. This picture was entirely dark blue like jade, with 9 layers of dragon and phoenix gilded borders subtly corresponding to the trajectories of the stars, filled with mysterious runes, as if 3,000 paths were guarding and nurturing it. There was also chaotic energy flowing, with the yin and yang energies intertwining. Upon closer inspection, one could even sense an inexplicable river of time surging within it. One of the energies was particularly profound and unfathomable. Xiao Yu did not know what it was, but he felt it was far superior to the chaotic energy and the yin-yang energies. In just a moment, Xiao Yu sensed an aura of supreme power that deeply shocked him. He had an intuition that nothing in this world, whether in the mortal realm or the fairy realm, outside the 3 realms or within the 5 elements, could compare to this treasure. He understood that this was the creation map. Additionally, he also received a piece of information. He was now the master of the creation map, and within the creation map space, no one could kill him. The creation map would protect its master, and his previous worries were purely unnecessary. However, he could not do anything to Qingxian and Yi Shui, as the creation map was not an offensive treasure. It had no attack capabilities, and its only form of protection was to automatically safeguard its master. Of course, if Xiao Yu wanted to, He could expel Mo Qingxian and Yi Yishui from the creation map at any time, but currently he did not want to do that. In some ways, Xiao Yu was a traditional person. He believed that some things, once done, required responsibility. He saw 2 crimson flowers. However, wasn't it said that a creation would be born every day? What was today as creation? After a long time, Xiao Yu came back to his senses and couldn't help but murmur. He hasn't seen today as creation yet. Could it be that Yi Yishui and Mo Qingxian have already taken it? Just then, a line of text appeared in Xiao Yu's mind. The creation born from the creation map belongs solely to its master. Today's creation is a Hongmeng Holy Body Pill. Consuming it will immediately transform you into a Hongmeng Holy Body. The Hongmeng Holy Body is the strongest physique in the 3,000 worlds. Even the Chaos Holy Body and the innate Holy Body Tao are merely grains of light before it, an invincible physique long coveted by the innate chaotic gods and demons. After this line of text flashed, a purple light suddenly appeared in Xiao Yu's hand, and he saw that a purple pill had appeared in his palm. The words Hongmeng Holy Body Pill automatically surfaced in his mind. The pill emitted swirling purple energy, and faintly, sounds of dragons and phoenixes could be heard. Upon closer inspection, it seemed that dragons and phoenixes were swirling around it, and the divine beast Qilin was roaring within the pill. Xiao Yu was shocked and then overjoyed. Without saying a word, he picked up the pill and swallowed it directly. In an instant, the medicinal power of the Hongmeng Holy Body Pill erupted within Xiao Yu's body. He felt astonishing changes happening to his body. His bones and flesh were metamorphosing, shedding, and instantly regenerating. His hair fell out in clumps, only to grow back rapidly like wheat sprouting. His eyeballs burst, then quickly regrew. His spirit shed its mortal shell, revealing a new and more powerful soul. His meridians and dantian were reshaped, and his comprehension and senses underwent remarkable transformations. Even every pore experienced incredible metamorphosis. An astonishing aura began to emanate from him, as if it were transcending this realm, unable to be concealed even by the heavens and earth. Boom! This even triggered a phenomenon in the heavens and the earth. The laws of nature seemed to respond. Within a radius of 10,000 miles, the ground shook and the mountains trembled. In the 9 heavens, there was continuous rumbling, with lightning and thunder appearing, along with the figures of dragons, phoenixes, and various divine beasts entangling and competing in the sky. Their sounds resounded through the heavens and the earth, with celestial beings riding golden chariots rushing past, and countless immortals worshipping in a certain direction. The sounds of 3,000 Buddhas resonated, and chaotic gods and demons roared in groups. In the sky, numerous sacred golden palaces appeared, and a 7-colored rain began to fall. Countless bolts of lightning descended terrifyingly from the sky, turning into waves of thunder that submerged the earth below, creating an incredibly terrifying scene, yet not destroying anything. Instead, it released boundless vitality, presenting a scene of auspiciousness. What happened? An unusual phenomenon suddenly appeared in the heavens and the earth. Was something extraordinary about to emerge? When the ancestors broke through to ascend to the immortal realm, it seemed that there were no such phenomena. This is an omen. Once auspiciousness appears, sacred treasures are born, and great opportunities come to the mortal realm. In the central continent, many cultivators were startled at this moment, swiftly appearing in safe places and looking up at the sky in shock. The disciples and elders of Tianyuan Sect were also stirred. Many disciples and elders, as well as many ancestors who had been in closed-door training for a long time, appeared with astonished expressions, gazing at the scene before them. "Let us go and see what happened," the sect leader of Tianyuan Sect commanded. Immediately, countless experts rushed toward the direction of the heavenly phenomenon, eager to seek treasures. In the Yangwang courtyard, when the heavenly phenomenon occurred, Xiao Yu was also startled, but he quickly realized that it was related to him consuming the Hongmeng Holy Body Pill. His heart raced with anxiety, secretly cursing himself for being careless. He had forgotten his current situation, his strength was low, and consuming the Hongmeng Holy Body Pill had caused such a phenomenon. How much attention would this attract? If people found out that he possessed a treasure like the creation map, he would likely be doomed. Fortunately, The creation map itself was an unparalleled creation, a holy object that concealed itself and could automatically shield the heavenly secrets. In a critical moment, sensing his emotions, it immediately concealed all the aura from his body. This meant that although the heavenly phenomenon continued, there were no abnormalities in the Yangwang courtyard. Xiao Yu's physique underwent a transformation in a very short time, becoming the Hongmeng Holy Body. Ding! At the moment he completed his metamorphosis, the entire world seemed to tremble, as if the Tao was singing. The astonishing aura on Xiao Yu quickly faded, and he soon returned to his usual ordinary appearance. When Xiao Yu sensed numerous powerful auras flash past above him and move towards the distance, he let out a long sigh of relief in his heart. He had not been discovered. Where's the treasure? The disciples of Tianyuan Sect were ordered to seal off a radius of 10,000 miles and conduct a thorough search. Anyone who dared to intrude would be killed without mercy. The Tianyuan Sect issued commands, and many disciples sprang into action. However, it was foreseeable that this would not have much effect. After all, the Central Continent was not solely dominated by Tianyuan Sect. There were also 4 other major sects that were not weaker than Tianyuan Sect. The experts from the other 4 major sects almost simultaneously arrived at this place. There were some skirmishes among them, but eventually, they were controlled as each sought to find the heavenly treasures. Unfortunately, they searched the surrounding 10,000 miles but found no clues, let alone the treasures. Not even a trace of immortal feathers was discovered. Until the evening, someone came to report to the sect leaders of the major sects. Respected sect leaders, the Tianji Pavilion has discovered the cause of the heavenly phenomenon. It is not a heavenly treasure, but rather the early arrival of a grand era rarely encountered by cultivators, caused by the emergence of supreme cultivation physiques. What physiques have emerged? Several sect leaders inquired. The messenger replied, according to the calculations of Tianji Pavilion, the legendary chaos body, innate holy body Tao, yin-yang divine body, 5 elements holy body, and other 10 physiques have descended into the world. Whoever can take in these 10 physiques as disciples will surely thrive. What? Upon hearing this, the leaders of the 5 major sects immediately became agitated. Where are these physiques now? Quickly, immediately send out orders to search for the 10 physiques, according to the instructions of Tianji Pavilion, and bring them all back to the sect. The 5 sect leaders issued urgent commands to hasten the search. Sect leader, should we give Xiao Yu a chance to join in the search for the 10 physiques and redeem himself? If he can find the 10 physiques and recruit disciples for the sect, we could consider helping him reshape his meridians and dantian, allowing him to return to the sect. After all, he was once our Tianyuan Sect's top prodigy, with exceptional talent, and has contributed greatly to our sect. If he can return, it would be a significant boost to our sect's future. Suddenly, an elder from Tianyuan Sect stepped forward to plead for Xiao Yu. Just a waste. What use is he? With 10 physiques as disciples, even 10 Xiao Yus wouldn't compare. Let him fend for himself. The sect leader coldly dismissed. Chapter 4. True feelings revealed in times of adversity. After the order from the sect leader of Tianyuan Sect was issued, that very day, several batches of Tianyuan Sect disciples, led by various elders, immediately descended the mountain and headed to various places in the Central Continent to search for the major cultivation physiques, almost non-stop, fearing that other sects would get ahead of them. Undoubtedly, the grand era had arrived, and whichever sect could have more prodigy disciples in the future would have a brighter future. Unfortunately, they could not persuade the sect leader to let that Xiao Yu kid out from the Yangwang courtyard. Otherwise, they could take the opportunity to eliminate him, cutting off the root of the problem once and for all. Right now, he had just been expelled from the sect, and Yangwang courtyard was too close to the mountain gate, given that their sect had already suffered a setback in the Demon Heaven battlefield. Many people were suspicious that there were internal traitors. If they took action now, it would likely draw the attention of the sect. For safety's sake, it was not a good time to act. In front of Tianyuan Sect's mountain gate, as they watched group after group of people boarding flying boats to leave, 2 figures appeared. One of the figures expressed regret, saying, "Elder, don't worry." Although we couldn't persuade the sect leader from his attitude toward Xiao Yu, it's clear that Xiao Yu has undoubtedly become a discarded pawn. If the sect can recover the 10 physiques this time, everyone's attention will focus on them. And the sect will certainly care even less about someone who has already been deemed useless. After some time, no one will remember this former top prodigy. By then, we can make him disappear silently from this world without causing a ripple. The other figure coldly laughed, his tone chilling. For now, that will have to do. The elder nodded. In the Yangguang courtyard, Xiao Yu is still feeling somewhat apprehensive. Not yet recovered from the shock caused by the phenomenon triggered by consuming the Hongmeng Holy Body Pill. It was truly perilous. He had almost been discovered. At that time, not only would the treasure map be hard to protect, but he might have also lost his life. One must understand that in the immortal martial world, it has always been a survival of the fittest. Fortunately, after the phenomenon disappeared, he waited for a long time in the Yangguang courtyard without anyone coming to disturb him, which allowed him to relax. However, Xiao Yu secretly pondered that in the future, if the treasure map produced another miracle, he could not casually show it to others. At the very least, he needed to use the treasure map to conceal the aura of the entire courtyard, preventing any aura of creation from leaking out. Indeed, the Hongmeng Holy Body Pill was amazing. Not only did it transform me into the unparalleled Hongmeng Holy Body, the physique reached the strongest in the myriad realms, but it also restored my cultivation to the second major realm of the mortal realm, the channeling realm. What is even more exciting is that I just secretly tested it, and my current cultivation speed is terrifying, 6 times faster than my previous period. After calming his mind, Xiao Yu silently felt his current physical state, immensely satisfied. Before heading to the Demon Heaven battlefield, he was already a late-stage expert of the 4th realm of the mortal realm. Now, after taking the Hongmeng Holy Body Pill, although he had only restored to the 2nd realm of the mortal realm, he felt very content. With his cultivation talent, and now possessing the unparalleled Hongmeng Holy Body. As long as nothing goes wrong, Xiao Yu is confident that he can absolutely recover his lost cultivation, and it will be faster and stronger than before. I was originally prepared to give up on life, planning to live out my days in guilt in this small courtyard, but now the heavens have not forsaken me, granting me the treasure map. Once I reach the pinnacle, I will reclaim everything that was lost. The sect's ruthlessness can perhaps be overlooked, but the betrayal of my fellow disciples in the Demon Heaven battlefield and the death of my friends who died trying to save me, while I almost perished, must be accounted for. A sharp killing intent flashed in Xiao Yu's eyes, but he quickly regained his calm. He knew that although he had now returned to the channeling realm, his current strength was still weak. This level of strength barely allowed him to enter the inner sect of Tianyuan Sect, not even qualifying as an elite disciple. With a desire for revenge, he could not be too ostentatious. Everything must wait until he becomes stronger. Moreover, in the next few days, Xiao Yu did not plan to continue cultivating, because he had just transformed into the Hongmeng Holy Body and triggered a phenomenon. The commotion was too great, and given that he had just been expelled from the sect, he was the center of attention. It was very easy to attract scrutiny. If someone saw him, a supposedly discarded person, starting to cultivate again, it could lead to many doubts and troubles he was currently unable to handle. Only when he was no longer under scrutiny did Xiao Yu plan to continue his cultivation. He cherished the opportunity of recultivating and did not want any accidents to happen. Of course, he also hoped to become powerful as soon as possible. He wondered if the treasure map had any other uses besides creating miracles and concealing aura. If I want to avoid attention, I must take precautions in advance. It would be great if I could set up an early warning array in this small courtyard, or if the treasure map could help me detect someone trying to approach the courtyard from a distance before they got too close. Xiao Yu muttered, Suddenly, as Xiao Yu had this thought, he found a map appearing in his mind. The map had several small dots of varying sizes. Some were red, some were blue, and others were black. At the center of the map was a small golden dot, which was either far or near from the other colored dots. Apart from the central golden dot, Xiao Yu surprisingly felt a sense of being watched from those red and black dots, as if many people were secretly observing him. And these dots emanated a sense of malice, with the black dots being more intense than the red ones. The blue dots, however, did not have either of these feelings. This left Xiao Yu shocked. Soon, he figured out what was going on. It turned out that the creation map had a function similar to a warning formation. and it was even more powerful than a warning formation. As soon as the thought of a warning arose in his mind, the creation map immediately generated this map in his consciousness. The golden dot on the map represented him. The surrounding red, blue, and black dots, either far or near, large or small, represented other people. In other words, at this moment, many people were secretly watching him, and they harbored varying degrees of malice. Xiao Yu instantly broke out in a cold sweat, thinking to himself how dangerous it was. Fortunately, he hadn't rushed to cultivate just now. Otherwise, he might have exposed himself. Who are these red and black dots? I rarely made enemies in the sect before, and now I've lost all my cultivation and been expelled from the sect. Yet, so many people harbor ill intentions towards me. After figuring out the situation, Xiao Yu's expression darkened. He glanced at the mountains and forests not far from the small courtyard, feeling uneasy in his heart. He knew that during his time in Tianyuan Sect, no matter what he did, he would inevitably offend some petty people who couldn't discern right from wrong. Moreover, as the former senior brother of Tianyuan Sect, he had mastered many high-level cultivation techniques. Now that he had fallen from grace, it was natural that some people saw an opportunity. The reason these people hadn't acted yet was probably that they were waiting for what they deemed the best opportunity to strike. Thinking of this, Xiao Yu felt a deep chill. It is said that in the immortal martial world, the weak are prey for the strong, and there is no humanity to speak of. The sages of old did not deceive me. I just hope that those harboring ill are not people I once treated sincerely. Otherwise, Xiao Yu murmured, his desire to grow stronger quickly intensifying. However, he did not panic. Although danger lurked everywhere, he still had opportunities. His eyes flickered, and he quickly devised an analysis and plan in his mind. First, he was currently expelled from the sect, and this matter was under strong scrutiny. No matter who it was, they probably didn't want to act against him during this time, even if they could use an insider from the sect as a scapegoat. He could take advantage of this time to work hard on his cultivation and empower himself for self-defense. Secondly, if the first option didn't work, he could use the creation map's ability to conceal his aura, to find an opportunity to slip away unnoticed. Just as he thought of this, two flickering white dots suddenly appeared on the map, approaching. Xiao Yu was startled. Someone was coming to the small courtyard. He quickly collected his thoughts and, under the cover of the creation map, stepped out of the house like an ordinary person. Junior brother Lin Fan, junior sister Tianyu, what brings you here? It turned out that Lin Fan and a junior sister named Tianyu had come. Tianyu was also a core disciple, and Xiao Yu had met them in front of the mountain gate before. The two of them were carrying a lot of things. Upon seeing Xiao Yu, Lin Fan held up the items in his hands and smiled at him, saying, "Senior brother, a heavenly phenomenon has occurred. According to the calculations of the Tianji Pavilion, this is a sign of the great era arriving for cultivators. Moreover, the legendary 10 supreme cultivation physiques have been born, and various sects are sending people to the central continent to search for the possessors of these physiques. We have also received a directive from the sect, and will be leaving shortly. We probably won't be able to visit you for a while. So Tianyu and I came to bring you some food and drink. Especially Tianyu. She was worried that you'd feel lonely staying here by yourself. So she specially found someone to buy a few pets for you, hoping they can keep you company. We hope you won't refuse." Xiao Yu was surprised to hear their words. The phenomenon caused by him consuming the primordial divine body pill was actually being interpreted as a sign of the great era's arrival. The appearance of the legendary 10 cultivation physiques and the various sects competing to recruit disciples. However, this was good. It indicated that his transformation into the primordial sacred body had not drawn others' attention, which was a good thing. He then looked at the items in their hands. Lin Fan was clearly carrying some rice, flour, and meat, while Tianyu held a birdcage in one hand, a small fish tank in the other, and was leading a small black dog. Inside the birdcage was a beautiful little bird with vibrant feathers, and in the fish tank was a red carp, bubbling away, full of vitality. Upon realizing their intentions, a warm feeling rose in Xiao Yu's heart, especially after just seeing so many red dots. Now, seeing these two, his mindset was completely different. It is said that true feelings are revealed in times of hardship. At this moment, he also understood what the white dots on the map meant. "Thank you, junior brother Lin Fan, junior sister Tianyu." Xiao Yu didn't know what to say. ultimately accepting the items they brought with sincere gratitude. Although he had already recovered to the second realm and could absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth without needing food, he couldn't refuse their kind intentions. Moreover, he didn't want to reveal that his body had already recovered, so he could only accept them for now. Senior brother, we'll take our leave now. We will come to see you again when we have time. Lin Fan and Tianyuan did not linger, leaving shortly after delivering the food and pets. Be careful outside. The world is full of mixed people, and it's hard to gauge their hearts. This time you go to recruit disciples. You may inevitably have to clash with people from other sects, so be cautious. Xiao Yu advised as he watched them leave. He had wanted to give them some protective magical treasures, but unfortunately, he was very poor now, having nothing after being expelled from the sect. So he had to give up on that thought, silently promising to repay their kindness in the future. Bang! However, just as he sat down, several red dots in his mind suddenly flickered violently, approaching the small courtyard. The courtyard door was broken open, and several youths dressed in the outer disciple robes of Tianyuan Sect barged in with unfriendly expressions. Chapter 5. Little ghost come knocking, who are you? What do you want? Xiao Yu had already sensed them before they arrived at the door. Seeing these youths, he immediately stood up and shouted, his face showing vigilance. He was not afraid of these youths. He could sense the fluctuations in their auras and judged that the strongest among them was only at the mid-stage of the first realm of the mundane world. Not even at the late stage, and they were no match for him. However, Xiao Yu suspected whether they were sent by someone or directed by the insider from the sect who had betrayed them. If that were the case, it was not good news, as it meant there were indeed people who were unafraid of death, daring to act in such a precarious situation, which was very urgent and meant they wanted to eliminate him for sure. His situation was extremely precarious, and he could lose his life at any moment. Hee, Xiao Yu, can't you tell who we are? What are we wearing? This is the clothing of the outer disciples of Tianyuan Sect. One of the youths said with a wicked smile in response to Xiao Yu's words. As for what we want, of course, we are here to deal with you. You want to deal with me? Why? Or have I offended you? Xiao Yu's pupils narrowed slightly as he frowned and asked, paying close attention to the red and black dots on the map to see what actions those hidden people might take. The young man chuckled and said, for no reason other than that we are disciples of the Tianyuan Sect. You caused the deaths of so many outstanding disciples of our sect on the Demon Heaven battlefield. As a member of the Tianyuan Sect, we cannot overlook this. Why is it that all those excellent disciples died, yet you are the only one who returned alive? Why are you still alive? We suspect that those excellent disciples were harmed by you. We want justice for them. Xiao Yu was taken aback. These outer sect youths actually came to question him. Coming back to his senses, Xiao Yu's tone turned cold as he said, this matter has already been dealt with by the sect, and the truth has been concluded. It's not up to you to speak to me about it. If you have any questions, you can ask the higher-ups of the Tianyuan Sect. Fix the door for me, and then please leave here. I want to hold it against you. Otherwise, you'll have to bear the consequences. Just a few outer sect disciples, thinking he had lost his cultivation and was expelled here, wanted to humiliate him. Xiao Yu, do you want to die? Now that you've fallen to this state, you still dare to act so arrogantly in front of us? Do you think you are still the chief prodigy disciple of the Tianyuan Sect, the big brother in the eyes of the disciples? It's simply laughable. You are now just a waste expelled from our sect. Do you dare to put on airs with us? Do you believe we will make you a waste again today? Kneel down and talk to us. As Xiao Yu's words fell, it instantly infuriated the outer sect disciples of the Tianyuan Sect. I'll give you a chance. No matter who sent you here, get lost immediately, or don't blame me for being rude. Xiao Yu said coldly upon hearing their words. Wow, you really want to die, huh? Then let us fulfill that wish. Seeing Xiao Yu's attitude, several outer sect disciples of the Tianyuan Sect erupted, with one person directly throwing a punch at Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu's eyes flashed with cold light, and he was about to take action. But at that moment, he suddenly saw a large white dot flickering on his map, rapidly approaching from a distance. Xiao Yu quickly withdrew his internal spiritual power. Stop! The next moment, a loud shout echoed. At the same time, an invisible force slammed into the chest of the outer sect disciple who had attacked, as if a giant hammer struck, sending him flying. The other outer sect disciples were shocked and stopped. Who? Step out. How dare you ruin our business? Are you seeking death? Xiao Yu maintained a calm demeanor, But the several outer sect youths from the Tianyuan Sect looked around warily, their expressions filled with unease as they shouted angrily. Swish! Just as they finished speaking, a figure appeared on the wall of Xiao Yu's small courtyard. It was a young man dressed in green, holding a treasured sword, with a stern appearance and devoid of any worldly air. His gaze was sharp and cold, as if two icy blades flashed between his eyes. He didn't even look at the outer sect disciples in the courtyard, standing sideways and speaking in a deep, powerful voice. Who just called me out? Now that I'm here, can you repeat what you just said? There was an air of aloofness that kept people at a distance. Elder 13. Upon seeing the appearance of this young man, the outer sect disciples of the Tianyuan Sect were instantly dumbfounded, their faces showing immense fear as if they had encountered someone extremely terrifying. Without saying a word, they hastily turned to the young man, kneeling down and trembling, bowing their heads repeatedly like garlic being smashed. Elder 13, we didn't know it was you. We didn't mean to offend you. We were wrong. Please forgive us this time. What are you doing here? Who sent you? The young man asked, his words short but powerful. Xiao Yu also perked up his spirit. The outer sect youths, trembling in fear, replied, Elder 13, this wasn't our intention. We were sent here by someone. Someone offered us some benefits to come teach the big brother a lesson. If we refused, he would ruin our future and make it impossible for us to enter the inner sect again. So we had no choice but to agree. Who? The young man asked, his voice short but firm. Xiao Yu also focused his mind. The outer sect youths answered nervously, it's the inner sect disciple, Pang Fei. Pang Fei? The young man was surprised to hear this name, then shook his head, saying, I haven't heard of him. He then turned to Xiao Yu. Have you heard of him? Xiao Yu was also taken aback by this answer and nodded. He is the cousin of senior sister Wan Yin. Senior sister Wan Yin? The young man showed a puzzled expression. Xiao Yu explained, Wan Yin Yuzhu, the direct disciple of Elder Yun Fei from the Seventh Peak. Oh, so he's a disciple of Yun Fei. The young man understood upon hearing this. He then asked Xiao Yu, do you know why her cousin wants to deal with you? Xiao Yu frowned in thought, feeling a bit strange. He didn't seem to have any grievances with either Wan Yin Yuzhu or Pang Fei. In fact, before being expelled from the sect, his relationship with Wan Yin Yuzhu had always been quite good. Why would Pang Fei target him? He shook his head, indicating he didn't know. Do you know? The 13th elder looked at the outer sect disciples, a cold aura descending upon them. The outer sect youths were scared, their faces pale. The leader immediately said, it seems it's because senior sister Wan Yin pursued the big brother before. Now that the big brother has fallen from grace, senior sister Wan Yin no longer likes him, although she has asked for the jade pendant she gave to the big brother back. Pang Fei doesn't want the big brother to have any further ties with senior sister Wan Yin, so he sent us to teach the big brother a lesson, to make him shut up about the past. Interesting. The 13th elder sneered upon hearing this, as if he were watching a play. Xiao Yu also felt a bit speechless. But after hearing the outer sect youths explain, he understood why Pang Fei targeted him. He wanted to protect Wan Yin Yuzhu's reputation and didn't want him. This waste to tarnish her nobility. You came to trouble me. Did Wan Yin Yuzhu have any involvement? Xiao Yu then asked the outer sect youths. The youths hesitated, unsure whether to answer Xiao Yu, but the 13th elder's nasal sound urged them to quickly respond. She should not have. How do you know? Xiao Yu asked. The youths replied, when Pang Fei sent us to cause trouble for the big brother, he specifically instructed us that this matter must not be told to anyone, including senior sister Wan Yin. He also said that although senior sister Wan Yin no longer likes the big brother, she probably wouldn't want to harm him. If she found out, she would definitely stop it. Is that so? Xiao Yu whispered, his eyes flickering with depth. Several young disciples quickly said, Senior brother, what we said is true. Every word is factual. If any of it is false, may we die a terrible death. We know we were wrong. Please spare us this time, Senior brother and Elder 13. We won't dare to do it again. Xiao Yu, hearing this, looked at Elder 13 of Tianyuan Sect. Elder 13, what do you think? Elder 13 chuckled lightly and said, you decide. You can let them go or kill them. They're just a few outer disciples. If they die, I believe no one will care. Upon hearing this, before Xiao Yu could respond, the few outer disciples were scared out of their wits. One by one, they dropped to the ground, knocking their heads like garlic, desperately begging for mercy and crying out, Senior brother, Spare us. Senior brother, we don't want to die. Get lost. If you dare to offend again in the future, I will definitely kill you without mercy. Also, remember, I have been expelled from the sect and have no relation to Tianyuan Sect anymore. Don't call me senior brother again. Seeing this, Xiao Yu frowned and said coldly, Thank you, senior brother. Thank you, Elder 13. We will remember. The few outer disciples, hearing this, immediately felt as if they had been pardoned and were about to flee. Wait, but at that moment, Xiao Yu's voice suddenly rang out from behind. The few young disciples immediately turned back with mournful faces, looking at Xiao Yu. Is there anything else, senior brother? Their hearts were already extremely anxious. Xiao Yu said, Tell Pang Fei for me that I don't want to cause trouble, but it doesn't mean I'm afraid of trouble. Although I'm now a waste, it doesn't mean I can be easily manipulated. This is the first time he has provoked me, considering the past friendship I had with Wan Yin Yuzhu. I hope it will also be the last. I have no interest in Wan Yin Yuzhu, and there was nothing between us before. I don't want to have any relations in the future. If he is smart, he better not come to provoke me again. Otherwise, don't blame me for being merciless. Yes, we will definitely convey it. Hearing Xiao Yu say this, the several outer disciples of Tianyuan Sect immediately breathed a sigh of relief, hurriedly replied, and then fled in a panic, as if afraid that staying another second would cost them their lives. You actually let them go? Elder 13 was somewhat surprised to see them leave. Xiao Yu replied, What they said should be the truth, and they were forced. Killing them would be of no use. It's better to use them to give a warning to the person behind them and resolve the trouble. Elder 13 of Tianyuan Sect rolled his eyes and scoffed. Feminine kindness, childish. Xiao Yu smiled bitterly. There's no choice. I am now a waste. Provoking cultivators is not a wise move. Elder 13 can't protect me forever, right? Elder 13 heard this and curled his lips, but did not say anything more, effectively acknowledging it. But suddenly, Elder 13 frowned, as if he had discovered something, and his gaze turned cold as he swept across the surrounding mountains and forests. Clang! The treasured sword in his arms was half drawn, and a terrifying aura surged from the sword, sweeping across the mountains and forests. You trash, get lost. Elder 13's voice rang out. The sound was not loud, but it exploded in the mountains like thunder, exuding unparalleled dominance. It seemed that someone in the mountains was severely injured by the sword wave, groaning in pain, but did not dare to stay longer and hurriedly fled, leaving only a flurry of shadows swiftly moving before the area returned to calm. On the map in Xiao Yu's mind, all the red and black dots suddenly disappeared, and he no longer felt the sensation of being spied upon. Seeing this, Xiao Yu was secretly astonished. Elder 13 was indeed powerful. On the surface, however, he quickly straightened his expression, respectfully bowing to Elder 13 and saying, Xiao Yu thanks Elder 13 for your help. Great kindness is unspoken, and if there is an opportunity in the future, I will definitely repay it. Don't thank me. Thank your good junior brother. If he hadn't earnestly begged me, I wouldn't have the time to care about your life or death. However, upon hearing this, Elder 13 spoke in a nonchalant manner. Junior brother? Xiao Yu was taken aback. Lin Fan. Elder 13 uttered a name. Xiao Yu was stunned. Elder 13, however, no longer paid him any mind. By the time he came back to his senses, Elder 13 had already flashed away and disappeared. Junior brother Lin Fan. Xiao Yu murmured after Elder 13 left. Chapter 6. Beginning to cultivate outside Tianyuan Sect. A law boat was crossing the void towards the distance, gradually leaving the mountain gate of Tianyuan Sect. On the boat, two figures appeared. It was none other than Lin Fan and Xian Yu. They were also leaving the sect to head to other places in the central continent to find future disciples with extraordinary physiques. Looking back at the increasingly distant mountain gate, Xian Yu couldn't help but ask Lin Fan, Senior brother Lin Fan, why didn't you directly tell senior brother that you asked Elder 13 to secretly protect him? Lin Fan smiled bitterly upon hearing this. Senior brother has always been a proud person, strong-willed by nature, and never easily owes anyone a favor. After losing his cultivation and being expelled from the sect, his identity and status have dropped drastically. At this time, he finds it hardest to accept others' care, thinking it is charity. Today, it was already quite difficult for him to accept the food and pets we brought. If I mention Elder 13's matter, He might turn against us. Lin Fan looked at Qianyu and said, Junior sister Qianyu, you also don't want senior brother to turn against us, right? Qianyu nodded upon hearing this. Of course not. Senior brother has been kind to me. If it weren't for him, I would have died at the hands of a monster years ago. I also hope he can be safe. Then she changed the subject and smiled. However, surely no one will trouble senior brother, right? Lin Fan shook his head. It's hard to say. Although senior brother is very well liked in the sect, sometimes he inevitably offends petty people. If he still had his cultivation, no one would dare to act recklessly. But now that he has lost his cultivation, who knows which blind fool might take the opportunity to cause trouble. We are not in the sect and cannot keep watch over him. So I asked Elder 13 to take care of him during our absence. Upon hearing this, Qianyu seemed to think of something and expressed her agreement. Moreover, I heard that senior brother and the others lost in the Magic Sky battlefield because someone sold them out. Now many people are spreading rumors that there might be an internal traitor in our sect, with senior brother being expelled. It's hard to guarantee that the traitor won't target him. Lin senior brother, your arrangement is indeed prudent. She thought to herself that Lin's senior brother probably paid a considerable price to ask Elder 13 for help. Elder 13 was known for his aloof personality in Tianyuan Sect, rarely giving anyone face, and he didn't even take in disciples. It was difficult to interact with him, but he agreed to Lin Fan's request, which must mean Lin Fan offered something that Elder 13 found hard to refuse. Lin Fan sighed and said, It's just a pity that my sect contribution points are insufficient, and I couldn't obtain any techniques or elixirs that could help senior brother repair his meridians and dantian. Otherwise, I could help him reshape his meridians and dantian. With his talent and strength, he would surely be able to cultivate back to his peak, even though the great era has now arrived. Senior brother would certainly have a place, and who knows, he might even compete with those supreme cultivation physiques that have emerged. Qianyu said, Senior brother Lin Fan, you don't need to worry too much. If we can find a genius physique and bring it back to the sect this time, it would count as a great achievement. At that time, we might be able to ask the sect for elixirs to repair the dantian and meridians. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan slightly nodded, but then sighed, and I don't know how the matter with junior sister Ning she is being handled. We can't contact her to know when she will return to the sect. If she comes back and finds out about senior brother's situation, it might cause unrest in the sect again. Just thinking about it is a headache. Qianyu couldn't help but smile bitterly upon hearing this. She had that kind of temperament. Ever since the previous sect master fell after failing to break through, she and the senior brother had depended on each other in the first peak, not quite family, but closer than family. They couldn't stand to see each other suffer, and this situation was bound to happen sooner or later. If the previous sect master were still around, Lin Fan murmured, but seemed to think of something and did not continue. Upon hearing this, Qianyu's expression changed, and she said, Senior brother, there have been rumors within the sect that the previous sect master failed to break through because someone sabotaged him. Now that the senior brother has been demoted, some people are secretly speculating that this is the doing of our current sect master. What do you think? She used a secret technique to communicate. Lin Fan was startled and quickly looked around. After confirming no one was nearby, he spoke in a serious tone, Junior sister, speak carefully. Qianyu immediately closed her mouth, but could tell that Lin Fan had likely thought the same thing. She secretly thought that if the previous sect master were still alive, he probably wouldn't have faced such a situation today. However, these matters could only be kept in their hearts. They dared not speak carelessly, lest they attract unwanted attention and bring trouble upon themselves. The two traveled in silence. The flying boat they were on pierced through the air. At Tianyuan Sect, within the inner door, a furious voice echoed from the small courtyard of the disciple Pang Fei, accompanied by the sound of a teacup being smashed to the ground. Pang Fei's figure appeared, his face dark with anger as he reprimanded a few outer door disciples before him. These young disciples had just returned from Xiao Yu's courtyard and immediately sought out Pang Fei to report everything that had happened. Did he really say that? Pang Fei quickly regained his composure, his expression grim as he looked at the boys. The boys nodded quickly, confirming, yes, that's exactly what he said. Every word is true. They hadn't expected that seeking trouble with the discarded waste from the sect would lead them to encounter the terrifying presence of the 13th Elder. reflecting on the encounter, still sent shivers down their spines. It is well known that the 13th Elder was notoriously difficult to provoke in Tianyuan Sect, with a murderous reputation. It was said that he once single-handedly slaughtered a second-rate sect, leaving it in a river of blood, with corpses everywhere. His sword light was said to have chilled 19 continents, with sword energy spanning 30,000 miles, sending the entire sect to the underworld, sparing not even a worm, which was cut into 18 pieces. Even the sect master's attempts to intervene were in vain, and it nearly resulted in the 13th Elder striking him down as well. His reputation was even more fearsome than that of Yama, the king of hell. In front of the 13th Elder, these outer door disciples were like ants, naturally terrified. Now that they knew the 13th Elder would actually protect Xiao Yu, they dared not seek trouble any further. Well, I hope he keeps his word. This time, let us just let it slide, Pang Fei said with a cold snort, secretly thinking it was unexpected for a waste to have connections with the 13th Elder. Hearing Pang Fei's words, the boys visibly relaxed, letting out a sigh of relief. They had worried that Pang Fei would ignore their warning and still seek out trouble with Xiao Yu. If he forced them again, they would really be finished. It seemed that although Pang Fei was not a good person, he did have some sense. What else with your expressions? You don't think I, Pang Fei, am afraid of that Xiao Yu, do you? Pang Fei noticed the boy's expressions and became displeased, his gaze turning icy, exuding a powerful sense of oppression. The outer door disciples knew they were no match for an inner door disciple like him, so they quickly waved their hands and laughed nervously. We wouldn't dare. Pang Fei scoffed, just a waste. If he still had cultivation, I might have to think twice. Now that he has lost all his power and has been expelled from the sect, why would I care about him? However, I thought that even though he is wasted now, he was once the sect's senior brother and might still have some connections within the sect. Since he knows his place, I want to bother with him to avoid offending unnecessary people. It wouldn't be worth it. If he really provokes me, do you think he can stand up against me? He has connections, but does Pang Fei not have any? Naturally, that was impossible. The outer door disciples listened to him and quickly nodded in agreement, although inwardly they mocked him, thinking, what a load of nonsense. He is just afraid. Who in Tianyuan Sect isn't afraid of the 13th Elder's sword when he gets angry? But they didn't dare to say this out loud. You all can leave now. If I have more matters, I will instruct you again, Pang Fei said, waving his hand to dismiss the outer door disciples. A similar scene played out in several places within Tianyuan Sect. Unexpectedly, that guy had been rendered useless and expelled from the sect. Yet he could still connect with the 13th Elder. Now that he has the 13th Elder's protection, who knows how long it will last. In the short term, we probably want to have a good opportunity to act. If it weren't for the 13th Elder holding back today, we might not have made it back. Let us wait for another opportunity. I don't believe the 13th Elder can protect him for life. Eventually, the favor will run out. Mysterious voices echoed from these places. In the courtyard, after solving the trouble with the outer door disciples, Xiao Yu leisurely repaired the door of his small courtyard and closed it. He didn't rush to cultivate, but waited 2 more days, observing his surroundings. After confirming that no one seemed to be watching or spying on his courtyard since the 13th Elder intervened, he finally felt a bit at ease and began his cultivation. A strong sense of urgency surged within him. He wasn't sure whether the outer door disciples would come back to trouble him after reporting to Pang Fei or whether the 13th Elder would step in again. He couldn't rule out the possibility of the inner trader from Tianyuan Sect or those watching him taking action, but he knew that the 13th Elder's intervention could only provide temporary deterrence. Over time, if the 13th Elder no longer cared for him, he would inevitably face danger again. Thus, he could only strengthen himself to ensure his own safety. Sitting cross-legged under the big tree in the small courtyard, he concentrated on his cultivation, forming seals with his hands, with 12 silver needles inserted into his body. The diagram of transformation enveloped his head, concealing his aura and that of the entire courtyard. As he breathed in and out, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was drawn into his body. A mysterious rhythm of the Tao spread from him, making him appear ethereal and out of this world, giving off a sense of being like a celestial being. Leaves fell gently from above, and Xiao Yu's aura was rising. The places where the silver needles were inserted gradually revealed points of light. Chapter 7. Continuous breakthrough as time passed. A total of 12 light points lit up, corresponding to the 12 meridians in a human body. When the 12th light point illuminated, Xiao Yu's body involuntarily trembled slightly. His heart couldn't help but become excited. This meant he had cultivated to the initial stage of the second major realm, the connecting meridian realm. He could feel that when the 12th light point lit up, his entire body seemed to come alive, breathing as if 12 eternal golden lamps had been lit within him. These light points resonated with each other, connecting into one, as if they had opened the barrier between the human body and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The speed of absorbing spiritual energy suddenly doubled, and the internal vital energy burst forth, releasing a powerful force that instantly crushed a falling leaf in midair into powder, disappearing without a trace. Its might was astonishing. If it weren't for Xiao Yu's intentional control, the vital energy might have surged right out of the courtyard. Preliminary estimates suggested that after reaching the bright aperture realm, the range of his vital energy release could reach a full 50 meters. Previously, when he had the same cultivation level, his vital energy release was only 15 meters. After this round of recultivation, it had actually increased by more than 3 times. It was unclear how much time had passed, but all of Xiao Yu's aura receded like a tide, and he returned to the appearance of an ordinary person. A satisfied smile appeared at the corner of his mouth as he murmured, "I initially thought that to reach the early stage of the second major realm would take at least half a month. After all, when I broke through to this realm before, it took me a whole month to succeed. Now, although I am recultivating and have previous cultivation experience, opening each acupoint in the human body is like moving a mountain. Every time I break through an acupoint, it requires full effort, consuming vast amounts of energy. Each time I open an acupoint, I need 2 to 3 days to recuperate before continuing, repeating this cycle until all 12 meridians are opened. I estimated that I would need half a month, taking into account my cultivation experience and the benefits I received from Mo Qingxian and Yi Shui, as well as the 3 factors of obtaining the Hongmeng Sacred Body. However, I didn't expect to still underestimate the power of the Hongmeng Sacred Body. In the face of the Hongmeng Sacred Body, my previous cultivation experience and the benefits gained from Mo Qingxian and the others are almost negligible. The Hongmeng Sacred Body truly deserves to be called the invincible physique, recognized by the Book of Creation as the strongest in all realms. It seems to transcend the limitations of the heavens and earth, and there were no breakthrough barriers in the bright aperture realm. It's simply incredible. In fact, he was unaware that the benefits he received from Mo Qingxian and Yi Shui were immensely important. There is a saying, the empty cannot be supplemented. If it weren't for Mo Qingxian and Yi Shui restoring his body to its original state through their intimate interactions and even helping him solidify his physical foundation, he would have been obliterated by the terrifying medicinal power of the Hongmeng Sacred Body Pill had he recklessly consumed it. He was completely unaware of the benefits he had received. A vital energy release of 50 meters, according to ancient texts. Even the legendary innate Tao body and chaos sacred body could only manage a maximum of 35 meters in the bright aperture realm, right? Xiao Yu recalled many sect records he had read, which contained information about various physiques in the immortal martial world. None of those physiques could achieve such a terrifying extent of 50 meters of external vital energy release in the bright aperture realm. The Hongmeng Sacred Body is significantly more powerful than these supreme physiques recorded in the texts. It exceeded all understanding. Not only that, but his Dantian meridians were also 3 times more expansive than before. And the accumulated spiritual power was not only more refined than during his first bright aperture breakthrough, but also reached 3 times the quantity. He now felt that even though he was only at the early stage of the meridian opening realm, he could easily compare with mid-stage Chongshu experts, and even had the strength to contend with late-stage Tianxiao practitioners, capable of challenging beyond his rank. In the mortal realm, the 9 major realms each have early, middle, and late stages. The early, middle, and late stages of the second major realm of meridian opening correspond to bright aperture, Chongshu, and Tianxiao. If the early stage of the second realm was this strong, then the future realms. Xiao Yu felt a strong sense of anticipation rising in his heart. After breaking through to the early stage of the second major realm, Xiao Yu did not stop. He chose to continue cultivating and breaking through. The foundation of the Hongmeng sacred body was too profound. Xiao Yu believed he could continue to break through. He would only stop when he felt his foundation was a bit unstable. Soon, he reached the mid-stage of the second realm and broke through again, naturally and effortlessly, almost without any pressure. Normally, each realm of cultivation requires special resources to succeed. Many people need to find the necessary cultivation resources in advance after breaking through one realm to solidify their foundation before they can continue to break through to the next. However, after obtaining the Hongmeng Sacred Body Pill, Xiao Yu directly acquired the Hongmeng Sacred Body, transcending all physiques and skipping over the first realm. Upon reaching the early stage of the second realm, he needed to use silver needles to stimulate the acupoints and rely on the Tianyuan method to open the acupoints. Many sects have this breathing method, and as the former elder brother of Tianyuan Sect, Xiao Yu naturally had no shortage of it. Thus, the early stage of the second realm was not difficult for him. When he reached the mid-stage of the second major realm, the Chengxu realm, he needed to resist the water pressure of 10,000 tons under a waterfall, enduring countless blows. After expelling black impurities through his pores to form a cocoon, he could succeed. But after taking the Hongmeng Sacred Body Pill, the pill's medicinal power had already subjected his body to comprehensive tempering, which was even better than the effects of the waterfall. Therefore, Xiao Yu easily crossed over into the mid-stage of the second major realm. After breaking through, he could vaguely hear the sound of rushing rivers emanating from within him, a manifestation of the rapid flow of spiritual energy. At this moment, Xiao Yu could instantly increase his explosive power fivefold, walking on water as if it were solid ground. He was now comparable to the elite disciples of the inner sect of Tianyuan Sect. I feel like I can continue to break through. Xiao Yu's eyes brightened. The early and mid stages of the second major realm were almost effortless for him. If the Hongmeng sacred body could automatically reach the bright aperture, he might not even need to personally cultivate these two realms. Thus, he was not satisfied. He could sense that his foundation was still very solid and that he could continue to break through. The next realm was the late stage of the second major realm. To break through this realm, he would need to consume the Tongxian pill and maintain clarity on the verge of going mad. A moment's carelessness could sever his meridians. In the immortal martial world, countless cultivators have failed at this realm, ultimately going mad and destroying their meridians, stopping here. However, once successful in cultivation, spiritual energy could flow without obstruction, allowing for 3 days of continuous combat without resting. Xiao Yu murmured, "Fortunately, I already have cultivation experience, so I'm naturally not afraid." The only concern was the Tongxian pill. Thankfully, in the past 2 days, the Book of Creation had given him 2 opportunities. One was the 9 true Tongxian pill, and the other was a formation technique called the 9 Dragons Suppressing Mount Method. A pill appeared in Xiao Yu's hand, glowing with a purple-golden hue, seemingly featuring the shadows of the black tortoise and vermilion bird. As soon as it appeared, it immediately emitted an astonishing aura, as if to provoke a phenomenon in heaven and earth. Fortunately, Xiao Yu quickly concealed it with the Book of Creation, preventing the pill's aura from causing a stir. This pill was also a Tongxian pill, but it was incomparably superior to ordinary Tongxian pills. Without wasting words, after preparing to break through the realm, he swallowed this Tongxian pill. In an instant, he felt the medicinal power surging within him, and the spiritual energy flowed like a vast river. Xiao Yu quickly operated his techniques, and gradually, a golden light band that only he could see formed between his dantian and his brow. This signified that he had reached the late stage of the second major realm. At this moment, among the elite disciples of the inner sect of Tianyuan Sect, who could still contend with him, Xiao Yu smiled. After breaking through to this realm, he no longer feared any threats before the third realm. Even if an early-stage expert from the third major realm of Lingtai came, Xiao Yu was confident he had the strength to fight back. The third major realm of Lingtai was the minimum requirement for inner sect disciples of Tianyuan Sect to become core disciples. The third major realm of Lingtai is also divided into early, middle, and late stages. The early stage is called observing the micro, where one can see through the internal structures of objects and has the ability to see through low-level illusions and perceive the flapping of insects' wings within a 10-mile radius. To successfully cultivate this, one needs to gaze at the changes of the 1,000 illusions Liuli Pearl and Drip Eagle I do into their eyes daily. However, Xiao Yu currently had no cultivation resources for this realm breakthrough. I don't know what kind of creation will be born from the creation diagram next. If I can't break through the realm due to the lack of cultivation resources, I might have to seek other methods. Xiao Yu whispered. He had only just obtained the creation diagram 3 days ago and had not yet figured out what kinds of creations it would produce daily and what the patterns were. However, if the creations produced by the creation diagram were closely related to his cultivation realm, then in the next few days, he would likely see creations similar to the 1,000 illusion glass bead and eagle eye drops. At that time, Xiao Yu wouldn't have to run around like others in search of cultivation resources, some of which could only be obtained through life and death struggles. If this were the case, Xiao Yu would be happy, as long as he could survive and have a continuous supply of cultivation resources without taking risks. He could just wait and watch the upheavals in the world of immortal martial arts, remaining unmoved like a mountain, until the day he becomes invincible across the realms. Going around fighting for life and death, and joking with his own life was something only a fool would do. Such people might not encounter trouble immediately, but sooner or later they would. Moreover, after this life experience and the changes in the world, Xiao Yu had seen through the coldness and cruelty of the immortal martial world. He realized that nothing was more important than himself and the true-hearted people around him. If something happened to him, aside from a few close friends who might feel sorrow, others would not care at all. Some would even take advantage of his misfortune. Only by surviving and growing stronger could he protect himself and those who truly cared for him. It really came true. The creations produced by the creation diagram are indeed closely related to my cultivation realm. In the next 2 days, Xiao Yu quickly grasped the pattern of the creations born from the creation diagram, which was indeed linked to his cultivation realm. On the 4th day, he obtained a Wanhuan glass bead, which was even more advanced than the 1,000 illusion glass bead. On the 5th day, he obtained a bottle of 9 extreme eagle eye drops, which were 10 times more effective than the regular eagle eye drops. Xiao Yu was overjoyed. With the help of these 2 treasures, he successfully broke through to the early stage of the 3rd major realm, the spirit platform realm. From now on, you can fight and struggle, let the world change and the sun and moon collapse. I won't play with you anymore. I want to survive until I'm the strongest. He couldn't help but laugh heartily. After figuring out the pattern of the creations produced by the creation diagram, he was filled with excitement and decided to just survive from now on. Countless cultivators fight for life and death, ultimately for cultivation resources, pursuing powerful strength and long-lasting life. Now, these were within his reach. Only a fool would compete with those poor souls. Moreover, even if he did compete and obtain something, it wouldn't necessarily be stronger than the creations produced by the creation diagram. Time passed, and 2 months flew by in the blink of an eye. The creation diagram continuously produced creations. Xiao Yu's realm kept breaking through, from the initial stage of the 3rd realm to the mid-stage, then to the late stage, and then to the 4th and 5th major realms. His strength grew increasingly powerful and unfathomable. His Yangwang courtyard was also quietly undergoing some astonishing changes. Chapter 8. The junior sister has returned first outside the Yangwang courtyard. Centered around the Yangwang courtyard, within a radius of 20 meters, several formations appeared. There was a hallucination formation. Outsiders entering would easily get lost in the formation unless they were grandmasters of formations or experts above the 5th realm of the mortal realm. Behind the hallucination formation, there were also killing formations. The Earthly Fiend 36 killing formation, the Heavenly Gang 72 transformations subduing dragon formation, and the Big Dipper 7 stars exterminating god formation. In total, there were 9 main killing formations. Anyone below the 6th realm who intruded without Xiao Yu's permission would either be killed or injured. Additionally, there was a 9-dragon isolation formation. From the outside, the courtyard appeared normal, with no visible changes. However, in reality, whatever Xiao Yu did inside the courtyard was hard for outsiders to see, They could only observe a facade. Only when experts above the sixth realm arrived and broke the formations with brute force could they see the truth. And once a sixth realm expert arrived and broke the formation, it would inevitably attract Xiao Yu's attention and vigilance. These formations were learned by Xiao Yu from the creations of the creation diagram, specifically from the Nine-Dragon Mountain suppressing technique. In just 2 months, he had put them to practical use. It must be said that he was already exceptionally gifted. Otherwise, he couldn't have become the top genius disciple of the Tianyuan Sect. And later, transforming into the primordial saint body was even more remarkable, enhancing his comprehension and other cultivation talents comprehensively, making him comparable to a monster. Ordinary cultivation techniques could hardly challenge him. He could grasp them in a glance. Besides the formations, Xiao Yu also acquired an alchemy technique and a crafting technique. He even began experimenting with alchemy and crafting in the courtyard. However, he didn't do it frequently. After learning, he became lazy. Since he had the creation diagram to produce creations, who would still want to refine these things? During his refining process, he discarded some pills or fed them to fish, birds, or dogs. These 3 pets were all brought by junior sister Tianyu. For those that couldn't be fed to them, he buried them under the large tree in the courtyard as nourishment for the tree. Thus, the things in the courtyard were also quietly undergoing changes. The colorful little bird actually shed its feathers and developed a coat of red feathers, gaining a glimmer of intelligence in its eyes. The fish, unnoticed by Xiao Yu, began absorbing the light of the sun and moon. The little black dog grew a size larger in 2 months. Its fur became glossy black, and it was very mischievous. The most impressive part was that it could understand Xiao Yu's words. Sometimes when Xiao Yu wanted it to fetch something, it would quickly bring it back without needing training. When Xiao Yu asked it to do a 360-degree flip, the little fellow would do a 712-degree flip and even ask for a reward. Every time this happened, Xiao Yu would smile knowingly and toss a pill into its mouth. Sometimes, this little fellow would stare at the little bird or the fish for a long time, its eyes filled with curiosity and scrutiny. Xiao Yu was afraid it would eat them, so he repeatedly warned it sternly that if it ate them, he would stew it. This scared the little black dog, making it behave much more obediently. The large tree also underwent changes. It grew thicker and larger, with vibrant green leaves, each seemingly shining with luster. This was just a wild peach tree, but it was noticeably larger than ordinary peach trees. If one observed closely during the day, when the sun was shining, or at night when the moon was out, they would see a faint glow falling on the tree, which the peach tree slowly absorbed. When Xiao Yu sat beneath it to meditate, the peach tree would secretly extend its branches and leaves to shield him from a scorching sun. Day after day, the courtyard was not lacking in vitality. It was just a bit short of human presence. But Xiao Yu gradually adapted to this life. One day, Xiao Yu exited his meditative state, a satisfied smile appearing on his face. With my current strength, I have long surpassed my previous peak. I fear I am no longer afraid of any disciple of the Tianyuan Sect, and even if elders from the Tianyuan Sect come, I might not be unable to fight a few of them. He had already reached the 5th realm of the mortal realm. This 5th realm of the mortal realm is the minimum standard for elders of the Tianyuan Sect. Of course, Xiao Yu did not become complacent because of this, nor did he want to reveal his strength prematurely. Unless absolutely necessary, he would not easily take action. Until he truly reached invincibility, he still needed to cultivate diligently. However, having reached this realm, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He finally had a certain level of self-protection. If experts above the 7th realm did not take action, even a 6th realm expert might not be able to stop him if he wanted to escape. 2 months have passed, and Elder 13 has not returned. Some people have begun to stir, wondering if the time has come. But just then, Xiao Yu sensed that there were suddenly more eyes watching from the shadows. In his mind, the map automatically appeared, and he immediately saw that outside the small courtyard, which had calmed down due to Elder 13's intervention, new red and black dots had appeared today, flickering continuously, hidden in the distant mountains and forests. The golden dot representing him on the map had grown significantly larger, and compared to those red and black dots, it was like comparing broad beans to soybeans. They really don't know when to quit. They think I'm weak and easy to bully? Xiao Yu scoffed. He had already realized that the size of the dots on the map represented the strength of the individuals. Those red and black dots were much smaller than his golden dot, indicating that these people were weaker than him. The fact that they dared to come and covet him when none were stronger than him was simply courting death. However, how could he eliminate these people without raising suspicion from others? Xiao Yu frowned, troubled. Since these people dared to covet him, he naturally would not be polite. But once he took action, it was very likely to attract the attention of Tianyuan Sect, and he feared that he would have to undergo scrutiny, risking the exposure of his secrets. He hadn't even figured out how to explain the formation outside the courtyard yet. Alas, if only his strength were strong enough, otherwise, there would be no need for explanations. Who would dare to speak out? They would all be cut down with a single sword. Xiao Yu felt an increasing desire to grow stronger. Just then, a blood flower suddenly bloomed in the mountains ahead. Ah! A piercing scream rang out. Ning Shi, how dare you slaughter your fellow disciples? An angry roar followed. What does it matter if they are fellow disciples? You bastards dare to have ill intentions toward my senior brother. You all deserve to die. A delicate voice filled with rage rang out, and the next moment, the mountains and forests erupted with whipped shadows. Terrifying spiritual energy fluctuations surged continuously, and a fierce battle broke out, destroying large areas of the forest. My junior sister is back. Hearing the commotion, Xiao Yu was immediately surprised and stood up from under the peach tree in the courtyard, his gaze sharp as he looked toward the source of the fighting. When he was at Tianyuan Sect, he had become a disciple under the former sect master and was the first disciple of Tianyuan Sect's first peak. Later, his master took in a female disciple named Ning Shi, who became his junior sister. Unfortunately, his master had fallen 10 years ago during a breakthrough attempt, leaving only him and his junior sister to rely on each other. Xiao Yu had a very good relationship with his junior sister, and it could be said that he had taught her much in her cultivation. He seemed like a senior brother, but was more like a master to her. However, during the time Xiao Yu had encountered his troubles, his junior sister was not in the sect. She had been dispatched to the Mingyuan cave, 1,000 miles away, to eradicate demons. It was rumored that demonic cultivators had reappeared in Mingyuan cave, causing chaos in the area, and had already gained some momentum. After learning this, Tianyuan Sect took it very seriously and sent a core disciple from each peak to slay the demons and uphold the righteous path. Ning, she was one of those dispatched at that time. Xiao Yu did not expect his junior sister to return today. Now, seeing her immediately attacking those who were secretly coveting him, even risking the heavy crime of slaughtering fellow disciples, Xiao Yu felt a deep sense of emotion rise in his heart, but he also began to worry about her in silence. Concerned that she might be at a disadvantage against these people, Xiao Yu prepared to take action to help her, for his junior sister. He did not care about exposing himself. Bang, bang, bang. But just as he grabbed a few stones in his hand, he saw a commotion in the distant forest, with figures being sent flying. That group hiding in the shadows, coveting him, had been found by his junior sister. His junior sister Ning, she was somewhat terrifying, like a fierce tiger charging into a flock of sheep. Those people were not her opponents and were being pushed aside by her unstoppable momentum. Xiao Yu was astonished, thinking that it seemed his junior sister had improved her cultivation quite a bit during the time she was away. Run! This woman has gone mad. We're no match for her. Soon, terrified and urgent voices rang out. That group was either injured or killed by his junior sister, and the survivors, seeing the situation was not good, called out and quickly fled. You bunch of scoundrels, don't run. Ning, she chased after them, angrily shouting, unwilling to give up, as if she wanted to kill them all. Xiao Yu saw a petite figure in red swiftly retreating. Junior sister. Xiao Yu immediately recognized it was his junior sister Ning Shi. He wanted to call out to her, but there was no time. Oh no! Then, Xiao Yu's expression changed as he seemed to think of something. There was a rule in Tianyuan Sect. Friendly sparring was allowed among fellow disciples, but mutual slaughter was absolutely forbidden. Anyone who dared to violate this rule would face severe punishment. The lightest punishment would be the loss of cultivation and expulsion from the sect, while the heaviest would involve being sent to the law enforcement hall to be sentenced to death. Xiao Yu was worried that his junior sister would get into trouble, and without a word, he rushed out of the small courtyard, heading toward Tianyuan Sect. Whoosh! But just then, a powerful gust of wind suddenly attacked him from behind. Someone was ambushing Xiao Yu. Chapter 9. A disgrace to the sect, Xiao Yu sensed danger and felt a strong malice approaching him. He instinctively wanted to fight back. He could feel that the person attacking him from behind was not weak, but they were no match for him at all. With just a casual wave, he could turn the person who was ambushing him into ashes. He was anxious to save his junior sister and did not have time to consider anything else. But just as he was about to strike, a massive white light dot on the map in his mind rushed toward him from the direction of Tianyuan Sect. Xiao Yu had no choice but to suppress his urge to strike and braced himself to take the blow from behind. Bang! He was punched in the back, and his body was sent flying. Puff! As Xiao Yu fell through the air, he spat out a mouthful of blood, appearing as if he had been injured. However, in reality, he was not hurt at all. He had already channeled his spiritual energy to his back to prepare for defense before taking the hit. As for the blood, he had secretly agitated his chest cavity to create a disguise. Immediately, Xiao Yu used the momentum to roll his body and stabilize himself. When he turned around to look, he was immediately shocked. "Who are you? Why did you attack me? What grievances do I have with you?" Behind him stood a figure completely wrapped up, with even their face concealed, only a pair of cold eyes visible. "You've forgotten so quickly. The senior brother really is forgetful." Upon hearing Xiao Yu's words, the mysterious person slowly removed the mask from their face, and soon, a familiar face appeared before Xiao Yu, wearing a sinister and cruel smile. "It's you." This was a male youth, and upon seeing his face, Xiao Yu recognized his identity. He was a disciple from Tianyuan Sect who had committed crimes within the sect when Xiao Yu was still the senior brother. This person was named Zhou Feng. Relying on his status as an elite disciple of Tianyuan Sect, he openly intervened in secular disputes, helping members of his family escape punishment for serious crimes and exterminating innocent commoners oppressed by his family, sparing not even children. He even toyed with the women of rival families to death before exterminating them. He was not a demonic cultivator, yet his actions were comparable to those of one, if not worse, with methods that were appalling. According to the rules of the cultivation world, aside from the 5 major sex assignments, no cultivator was allowed to casually intervene in secular disputes. The secular world was the foundation for cultivators, and those who shook that foundation would be severely punished. Originally, Zhou Feng sought benefits for his family, which is nothing unusual. After all, cultivators are also human and have their ties. However, Zhou Feng's mistake was that his family was already in the wrong. It would have been fine if he had not repented, but instead, he acted as an accomplice and exterminated all the victims' families, leaving no trace. This compounded his errors and undermined the foundation of the cultivators, which crossed the line. This was unforgivable. After clarifying the facts, Xiao Yu, despite Zhou Feng's desperate pleas, submitted the evidence of his crimes to the Law Enforcement Hall of Tianyuan Sect. Once the Law Enforcement Hall verified it, they sentenced him to the punishment of having his cultivation abolished, suffering the 3 cuts and 6 holes punishment, and being expelled from the sect. After that, Xiao Yu never saw this person again in Tianyuan Sect. He thought Zhou Feng might have died like a stray dog in some corner, but unexpectedly, he showed up here again. Moreover, judging from Zhou Feng's recent actions, it seemed that his cultivation was still intact. What was going on? The senior brother finally recognizes me. My longing for you over these days and nights has not been in vain. Today, we meet again, and my heart is greatly comforted. Zhou Feng smiled, but his smile was sinister, giving off a chilling feeling. Xiao Yu felt no fear in his heart, but he couldn't help but appear very surprised on the surface and asked, "What do you want? Didn't you have your cultivation abolished? Why are you here now? And with such powerful strength?" "Abolished?" Upon hearing Xiao Yu's words, Zhou Feng's face immediately showed a hint of mockery and disdain as he sneered. "Senior brother is truly a bit naive. Do you really think everyone in Tianyuan Sect is as just and selfless as you? What do you mean?" Xiao Yu frowned. Zhou Feng smiled lightly. "Naturally, the elder of the Law Enforcement Hall has a handle in my hands, a handle he has to compromise on. Under his intentional leniency, I naturally escaped a disaster. In the end, I was just expelled from the sect like you. But unlike you, senior brother, I was not abolished. While you are now just a waste." "What? The elder of the Law Enforcement Hall actually has his handle in your hands?" Xiao Yu found it hard to believe. "Can't believe it, can you?" "I think it's unbelievable too, but sometimes things are just like that. One must say that fate plays tricks on people. Zhou Feng said with a tone of mockery. What handle do you have? Xiao Yu asked. Zhou Feng replied, I can't tell senior brother about that. Xiao Yu was silent for a moment, and then said, So, you came to find me for revenge? Zhou Feng nodded. Revenge is just one aspect. Secondly, I want to waste words. I asked senior brother to transcribe all the classics and techniques you've learned in the sect over the years and hand them over to me. In exchange, I can give senior brother a quick death. Otherwise, senior brother should know what I am capable of. Once I go mad, I could do anything. You wouldn't want to suffer a fate worse than death, would you? He smiled with a row of teeth, like a venomous snake finally baring its fangs, exuding an exceptionally dangerous aura. Hearing his threat, Xiao Yu laughed. Do you think you have me firmly in your grasp? Attacking me here? Aren't you afraid of drawing the attention of Tianyuan Sect? Even though I have been abolished, after so many years in Tianyuan Sect, I still have some true friends. Aren't you afraid they will retaliate against you later? Zhou Feng sneered. Fortune comes from danger. Moreover, I'm not the only one coveting senior brother. Just now, your junior sister Ning, she has already killed quite a few people. Now that no one is here, as long as the aftermath is handled properly, who would know it was me who attacked senior brother? It seems you have been plotting for a long time. Xiao Yu sighed, realizing that there were indeed people coveting his former cultivation techniques. Zhou Feng was probably not the only one, nor would he be the last. He was curious and wondered if this guy had some treasure that concealed his aura. His fortune map had not discovered anything. Zhou Feng nodded. I have been hiding here for more than 2 months, so I have considered it clearly. Senior brother, don't blame me. Thanks to you, I am now without a sect and without cultivation resources. Hearing that senior brother has lost his cultivation and been expelled from the sect is a great opportunity from heaven for me. How could I miss it? He stepped forward. Senior brother was once the top genius disciple of Tianyuan Sect, with strength reaching the 4th realm. The techniques you cultivated must be extraordinary. I can only reluctantly accept them. You really deserve to die. Xiao Yu looked at him and sighed. Zhou Feng was stunned for a moment and then sneered. Senior brother has good composure. At this time, you can still say such things to me. His eyes gradually turned extremely cold. This is not a place for talking. I will take senior brother away from here to a quieter place. If senior brother is unwilling to write it out himself, that's fine. I happen to know a soul-searching technique that will surely make senior brother wish for death. Xiao Yu, however, stopped wasting words with him and suddenly shouted loudly to the surroundings. Elder 13, since you are here, why not make a move now? Are you waiting for this guy to take me away? Elder 13? Upon hearing this, Zhou Feng was suddenly startled and quickly looked back, but saw nothing. Then he laughed. At this point, senior brother is actually using such a trick to deceive me. You might as well stop struggling. If it weren't for my observation over these past 2 months, knowing that Elder 13 no longer cares about your life or death, how could I have acted? Oomph. Just as he finished speaking, he suddenly realized in horror that a line of blood had appeared on his throat. Elder 13 appeared before him like a breeze. He glanced at him coldly and sneered. Then you are mistaken. I will indeed make a move. How is that possible? Zhou Feng, hearing Elder 13's words, was filled with shock. Then his head was severed from his body, and his corpse fell to the ground, his eyes wide open, rolling to one side. Seeing this, Xiao Yu finally breathed a sigh of relief, then quickly got up from the ground and bowed to Elder 13, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Elder 13, for intervening. You have saved me once again. Elder 13 still had that indifferent demeanor, saying, no need to thank me. It is my duty to fulfill a promise. Since I promised Lin Fan to keep you safe until he returns, I will naturally keep my word. He added, I didn't expect a disgraced outcast to dare come back to stir up trouble. Truly, it is not worth mourning. This can be considered cleaning up the sect. Xiao Yu replied, regardless, I still have to thank Elder 13. Before I appeared, it seemed you knew I was already here? Elder 13 suddenly frowned and asked. Xiao Yu was startled and quickly said, I just tried shouting out in desperation, not expecting Elder 13 to really come. Is that so? Elder 13 scrutinized him deeply. Finding nothing unusual, then sneered, consider yourself lucky. All right, since you are fine, I will take my leave. He prepared to leave as well. Elder 13, please wait. But Xiao Yu called out to him. What else do you want? Elder 13 stopped and looked at him. Xiao Yu bowed. My junior sister has returned and just killed quite a few people. She is likely to face great punishment. I would like to ask Elder 13 to take me to the sect. I want to save her. Ning, she has returned? Elder 13 was surprised upon hearing this. Xiao Yu hurriedly recounted what had just happened. After listening, Elder 13 immediately scanned the surrounding forest with his powerful divine sense, and his expression became serious. Attacking fellow sect members and using lethal force is a serious crime. You don't want me to save her, do you? Although I am the 13th elder of the Tianyuan Sect, this little girl has a temper that suits my taste. However, with such a serious crime, if you wanted help, I'm afraid I can't do much. The 13th elder said. Xiao Yu quickly replied, No, I have a way to save my junior sister, but we need to hurry to the sect. Otherwise, I fear time will run out. So I hope the 13th elder can take me along. You have a way? Then what are we waiting for? Hurry, the 13th elder said in surprise. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Yu felt a large hand grasping his shoulder, lifting him up completely. Chapter 10. A disturbance in the Tianyuan Sect, a sensation of spinning and shifting reality washed over him. Even though Xiao Yu had already reached the 5th realm of the 9 realms of the mortal world, the Dongxi realm, and had begun to explore spatial rules, he still felt a slight dizziness. He secretly marveled. Is this the spatial teleportation ability of someone above the 6th realm? The 13th Elder's strength is indeed profound. At this moment, the 13th Elder was actually taking him and directly tearing through the void to teleport through space. Xiao Yu understood even more that his current strength was still vastly different from these experts. He still needed to continue developing himself. After an unknown amount of time, suddenly, as if only a breath had passed, Xiao Yu felt a brightness in front of him. Wei arrived. The 13th Elder's voice rang out, indicating they had reached the Tianyuan Sect. Xiao Yu glanced around and saw many familiar sights. They had indeed arrived at the Tianyuan Sect. This situation is a bit dire. That girl Ning, she has caused quite a commotion, startling the entire sect. Suddenly, the 13th Elder frowned slightly and spoke. He released his powerful divine sense and instantly learned a lot. 13th Elder, how is Ning she doing now? Xiao Yu couldn't help but feel a tightening in his heart and asked. The 13th Elder shook his head and sighed. She has caused a disturbance in the sect and has already been captured. Many disciples have been injured or killed, both from the outer and inner sections. Anyone who had a conflict with you has escaped her revenge, including Pang Fei, who sent someone to deal with you, and the disciple Wan Yin Yuzhu. Pang Fei was beaten within an inch of his life, while Wan Yin Yuzhu was in the sect and thus escaped a calamity. Having said that, he paused and continued. Now, your junior sister is in the council hall, awaiting the sect master's judgment. Many elders have already spoken, wanting to punish her for rebellion and slaughtering her fellow disciples. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yu felt darkness clouding his vision. His junior sister had such a fiery temper. While he felt touched, he couldn't help but feel a bit angry. Instead of coming to find him first upon returning, she created such a huge mess. Although it was to vent for him, it had escalated too much, and she might even lose her life over it. Fortunately, you have a way to save her. Otherwise, she would be in dire straits this time. The 13th Elder sighed. Xiao Yu felt a blockage in his heart. He actually had no real way. He had only said that to the 13th Elder to get him to bring him back quickly, hoping to arrive early enough to stop his junior sister from causing more chaos. Unfortunately, it was still too late. That sect scum had wasted a lot of his time. And plus, the Yangguan courtyard was somewhat far from the Tianyuan Sect, although it was still at the foot of the mountain. It was 4 or 5 miles away from the sect's main gate. He truly had no way of knowing or stopping what his junior sister had done on her way from Yangguan courtyard. Now that he heard all this from the 13th Elder, he felt a sense of despair. But his junior sister was the most important person to him in this world. He couldn't just watch her die. What should he do to save his junior sister? Should he watch her die for the sake of the future? Or risk everything to save her and possibly fail, leading to both of their deaths? Even with the treasure, like the creation map, Xiao Yu knew that his strength was still too weak, and it was impossible to rescue his junior sister from so many experts in the Tianyuan Sect. It seemed to have become an unsolvable deadlock. What to do? What to do? Xiao Yu's heart was engulfed in tremendous torment and pain. Today's creation, 9 transformation heavenly phoenix saint body pill. Taking it can produce a heavenly phenomenon of 9 phoenixes ascending, immediately transforming into the 9 transformation heavenly phoenix saint body, ranking among the top 10 physiques in the immortal martial world, comparable to the 9 transformation heavenly dragon saint body. Just as Xiao Yu was in despair suddenly, today's creation arrived. It was a 9 transformation heavenly phoenix saint body pill. Xiao Yu was momentarily stunned. Today's creation is actually this? But he already possessed the Hongmeng saint body, the strongest physique, so this 9 transformation heavenly phoenix saint body pill was of no use to him. Although the 9 transformation heavenly phoenix saint body is also one of the top 10 physiques in the immortal martial world, it cannot be compared to his Hongmeng saint body. So Xiao Yu naturally would not forsake the main for the trivial. Suddenly, Xiao Yu seemed to have thought of something, and his eyes brightened. He quickly turned to the 13th elder and asked, 13th elder, I heard that a great era belonging to us cultivators has arrived, and the legendary top 10 supreme cultivation physiques have appeared. If the Tianyuan Sect were to have cultivators with these top 10 physiques, the sect would surely pay great attention, right? The 13th elder raised an eyebrow at his words and said, Why do you ask this? But that is certainly the case. The top 10 supreme cultivation physiques have not appeared for many years. Each time one appears, it's enough to shake the entire immortal martial world, causing various sects to vie for it. Any sect that can obtain one of the top 10 physiques will gain 500 years of good fortune. If they gain several, it would be even more remarkable. The sect's future would surely be incredibly bright. Xiao Yu said, but what if this top 10 physique had a huge conflict with the sect before it was discovered, even offending the sect and killing many of its members, violating the sect's bottom line? The 13th elder replied, then it would depend on the nature of the conflict between them and the sect. If it is understandable, the sect should reconcile with them and not push them to the limit. After all, that is a top 10 physique. If our sect cannot get along with them, even if we have the ability to kill them before they grow, other sects will not just sit by and watch. If they intervene, it will be difficult to accomplish. Moreover, once a top 10 physique joins another sect, it would spell great trouble for our Tianyuan Sect. If the sect's higher-ups are wise, they would never easily offend such a person, and most likely would compromise to try to get them to join the sect, or at least ease the conflict. Xiao Yu said, but what if some people in the sect insist on putting such a person to death? The 13th elder glanced at him with a sidelong look, sneered, and the sword in his arms rang out softly. Then we have to ask whether they can withstand the wrath of so many sect leaders. My sword is not without its advantages. Is that so? Xiao Yu whispered, his eyes flickering, and he felt a bit more assured in his heart. Hey, why are you asking so much? Your junior sister is about to be sentenced, and she might lose her life. How can you still have the leisure to ask these questions? The 13th elder returned to his senses and couldn't help but speak irritably. Xiao Yu replied, 13th elder, let's go to the council hall. At the same time, in the Tianyuan Sect's council hall, Ning Shi, dressed in fiery red, had now been captured tied up tightly and brought to the center of the council hall. Many elders of the Tianyuan Sect had appeared, and the sect master was also present in the hall. Everyone's gaze toward Ning Shi was filled with coldness. Disciple Ning Shi of the first peak, you dare to kill your fellow disciples and disturb the peace of the sect, provoking the wrath of heaven and the resentment of the people. You are truly a rebellious person who disregards the sect. Now that there are witnesses and evidence, it can be confirmed that you have committed the heinous crime of slaughtering your fellow disciples and disrespecting the sect's laws. As the sect leader, I hereby sentence you to death on behalf of the Tianyuan Sect. You will be taken to the law enforcement hall shortly, where your execution will be carried out in front of all the members of the Tianyuan Sect. Do you have anything to say? The cold voice of the sect leader echoed in the hall. Ning Shi had killed many fellow disciples, and this matter had been witnessed by many disciples and elders of the Tianyuan Sect, making it impossible to wash away. I refuse to accept this. Upon hearing the sect leader's words, Ning Shi immediately shouted, Oh, what do you refuse to accept? The sect leader asked. At this moment, others in the hall looked at Ning Shi with disdainful sneers, wondering how this disciple could still be so defiant at such time. Ning Shi raised her snow-white neck, appearing unafraid as she said, The people I killed were all deserving of death. My senior brother had made so many contributions for the sect and created countless benefits for it. Who among these people did not benefit from him? But how did the sect treat my senior brother? How did these people treat my senior brother? Just because of a single defeat. My senior brother lost his cultivation and became a useless person. The sect ruthlessly abandoned him in that remote and desolate place of the Yangguang courtyard, without even providing him with food and necessities, leaving him to fend for himself, showing no kindness at all. And those people, before my senior brother was rendered useless, did not dare to utter a single word in front of him. Now that they see my senior brother has been crippled, they have grown bold and want to take revenge on him. Some even have their eyes on my senior brother, planning to extract the cultivation secrets he once practiced. Such ungratefulness, bullying the weak and fearing the strong, with malicious hearts, don't they deserve to die? I merely did something in accordance with heavenly principles. What crime have I committed? If you want to convict me, shouldn't you first address the issue of the Tianyuan Sect's corrupt conduct? No matter how great the Tianyuan Sect is, can be greater than heavenly principles? As soon as Ning Shi finished speaking, a chorus of furious voices erupted in the hall. Arrogant. Outrageous. A group of elders turned red in the face and shouted angrily. An overwhelming aura was released from them, filling the hall as if they intended to crush Ning Shi. Ning Shi's words made them feel humiliated, as if they had been slapped in the face multiple times. Even if you kill me, I still do not accept. Facing the terrifying aura of the many elders, a trace of blood oozed from the corner of Ning Shi's mouth, but she still held firm. Her fair face showing defiance and tenacity, with not a hint of submission. Sect leader, there is no need to waste words with her. This girl is stubborn. I suggest we send her immediately to the law enforcement hall. One elder, seeing the situation, spoke coldly. Agreed. Agreed. Others echoed in unison. The sect leader's expression darkened at this moment, and he said, "All right, then send her to the law enforcement hall for execution." However, before he could finish his sentence, a loud voice interrupted. Wait. Chapter 11. Willing to bet my life, all elders in the assembly. Who dares to make a commotion? As soon as the voice rang out, an elder immediately stood up and scolded in the assembly hall. It is I. The voice of Xiao Yu sounded as he stepped into the assembly hall with the 13th elder. Xiao Yu, the sect has already expelled you and given you a small courtyard as a place to stay. How dare you violate the Tianyuan Sect's prohibitions and enter the sect without permission? According to the sect leader's orders, you shall be executed. The appearance of Xiao Yu immediately caused an uproar, and an elder shouted at once. Senior brother. Ning Shi was momentarily taken aback. She did not expect her senior brother to arrive at this time. It was I who brought him here. If you want to punish him, you can punish me instead. But do you dare? The 13th elder stepped forward, standing in front of Xiao Yu, facing the many elders in the assembly hall. His gaze swept over them, his tone calm, but exuding an invincible dominance, as if he did not regard anyone in the hall. Cough, cough, 13th elder, you jest. Since Xiao Yu was brought here by the 13th elder, we will not hold it against him this time. However, why has he returned? As soon as the 13th elder finished speaking, the elder who had just targeted Xiao Yu immediately lost his imposing aura, awkwardly smiling as he spoke. Others also turned their attention to Xiao Yu, no longer targeting him. It seemed that the people in the hall were somewhat wary of the 13th elder. The 13th elder snorted lightly at this. Xiao Yu felt a bit touched. The 13th elder had helped him once again. Although the 13th elder was acting on Lin Fan's behalf, Xiao Yu knew that if the 13th elder did not genuinely want to help, he would not need to be so proactive in speaking for him. He remembered this favor. At the same time, he secretly pondered that the 13th elder might not be as simple as he imagined. Without wasting any more words, Xiao Yu directly addressed everyone in the assembly hall. I am here to stop you from executing my junior sister. You want to stop us? Upon hearing Xiao Yu's words, an elder was taken aback, then sneered, clearly dismissive. What do you have to stop us with? You are no longer a disciple of the Tianyuan Sect. You are just a useless person from the Yangguang courtyard. Do the sect's important matters allow you, to interfere? He then coldly shouted at Xiao Yu. Hurry up and get out of here. This time, for the sake of the 13th elder, we will let you off. But if you dare to meddle in the affairs of the celestial sect as a mere mortal again, You will be cast into reincarnation and find it difficult to be reborn. Get out! Get out! The elders shouted in unison, their voices filled with authority, creating a tremendous sense of pressure that made the air feel suffocating. The sect leader sat above with a blank expression, coldly observing everything, making it hard to discern what he was thinking. However, judging from his previous attitude toward Xiao Yu, he likely did not care much about Xiao Yu. Senior brother, you can't save me. You should leave. In this lifetime, being able to be your junior sister is already very satisfying for me. If there is a next life, I would be willing to be your little junior sister again. At this moment, Ningxi looked at Xiao Yu with sadness in her eyes. She had some admirers in the Tianyuan Sect, one of whom was very loyal and of decent character. The moment Ningxi returned to the Tianyuan Sect, that person informed her about the recent major events in the sect, mainly concerning Xiao Yu. When Ningxi returned to the first peak and did not see Xiao Yu, she was instantly enraged upon hearing that he had been expelled from the sect. She could not contain her anger. She also heard that after her senior brother lost all his cultivation and was expelled from the sect, that Wan Yin Yuzhu actually distanced herself from him. And her cousin Pang Fei even targeted her senior brother in secret. Unable to tolerate it any longer, Ningxi directly went to settle accounts with those two. After venting a bit, she immediately went to the Yangwang courtyard to see her senior brother's current situation, only to find so many people secretly coveting him and wanting to harm him. At that moment, having regarded her senior brother as a close relative, she could no longer endure the anger and killing intent in her heart and killed several people on the spot. She continued to chase down the fleeing ones, killing her way into the sect and not stopping until she had killed several disciples, which finally attracted the elders, leading to her arrest and conviction. Junior sister, don't worry, with your senior brother here, you won't die. However, upon hearing her words, Xiao Yu only smiled at her. Ningxi was stunned, looking at her senior brother's familiar smile, unsure where he got his confidence from. Her senior brother had no cultivation at all now, and she had committed such a serious crime. How could he save her? He, really giving face, but not wanting it. Xiao Yu, we have been quite tolerant of you. Now you are merely a mortal body, yet you dare to speak wildly in front of us, the cultivators above the sixth realm, time and again. Do you really think we are dead? Before Ningxi could speak, an elder in the discussion hall immediately became angry. Who are they? They are high-ranking figures of the Tianyuan Sect. Looking across the entire central continent, among those sitting here, apart from the useless Xiao Yu, who can walk out, that isn't comparable to a major figure. Yet, they are being repeatedly disrespected by a useless person making wild claims about their decision to punish a disciple. Normally, not to mention a useless person, even cultivators below the fifth realm would show great respect upon seeing them. Xiao Yu's attitude today has truly offended their dignity. In the discussion hall, the gazes of the Tianyuan Sect elders turned icy as they looked at Xiao Yu, like daggers. The execution of my junior sister concerns the sect's fortune for the next 500 years. Are you all truly unwilling to let me finish speaking? If the Tianyuan Sect does not want its fortune for the next 500 years, then I will leave now. As for my junior sister, I only want to say that if you are really determined to execute her, then it will be the loss of the Tianyuan Sect, and you will ultimately pay a heavy price for it, believe it or not. However, Xiao Yu was unafraid, smiling faintly as he spoke. Are you threatening us? An elder frowned and asked, and others immediately flashed cold glints in their eyes. Bold, you dare to threaten us, seeking death. Another elder, unable to hold back, shouted angrily, slamming the table and standing up, then directly struck towards Xiao Yu with a palm, carrying terrifying pressure and a destructive aura. Xiao Yu's expression changed slightly, but just then, the 13th elder beside him waved his hand, neutralizing the attack without a trace. Seeing the 13th elder intervene, the elder who had just attacked was momentarily stunned. I think you all better let Xiao Yu finish speaking first, the 13th elder said nonchalantly. 13th elder, he has repeated this. An elder couldn't help but speak up, but before he could finish, the sect master interrupted him. Since the 13th elder has said so, let him finish. I can give him a chance. I want to hear what he claims concerns our Tianyuan Sect's fortune for 500 years. The sect master spoke, his gaze dark as he looked at Xiao Yu, saying, You better be telling the truth, Otherwise, even with the 13th elder's protection, I fear I will still have to punish you." Upon hearing the sect master speak, the other elders in the discussion hall were slightly taken aback. And then they fell silent, all looking at Xiao Yu. "Speak. How does the execution of your junior sister concern the Tianyuan Sect's fortune for the next 500 years? The sect master then said to Xiao Yu indifferently. Ning, she was also drawn in by their words, somewhat confused about how she was related to the sect's fortune for the next 500 years. At this moment, the 13th elder also looked at this young man with some curiosity. "Then you all listen well. My junior sister cannot be killed because she is a 9-turned celestial phoenix sacred body. If you want to kill her, the entire Tianyuan Sect will face a backlash." Xiao Yu spoke directly and loudly in front of everyone. "What? 9-turned celestial phoenix sacred body? Just her?" As soon as Xiao Yu's voice fell, it immediately caused an uproar and shock in the discussion hall. Everyone's gaze turned incredulously towards Ning Shi, unable to believe it. This is simply nonsense. Every disciple of the Tianyuan Sect undergoes a physical examination before entering the sect. If she were a 9-turned celestial phoenix sacred body, we should have known long ago. How could it only be revealed now? Soon, an elder came back to his senses, waved his sleeve, and scoffed disdainfully. "Xiao Yu, I didn't expect that to save your junior sister. You would even fabricate such a lie. Do you really think we elders are blind? Speak. What punishment should you face for daring to fool us?" One after another, elders reacted, glaring at Xiao Yu and shouting. Even Ning, she couldn't help but open her mouth slightly, staring in shock at her senior brother. The 13th elder's eyelids twitched, and he recalled the questions Xiao Yu had asked him before coming to the discussion hall. At this moment, it was as if he understood something. Xiao Yu said, "I absolutely did not deceive you. My junior sister is indeed a 9-turned celestial phoenix sacred body. It's just that before entering the sect, to prevent someone from plotting against her, my master used a method to conceal her aura. This method is related to me. Only I can unlock it. Now that my junior sister is in imminent danger, I cannot care much and can only have the 13th elder bring me back to inform you all. If you do not believe me, you can arrange a room for my junior sister and me. Once I unlock the concealment method, everything will become clear." At this point, Xiao Yu paused and sarcastically added, "Surely, those present are not worried a useless person like me would take my junior sister away in front of you all?" Upon hearing Xiao Yu's words, the group of elders in the discussion hall immediately furrowed their brows, looking at each other in confusion. The sect master also had a flicker of his eyes, looking at Xiao Yu and asking, "Is what you said true? Do you know what the consequences will be if you dare to deceive us? If Ning Shi really is a 9-turned celestial phoenix sacred body, then it is indeed extremely important for the Tianyuan Sect." Xiao Yu smiled confidently. "I am willing to bet my life on it." Chapter 12. Celestial Phoenix in the Sky, willing to bet my life on it. Upon hearing this, the expressions of everyone in the discussion hall became serious, filled with astonishment. As the former top prodigy disciple of their Tianyuan Sect, they knew Xiao Yu was not the type to act recklessly. All eyes focused on Ning Shi, thinking, could this girl really be a 9-turned celestial phoenix sacred body? Whoosh! At that moment, an elder could no longer hold back, flashing to Ning Shi's side. "Let me check first." He then directly grabbed one of Ning Shi's wrists and placed his hand on it to cast a spell for investigation. However, after just one check, he frowned, finding no special characteristics in Ning Shi's physique. Other elders, seeing this, couldn't help but curiously ask, "Fifth elder, how is it?" The 5th elder finally let go, sighed, and shook his head. "I can't find anything." Seeing this, Xiao Yu sneered. "It's useless. The shielding method my master used is very special. Even a celestial being cannot see it in this world. Cultivators below the 9th realm cannot detect it. Only after I unlock the shielding method can it be examined. You better be telling the truth." Upon hearing his words, the 5th elder coldly snorted. The sect master stood up and issued an order. "Someone pass my command. Prepare a room for them, and let Xiao Yu help Ning Shi unlock the aura shielding." "Yes." Upon hearing the sect master speak, someone immediately responded. Xiao Yu quickly said, "Wait, I haven't finished speaking. What do you still want to say?" Everyone paused and looked at him. The sect master frowned. Xiao Yu smiled. "The room I need cannot be in the Tianyuan Sect." As his voice fell, the elders of the Tianyuan Sect and the sect master were all taken aback for a moment. Then their expressions turned cold, filled with hostility. Xiao Yu hurriedly explained, "Everyone, please don't misunderstand. I have no ill intentions. It's just that to unlock the seal on my junior sister's aura, we need to be at least 100 miles away from the sect to avoid being suppressed by the sect's fortune. Otherwise, it could affect me and prevent me from unlocking the concealment method, and if backlash occurs, it could even harm the 9-turn celestial phoenix sacred body, which would be a loss." He added, "If you don't believe me, you can arrange the location of the room, and then you just need to take me and my junior sister there. Everyone present can follow along to avoid worrying that I might do something." Just because you're a useless person, do you think you can play tricks in front of us? You really overestimate yourself. As soon as he finished speaking, an elder immediately scoffed, clearly dismissing Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu smiled slightly. "Since you're not afraid, what is there to worry about?" The elders of Tianyuan Sect remained silent upon hearing this. They didn't know if Xiao Yu was speaking the truth, but they prefer to believe there might be something to it. The matter concerned the 9 transformations celestial phoenix sacred body, which had a significant impact on the future of the sect, so they had to take it seriously. "Fine, I agree to your request. But you better not play any tricks on us," the sect master finally spoke. Xiao Yu merely smiled faintly. The sect master didn't say much more and immediately had someone arrange things according to Xiao Yu's wishes. "Sect master, the room is ready," someone soon reported. The sect master of Tianyuan nodded and looked at Xiao Yu. "I hope you won't disappoint us." His tone was flat, but it carried an undercurrent of cold threat and warning. Xiao Yu just nodded and cupped his hands in response. However, he was cursing inwardly. "A bunch of bastards. Just wait. I won't let you easily obtain a supreme physique." Originally, Xiao Yu felt a bit of loyalty to the sect, even after he was expelled following his incapacitation. He had some sentiments about the harshness of the world, but he didn't hold much resentment. After all, many core and elite disciples of Tianyuan Sect had died trying to save him, and he knew he bore no responsibility. Everything was due to being betrayed by insiders in the sect. Yet he felt guilty. Thus, he silently accepted the sect as punishment and never voiced his dissatisfaction. He came to the discussion hall this time with the hope that Tianyuan Sect would let his junior sister go, and he would allow them to have a 9 transformations celestial phoenix sacred body, which would benefit both sides. But he didn't expect that upon seeing his junior sister in trouble, he had to return to rescue her, and this group of old-timers treated him with disdain, threatening him with life and death, seeing him as an ant, and flaunting the so-called majesty of high-level cultivators without giving him any face, completely disregarding past kindness, and forgetting the contributions he had made to the sect, treating him like a complete stranger. Such an attitude ignited Xiao Yu's true anger. His current strength was insufficient to confront these old-timers directly, but he could still make them suffer a significant indirect loss. 100 miles away from the sect, he would have his junior sister take the 9 transformations celestial phoenix sacred body pill, and the arising phenomenon would surely attract many experts from the central continent to come and seize it, enough to make these old-timers suffer. The location coordinates have been confirmed. Let us go. Then, a group of people followed the sect master of Tianyuan into a teleportation array. It was generally not preferred for one person to transport so many people at once due to the immense energy consumption. So, a spatial teleportation array became an excellent means for large sects to traverse the void. Of course, not every sect had such a void teleportation array. Whether small or large, it was not something an ordinary sect could afford to create. Only powerful forces like the 5 major sects of the central continent, such as Tianyuan Sect, had the substantial strength and capital to possess such facilities. Whoosh! Once again, there was that familiar feeling of spinning and shifting. However, this time, Xiao Yu did not feel dizzy. In fact, this was not his first time using such a teleportation array. As the former top disciple of Tianyuan Sect, he had used it many times. Compared to the instantaneous movement of experts above the 6th realm, teleportation arrays were somewhat steadier. After all, those above the 6th realm varied in temperament. Some were slow, and some were fast, which influenced their experiences. It was hard to tell how much time had passed, but it felt like just a moment before Xiao Yu and his group finally appeared from the void, arriving at a secluded courtyard over 100 miles southeast of Tianyuan Sect. The courtyard was relatively hidden, with no one around, clearly a private property of Tianyuan Sect. They arranged the location here, evidently to avoid anyone discovering the appearance of the 9 transformations, celestial phoenix, sacred body. But after Xiao Yu glanced around, he merely sneered in his heart. Once the 9 transformations, celestial phoenix, sacred body pill, was consumed and the phenomenon occurred, could this group of old-timers really conceal it? Just wait and see the show. All right, you can start now. I'll stand by and watch. The sect master of Tianyuan spoke at this moment. The other elders were also watching from the side. However, Xiao Yu shook his head. That might not be possible. Kid, what other tricks do you want to pull? We have been patient enough with you. Don't push it. As soon as Xiao Yu finished speaking, the sect master and the group of elders turned gloomy, with one elder even shouting angrily. Xiao Yu cursed inwardly at the old dogs. Yet on the surface, he smiled and explained, "Everyone, don't misunderstand. I don't want to pull any tricks. It's just that unsealing the energy mechanism may involve my junior sister's reputation and innocence. She is a girl who hasn't even come of age. You can't bully a young girl, right? Tianyuan Sect prides itself on being a righteous sect and a model among the immortal martial sects of the Central Continent. You're all esteemed predecessors of the immortal martial way. Do you really want to be shameless and take advantage of my junior sister? What nonsense are you talking? Who wants to take advantage of her junior sister?" The group of elders turned red in the face upon hearing this, feeling embarrassed. Even though they didn't usually appear so serious, and some had kept young and Navi concubines. Being publicly ridiculed by Xiao Yu naturally required them to maintain some dignity. They couldn't lose the title of esteemed predecessors. Then why can you? An elder couldn't help but ask in a gruff voice. Xiao Yu chuckled. Because only I can unseal my junior sister's energy mechanism, and she is the most important person in my life. I wouldn't casually take advantage of her or ruin her innocence, but others might not be the same. If you think that is not acceptable, then you can unseal the energy mechanism yourself. The elder who spoke was choked up, feeling a bit exasperated. Enough. The sect master of Tianyuan couldn't take it anymore and scolded them with a dark expression, stopping the elders from continuing. He looked at Xiao Yu and said, "How long will it take to unseal the energy mechanism?" Xiao Yu pondered. "It shouldn't take long." "Definitely not more than half an hour." The sect master nodded. "All right, then you and your junior sister will unseal the energy mechanism here, and we will wait for you outside." "Thank you," Xiao Yu bowed. The sect master said no more and led the group of elders out of the courtyard, while also setting up a barrier around the courtyard to prevent Xiao Yu and his junior sister from escaping. Before leaving, Elder 13 was asked by Xiao Yu, "Please help me and my junior sister set up a restriction to prevent outsiders from seeing what happens inside." Elder 13 nodded slightly and waved his hand, setting up a restriction that made it impossible for outsiders to probe. Soon, the courtyard was left with only Xiao Yu and Ningxi. "Brother," with no one else around, Ningxi expressed her true feelings, looking at Xiao Yu with concern in her eyes. She feared that the 9 transformations, celestial phoenix, sacred body, didn't exist at all, and Xiao Yu was risking everything to save her, leading both of them to their doom here. "Brother, I'm sorry," she said softly, her beautiful face lacking the rebelliousness and fiery temperament she had in front of others. Seeing her like this, Xiao Yu felt a pang of affection in his heart. He sighed with a smile and reached out to ruffle her hair. "Silly girl. You came back and didn't even come to find me first. Who told you to go seek revenge for me? Let us see if you dare to be so impulsive in the future." "Brother, I was wrong," Ningxi said upon hearing this, and then changed the subject. "But, senior brother, this time we are afraid we can't escape. I know very well that I am not the 9 transformation, heavenly phoenix, sacred body. Senior brother, you shouldn't have come to save me." She wanted Xiao Yu to quickly abandon her and escape, but she knew it was pointless to say these things now. How could one run away in front of the sect leader and so many elders? It was impossible. "Silly girl. Who says you're not the 9 transformation, heavenly phoenix, sacred body?" However, upon hearing Ningxi's words, Xiao Yu let out a sneer. Ningxi was stunned. Could it be true what senior brother said? She thought this was just an excuse made up by him to save her. Xiao Yu said arrogantly, If I say you are, then you are, understand? Senior brother. Ning, she wanted to say something more, but was interrupted by Xiao Yu. All right. You don't need to say anything more. Just listen to me. As long as you do as I say, we, as senior and junior siblings, will be able to overcome this crisis, understand? Please go on, senior brother. Ning, she saw that Xiao Yu's expression had turned serious and did not seem to be joking. Although she still had doubts in her heart, she finally nodded in agreement. Then, Xiao Yu whispered something in her ear. That warm breath made Ning Shi's ears flush and her heart race in panic for a moment, but she felt no rejection. Instead, there was an inexplicable sense of shyness and joy. However, as Ning Shi listened, her eyes gradually widened, as if she had heard something incredible. I remember everything, senior brother. After Xiao Yu finished speaking, Ning Shi nodded. Xiao Yu said, Good, since you remember everything, then take this pill. As he finished speaking, he handed the 9 transformation Heavenly Phoenix Sacred Body Pill to Ning Shi. Ning Shi's eyes widened in curiosity and confusion. Xiao Yu smiled slightly and said, After you take this pill, you will understand. Upon hearing this, Ning Shi said nothing more and did not worry that senior brother would harm her. She took the pill and moved to the side, swallowing it in one gulp. Boom! In an instant, the world changed, and astonishing phenomena appeared. 9 golden heavenly phoenixes emerged in the sky above the small courtyard, emitting clear phoenix cries that reverberated through the heavens and the earth. It stirred the surroundings. Chapter 13. Triggering competition outside the secluded small courtyard. After coming out, a group of elders from the Tianyuan Sect and the sect leader couldn't help but feel excited. They hoped that Ning, she was indeed a 9 transformation heavenly phoenix sacred body. If so, our Tianyuan Sect would effortlessly gain a top disciple with one of the 10 supreme physiques, taking the lead over other sects, and the future would be immeasurable. Xiao Yu wouldn't dare to deceive us. If he did, both he and his junior sister would be doomed today. The legendary 9 transformation heavenly phoenix, one of the 10 supreme cultivation physiques, even if it couldn't compare to the strongest innate Tao body, sacred fetus, and chaos sacred body, it wouldn't be much weaker. If we could take her as a disciple and cultivate her, her master could also leave a mark in history and even break through the limits. Everyone did not leave the small courtyard too far, stopping about 10 meters away, then turning around, their eyes nervously fixed on the small courtyard. They all had dreams in their hearts, full of expectations for the future, each longing to take one of the top 10 physiques as a disciple. Boom, boom, boom. Just as they finished speaking, suddenly, the heavens and earth shook. The sect leader and a group of elders were startled, as if they sensed something, and all looked up at the sky. Caw! Then a loud phoenix cry came from the sky. The sect leader and the elders were shocked. They looked up at the sky and saw 9 golden heavenly phoenixes appearing above the small courtyard. Each golden phoenix was enormous, emerging from the void, making clear and loud cries, spreading their long wings, dragging their golden tails, chasing and intertwining in the sky, forming a spectacular and peaceful scene. They were shining with golden light, illuminating the world, emanating an aura of nobility and sanctity, with countless golden light rains dancing around them, making them look majestic and unattainable. Between the 9 golden heavenly phoenixes and the small courtyard below, there seemed to be an inexplicable connection, as if an invisible energy was descending from the sky, resonating with someone in the courtyard. This was the phenomenon of the 9 transformation heavenly phoenix sacred body coming into existence. The heavenly phoenixes soaring. Xiao Yu did not deceive us. Ning, she truly is the 9 transformation heavenly phoenix sacred body. Ha ha! Heaven bless our Tianyuan Sect, allowing us to have our first disciple with a top 10 physique. Marvelous, marvelous. Seeing this scene, the sect leader and a group of elders were first stunned, then quickly came to their senses, as if they understood something, and couldn't help but burst into hearty laughter, immensely satisfied, their mouths grinning from ear to ear. Sect leader, it seems we need to reconsider our punishment for Ning Shi. An elder spoke up at this moment. The sect leader nodded seriously upon hearing this. Indeed, it needs to be reconsidered. A 9 transformation heavenly phoenix sacred body is one of the seeds of our sect's future and must not be dealt with recklessly. An elder's eyes flickered, and he immediately stood up and said, Sect leader, in my opinion, Xiao Yu, as our sect's top disciple, has made numerous contributions. Although he suffered a setback in the Demon Sky battlefield, merits and faults should not be confused. We have already dealt with him for his faults by expelling him from the sect, but we have never properly rewarded him for his merits, with him still having merits. There are many inside our Tianyuan Sect who harbor ill intentions and even plot against him. Such scoundrels not only persecute Xiao Yu, but also disrespect our sect's authority. This is a grave crime and should be punished. Ning Shi, as our sect's first peak disciple and a core disciple, has eliminated those with ulterior motives, which should be seen as cleaning our sect's ranks and should not be considered crime. On the contrary, it should be rewarded. I now request that upon returning to the sect, we grant Ning Shi a great merit. Agreed. Agreed. With the elders' words, other elders chimed in agreement. If Xiao Yu were here at this moment, seeing how quickly these old-timers changed their faces, he would surely be astonished. It seemed everyone understood the situation. In fact, this was also how I thought, so the sect leader of Tianyuan Sect, seeing that a group of elders had said this, sneered inwardly. A group of opportunistic old fools. Do they really think he doesn't understand their intentions? If he doesn't speak well for Ningxi now, how could he hope to take her as a disciple later? Moreover, Ningxi is now a 9-transformation heavenly phoenix sacred body. As long as no unexpected accidents happen, once she grows up, she will become a top powerhouse in the world, far stronger than these old-timers. Offending such a future powerhouse is truly unwise. However, on the surface, the sect leader did not express this. After hearing everyone's words, he also took the opportunity to agree. These old-timers will change with the wind. Does our Tianyuan Sect leader really look foolish? The 9-transformation heavenly phoenix sacred body, the legendary top 10 supreme cultivation physique. The sect leader of Tianyuan Sect also wants to take disciples. The 13th elder, holding a treasured sword, leaned against the side. Observing the expressions of this group of Tianyuan Sect high-ranking officials, and sneered slightly. Sect leader, esteemed elders, please wait. I have something to say. But before the sect leader could finish speaking, someone suddenly interrupted. Everyone looked towards the sound and saw the Grand Elder stepping forward. Does the Grand Elder have any objections? Everyone couldn't help but show surprised expressions, and the sect leader immediately asked. The Grand Elder said, "The sect master and fellow elders have misunderstood. I have no objections to this handling. Rather, I believe that not only should we reward Ning Shi, but we should also reward Xiao Yu. As the 7th elder mentioned earlier, we have already punished him for his mistakes, but we have yet to properly reward him for his merits. If it were not for him this time, our Tianyuan Sect would likely have missed out on a supreme physique, which would be an immeasurable loss for us." At this point, he continued, "Therefore, I dare to request that the sect grant a merit to Ning Shi while also rewarding Xiao Yu. We should not dampen the spirits of our sect's contributors." The group of elders and the sect master exchanged glances upon hearing his words. Unsure of what this old man was trying to say, they had just stated that merits and faults were separate, primarily to provide Ning Shi with a reasonable excuse and a way out. As for Xiao Yu, who was considered useless, who will want to waste energy on him? If the 10 supreme physiques had not appeared, that would be one thing, but now that they have, Xiao Yu's value to them is even more negligible. Now the Grand Elder was actually speaking up for this useless Xiao Yu? Could it be that he wanted to ask for a pill to reshape Xiao Yu's meridians and have the sect master order him to return to the sect? Was he not afraid of offending the sect master? It should be known that the current sect master might not want Xiao Yu to return to the sect. Xiao Yu was a disciple of the former sect master, and had the former sect master not fallen due to an accident, Xiao Yu might have been the future sect master instead of the current one. Xiao Yu was like a former crown prince of a secular dynasty. While the current sect master took over after the previous emperor, who was also the father of the former crown prince, passed away, there was great caution between the two. Xiao Yu was a useless person, which barely put the sect master at ease. Sure enough, the sect master's brows furrowed, and his expression turned cold as he addressed the Grand Elder. What does the Grand Elder mean by this? The Grand Elder, undeterred, bowed and said, "I wish to ask the sect master and the elders to allow Xiao Yu to return to the sect and reward him with a sacred pill to reshape his meridians. I am willing to take him and his junior sister Ning Shi as my disciples and will wholeheartedly cultivate them for the future of our Tianyuan sect. Originally, the sect master and the elders were somewhat puzzled by his earlier words, but when he mentioned taking disciples, they suddenly seemed to understand, their expressions shifting to one of realization. Immediately, they all looked at the Grand Elder, anger rising. Grand Elder, you shameless old thief. We thought you were being kind by speaking for Xiao Yu, but it turns out you just want to snatch disciples from us. I declare that from today onwards, Ning Shi will be my personal disciple, the 7th elders. No one is allowed to compete with me. What do you mean your personal disciple? She clearly is my disciple. The 8th elders. No, she is mine, the 9th elders. A group of them immediately began to act out a scene of competing for disciples, their faces flushed with anger, nearly coming to blows, losing all dignity of the once proud Tianyuan sect, resembling bickering vendors in a marketplace. The 13th elder shook his head in disbelief. Meanwhile, the Grand Elder felt a sinking sensation in his heart. He only wanted to take advantage of the situation to take Xiao Yu and the 9-turned Tian Phoenix sacred body under his wing to eliminate a potential threat. But he was misunderstood by these old fools. The sect master's face darkened. A group of old fools wanted to compete for disciples, giving him a headache. Enough! Suddenly, he shouted, silencing everyone. All eyes turned to the angry sect master. He scanned the elders with a dark expression and said, "What are you fighting over? What is there to fight about? Don't you see where we are? Is this a place for you to squabble? Are you not afraid of making a scene and attracting the attention of other experts? We will discuss everything once we return to the sect." The sect master was right. This was not the sect, and they needed to remain calm. Upon hearing his words, everyone finally quieted down. But just then, the sect master suddenly changed his expression as if he had realized something. "Sect master, what's wrong?" An elder asked upon seeing his reaction. The sect master looked up at the sky and said, "The abnormal phenomenon in the sky has lasted too long. Ning Shi, we need to quickly find a way to conceal this phenomenon. Otherwise, if we are late, it may attract the attention of other experts, and they might come to snatch her away." What? The elders were taken aback by his words, feeling a sense of urgency. "Ha ha! The heavens do not disappoint me. Today, I have unexpectedly encountered a good disciple." But just as they finished speaking, a sudden cackling laughter echoed through the heavens and the earth, accompanied by an overwhelming aura appearing not far away, shaking the very heavens. "Old lady, be polite. That is clearly my disciple." Before the Tianyuan Sect's experts could respond, another powerful expert appeared, his aura equally formidable. "The 9-turned Tian Phoenix sacred body is also fated to be with me. You two should respect the elderly and love the young. Don't compete with this old man." As soon as the expert finished speaking, another stooped, white-haired old man appeared, arriving in a flash. He looked even older than the old lady. "What, yours or his? In the immortal martial world, everything is determined by strength. The strongest is the one who claims it, and I have come." But before the old man finished speaking, a tall, imposing middle-aged man appeared, exuding an oppressive aura. They all appeared simultaneously, drawn by the emergence of the 9-turned Tian Phoenix sacred body, coming to snatch it away. Chapter 14. A delicate situation. 4 figures appeared, 2 of which were middle-aged. One was dressed in white, handsome, and exuding an otherworldly aura, while the other wore a wide red robe, looking enchanting. With his entire appearance in red, even his hair and eyebrows, he radiated a dominating presence. The other 2 were an old woman and an old man. The old woman leaned on a cane, while the old man appeared frail and aged. However, all 4 of them possessed an aura that seemed to shake the heavens and earth with their every move, making it impossible for anyone to underestimate them. Especially the cane in the old woman's hand, which was not an ordinary item, but rather an important treasure of hers. They appeared from 4 directions, standing at 4 positions not far from a small courtyard. Upon seeing this scene, the faces of the Tianyuan Sect members darkened. Immediately, the sect master stepped forward, releasing a powerful aura as he looked at the 4 and said loudly, "Are you 4 friends disregarding my Tianyuan Sect? I am the sect master of Tianyuan Sect, and this small courtyard is the private property of our sect. The 9-turned Tian Phoenix sacred body within belongs to our disciple. Although our disciple's aura inadvertently startled you for, your uninvited arrival is rather disrespectful. Today, we have no intention of hosting guests, so please leave at once. Oh, so you are from Tianyuan Sect. Upon hearing the sect master's words, the man in white was momentarily surprised, then smiled. Interesting. His voice was magnetic with a bubble-like tone and a sense of grandeur, but he showed no intention of leaving. Seemingly unafraid of Tianyuan Sect. Bang! The old woman suddenly struck her cane against the ground, causing the earth to tremble, and a dull sound echoed, as if it struck the hearts of everyone present. She stepped forward a few paces, looking at the people of Tianyuan Sect with a twisted smile on her wrinkled old face, and coldly said, "What of Tianyuan Sect? You say this small courtyard is yours, but does that mean it truly belongs to you? The nine-turned Tian Phoenix sacred body has emerged, and we are all witnesses. You claim she is your disciple. Do you have any proof?" The elders of Tianyuan Sect were furious upon hearing this. They all turned to the old woman and scolded her. The Tianyuan Zong has no need to lie. The person in the small courtyard is indeed a disciple of our sect. You should stop your nonsense. If you want to snatch our disciple, there is no way. Hurry up and leave. Do the four of you really want to go to war with Tianyuan Zong? Hee. Hearing the words of the elders, the white-haired old man let out a chilling laugh that made one feel a sense of dread. He raised his head, revealing a pair of cold, sinister eyes, and looked at the people from Tianyuan Zong, speaking in a low, hoarse voice. War? You Tianyuan Zong are so overbearing. Do you really think you are one of the 5 major sects of the Central Continent, invincible and unopposed? Little do you know in our eyes. You are merely a frog at the bottom of a well. If you truly wish to go to war with us, then let us fight. I, an old man who has practiced for a lifetime, will not be intimidated or threatened. I also want to measure how strong the 5 major sects of the Central Continent truly are now. At this time, the man in red stepped forward with his hands behind his back and spoke powerfully. That's right. If you Tianyuan Zong cannot provide evidence that the newly emerged 9 transformation Heavenly Phoenix Sacred Body is indeed your disciple, then we will have no choice but to fight. In the end, whoever wins will take the 9 transformation Heavenly Phoenix Sacred Body. As his voice fell, a powerful aura was released from the 4 of them, and a terrifying pressure slowly rose, as if the space itself was about to be crushed. Their attitude was extremely firm, showing no fear of the so-called 5 major sects of the Central Continent, and they were eager to recruit the 9 transformation Heavenly Phoenix Sacred Body. The sect master of Tianyuan Zong and the elders all turned pale upon seeing this, simultaneously sensing the aura of the 4, apart from the sect master and the 13th elder. The other elders also showed a look of heaviness and apprehension. The feeling these 4 gave them was too strong. If a war were to break out, they might not gain any advantage. The 4 in front of them were likely experts above the 9th realm. They didn't even know where these 4 had come from, having never seen them before. It seemed that there were no traces of these 4 in the other sects either, indicating they were likely mysterious experts who had been in seclusion for a long time. A group of people looked at each other, aware that if they didn't present evidence proving that Ning Shi, the 9 transformation Heavenly Phoenix Sacred Body, was their disciple, they wouldn't be able to resolve this matter peacefully today. How about this? In my opinion, mere words are not enough to convince the crowd here, who are not easy to fool. Let this 9 transformation Heavenly Phoenix Sacred Body come out and prove herself in front of all of us. If she is indeed a disciple of your Tianyuan Zong, then we shall leave. But if she is not, then we will have to let our fists do the talking. Lest people say we acted tyrannically and unreasonably. What do you think? The middle-aged man in white also took note of the changes in the expressions of the Tianyuan Zong crowd and spoke up at this moment. Is this true? As soon as the man in white said this, one of the elders from Tianyuan Zong couldn't help but ask. The others from Tianyuan Zong cast him reproachful glances, somewhat displeased. Everyone was silent, and he was the first to speak. By doing so, didn't he show weakness? It made it seem like Tianyuan Zong was actually afraid of these 4. But the words had already been said, and there was no way to take them back. The 4 powerful figures all secretly smiled at this scene, feeling a bit more confident about the strength of Tianyuan Zong. The sect master of Tianyuan Zong then looked at the other 3 and asked, Do you three share the same opinion as him? The red-clothed man nodded slightly and replied calmly, I agree. The old woman also spoke up. The white-haired old man frowned, seeming somewhat unwilling, but ultimately nodded. All right. Since the three of them agree, I reluctantly consent as well. Seeing this, the sect master of Tianyuan didn't waste any more words and directly sent the seventh elder to the small courtyard to call Ning Shi out to prove herself. These four experts were very formidable. If there was no need for war, he didn't want to fight. The seventh elder received the order and, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, walked into the small courtyard. Inside the small courtyard, all the restrictions had been lifted. The 9 heavenly phoenixes in the sky had all transformed into 9 streams of light and entered Ning Shi's body, and the phenomenon had vanished. Ning Shi had completed the transformation into the 9 transformation heavenly phoenix sacred body. Her pretty face was filled with joy as she looked at Xiao Yu, unable to contain her excitement. Hush! But Xiao Yu quickly signaled her with his eyes. Ning Shi immediately obediently closed her mouth, forcibly suppressing her joyful mood. Then, under Xiao Yu's arrangement, she pretended to faint on the bed in a room behind Xiao Yu. At this moment, Xiao Yu had already heard that 4 powerful experts had arrived outside, and he felt the immense strength of these 4. He also overheard the conversation between them and the sect master of Tianyuan and the elders outside. This was not beyond Xiao Yu's expectations. He had specifically arranged for Tianyuan to bring Ning Shi here for her transformation, intending for the astonishing phenomenon produced during her transformation into the 9 transformation heavenly phoenix sacred body to attract such fearless experts. Only with such strong figures arriving could Tianyuan truly face a reckoning. Thinking back to the attitude of Tianyuan people towards him and his junior sister earlier, he felt a surge of resentment. He couldn't let this group of old geezers have it easy. If it weren't for today's 9 transformation heavenly phoenix sacred body pill, his junior sister's life might not have been saved. This group of old geezers was not good people. Xiao Yu, what's wrong? Has the energy seal on my junior sister been fully transformed? If so, let her come out quickly. We're in big trouble and need her to explain in person. Just then, the 7th elder from Tianyuan pushed the door open and walked in, speaking to Xiao Yu. When Xiao Yu saw him enter, his expression had already returned to normal, as if he knew nothing, and he asked in confusion, 7th elder, what happened outside? Alas, the 7th elder sighed and then briefly recounted the events that had just occurred outside. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yu immediately showed a surprised expression and said, how could this be? Don't say any more. Quickly let your junior sister come out. The 7th elder shook his head, appearing unwilling to say more, and urged, Xiao Yu, this might not be possible. The 7th elder's expression changed instantly. What do you mean? What is not possible? A sudden sense of foreboding arose in his heart. Xiao Yu replied, I've lifted the energy seal on my junior sister, but perhaps due to long-term concealment. Her current physical condition is very delicate. She has already fainted and will need 3 days to wake up fully. Moreover, for the next 3 days, no one can move her body even a little, nor can anyone wake her up. She must wake up naturally, otherwise, it could severely affect the complete transformation of a 9 transformation heavenly phoenix sacred body and cause extremely serious consequences. What? How could this be? The 7th elder's face changed upon hearing this. Xiao Yu said, I don't know, but this is the situation. It's a method left by my master. Perhaps he was overly cautious. Is there any other way to wake her up without affecting her? The 7th elder quickly asked. Xiao Yu shook his head helplessly. I have no way. If I had a way, I wouldn't be telling you all this. The 7th elder's face immediately turned bitter. Then, as if he thought of something, he quickly darted into the room to check. Xiao Yu didn't bother to stop him. Ning Shi's body was perfectly normal. If any problems could be found under normal circumstances, it would be a miracle. Sure enough, after the 7th elder's investigation, no issues were found, while Ning Shi lay in the room, appearing to be in a deep sleep. Her delicate face calm and serene. The 7th elder felt quite helpless upon seeing this. What should we do now? How are we supposed to negotiate with those 4 great demons outside? The 7th elder's expression was as if he had eaten a bitter melon. Xiao Yu remained silent, merely sneering inwardly. The subsequent matters were no longer his concern, and he could just sit back and watch the show. Before long, the seventh elder sighed and walked out of the small courtyard. The sect master of Tianyuan Sect and the other elders quickly learned of the situation, and they were all astonished. The sect master even had two elders come in to confirm it again. After confirming that Ningxi's condition was indeed as Xiao Yu had said, they all cursed inwardly. Why didn't you mention that lifting the seal might cause her to sleep for 3 days? The fifth elder, one of those who came in to verify, could not help but vent his frustration at Xiao Yu after seeing Ningxi's state. Xiao Yu innocently replied, I didn't know it would turn out like this. You've put us in a dangerous situation. The fifth elder, seeing the situation, had no choice but to leave angrily. It's all your fault, you old bastards, Xiao Yu thought, secretly laughing behind their backs. Chapter 15. Watching the tiger fight from the mountain after the fifth elder came out, he informed the sect master of Tianyuan Sect of the truth. Upon hearing this, the sect master's face darkened, and his mood plummeted to the lowest point. Sect master, what should we do next? According to that brat Xiao Yu, Ningxi can't move now, and we might have to wait here for 3 days. Those 4 people outside are still not settled. The fifth elder asked through a secret transmission to prevent the 4 men in white from overhearing. The sect master's eyes flickered a few times, then he also responded through secret techniques. At this point, we can only fight. The 9 transformations Heavenly Phoenix Sacred Body is one of the 10 supreme physiques. We cannot give up. The fifth elder nodded in agreement and sighed. It seems we have no other choice. Then the 2 of them communicated with the other elders, who all slightly nodded in agreement. The sect master also informed the 13th elder of the situation and emphasized, 13th elder, our Tianyuan sect is in a critical situation right now. Even if you're dissatisfied with the sect, as a member of Tianyuan Sect, you must do your part. Please join us in resisting the strong enemy to prevent the 9 transformations Heavenly Phoenix Sacred Body from being taken away. After listening, the 13th elder was momentarily stunned, then nodded. However, his expression became somewhat strange. For some reason, he suspected that there might be some trickery involved from that brat Xiao Yu. That kid is not someone to be underestimated, but he didn't voice his thoughts. Of course, the communication among the high-ranking members of Tianyuan Sect was also done through secret transmission. Tianyuan Sect, what's going on? It's been quite a while, and we still haven't seen you bring the person out. What is happening? At the same time, after waiting for a long time without seeing the people from Tianyuan Sect bring anyone out, the man in white spoke up. He and the other 3 had grown somewhat impatient. At this moment, all 4 of them wore cold smiles, their gazes towards the people of Tianyuan Sect turning unfriendly. You Tianyuan Sect are not trying to fool us, are you? The 9 transformations Heavenly Phoenix Sacred Body is clearly not one of your disciples, yet you insist it is. Do you think you can take her away right under our noses? The man in white said. Then he scoffed. If that's the case, you must be dreaming. If it really comes to that, we'll have to see if this cane in the old woman's hand agrees. The old woman sneered, releasing a powerful sense of oppression. No matter what Tianyuan Sect or Yuan Sect you are, if you dare to deceive this king, you will pay the price, the man in red said, his intimidating presence not weaker than the old woman's. Sigh. I haven't made a move in a long time. It seems I need to let my fist taste blood today, the old white-haired man murmured, but his voice clearly reached the ears of everyone present, carrying an invisible, chilling, killing intent. Upon seeing this, the members of Tianyuan Sect felt their expressions stiffen and their mood turned heavy. They had already begun to prepare in secret. The sect master of Tianyuan Sect, with a serious expression, looked at the 4 men and said, Friends, to be honest, our sect's disciple has indeed encountered a situation and needs to sleep for 3 days before awakening. It is inconvenient for her to meet with you right now. If you could be patient and wait for 3 days, I assure you that our disciple will meet with you to verify her identity. What do you think? We already gave you an opportunity, but you couldn't bring her out. Now you change your tune and say you need 3 days. After 3 days, will you come up with another excuse? What a Tianyuan Sect. Do you really think we can be bullied? The man in red coldly snorted, his voice like thunder, and waved his hand in extreme dissatisfaction. As his voice fell, the man in white, the old woman, and the white-haired old man all released an astonishing, murderous intent simultaneously. Clearly, they were enraged. Now, immediately, hand her over, or we will fight. The old woman shouted angrily. Hand her over. The white-haired old man stepped forward, his gaze sharp as an eagle. The man in white laughed coldly and said, Tianyuan Sect, since you cannot bring her out to prove her identity, then we can only say that the 9 transformations Heavenly Phoenix Sacred Body currently has no sect or faction, and anyone has the right to take in disciples. We all want to take in disciples. If you Tianyuan Sect want to keep her, you should retreat, and we won't hold it against you. But if you want to participate in the contest, then we can only fight. Then let's fight. A Tianyuan Sect elder, upon hearing this, felt his anger rise and couldn't tolerate it any longer, speaking up. They felt extremely aggrieved. Clearly, Ningxi was their disciple. Yet now these 4 insisted she wasn't one of them and wanted to compete for her. Such unreasonable arrogance, and they couldn't even provide an explanation. Furthermore, Tianyuan Sect was one of the 5 major sects of the Central Continent, always looking down on others and forcing them. When had it ever been their turn to be pressured by others? This feeling was unbearable for the high-ranking members of Tianyuan Sect. Moreover, they could never give up the 9 transformations Heavenly Phoenix Sacred Body. It was one of the seeds for the future of the sect. And before the other 10 physiques had been found and brought back, it was an essential foundation that could not be easily lost. Thus, facing the 4, they could only fight. Tianyuan Sect, are you truly willing to fight? If a battle breaks out, someone may fall today. Are you sure you want to proceed? The old woman said with a cold smile, looking at the experts of Tianyuan Sect with some disdain and contempt. Her demeanor deeply provoked the experts of Tianyuan Sect. Old woman, are you threatening us? Do you think we are all cowards? If it comes to a fight, we don't know who will fall first. The Tianyuan Sect elder responded, clearly displeased. All right, since you are so confident, then let's fight. The old woman, upon hearing this, was not angry but smiled calmly. The sect master of Tianyuan Sect saw this and also spoke up, then let us fight. He knew that this battle must happen today. There was no way to avoid it. Only by winning could they protect Ningxi, the 9 transformations Heavenly Phoenix Sacred Body. All right, let's have our battle in the sky, so we don't destroy this small courtyard below. My good disciple is still in this small courtyard, and I don't want the aftermath of our battle to hurt her. Otherwise, my old wife will be heartbroken, the old woman said. Sure, that suits me just fine, the leader of Tianyuan Sect said, showing no fear. Then let's begin. The man in red said domineeringly. As soon as his words fell, whoosh, 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 this group of people transformed into a long rainbow, soaring into the sky. Boom, boom, boom. Before long, an astonishing battle erupted between the 2 sides, and the terrifying waves of the battle swept in all directions. 2 middle-aged men, the old woman, and the white-haired old man temporarily formed an alliance to fight against Tianyuan Sect. The battle was intense, with various techniques unleashed. In the sky, only the remnants of their fights could be seen. Each of them exuded a terrifying aura, their spiritual energy vast as the sea, as if blazing suns were colliding, which was truly astonishing. Finally, it's starting. Go ahead, I'll just sit here and wait for you to finish. Seeing the scene from the courtyard below, Xiao Yu smiled. This was the effect he wanted. This time, those 4 experts were clearly extraordinary. Through the map of the transformation diagram, Xiao Yu could see that their strengths were comparable to the leader of Tianyuan Sect, stronger than other elders. The 13th elder was somewhat mysterious at first. He appeared similar to the other elders, but when they truly engaged in battle, the point representing him on the map grew significantly, almost rivaling the leader of Tianyuan Sect, and even seemed slightly stronger. Xiao Yu was secretly shocked, not expecting the 13th elder to be so powerful. At the same time, feeling the terrifying waves coming from the sky, although he was far away, Xiao Yu still felt a chilling sensation. He thought to himself that luckily these experts weren't fighting on the ground. Otherwise, even he, a 5th-stage cultivator, might have been killed by the battle's aftermath. From the special combat techniques these people exhibited, it was clear they were at least 7th-stage experts. Xiao Yu saw many formidable manifestations of pressure in the sky, which was astonishing. This was an ability only 7th stage and above experts could possess, and the 7th stage was known as the manifestation realm. Taking this opportunity, Xiao Yu quietly compared himself to these individuals. He soon shook his head, The gap was still vast, and he needed to continue working hard to cultivate. In this battle, both sides fought with genuine ferocity. Some even bled and were heavily injured. In the end, someone was killed, perishing in this world. It was an elder of Tianyuan Sect who was insufficiently strong and was slain. Xiao Yu was astonished. The conflicts among cultivators were indeed perilous. But what surprised him even more was that this battle ended after half a day. Tianyuan Sect surprisingly emerged victorious in the end. I didn't expect Tianyuan Sect to have such a swordmaster. We concede this time. Let's go. The 13th elder displayed great might, frightening the 4 experts away. However, Tianyuan Sect also lost several elder experts. When they returned to the small courtyard, each of them had a heavy expression. Seeing this, Xiao Yu felt no guilt. On the contrary, he felt he had finally taught this group of old fools a lesson and vented some frustration. As for the fallen elders, their attitudes towards him and his junior sister in the Tianyuan Sect's council hall had not been friendly, so their deaths were no loss. In the next 2 days, Tianyuan Sect faced several more battles. The emergence of the 9 transformations celestial phoenix body not only attracted the attention of the previous 4 experts, but also caught the eyes of other masters. Some experts arrived late, including those from the other 4 major sects of the central continent, and they fought against Tianyuan Sect. Within 2 days, 3 more elders of Tianyuan Sect fell. The sect suffered significant losses, and even the leader himself had 2 fingers crushed in the fight, expending tremendous effort to regrow them. Xiao Yu was somewhat satisfied, feeling only regret that no truly righteous and overpowering expert had come to challenge Tianyuan Sect. Otherwise, he would have hoped for them to suffer a double loss. However, just as he had this thought, on the 3rd day, a truly extraordinary expert appeared, arriving at this place and defeating all the Tianyuan Sect experts. Even the 13th elder was no match for this person and was defeated in 1 move. The terrifying might of this individual instilled great fear in Tianyuan Sect. This girl has a connection with me. I want to take her as my disciple. Will Tianyuan Sect release her? If not, I will destroy your sect right now. After Ning, she awakened. This extraordinary expert spoke domineeringly. She was, in fact, a tribulation immortal. Chapter 16. Senior brother, I'm leaving. What is a tribulation immortal? In the mortal realm, there are 9 realms, with the 9th realm being the tribulation crossing realm. If one succeeds in crossing the tribulation, they can ascend to become an immortal. However, those who fail the tribulation have only 2 possibilities. Either they die and turn to ash within the tribulation, or they self-slice at the last moment during the heavenly tribulation, managing to survive and becoming an existence slightly stronger than those in the tribulation crossing realm, but weaker than true immortals. This is the tribulation immortal. Tribulation immortals in the mortal world possess undeniable strength and absolutely belong to the strongest ranks. However, once one becomes a tribulation immortal, it also means that they will almost never ascend to the immortal realm again, unless the tribulation immortal can safely pass through the tribulation of 7 tribulations that occurs every 1,000 years. This is nearly impossible. Even the strongest tribulation immortal cannot surpass the realm of immortals without the recognition of the heavenly path of the immortal realm, cannot be guided to the immortal realm, cannot undergo the true baptism of immortal spiritual power and complete their transformation. The 7 tribulations are far more terrifying than the heavenly tribulation faced when ascending to the immortal realm, and 99 of tribulation immortals will perish during the 7 tribulations. Those who can survive all 7 are extremely rare and seldom seen in the world. Their lifespan is only 7,000 years, and this is under the condition that they smoothly pass the first 6 tribulations. If they cannot even pass the first tribulation of immortality, they will have only 1,000 years left. Now, a tribulation immortal has appeared in this small courtyard, which has greatly shocked Tianyuan Sect. The members of Tianyuan Sect did not dare to underestimate her, and it took her seriously. Even though she was just a tribulation immortal, she was a cultivator who survived the heavenly tribulation, already one of the top experts in this mortal world. More importantly, all their 5 major sex tribulation immortals had fallen, and they had lost contact with their ancestors who had ascended to the immortal realm. They had lost their support and reliance. Therefore, Facing a tribulation immortal was truly a great pressure. It was quite possible that she could single-handedly annihilate the entire sect, which would be terrifying. Senior, to be honest, the 9 transformations celestial phoenix body you're interested in is already a disciple of our Tianyuan sect, and it seems we have never offended you. Why are you targeting us? According to the predictions of the Heavenly Machine Pavilion, a grand era for cultivators has arrived, and there are already 10 supreme physiques appearing in the mortal world, such as the innate Tao body and the chaotic body, which are stronger than the 9 transformations celestial phoenix body. Why not seek them out? Faced with the pressure of this tribulation immortal, the leader of Tianyuan Sect truly felt helpless and patiently tried to dissuade her from taking the 9 transformations celestial phoenix body. But before he could finish his words, he was ruthlessly interrupted by a wave of her sleeve. Humph. Stop talking nonsense with me. I only ask you, will you give it or not? I only want to take the 9-turn heavenly phoenix sacred body as my disciple. I don't want anyone else. Then she said, I will give you 3 breaths to consider. If you don't agree, then there is no need for your Tianyuan sect to exist. Her attitude was extremely strong and domineering. The sect master of Tianyuan sect felt a bit unwilling and spoke up. Senior, are you not afraid that the tribulation immortals of our Tianyuan sect and our ancestors who have ascended to the immortal realm will come down again? Are you threatening me? Upon hearing this, the tribulation immortal immediately shot a cold glance at the Tianyuan sect master. That sharp gaze instantly exploded like 2 bolts of lightning in the sect master's mind, causing him to stumble back 2 steps, his face slightly pale. The others were secretly shocked. Indeed, this was a tribulation immortal, and just a glance was enough to force back the sect master of the 9th realm. Such strength was truly terrifying. The tribulation immortal then sneered disdainfully. Humph. Do you really think I don't know that all the tribulation immortals of the 5 major sects in the central continent have long fallen? Moreover, there are now major problems between the immortal and mortal realms. It's as difficult as ascending to the heavens for people from the immortal realm to return to the mortal realm. You can't contact your ancestors at all. Once these words were spoken, all the high-ranking members of Tianyuan sect fell silent, their expressions ugly. They hadn't expected that the other party had already seen through the truth. Indeed, if it weren't like this, who would dare to easily provoke their Tianyuan sect? The previous 4 9th realm experts were the same. They all said that Tianyuan sect was one of the 5 major sects in the central continent. The 5 giants of the immortal and mortal realms, ruling the world, making everyone fear and respect them. But now they were continuously oppressed by unknown powerful figures, which was truly lamentable. A group of elders couldn't help but feel a sense of desolation, as if a tiger had fallen into the plains. If the tribulation immortals of their Tianyuan sect were still around, or if they could contact their ancestors in the upper realm, how could they fear a single tribulation immortal now? Well then, the 3 breaths are up. What have you decided? But no one cared about their feelings at this moment. The tribulation immortal in front of them asked lightly, with a hint of killing intent in her eyes. This killing intent made everyone from Tianyuan sect wake up considerably. This senior, since you were so fond of her, we have nothing to say. We agree to your request. You can take the 9-turn heavenly phoenix sacred body. But we have 2 requests that we hope you can agree to. If you refuse, we will never allow you to take the 9-turn heavenly phoenix sacred body, even if we have to fight to the death. Seeing that the tribulation immortal had forced the situation to this extent at the critical moment of life and death, and the survival of the sect master of Tianyuan sect, despite feeling extremely aggrieved, finally relented and spoke up. Oh, what conditions? Let me hear them. The tribulation immortal said. The Tianyuan sect master replied. First, the 9-turn heavenly phoenix sacred body is originally a disciple of our Tianyuan sect. If you want to take her as a disciple, you must take good care of her and must not harm her. Upon hearing this, the tribulation immortal directly said, that is nonsense. Since I want to take a disciple, I will naturally take care of my disciple. Who else would take care of my disciple if I don't? Seeing this, the Tianyuan sect master nodded and continued. Secondly, if our Tianyuan sect encounters any top 10 supreme body types to take as disciples in the future, we hope that you will not interfere. Additionally, if anyone tries to come and snatch her, we hope you can lend a helping hand to deter them and stop their improper thoughts. Is that it? Fine, no problem. I agree. I have already told you, I am only interested in the 9-turn Heavenly Phoenix Sacred Body. I will leave you a responding spirit talisman shortly. If Tianyuan Sect encounters any trouble, you can burn this talisman to summon me, and I will definitely come. The Tribulation Immortal said upon hearing this. The Tianyuan Sect master replied, Please, Senior, swear an oath to heaven and earth, otherwise we will find it hard to trust you. I always keep my word, but since you have agreed to let her go, I hold it against you for doubting my character. To ease your worries, how about I make an oath? The Tribulation Immortal said. Then, she actually made an oath in front of everyone. In the mysterious realm, when the Tribulation Immortal made the oath, everyone present seemed to feel her connection to the great Tao of the mortal realm. The oath was successful, and if the other party dared to violate the oath, they would surely face backlash from the great Tao of the mortal realm, paying a heavy price. She then also gave the Tianyuan Sect master a spirit talisman. The Tianyuan Sect master quickly and carefully put it away, secretly thinking that as long as they guaranteed Ning she would not be harmed. When the connection between the immortal and mortal realms is restored in the future, they would definitely let Ning she return to the sect. Xiao Yu, who was standing by, did not dare to say a word upon seeing this scene. However, he felt relieved in his heart. It was good for his junior sister to be taken away by such a powerful expert. After all, it was much better than being in Tianyuan Sect. The current Tianyuan Sect was filled with a bunch of selfish individuals. Xiao Yu was genuinely worried that if his junior sister really returned to Tianyuan Sect, staying in such an environment might have adverse effects on her. Moreover, with these high-ranking members in Tianyuan Sect, Xiao Yu did not know what might happen in the future. It might be a wise decision for his junior sister not to stay in Tianyuan Sect. This Tribulation Immortal was not only powerful, but also willing to make an oath to heaven and earth. Xiao Yu didn't have to worry about his junior sister's future or her being harmed. Furthermore, the other party could have forcibly taken Ning Shi away and attacked Tianyuan Sect, but she did not do so, even reasoning with them, indicating that she was not a cruel and sinister person. She wasn't bad enough to cause concern for his junior sister to follow her. Senior, you can take the 9-turn Heavenly Phoenix Sacred Body now. After receiving the Spirit Talisman, even though the Tianyuan Sect Master and the elders felt unwilling and reluctant in their hearts, they could only choose to let her go in the face of the other party's powerful strength. Senior brother, I don't want to leave you. Ning Shi soon walked out of the room, having learned everything. She looked at Xiao Yu with reluctance on her face and said, upon seeing this, Xiao Yu smiled slightly and said, Don't worry, senior brother is fine. Since you have a new master now, you must follow your master to cultivate well and strive for success in your training. I will. Ning Shi nodded. Then, as if thinking of something, she turned to her master. Master, may I ask you for a favor? Good disciple, just say it. As long as I can do it, I will surely satisfy you. Consider it your apprenticeship gift today. The Tribulation Immortal smiled. Ning Shi spoke. Master, my senior brother was originally a talented cultivator, but because she quickly explained the matter of her senior brother losing his cultivation and finally said, I've heard that there's a supreme elixir in our Tianyuan Sect called the Rebirth Pill that can help people reshape their meridians and repair their dantian. I hope Master can help my senior brother. He has always treated me very well. He has been my support since I was young and is the closest person to me in this world. She did not finish her sentence, but everyone present understood her meaning. She wanted this Tribulation Immortal to help her senior brother obtain the Rebirth Pill. The group of experts from Tianyuan Sect had strange expressions, and a few elders even twitched their mouths a few times, seemingly unwilling. The sect master's face also looked a bit ugly. Very few of them were willing to see Xiao Yu regain his cultivation. However, if this Tribulation Immortal really spoke to them, they would probably have to agree. But who would have thought that this Tribulation Immortal waved her hand and laughed freely? Good disciple, is it just a rebirth pill? Why bother asking others? I happen to have one here. I'll give it to your senior brother. Really? Thank you, master. Ning Shi exclaimed in delight upon hearing this. Soon, a rebirth pill was in Xiao Yu's hands. Xiao Yu showed an expression of frantic joy that he quickly suppressed, expressing his gratitude to the Tribulation Immortal. Thank you for the elixir, senior. Ning Shi then said, Master, now my senior brother has no sect, no support. Can you let him come with us? He had a high talent for cultivation and was once the top disciple of our Tianyuan sect. If you could also accept him as a disciple. But before she could finish her sentence, the tribulation immortal shook her head, revealing a troubled expression, and said, "Disciple, this might not be possible. It would be quite inconvenient for me to bring a male along." In the end, Xiao Yu was rejected. However, the tribulation immortal did give him some items to help him recover his cultivation and warn the people of the Tianyuan sect that anyone who dared to obstruct Xiao Yu from taking the rebirth pill would be opposing her. Although she didn't say it outright, it was clearly a protection for Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu felt grateful, although he no longer needed it. The tribulation immortal's actions were enough to prove that she was also a person of deep loyalty. Moreover, having the rebirth pill would help him cover up many things. Ning, she had no choice. "Senior brother, I'm leaving now. When I achieve success in my cultivation, I will definitely come to find you," she said reluctantly to Xiao Yu as she and the tribulation immortal rode away on a celestial crane. The tribulation immortal said that the great era has come, and that is also a chaotic time. In the future, if Lingxi does not reach the 6th realm or above, she must not come down the mountain. Xiao Yu nodded and smiled as he watched them leave. The group from the Tianyuan sect also smiled, but for some reason, that smile seemed forced. Chapter 17. Return to the Yangguang courtyard in the clear sky. A crane carrying people flew away until their figures disappeared. Only then did the smiles on the faces of the sect master and the elders of the Tianyuan sect instantly vanish, replaced by gloomy expressions. This is truly infuriating. If it weren't for the problems between the immortal and mortal realms, making it impossible to contact our ancestor, how would our Tianyuan sect suffer such humiliation? Now, not only have we failed to protect the 9-turn Phoenix sacred body, but we have also lost several elders because of it. This is truly a great loss. One elder spoke up, venting his frustrations. The others were not much happier. Their hearts were filled with the same gloom. But what could they do? The situation was stronger than them, and they had to bow their heads. Failing to do so would put the sect in danger of collapse. Xiao Yu stood to the side, not daring to speak at all. He didn't want to provoke trouble, but trouble wouldn't avoid him. It's all our fault for not preparing in advance. We had no idea that the emergence of the 9-turn Phoenix sacred body would cause such an astonishing phenomenon, attracting so many experts. If we had known beforehand and made some arrangements, it would not have developed into this situation. Soon, one elder spoke, seemingly blurted out. But as soon as he said that, the sect master and the other elders instantly turned their sharp gazes toward Xiao Yu, and with their gloomy expressions. Xiao Yu immediately felt a chill run down his spine. "Xiao Yu, you told us about Ning, she being the 9-turn Phoenix sacred body. The emergence of the 9-turn Phoenix sacred body would trigger a phenomenon. Why didn't you inform us in advance? And why did you bring us to this place? Should you give us an explanation?" The sect master spoke, scrutinizing Xiao Yu's expression with suspicion. The other elders were not to be trifled with either. They all fixed their eyes on Xiao Yu, as if he were a thief, their eyes filled with cold, killing intent. If it turned out that Xiao Yu had been playing tricks on them, they would certainly crush him to dust. Even if he had just received a bit of protection from the tribulation immortal. Even Elder 13 was now examining him with some suspicion. Xiao Yu thought to himself that it was not good, but on the surface, he dared not show any sign of panic. He knew he had to remain calm, not to panic at all, or else he would likely be torn to pieces by this group of elders. Several elders had fallen, and they had lost the 9-turn Phoenix sacred body. This group of elders was surely filled with a fire of anger that had nowhere to vent. With a stiff face, he protested, "Sect Master, esteemed elders, no, I've already been expelled from the Tianyuan Sect. Please allow me to call you seniors." "Esteemed seniors, you are truly wronging me with such accusations. I had no idea that the emergence of the 9-turn Phoenix sacred body would cause such a huge commotion. I have never seen the so-called 10 major cultivation physiques. How could I inform you? My master never told me about such matters either. Besides, we came to this place because you arranged it, didn't we? If I, Xiao Yu, wanted to play tricks, my every word and action would be under your watchful eyes. How could I, a person who has lost all cultivation, accomplish that? Do I have that ability? Moreover, in terms of responsibility, esteemed seniors, you have traveled more roads than I have eaten meals. In terms of cultivation experience and worldly wisdom, you are all far above me. Shouldn't the matter of unsealing the energy seal of the 9-turn Phoenix sacred body have been preemptively considered by you esteemed seniors? I, a junior without cultivation, am also responsible for unsealing my junior sister's energy seal. If something goes wrong, you blame me? As his words fell, the sect master and the elders of the Tianyuan Sect fell silent, unable to refute him, because what Xiao Yu said was, for them, the truth. Is it really not you? If we find out that it was you playing tricks, you'll have no place to be buried. Soon, one elder snapped back to reality and spoke to Xiao Yu with a fierce expression. It was Elder Yunfei from the 7th Peak. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yu saw everyone looking at him again and immediately shouted, "Of course it's not me. How could it be me? I truly didn't expect that you esteemed seniors would think of me this way. Regardless, Xiao Yu was once a member of the Tianyuan Sect. The Tianyuan Sect raised me, and even if I am no longer a part of it, I still hope the Tianyuan Sect flourishes. After all, I still have some friends in the Tianyuan Sect, and I hope for their well-being so that they can continue to offer me protection. Why would I do something that harms others without benefiting myself?" As he spoke, he nearly appeared to be in anguish, pounding his chest in despair, and said with great emotion, "I am truly heartbroken. I have devoted myself to the Tianyuan Sect, yet in the end, esteemed seniors, you doubt me so much. It's too disappointing." After saying this, he closed his eyes with a heartbroken expression, revealing his true feelings. Seeing him like this, the sect master and the elders were somewhat bewildered, and even a hint of guilt arose in their hearts. They couldn't help but think. Could it be that they were truly thinking too poorly of him? All right, since it's not you, then let this matter end here. Ning, she has left, and she may not be unable to return to the sect in the future. Now that the great era has come, having an unparalleled powerhouse to protect her for at least 1,000 years isn't necessarily a bad thing. In the end, the sect master raised his hand and spoke. Settling the matter, there was no other way. The other elders nodded in agreement, sighing, "Let us return to the sect." A sense of disinterest filled the air, and no one present had any interest in staying. The sect master spoke up, then took the lead in stepping forward, tearing through the void, and instantly leaving the place. Whoosh! The other elders didn't say much either and followed in his footsteps, tearing through the void and leaving. "Esteemed elders, please take me with you." Xiao Yu, seeing this, panicked and called out from behind, and we haven't finished talking. Although junior sister Ning, she was taken away in the end. I also work hard for the sect. Even if I have no merits, I have put in effort. Do you have no rewards for me? Just leaving like this? Unfortunately, no one paid him any attention. Soon, everyone except for the last Elder 13 had left completely. Xiao Yu looked extremely aggrieved, but he was secretly amused. At the same time, he began to curse, "A bunch of old bastards, they really are no good." I initially felt a bit guilty about Tianyuan Sect losing such a top-tier talent like Ning Shi, but now, seeing how these old cronies treat me, I have no psychological burden at all. He felt a wave of relief in his heart, with how quickly these old bastards turned their backs on him. They deserved to never take on a top-tier talent as a disciple in their lifetime. Suddenly, Xiao Yu seemed to realize something and was shocked. He turned around and saw Elder 13 nearby, holding a long sword with a cold smile on his face as he looked at him. Seeing Elder 13's expression, Xiao Yu was startled and thought, could he have seen through me? He quickly bowed and said, "Elder 13, the sect master and other elders have left. You must speak for me. I've been running around, exhausted, and you saw it too. I can't be left with no reward at all, right?" Elder 13 merely sneered his words, looking at him as if to say, "Do you think I care about your nonsense?" He said, "Stop acting. Now that they are gone, tell me honestly, did you play any tricks in this matter?" As if fearing that Xiao Yu wouldn't dare to speak, he added, "Don't worry. If you tell me the truth, I won't tell anyone." Xiao Yu couldn't possibly tell him the truth. In this world, aside from his junior sister, Lin Fan, and a few others like Qian Yu, he trusted no one. Even with these people, he had to keep some things to himself. He had only met Elder 13 a few times. How could he reveal the truth? It was better for no one to know about such things. Recklessly telling others was no different from handing over his life to them. He then forced a smile and said, "Elder 13, you're really overthinking. If I had the ability to play tricks in front of the sect master and the elders, would I have fallen to this state today? Really not?" Elder 13 asked again, his eyes glinting with amusement. Xiao Yu, with firm resolve, shook his head and replied, "Really not." Seeing that he couldn't get anything out of him, Elder 13 gave up on questioning further and sighed. "All right, I hope you really didn't play tricks. Otherwise." "Otherwise what?" Xiao Yu couldn't help but ask curiously. Elder 13 grinned wickedly. "Otherwise, I'll definitely give you a beating until your butt blooms." Xiao Yu instantly felt goosebumps all over. There was no way he would tell Elder 13 anything now. He simply said, "You won't get that chance." "I hope so. But I have to warn you in advance. Now that you've obtained a rebirth pill, you can reshape your meridians and dantian to rebuild your cultivation with your talent. Although your future achievements won't compare to the top 10 supreme physiques, they probably won't be inferior to mine. If I find out one day that you want to destroy the sect, I will draw my sword to cut you down. I have no personal grievances, only for the sect. I am from Tianyuan Sect. As long as I'm here, Tianyuan Sect is here. Mind yourself." Elder 13 solemnly warned Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu understood. Hearing his words, he also slightly bowed, but in his heart, he began to calculate. It seemed that this Elder 13 couldn't be considered friend. Whether he would be an ally or an enemy in the future was uncertain. Xiao Yu didn't dare to guarantee that one day these old bastards from Tianyuan Sect wouldn't turn against him. If that day came, he and Elder 13 would truly be on opposing sides. However, Xiao Yu wouldn't back down. If he was wronged, what was wrong with having enemies? "I'm leaving. You can walk back to the courtyard by yourself." Elder 13 nodded and said nothing more, then stepped into the void and left. "Hey, take me with you," Xiao Yu called out upon seeing this. "Take you? You've just taken the rebirth pill and restored your cultivation. It's just right for you to walk and train for a bit at a distance of 100 miles, solidifying your foundation." Elder 13's voice echoed from afar before disappearing. "Damn you, a bunch of stingy bastards." Xiao Yu was speechless and cursed them in his heart. 2 days later, after a lot of effort, he finally returned to the courtyard. Upon returning to the courtyard, Xiao Yu looked somewhat disheveled and exhausted. He immediately took a bath and changed into a fresh set of clothes, feeling refreshed as if he had come back to life. Originally, he didn't need to look this disheveled or take 2 days to return. With his current cultivation level, he could easily shrink the distance, taking 300 zhang with a single step and returning from 100 miles away effortlessly. But he couldn't do that, because now he just wanted to keep a low profile and didn't want anyone to notice any suspicious signs about him. After all, in the eyes of others, he was just a useless person who had lost his cultivation. A useless person could never return to the courtyard so easily from such a distance. Even though he had the rebirth pill given to him by his junior sister's master, which would allow him to restore his body and rebuild his cultivation, Xiao Yu still had to appear as if it was not easy for him to return. The reason was simple. Even after taking the rebirth pill, it would be possible to rebuild his cultivation so quickly. It was already difficult to achieve the first major realm. With such meager strength, traveling such a long distance through treacherous terrain, how could he not appear a bit disheveled? Moreover, didn't rebuilding require time? 2 days was still reasonable. Fortunately, thanks to this rebirth pill, he no longer needed to hide the fact that he could rebuild his cultivation. In the future, everyone would know he had restored his body and could rebuild his cultivation. If he demonstrated some abilities, no one would suspect anything special about him. Otherwise, once someone discovered his secret and learned he possessed a treasure like the creation diagram, he would become a target for many, with everyone wanting to devour him. Just thinking about that scenario gave Xiao Yu goosebumps. He was only at the 5th realm now and was not a match for so many ruthless individuals. My junior sister's master is a good person. Sitting in the courtyard, Xiao Yu couldn't help but smile and sigh. In fact, besides the rebirth pill, he realized he could also use the formations outside his courtyard as an excuse involving his junior sister's master. After all, when the master left, he had given him some items. As long as that master didn't reveal anything, it would be up to Xiao Yu to say what he wanted. He could claim that the master had given him a manual on formations before leaving. Who could question that? Thinking of this, Xiao Yu took out the rebirth pill given to him by Ning Shi's master. His body had already fully recovered, and not only that, he had become a Hongmeng sacred body, far surpassing the top 10 supreme cultivation physiques. Naturally, he didn't need to take any more rebirth pills. Moreover, he had learned some alchemy methods, so his new life might not be a difficult matter for him. Therefore, he barely glanced at the rebirth pill, directly breaking it into 3 pieces. One for the little black dog, one thrown into the fish tank, and the last one for the little bird in the cage. Woof! Woof woof! The little black dog had already sat in front of him, its big black eyes full of life and eagerly watching the item in Xiao Yu's hand. As soon as Xiao Yu tossed it a third of the rebirth pill, it swallowed it without hesitation. The red carp in the bathtub also showed no hesitation. As soon as the rebirth pill entered the water, it swallowed it in one gulp. The little bird in the cage, which was already covered in red feathers, chirped incessantly upon seeing the rebirth pill, appearing very excited. It pecked at the pill a few times with its sharp beak, broke it into pieces, and then picked them up one by one to eat. Xiao Yu was already used to this. After all, when he was refining pills before, many elixirs also ended up in the stomachs of these 3 pets. They didn't all eat them at first, from the beginning of not even looking at them, to now whenever anything appears in Xiao Yu's hand, they drool and want to try it. This has gone through quite a process. The 3 pets seem to be quite perceptive, knowing who the master is here. If Xiao Yu doesn't give it to them, they definitely wouldn't dare to ask for it recklessly. Xiao Yu has been observing the changes in them, and can feel that the 3 pets seem to have started to develop some spirituality after consuming the elixirs he gave them. But he didn't take it too seriously. The 3 pets are still far from becoming demons or spirits, and it's uncertain whether they can achieve that in the future. Xiao Yu treats it as a form of play and isn't worried about them growing up to pose any threat to him, because if he detects any signs of that, he would immediately kill them and cook them for food. After the 3 pets consumed the newborn elixir, they underwent further changes. The little black dog barked once and then succumbed to the elixir's effects, falling into a drowsy sleep, looking adorably clumsy with its chubby little paws. Even just a third of the newborn elixir is quite substantial for its still immature body, making it very drunk. It also began to undergo another transformation. Its body was writhing internally, black fur starting to shed in layers, followed by new fur growing out, which was even darker and shinier, and the joints made crackling sounds. As it breathed, it seemed that the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was pouring into its body. Yet, it slept very peacefully. Xiao Yu sensed that this little guy was continuing its transformation and was in good condition with no abnormalities. Then, Xiao Yu shifted his gaze to the red koi in the fish tank. He was almost startled. How did it end up on its back? Is it going to die because of the newborn elixir? But soon, after releasing his spiritual sense to check, he found that this fellow was also drunk. Just like the little black dog, it was undergoing astonishing changes as well. The layer of red scales was shedding, and new scales were growing back, even more vibrant and bright red, and its body had grown a circle larger, occasionally shaking its tail, which even broke the fish tank. It seems that a fish tank won't work for you anymore. I'll have to create a fish pond. Xiao Yu was startled by this sight and quickly placed it into a large bucket, whispering to it. Then he went to the bird cage. He found that the little bird had also fallen into a deep sleep. It too was undergoing amazing transformations. The effects of the newborn elixir were taking effect. This time, its body began to grow, the entire red feathers shedding, replaced by a new set of black plumage, and its beak and claws were shedding their shells. New shells growing out. It became uglier, but it seemed to have gained a bit more spirit. Xiao Yu couldn't help but make a sarcastic remark. After seeing that they were all fine, he didn't bother much with them. Only the peach tree in the yard swayed in the gentle breeze, seemingly envious that the 3 pets had received elixirs. Don't worry, you won't be left out. Seeing this, Xiao Yu approached it and buried an elixir at its roots. Although it wasn't a newborn elixir, it was roughly equivalent to a third of one. The peach tree instantly became overjoyed. It seemed to bow to Xiao Yu in thanks, with the branches on top bending down. Xiao Yu actually noticed the changes in the peach tree. He felt very pleased. Now, he would occasionally nourish the things in the yard. Want to see how they would grow if they continued to transform. Of course, not everything could undergo transformation. For example, many plants and animals in Xiao Yu's yard had died from being unable to withstand the potency of his waste elixirs. Xiao Yu didn't care. They hadn't even become spirits or demons yet, so there was nothing to lament. However, he still issued a warning to the peach tree. I've heard that some plants, if they develop feelings of jealousy, will release some toxic substances that harm their master. If you do that, be careful that I chop you down for firewood. In this yard, whoever receives something from me can enjoy it. But if I don't give it, no one can demand it. If you develop jealousy or resentment because of this and harm any grass or tree in this yard, or any other beings, I will never forgive you. As he spoke, a chill emanated from him. He didn't take care whether it understood or not, just giving a warning first. If one day this peach tree dared to harm the beings in the yard, he would show no mercy. He was raising pets, not a father. Upon hearing this, the peach tree seemed to understand Xiao Yu's words, shaking its branches in the air, trembling in fear, as if saying it understands. Not only the peach tree, but after the three pets woke up, Xiao Yu also issued warnings to them. The three pets each showed expressions of deep fear and anxiety. The little black dog even affectionately rubbed its head against Xiao Yu's hand for a long time, only stopping when it saw the satisfied expression on Xiao Yu's face. Then it wagged its head and tail, shaking its butt as it walked aside, lying down on the ground, adopting a lazy pose to enjoy the sunlight on its belly. Seeing this, Xiao Yu smiled. If possible, such a peaceful life seemed quite comfortable. But he knew that once he entered the world of immortal martial arts, unless he was invincible, it would be impossible to enjoy lasting peace. The so-called tranquility and beauty were merely temporary. Just speaking of the Tianyuan Sect ahead, there were many people who held hostility towards him, even if many were killed by his junior sister this time. And because his junior sister had become a disciple of a calamity immortal, some people would be wary and afraid of her taking revenge, not daring to show hostility towards him or abandoning their hostility, but there would definitely still be people unafraid, wanting to put him to death, such as the insider who betrayed him on the Sky Tower battlefield. In addition, outside the Tianyuan Sect, there were still many forces that regarded him as a rival and enemy. Those people couldn't be ignored, from the proud disciples of various sects to the elders, who could say that no one had personal grievances against him due to the previous competitions among the major sects. To achieve permanent peace, he still needed to continue cultivating and improving his strength. Thus, he continued his cultivation. He was now at the 5th realm and needed to break through to the 6th realm, the 7th realm, and even become an immortal, a being stronger than an immortal. But before that, he didn't forget to dig upon for that koi. Ding! Just as he entered his cultivation state for a short while, a grand bell suddenly rang out within the Tianyuan Sect, echoing throughout the entire mountain gate. Xiao Yu was startled awake, exiting his cultivation state, and involuntarily gazed far into the direction of the Tianyuan Sect's mountain gate. He saw that all the disciples of the Tianyuan Sect were extremely excited. Above the Tianyuan Sect, a massive lost ship was crossing the void, slowly approaching and landing at the mountain gate. It turned out that the team sent by the Tianyuan Sect to search for the 10 supreme physiques had returned with initial results, bringing back one of the 10 supreme physiques. It was the team led by Lin Fan. The entire Tianyuan Sect was filled with joy, everyone wide-eyed and full of anticipation. What kind of supreme physique could this be? Chapter 19. Chaotic Sacred Body. The ringing bell was a grand ceremony for the Tianyuan Sect, showing their importance to the 10 supreme physiques. The sect master and a group of elders personally appeared at the mountain gate to wait. They also activated the mountain protection formation, fearing that any accidents like before would happen again. Each of them was internally excited, their faces displaying an unmistakable joy. They felt an unprecedented brightness. Heaven does not abandon the Tianyuan Sect. Although they lost the 9 transformation Heavenly Phoenix Sacred Body, they have gained another one of the 10 supreme cultivation physiques, and the future of the Tianyuan Sect is still bright. This time, surely no one can snatch the 10 physiques from us again. An elder spoke up, exuding a strong sense of ambition and confidence. Behind them stood a group of disciples from the Tianyuan Sect, including outer, inner, and even core disciples. However, the outer disciples clearly held a lower status, only able to watch from a distance. The inner disciples had a slightly better position, while the core disciples were in a much more favorable spot. This also illustrated that in the entire immortal martial world, strength determines status. Disciple Lin Fan, Xian Yu, bowed and said, I pay my respects to the sect master and all the elders." Under the expectant gazes of everyone, Lin Fan and his companions finally stepped down from the lost ship and approached the sect master and the elders, respectfully saluting. "Good, good, good, please rise." No need for excessive formalities. The sect master of Tianyuan Sect and the elders nodded in satisfaction towards the two, their demeanor very friendly and even surprisingly warm. The reason was simple. They were the ones who brought back the 10 supreme constitution prodigies for the Tianyuan Sect, and they certainly deserved to be treated well without the slightest neglect. "Thank you, sect master and elders." Lin Fan and Xiao Yu thanked them, and then looked at the sect master and the elders, waiting for them to speak. The sect master of Tianyuan Sect glanced at them, and suddenly said in surprise, "Lin Fan, Xiao Yu, why have you returned with so few people? What about your team leader elder and the other disciples?" Lin Fan's group had initially consisted of over 10 people, but only 5 or 6 had returned together. Lin Fan immediately clasped his fists and replied, "To the sect master and all the elders. Elder Qin and Elder Sun are still leading the search for the other prodigious disciples. This time, we found the 10 supreme constitutions, and to avoid any mishaps, Elder Qin arranged for me, junior sister Xiao Yu, and a few other junior brothers and sisters to return with them first. If Elder Qin and Elder Sun can find any other prodigious disciples, they will return themselves." Hearing this, the sect master of Tianyuan Sect nodded. "I see. Elder Qin and Elder Sun are indeed reliable in their work. This time, you have done very well. Once the sect confirms that it is indeed the 10 constitutions, the sect will reward you greatly and grant you merits." "Thank you, sect master and elders." Lin Fan and Xiao Yu expressed their gratitude and felt very excited. Especially Lin Fan, who thought to himself that he might now be able to ask for elixirs for his senior brother. "Where are the 10 supreme constitutions now?" The sect master of Tianyuan Sect asked without further ado, his gaze sweeping across. Lin Fan replied, "They are in the cabin. Please wait a moment, sect master and elders. I will bring them out." The sect master and the elders nodded, their expressions revealing that they were already somewhat impatient. If it weren't for the presence of so many people, considering their status as the sect master and elders, they might have already rushed onto the lost ship to find the person. Seeing this, Lin Fan turned to the lost ship behind him and called out, "Junior Brother Gu, we have arrived at Tianyuan Sect. Come out to meet the sect master and the elders." With his voice, all the gazes present turned towards the exit of the lost ship, filled with anticipation. Everyone wanted to see what the legendary 10 supreme constitutions looked like, especially the lower-ranked disciples, who were filled with gossip and curiosity about those who stood above them, thinking they could boast about it later. As everyone's attention was focused there, a young man slowly walked out of the cabin. He was about 16 or 17 years old, dressed in white robes made of brocade, silk, with a handsome appearance, graceful demeanor, and outstanding temperament. His eyes seemed deep like distant stars, adorned with a crown, straight black hair, and a face so exquisite that it appeared flawless, resembling a refined gentleman emerging from a painting. This instantly stirred the hearts of many female disciples. Many female disciples became agitated, whispering among themselves, their faces beaming as they gazed at the young man stepping out of the cabin, their beautiful eyes sparkling with curiosity and admiration. Some were so excited they jumped up, while others suppressed their voices, exclaiming in delight, thankfully not saying the young man was the hardest to wait for. Most of these female disciples were also below the inner sect, with mediocre cultivation and talent, and the core female disciples did not display such exaggerated behavior. The young man instantly attracted a large number of female admirers. Gu Fei, the disciple of Tianyuan Sect, had met the sect master and the elders before. The young man quickly approached the sect master and the elders, introducing himself as Gu Fei, and respectfully saluted, appearing well-practiced, clearly cultivated by a prominent family in the secular world. However, from his slightly awkward and anxious demeanor, it was evident that facing so many onlookers, especially with such important figures like the sect master and the elders, made him a bit nervous. It was his first time encountering such high-profile individuals in such a grand occasion. Indeed, he is a handsome young man, quite similar in temperament to what I was like at his age, the sect master observed, nodding with a hint of satisfaction and appraisal in his gaze. The other elders couldn't help but twitch their lips in response, secretly thinking that he was really shameless. Did he not know what he looked like? But they didn't dare to voice their thoughts. The sect master of Tianyuan Sect's appearance was certainly not handsome. He could only be considered ordinary. "Let me see what kind of constitution you have," one elder said loudly. As soon as he finished speaking, he swiftly appeared next to Gu Fei and began to check his bones and pulse. The others did not stop him either, as they had long wanted to know what this supreme constitution was. Upon checking, the elder looked at the young man Gu Fei and instantly drew a breath of cold air, his face filled with immense surprise. "Fourth elder, what is it? What constitution is it?" Seeing his expression, the sect master of Tianyuan Sect couldn't help but ask, while the others present perked up their ears. "Lin Fan, you tell everyone what his constitution is." The fourth elder did not rush to speak, first addressing Lin Fan beside him. "Yes." Lin Fan complied and then stepped forward, addressing the sect master and the elders, reporting to the sect master and all the elders after Elder Qin and Elder Sun's prior examination. It has been confirmed that Gu Fei is indeed the chaos sacred body among the 10 supreme constitutions. What? The chaos sacred body? As soon as Lin Fan's words fell, a wave of uproar and shock erupted. Is this true? Is he really the chaos sacred body? Everyone's incredulous gazes were focused on the young man Gu Fei, filled with astonishment. This was soon confirmed with a nod from the fourth elder. "Lin Fan is correct. I just examined him, and he is indeed the chaos sacred body recorded in ancient texts. This is a great fortune for our Tianyuan sect." Boom! As soon as he said this, the crowd of onlookers erupted into chaos, the people stirring restlessly. The sect master of Tianyuan Sect and the other elders could no longer contain themselves and personally stepped forward to verify. The results showed that their conclusions were consistent with that of the fourth elder, confirming that the young man before them was indeed the legendary chaos sacred body. Good. Good. This is truly excellent. Heaven bless our Tianyuan Sect. The sect master couldn't help but laugh heartily. At that moment, he was beaming with joy and vigor. He even felt that losing a 9-turn heavenly phoenix sacred body earlier was nothing. The chaos sacred body, ranked second among the 10 supreme constitutions, might not even be inferior to the first-ranked innate Tao body sacred fetus. If nothing unexpected happened in the future, this could be an existence capable of becoming an immortal ancestor. Not only could he become a top powerhouse in the mortal world, but even after ascending to the upper realm, he would be a genius that many immortal sects would compete for. So astonishingly good-looking and also the chaos sacred body. My goodness, our Tianyuan Sect is about to have an extraordinary prodigy, perhaps even more remarkable than the previous senior brother. Moreover, I heard that the previous senior brother, Xiao Yu, has obtained a rebirth elixir and can cultivate again. Some are saying that the sect might let Xiao Yu return. If he does, will there be competition between Gu Fei and him? Who will ultimately become the final senior brother of our Tianyuan Sect? Cut it out. What is the point of mentioning the former senior brother? There is simply no comparison, okay? Even if Xiao Yu has recovered and can start cultivating again, he is not worthy to even carry the shoes of the chaos sacred body. The chaos sacred body can cultivate for a day, which is equivalent to an ordinary person cultivating for a month. Even the top talents with ordinary physiques need 3 days to catch up to what the chaos sacred body can accomplish in a day. How can Xiao Yu compare? I dare say, once the chaos sacred body starts cultivating, even if he had no previous cultivation, within 3 years he will surpass any disciple present here. Xiao Yu can only look up to him from across the river. Moreover, Xiao Yu might not even be able to return to the sect. Indeed. The crowd gasped in amazement, and some couldn't help but bring up Xiao Yu to compare, but they were quickly dismissed with disdain and received agreement from many. Although Xiao Yu was once their senior brother and the first genius disciple of Tianyuan Sect, that was before these supreme special cultivation physiques emerged. Now that these special cultivation physiques have appeared, Xiao Yu no longer seems so dazzling. The higher-ups of Tianyuan Sect unanimously decided that disciple Gu Fei, starting today, will be the direct disciple under the sect master, succeeding the future sect master position. Within Tianyuan Sect, All techniques and cultivation resources are at his disposal for selection, and Tianyuan Sect will do its utmost to cultivate him. On that day, Gu Fei was brought into Tianyuan Sect's mountain gate, receiving unparalleled attention, and was even taken as a direct disciple by the sect master. Once the news spread, all disciples of Tianyuan Sect were shocked and astonished. As expected of the chaos sacred body, he received such treatment just one day after arriving at the sect. How many ordinary disciples couldn't achieve this goal, even if they spent their entire lives? Lin Fan, Xiao Yu, you two have made great contributions in escorting Gu Fei back, and now the sect master wants to reward you. Speak, what do you want? As long as the sect can fulfill it, the sect master will not be stingy. After announcing the arrangements for Gu Fei, the sect master of Tianyuan Sect was obviously in a very good mood. He and the elders in the discussion hall were about to reward Lin Fan and Xiao Yu, showing a sense of grandeur in their words. Lin Fan and Xiao Yu were excited. This moment had finally arrived. Chapter 20. Please let Xiao Yu return to the sect. Lin Fan, Xiao Yu, how about it? Have you thought it through? What do you want? In the discussion hall of Tianyuan Sect, the sect master looked down at Lin Fan and Xiao Yu and said, all the elders were present. They were very satisfied with Lin Fan and Xiao Yu escorting the chaos sacred body back to the sect, especially the sect master, who had taken the chaos sacred body as a direct disciple. Lin Fan and Xiao Yu exchanged glances, and Lin Fan almost without hesitation bowed and clasped his hands to voice his request. Sect master, I want a rebirth pill. A rebirth pill? Hearing Lin Fan's words, the sect master of Tianyuan Sect and the elders were momentarily stunned. Then the sect master raised an eyebrow and asked, you haven't lost your cultivation, and your body is fine. Why do you need a rebirth pill? Lin Fan, are you asking for medicine for Xiao Yu, right? Suddenly, one elder spoke up as if he had thought of something. He was none other than Elder 13. Upon hearing Elder 13's words, everyone in the discussion hall suddenly understood and looked at Lin Fan in surprise, somewhat taken aback. This guy is actually asking for medicine for Xiao Yu? The sect master's brow furrowed slightly. Seeing this, Lin Fan did not hide it and, bracing himself, said, that's right. I am asking for medicine for my senior brother. He has once helped me, and I regard him as a brother. Now that his meridians are destroyed and his dantian is shattered, I can't bear to see him suffer like this, so I specifically asked for medicine for him. I hope the sect master and the elders will grant it. He had previously asked Elder 13 to protect Xiao Yu, and his feelings for Xiao Yu couldn't be hidden from Elder 13. Haha. However, upon hearing his words, the sect master and the elders all chuckled lightly with a forced smile. Elder 13 then said, Lin Fan, if it's for Xiao Yu, then you don't need to ask for the medicine. Lin Fan was taken aback and instinctively asked why. Then he became anxious, thinking that the sect master didn't want to grant the medicine, and hurriedly said, Sect master, elders, no matter how you say it. My senior brother was once one of us in Tianyuan Sect. He has made many contributions to Tianyuan Sect, even if he failed in the Demon Sky battlefield. We can't blame everything on him. But before he could finish, he was interrupted by Elder 13. He already has a rebirth pill. What? Lin Fan was struck dumb, directly stunned, doubting whether he had heard wrong. He looked up at the sect master and the elders, only to see a somewhat complex and speechless look in their eyes. Elder 13 said, you didn't hear wrong. Xiao Yu indeed already has a rebirth pill, but it wasn't given to him by our Tianyuan Sect. It was given to him by someone else. Lin Fan was taken aback and couldn't help but ask, what's going on? Is this true? How come I didn't know? We don't need to explain too much about this matter. If you want to know, then go find out for yourself. The rebirth pill is no longer needed. Do you have any other requests? This is the last chance, so cherish it. The sect master of Tianyuan Sect waved his hand and said. Then he looked at Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu, have you thought it through? What do you want? Upon hearing this, Lin Fan and Xiao Yu exchanged glances. Their hearts were filled with excitement, and they secretly contemplated. Since their senior brother already had a rebirth pill, they naturally didn't need to waste their opportunity asking for one. In that moment of eye contact, they immediately understood each other's thoughts. Next, without needing to discuss, they almost simultaneously bowed and clasped their hands to the sect master and the elders, saying, we respectfully report to the elders, we have thought it through. We would like to request the sect master and the elders to allow our senior brother to return to the sect. What? You wanted to come back? As soon as they finished speaking, the sect master of Tianyuan Sect and the elders exchanged glances, wondering why these two were pleading for that guy Xiao Yu again. Just now, they wanted to ask for a rebirth pill for Xiao Yu, and now that the rebirth pill is no longer needed, they want to ask the sect to let Xiao Yu return? Lin Fan, Qianyu, are you two serious about this? This is an opportunity that I and the elders have worked hard to give you. Are you really not going to ask for something for yourselves? Just to ask the sect to let Xiao Yu return? The sect master came back to his senses and looked at the two with a serious expression. The other elders looked at them with somewhat strange expressions, wondering whether these two young people truly didn't understand the sect master's intentions or were just pretending not to understand. However, Lin Fan and Xianyu said with firm expressions, "Sect master, we are indeed serious. This is what we have already thought out. We hope the sect master and the elders will fulfill our request." Seeing their attitude, the sect master of Tianyuan Sect frowned instantly, clearly unwilling. But since he and the elders had already made such grand statements, as the sect master, he must keep his word. Having promised to reward these two, he naturally couldn't go back on his word. A thoughtful expression appeared on his face, and, after a moment of contemplation, he pushed the ball to the elders, asking, "What do you elders think about the request from disciples Lin Fan and Xianyu?" Upon hearing his words, the elders looked at each other. What opinion could they have? Of course, they were also unwilling. When Xiao Yu was around, he would compete with their disciples for cultivation resources. With Xiao Yu gone, their disciples would have more opportunities. But they also couldn't go back on their word to Lin Fan and Qianyu. They couldn't lose face for the higher-ups of Tianyuan Sect, could they? In the end, one elder stood up and clasped his hands, saying, "Sect Master, I believe that as one of the 5 major sects in the central continent, Tianyuan Sect must maintain its credibility in every action and statement. Since we have already promised Lin Fan and Qianyu that we would do our best to meet their requests as long as it is within the capabilities of the Tianyuan Sect. Now that they have brought up the request for the expelled disciple Xiao Yu to return to the sect, we can certainly accommodate it and should naturally agree." But at this point, he shifted his tone. However, he only said 2 words, which piqued everyone's interest, and did not continue, glancing at the people present as if with deep meaning. "However, what?" the sect master asked kindly, knowing that he still had more to say. Others also looked toward this elder. The elder nodded and said, "I believe Xiao Yu can return to the sect, but the question is, what identity and treatment will he start with upon his return? Will it be the same as before, as the senior brother of Tianyuan Sect, enjoying the treatment of the sect's top prodigy? Or should he start as an ordinary disciple? I think that everyone present today, including myself, needs to carefully consider this question before we can respond. The words of the 6th elder are indeed very pertinent. It needs to be thought through carefully. That's right. It's simple to let Xiao Yu return, but we need to seriously consider how to treat him after he comes back." Once this elder finished speaking, it immediately resonated with the other elders, who nodded in agreement. Lin Fan and Qianyu were stunned to hear that the sect needed to consider what identity and treatment to give the senior brother upon his return. The two suddenly realized that their thoughts had been somewhat simplistic. They had originally thought that, with this merit, letting the senior brother return to the sect would allow everything to be the same as before. But now it seemed that this was not the case. "You two step out for a moment. This sect master and the elders will discuss it before replying to you both." Lin Fan and Qianyu were then asked to leave. The two waited outside the discussion hall, leaving it for the sect master and the elders to deliberate. Not long after, they reached a conclusion. "Come in. I and the elders have already discussed it." The sect master of Tianyuan Sect called for the two to enter. The two respectfully appeared before the sect master and the elders, awaiting the announcement of their conclusions. The sect master of Tianyuan Sect looked at the two and said, "Lin Fan, Qianyu, after discussion, we have unanimously decided to agree to your request to allow Xiao Yu to return to the Tianyuan Sect. However, his identity and treatment need to be adjusted." Lin Fan and Qianyu's expressions turned serious, and they perked up their ears, quickly adopting an attentive posture. The sect master continued, "Upon returning to the sect, he must first undergo a cultivation assessment, and his identity and treatment will be based on the assessment results. If he is at the first realm, he will be an outer disciple. If at the second realm, he may be promoted to an inner disciple. At the third realm, he can become an elite disciple. At the fourth realm, he will be a core disciple, with treatment equivalent to disciples of the same level. In addition, due to the mistakes he made previously, he must complete the task of sincerely apologizing to every Tianyuan Sect member within 3 years. When apologizing, he must confess his wrongdoings to each member of the Tianyuan Sect, sincerely repent, and seek their forgiveness. If he fails to complete this task, he will still be expelled from the sect after 3 years. Lin Fan and Xiao Yu's faces turned slightly pale upon hearing this. They found it hard to accept this outcome. This task was almost impossible to complete. Moreover, how proud a person the senior brother was, to ask him to apologize to every member of the Tianyuan Sect and seek their understanding. This was completely trampling on the senior brother's dignity. Could the senior brother accept this? The sect master of Tianyuan Sect observed the expressions of the two and did not give them a chance to speak further, waving his hand to drive them out of the discussion hall. All right, this is the final answer, and it is not open to doubt. If you are unwilling to accept it, then give up. If you accept, you can now go to the Yangwang courtyard to inform Xiao Yu. A cold smile appeared on the face of the sect master of Tianyuan Sect. This opportunity is hard to come by. Make sure he doesn't miss it. I'll look forward to his return. Chapter 21. Cultivators must strive forward. Lin Fan and Xiao Yu walked out of the discussion hall and met at the entrance, exchanging glances, both seeing the helplessness on each other's faces. They never expected that after putting in so much effort to plead for the senior brother, the result would be like this. Let's go. We have done our best. Let's see the senior brother and talk. Xiao Yu said, and Lin Fan nodded. Both felt a sense of disappointment towards the sect, but did not express it outwardly. Soon, they descended the mountain together, heading straight for Xiao Yu's Yangwang courtyard. Behind them, the voices of the sect master and a relatively upright elder could be heard. Sect master, are we being too harsh? Xiao Yu actually has very good cultivation talent. If he refuses to return to the sect because of this, it would also be a significant loss for us at Tianyuan Sect. Loss. You think too highly of him. If it weren't for the previous 10 physiques, he might still be considered a loss, but now that we have the Chaos Holy Body, what is Xiao Yu worth? Moreover, the Chaos Holy Body is just the beginning. Our sect will surely have more special cultivation physiques in the future. Many special physiques, although not comparable to the top 10 supreme physiques, are still stronger than someone like Xiao Yu. I don't want to waste cultivation resources on a sect sinner. If he is sensible and obediently follows the rules, then perhaps there will be a place for him in the future of Tianyuan Sect. If he is ungrateful, then let him fend for himself. Our Tianyuan Sect will have future prodigies that are 10 times stronger than him. We do not lack him. At the same time, in the inner door of Tianyuan Sect, in a small courtyard, this is the cultivation residence of the inner disciple Pang Fei. At this moment, Pang Fei was wrapped in bandages, lying in bed like a mummy. A female outer disciple was serving him medicine. He was groaning, with one side of his face showing a purple bruise. Bang! Suddenly, his door was pushed open from the outside, and a beautiful figure rushed in, exuding a sense of urgency. Fei, how are you? I heard you were injured. Wan Yuju appeared. She had just returned from outside, and came to check on Pang Fei as soon as she heard about his situation. As soon as Pang Fei saw Wan Yuju, he immediately became emotionally agitated. Yuju Jia, you finally came back. I was almost beaten to death. Look at me, my legs were broken, and I can't even move in bed. The doctor said I need to lie in bed for at least 6 months. I'm practically disabled. Pang Fei said with tears and a choked voice. At this moment, he appeared weak and helpless, completely losing the arrogance he had displayed in front of other outer disciples. Seeing Wan Yuju was like seeing a lifeline. Who did this? Wan Yuju checked and found that Pang Fei's situation was indeed quite miserable. Her pretty face immediately darkened as she asked, who else could it be? It was that bastard junior sister Xiao Yu. Pang Fei replied. Which junior sister? Ningxi? She returned. Wan Yuju asked in confusion, somewhat surprised. Pang Fei said with a choked voice, who else could it be? It was her who did this to me. She returned a few days ago. Yuju Jia, you must stand up for me. You are my only cousin. After so many years in Tianyuan Sect, we only have each other to rely on. The way she treats your cousin is completely disrespectful to you. Why did she do this to you? Wan Yin Yuzhu furrowed her brows and asked, her gaze fixed on him, her aura somewhat imposing. Pang Fei felt a bit intimidated facing Wan Yin Yuzhu. He had originally wanted to embellish his story, but decided it was better to answer honestly. He recounted how he once caused trouble for Xiao Yu in order to protect Wan Yin Yuzhu's reputation, only for Ning Shi to find out and nearly beat him to death. Upon hearing this, Wan Yin Yuzhu's eyes suddenly flashed with sharp, cold light, as if she was about to explode with anger. Pang Fei, seeing this, was afraid she would get mad and quickly defended himself, saying, "But Sister Yuzhu, the heavens can bear witness. Although I did send someone to cause trouble for Xiao Yu, it was completely unsuccessful. He had the protection of the 13th Elder, and everyone I sent was dealt with by the 13th Elder. I didn't even hurt a hair on him. Moreover, ever since he sent a message back with my people, saying he would definitely not have any further entanglements with you and would not mention your past, I have not thought about causing him any more trouble. But sister, look, his junior sister came back and beat me up. My parents wouldn't even recognize me." Wan Yin Yuzhu seemed to ignore his last few words, looking a bit surprised and asking, "Did he really say that?" Pang Fei was taken aback. Who? Wan Yin Yuzhu, speechless, replied irritably, "I mean those words that Xiao Yu had someone deliver to you. Are they true?" Pang Fei nodded emphatically. "Yes, they're true, Sister Yuzhu. I wouldn't dare to hide it from you." Upon hearing this, Wan Yin Yuzhu nodded, her gaze becoming a bit distant. "I didn't expect him to be so self-aware." Pang Fei chuckled. "Hee, Sister Yuzhu, you think so too, right?" "I think so too. That kid was indeed very impressive when he was our Tianyuan Sect's senior brother. He could command the winds and rains, getting whatever he wanted, which was truly enviable. I thought he would be very arrogant, but after being crippled, he seems to have become quite sensible, not a rigid person, knowing what to do and what not to do. Otherwise, I would have definitely dealt with him." Wan Yin Yuzhu shot him a glare and said, "Shut up. It's like this now, and you can still laugh." Pang Fei, acting shamelessly, said, "I assent it because, Sister Yuzhu, you're back? With you here, I have someone to back me up, so naturally, I'm happy, hee." Wan Yin Yuzhu couldn't help but shake her head at his shamelessness. "All right, you should rest well. Although Xiao Yu has been crippled and is no longer the senior brother of Tianyuan Sect, Ning Shi is his junior sister and has always listened to him. While Ning Shi hitting you is somewhat understandable, it was too much. I have a peer-level relationship with Xiao Yu, so it wouldn't be appropriate for me to argue with his junior sister Ning Shi. That would be beneath my dignity. However, I will talk to Xiao Yu about this and ask him for an explanation, and it would be best if he could properly discipline his junior sister. Right now, I still cherish our past friendship and don't want to pursue this matter directly. If it were someone else, Ning Shi would definitely end up suffering greatly sooner or later. Of course, if he doesn't give me a satisfactory answer today, I won't let it go." Pang Fei immediately became excited. "Great, great. Then Sister Yuzhu, you should hurry. All right, you take care of your injuries." Wan Yin Yuzhu nodded, left a final remark, and then went down the mountain. In the small courtyard, Xiao Yu had already withdrawn his gaze from the Tianyuan Sect's mountain gate. At this moment, he was sitting in his small courtyard, half reclining on a rattan chair, his expression contemplative. That huge Dharma ship he just saw was clearly from the Tianyuan Sect. He recognized it. Just now, a grand bell rang from the Tianyuan Sect, which signified that something significant must have occurred there. Although he was far away and couldn't see clearly, he could vaguely tell that something good seemed to have happened at the Tianyuan Sect, as he saw many people cheering outside the mountain gate when the Dharma ship landed. There didn't seem to be any intense fighting coming from the entire Tianyuan Sect. So what exactly happened? Could it be that the Tianyuan Sect's team, searching for the 10 supreme physiques, has returned? Is their efficiency really that high? He remembered that 2 months ago, after he took the Hongmeng Holy Body Pill, causing a tremendous phenomenon, the Tianji Pavilion deduced that a great era had arrived, and various supreme cultivation physiques, including the legendary 10 supreme physiques, would appear in the world. Therefore, the Tianyuan Sect sent out many teams to search for these disciples across the central continent and even farther places. Lin Fan and Xian Yu, as core disciples of the Tianyuan Sect, were also sent out with a team. Before they left, they even visited him to bring him 3 pets for companionship and some food. He wondered how Lin Fan and Xian Yu were doing and hoped they were safe and sound. Xiao Yu murmured, thinking of Lin Fan and Xian Yu. feeling a warmth and emotion rise in his heart, wishing for their safe return. These two were the only true friends he could consider as such. As for the others in the Tianyuan Sect, apart from his junior sister, there were hardly any others. He could probably count them on one hand. Even those who came to see him off when he was expelled from the sect had gradually lost contact over time. Apart from Lin Fan and Xiao Yu, he hadn't interacted with anyone else since then. The distance between the small courtyard and the Tianyuan Sect was not far for cultivators. Yet sometimes it felt very far away. He hadn't expected to have such a sentimental moment. Suddenly, Xiao Yu snapped back to reality, letting out a wry smile as he exited this sentimental state. Then his eyes brightened with spirit. Cultivation is like rowing against the current. Every moment is precious, and everyone is striving to rise. I must cherish this time and cannot fall behind. It's okay to feel sentimental, but I must not indulge in such feelings. Then, he was about to check what the fortune of the day was. Someone is coming, 2 white light spots. But just as he opened the fortune map, he saw 2 light spots appearing on the generated map, approaching him. It seemed they were coming from the Tianyuan Sect. The white light spots represented goodwill. Xiao Yu was a bit surprised and quickly withdrew the protective formation around the small courtyard. Soon, he saw the visitors. "Senior brother, we're back." A familiar voice with a cheerful tone rang out at the courtyard entrance. It was none other than Lin Fan and Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu hurriedly invited them into the small courtyard. Chapter 22. Refusing to return to the sect, I just saw that huge Dharma ship slowly descending from the sky in front of the Tianyuan Sect as Mountain Gate. Wondering who it was, and just as I was thinking of you, you returned. In the small courtyard, the 3 sat facing each other, and Xiao Yu poured them tea, saying with surprise, "What are you thinking about us, senior brother?" Lin Fan and Xian Yu asked with smiles. Xiao Yu laughed. In the world of Xinwu, it's cold-blooded and cruel, with constant conflicts and life and death struggles. Naturally, I hope that you can have everything go smoothly and return safely. Lin Fan and Xian Yu were touched by his words, feeling a wave of emotion rise within them. They could tell that their senior brother was sincere. "So how was it this time? Everything went smoothly, right? You didn't encounter any trouble?" Xiao Yu quickly poured them a cup of clear tea and asked with a smile. "Thank you, senior brother." Lin Fan and Xian Yu took the teacups and quickly expressed their gratitude, organizing their emotions. Lin Fan then nodded and responded with a smile. Everything went quite smoothly. It's just that during the Eastern Twilight, we encountered the saintess of the Fuyao sect, whom you had defeated before, senior brother. Xian Yu and I almost got beaten up by her, but fortunately, at the last moment, she seemed to have encountered something important and left. However, before she left, she expressed her thoughts about you, senior brother, and hoped we could convey them. When it came to the word missing, Lin Fan deliberately emphasized it. And both he and Xian Yu couldn't help but smirk at Xiao Yu, with Xian Yu even stifling a laugh as if they had encountered something amusing. "Cough, cough, cough." Xiao Yu nearly choked on a sip of tea. He quickly composed himself and said, "Is she really that vengeful? Didn't you tell her that I'm now, eh?" Lin Fan shook his head and replied, "We informed her about senior brother's situation, but she didn't believe it. She even said that she would come to see for herself in a while to relieve her longing for senior brother." "Huh." Qian Yu couldn't hold back any longer and burst into laughter. Xiao Yu's mouth twitched a few times. He knew that this so-called longing and heartache were not genuine. It was just that the holy maiden of Fuyao wanted to take revenge on him and reclaim her lost dignity from before. They had been rivals and had fought in the Tianyuan secret realm. The result, of course, was that he, as the top disciple of the Tianyuan Sect, had gained the upper hand. Then Xiao Yu became somewhat speechless, saying, "She's really good at holding grudges. I just kicked her once, and she's still holding it against me to this day. How petty." Lin Fan couldn't help but retort, "Senior brother, was it really just a kick? We heard that you tied her up in a snake's nest for a day and scared her to tears." Qian Yu nodded seriously, adding, "That was indeed a bit excessive. A dignified, holy maiden of a sect being treated like that by senior brother. If it were me, I would definitely hold a grudge too." Xiao Yu awkwardly scratched his nose and said, "At that time, I just thought she was too willful and wanted to teach her a lesson. Who knew she would be so easily scared? Besides, I let her go afterward. I didn't do anything to her." Qian Yu smiled brightly, saying, "That doesn't matter. We girls can hold grudges. The holy maiden of Fuyao will definitely come looking for you in the future." Lin Fan chuckled. And I've heard that many of the Holy Maiden's admirers have developed hostility towards you after hearing about this. It's likely that many will come looking for trouble with you, so you should be careful. Who will be coming? Lin Fan frowned. He shook his head, saying, "It's not clear yet, but it's certain that the one from Jintian Palace is also one of the Holy Maiden's admirers." "Are you talking about Mu Jiu Xiao?" Xiao Yu asked in surprise. Lin Fan nodded. "One of the 7 geniuses of Nanli Jintian Palace, known as Little Zhu Rong. His burning heaven technique is said to have reached a point where nothing can escape its flames. Although he is only at the 4th realm, he is still a threat to later stage experts, and even those at the 5th realm wouldn't dare to underestimate him." Upon mentioning this title, his expression became noticeably serious. Xiao Yu felt a bit of a headache. Are these people just bored? I offended the Holy Maiden of Fuyou. What does that have to do with them? It's like a dog catching mice. Lin Fan and Tianyuan both burst into laughter. Xiao Yu said irritably, "Go ahead and make fun of me. When these people come looking for trouble, I want to believe you'll just stand by and do nothing." Lin Fan smiled. "Of course, we will help. By the way, senior brother, we heard that you have obtained a life renewal pill. Is that true?" Xiao Yu was a bit surprised, saying, "You guys actually know about it?" He then nodded. "It's true." Tianyuan asked, "How did you get it?" "When we just arrived at the sect, we were about to ask the sect leader for a life renewal pill when we learned about this from them, but they didn't tell us how you got it." Xiao Yu didn't beat around the bush and quickly explained what had happened in the past 2 days. Soon, both of them were stunned after hearing it. "Senior brother, is this true? Ning, she is actually a 9-turn heavenly phoenix sacred body, and now she has been accepted as a disciple by a tribulation immortal?" They couldn't believe it. Xiao Yu nodded. "Indeed. My life renewal pill was requested by Ning, she from that tribulation immortal, and then the immortal bestowed it upon me." "I see." Lin Fan and Tianyuan finally understood what was going on. They then smiled. "Congratulations, senior brother, and congratulations to Sister Ning Shi. This is great news. Senior brother, have you taken the life renewal pill? What is your current cultivation level?" They asked again. Xiao Yu nodded. "I did take it. I have already begun to rebuild my cultivation and am now at the 2nd realm." Xiao Yu knew that the two genuinely cared for him, but his secrets were too significant to share directly, so he had to tell a little white lie. "The 2nd realm? That's about what we expected. It's not too slow." They nodded in agreement. "We believe that with your talent, senior brother, you'll be able to rebuild your cultivation quickly." Yu then changed the subject. "However, after reaching the 2nd realm, every small breakthrough requires corresponding cultivation resources. Does senior brother have any plans?" Upon hearing this, Lin Fan suddenly glanced at Yu, his eyes flickering as if he understood what she was about to say, and he stopped speaking. Xiao Yu noticed that Yu seemed to have something to say and smiled. "I don't have any plans yet. Does junior sister you have any suggestions?" Yu nodded. "Lin Fan and I do have a suggestion, but I'm not sure if senior brother can accept it." She hesitated, and Lin Fan's expression also became a bit awkward. Xiao Yu smiled. "Junior sister, feel free to speak." In the end, Yu decided to tell them about their request at the sect and the sect's response. Soon, after listening, Xiao Yu looked at the two with surprise, feeling deeply moved. Lin Fan said apologetically, "Senior brother, we originally hoped the sect would let you return as if everything were the same, but we didn't expect the sect to make such a decision. We know it's unfair to you, and we didn't handle things well. We're sorry, senior brother." However, Xiao Yu raised his hand to stop him from continuing. He looked at them and said, "Lin Fan, Yu, you don't need to say any more. I understand your intentions. I'm very grateful that you care for me like this. Since I was expelled from the sect, many people I once considered close friends have abandoned me, but you two have not only not treated me like a pariah, but have taken such good care of me. I'm truly grateful. In this life, having friends like you two is already a great satisfaction. You didn't do anything wrong, so don't feel guilty about it. Senior brother, do you want to return to the sect?" Hearing his words, Lin Fan and Yu opened their eyes wide, looking at him expectantly. They really didn't want to be separated from Xiao Yu and hoped the three of them could remain as sect siblings. But Xiao Yu shook his head and suddenly said firmly, "No, I refuse." What a joke. Not to mention that I had lost all my cultivation and my physical condition was ruined. I didn't even plead with the sect back then. Now that I have the creation diagram, I certainly want to kneel to the sect. If the sect were fair to me, that would be one thing. But now they still want to humiliate me. Senior brother. Lin Fan and Xiao Yu instinctively wanted to say something, but when they thought of the sect's reward, they couldn't say anything more. Not to mention being the senior brother. Even if it were any one of them in his position, they would find it hard to accept. Xiao Yu said, if the sect treats me like dirt and looks down on me like this, if I really agree to go back, wouldn't that be the same as a dog begging for scraps? Where is the dignity of a cultivator? How will the people of Tianyuan Sect see me? Can I really stay in Tianyuan Sect? Lin Fan and Xiao Yu had no words to refute. They just stared at him blankly. Xiao Yu suddenly stood up and said loudly, as cultivators, we may experience lows, we may encounter injustice, we may have times of unfulfillment, and we may be forced to do things we don't want to do. But the one thing that must never be broken is a steadfast heart, unyielding ambition, and unshakable dignity and pride. If we lose these, what is the point of being a cultivator? What is the point of talking about going against the heavens? We might as well be dogs. Lin Fan and Xiao Yu were deeply shocked by these words. At that moment, they felt an unstoppable fierce momentum emanating from Xiao Yu, like a sharp sword unsheathed, piercing the sky and tearing apart the heavens. Their emotions were stirred, rising and falling continuously, taking a long time to settle down. Xiao Yu couldn't help but express her concerns, saying, but with that being said, senior brother, the cultivation resources. Xiao Yu smiled, looked at the two of them, and reassured them, junior brother, junior sister, you don't need to worry about me. I have my own ways to solve it. Seeing his resolute attitude, Lin Fan and Xiao Yu didn't press the matter further, only saying, all right, but if you need our help, just let us know, and we will do our best. They didn't ask Xiao Yu how he planned to solve the issue. His confidence made them hesitant to pry too much. In the Xianwu world, even the closest friends have their own secrets, and probing too deeply into some matters can be inappropriate. Xiao Yu nodded in agreement without being polite. Lin Fan and Xiao Yu sighed inwardly, realizing that it seemed destined that they could no longer be fellow disciples with their senior brother in this lifetime. However, this was also within their expectations. Although the senior brother was not in his previous peak state, the pride in his heart remained, and no one could easily shatter it. No need to worry. At worst, if senior brother really can't manage, we can help a bit more. If there are any news about newly discovered secret realms, we can invite him to explore together, Lin Fan said, noticing a hint of worry on Xiao Yu's pretty face. He used secret sound transmission to communicate with Xiao Yu to avoid hurting Xiao Yu's pride. Xiao Yu nodded in agreement. However, the two of them were unaware that their secret sound transmission could not be hidden from Xiao Yu at all. His current strength far surpassed theirs, allowing him to catch everything. And since they were relatively weak, their use of the secret sound transmission technique was not sophisticated enough, making it easy to leak. But Xiao Yu merely smiled slightly and said nothing more. While feeling touched, he thought to himself, junior brother and junior sister, you are probably overthinking it. In the future, I won't go out on adventures with you. Not just you, but I won't go out with anyone. What a joke. The reason he used to venture into various secret realms and fight to the death with other cultivators in the Xianwu world was ultimately to acquire cultivation resources. But now that he had the creation diagram, which produced creation every day, and these creations were closely related to his cultivation strength, why would Xiao Yu still go out? Fighting to the death and playing life and death games with others was not enjoyable at all. Killing others might be fun, but if he were to be killed, that would only bring joy to others. Only by lying here every day and having countless cultivation resources to help him continuously improve his strength could he truly find happiness. Without being invincible, he would not go out to take risks unless absolutely necessary. Xiao Yu was very clear-headed and secretly set a goal for himself. Additionally, he was also considering whether to give these two some magical treasures to protect them. He wouldn't go out, but these friends would definitely have to venture out. And he couldn't temporarily provide them with any cultivation resources. They still needed to go out and take risks to obtain resources for themselves. However, he also had to consider that he couldn't let these two see that it was his doing, or else his secret would be compromised. Xiao Yu, come out. Just as the three were discussing this, suddenly, a sharp voice rang out from outside the courtyard. Wan Yin Yuzhu came in angrily. Chapter 23. A desire to duel. Hearing Wan Yin Yuzhu's voice, the three of them quickly walked out of the courtyard. Upon seeing Wan Yin Yuzhu's furious face, which seemed unfriendly, The three were slightly taken aback. Xiao Yu was puzzled, unsure where he had offended Wang Yin Yuzhu. Before Xiao Yu could speak, Lin Fan furrowed his brows in dissatisfaction and said, Wang Yin Yuzhu, what are you doing here shouting? Also, is it your place to call our senior brother by name? Qian Yu beside him also showed a hint of vigilance and scrutiny in her eyes. They were somewhat displeased with Wang Yin Yuzhu's demeanor. Their senior brother had only left the sect for a few days, and Wang Yin Yuzhu was already this rude. Moreover, their senior brother had treated them very well before, generously imparting teachings that had greatly benefited them. Wang Yin Yuzhu had always been eager to cling to their senior brother, and he had never shown her a cold face. Now that their senior brother had been expelled from the sect and lost his former glory, she had the audacity to act this way toward him. Earlier at the mountain gate, she had even taken back the jade pendant she had once given to their senior brother, flipping her attitude faster than turning a book. Lin Fan, Qian Yu, you two are also here. Wang Yin Yuzhu seemed somewhat surprised to see Lin Fan and Qian Yu. But her pretty face then darkened as she said to the two of them, Today's matter of me looking for Xiao Yu has nothing to do with you two. You better stand aside and not meddle. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Oh, you're the one being rude, Wang Yin Yuzhu. Do you think too highly of yourself? Lin Fan was amused and angered by her words. He stepped forward, and as his voice fell, a powerful aura slowly emanated from him. At the same time, a five-colored halo appeared behind him, making him look more sacred. His cultivation at the initial stage of the fourth realm of transformation, the five elements wheel, was unmistakable. Behind him, although Qian Yu didn't make any verbal or physical reaction, she was also secretly gathering power at this moment, ready to step in to protect their senior brother if Wang Yin Yuzhu dared to make a move against him. It's just the initial stage of the transformation realm's five elements wheel. Lin Fan, your cultivation talent really isn't impressive. You're too slow, came Wang Yin Yuzhu's cold, mocking laugh as she dismissed Lin Fan's aura. Lin Fan raised an eyebrow at her words and chuckled. You're not wrong. I'm a bit slow, but I think it should be enough to deal with you. Is that so? Who gave you the confidence and courage? Wang Yin Yuzhu said disdainfully, showing no fear. Instead, there was a hint of contempt and derision in her gaze toward Lin Fan. Her words surprised the three present. They knew that although Wang Yin Yuzhu's previous cultivation had also reached the initial stage of the transformation realm, she was slightly weaker than Lin Fan and Qian Yu. She shouldn't have the audacity to speak so boldly in front of them. Just then, after Wang Yin Yuzhu's words fell, a cold, mocking smile appeared on her face as she released a powerful aura, and at the same time, a remarkable phenomenon occurred in her body. Her left half seemed to be frosted, while her right half appeared to be engulfed in flames. This corresponding change of cold and heat, yin and yang, gave off a very eerie feeling. Lin Fan and Qian Yu were immediately taken aback. Both of them showed expressions of astonishment. Lin Fan even exclaimed in shock, You've actually broken through to the mid-stage of the transformation realm. The aura released from Wang Yin Yuzhu was clearly much stronger than Lin Fan's. The changes in her body were a symbol of the mid-stage transformation realm's yin-yang transformation. Lin Fan instantly understood what was happening. Xiao Yu and Qian Yu also came to the realization. They had just been wondering when Wang Yin Yuzhu had become so bold. It turned out it was due to her increase in strength. They silently marveled at how fast it had happened. In just 2 months, Wang Yin Yuzhu had actually surpassed them in strength. Qian Yu was also at the five elements wheel realm. At this moment, both of them were one minor realm weaker than Wang Yin Yuzhu. But even just a minor realm difference was a fatal gap among cultivators. Lin Fan's expression darkened. No wonder you dare to speak to us like this. It seems you've broken through. Qian Yu's expression revealed a hint of caution and seriousness as he looked at Wang Yin Yuzhu and asked, Wang Yin Yuzhu, what do you want? Do you intend to take action against senior brother? Even though both of them did not wish for anyone to harm Xiao Yu, the strength Wang Yin Yuzhu displayed indeed put pressure on them. Wang Yin Yuzhu, however, looked at the two of them with a cold smile and said, I've already said, this matter has nothing to do with you. Then she reprimanded the two without any courtesy. If you don't want to die, get lost right now. Don't make me say it a third time. Her attitude was quite terrible. Lin Fan, seeing this, was furious and couldn't help but explode. Tianyu's eyes also flashed with cold light. Among their peers, no one had ever dared to scold them like this. But at that moment, Xiao Yu stepped forward and held the two back. Senior brother, Lin Fan, and Tianyu looked at Xiao Yu in surprise, their eyes filled with confusion. They saw Xiao Yu smile at them and say, "You too, don't get angry yet. Let me ask her what exactly happened first." Lin Fan and Tianyu calmed down a bit, with Lin Fan stepping back. Seeing this, Xiao Yu walked out and looked at Wan Yin Yuzhu in front of him, slightly frowning, and then said, "I don't know where I offended junior sister Wan Yin, causing you to come here so angrily to seek justice. Can you please let me know?" However, upon hearing his words, Wan Yin Yuzhu immediately waved her hand without hesitation and said coldly, "Don't call me junior sister. You're no longer a disciple of Tianyuan Sect. Between us, aside from acquaintance, there is no other relationship." Xiao Yu was momentarily taken aback by this, but soon came back to his senses, feeling as if his warm face had been met with a cold, but he awkwardly smiled and nodded. "All right, Miss Wan Yin, what do you want from me?" Since the other party wanted to completely sever ties and was being so unfeeling, Xiao Yu naturally would not cling to her. Moreover, he wasn't particularly interested in this girl, one of the four fairies of Tianyuan Sect. Wan Yin Yuzhu felt somewhat more comfortable upon hearing this address, but for some reason, seeing Xiao Yu's indifferent expression towards her made her feel inexplicably displeased. However, she did not voice it, only looking at Xiao Yu with dissatisfaction and asking, "Xiao Yu, do you know that your junior sister Ning, she severely injured my cousin Pang Fei, almost costing him his life? Did you come here for this matter?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Yu's eyes flashed, as if he understood something. Lin Fan and Qian Yu behind him exchanged glances, surprised to hear that junior sister Ning, she had injured one Yin Yuzhu's cousin. When did this happen? They were unaware. Just a moment ago, when Xiao Yu told them about the origin of the new life pill, he did not mention Ning, she causing a ruckus after returning to Tianyuan Sect, only saying that she was discovered to be the 9 transformations heavenly phoenix sacred body and was taken as a disciple by a tribulation immortal. Now it appeared that a lot had happened after Ning, she returned that they didn't know about. Lin Fan couldn't help but twitch his mouth. He had previously mentioned that if senior brother's cheap junior sister returned from a mission and learned about senior brother's situation, she would definitely not behave herself. And it turned out to be true. Wan Yin Yuzhu nodded upon hearing Xiao Yu's words, her expression icy as she said, "Pang Fei is my cousin. He was beaten like this. And, as Ning Shi's senior brother, shouldn't you give me a reasonable explanation?" As she spoke, she released a powerful oppressive aura, making it seem as if she would explode if she did not receive a satisfactory answer in the next moment. Hearing that she came for this, Xiao Yu's expression also turned serious, and he said coldly, "I can give you an explanation. But do you know what your cousin Pang Fei did that led to Ning Shi taking action against him?" Lin Fan and Qian Yu became curious and wanted to know what had happened. Wan Yin Yuzhu nodded, "I know. Didn't Pang Fei previously have several outer disciples come to find trouble with you? He told me about it. But you didn't suffer any harm because you had the protection of Elder 13. However, your junior sister attacked him so severely. Isn't that too much?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Yu sneered and was about to speak again, but was interrupted by Lin Fan. Lin Fan was furious and stepped forward, shouting, "What? Pang Fei actually came to trouble senior brother? Does he want to die?" Then he turned to Wan Yin Yuzhu and scolded, "You Wan Yin Yuzhu, I initially thought you came to find senior brother because he wronged you. It turns out your cousin was the one who acted recklessly first. You shamelessly come here to demand an explanation. I even have reason to suspect that your cousin Pang Fei was instructed by you to cause trouble for senior brother. Lin Fan, you better watch your mouth. I didn't instruct anyone, and if you keep insulting me, I'll be sure to slap that mouth of yours." Wan Yin Yuzhu's expression changed instantly upon hearing Lin Fan's words, and she angrily shouted back, her eyes blazing as if she wanted to eat Lin Fan alive. This guy's words were too filthy. His insults were truly unpleasant. Although she did not want to have any further relations with this useless Xiao Yu, she also cherished her reputation. Xiao Yu had indeed treated her well in the past, and she was unwilling to do such a thing. Otherwise, once discovered and spread, she would undoubtedly be labeled as ungrateful and opportunistic. At that time, let alone being a fairy, who would even look at her? If it wasn't your instruction, then why are you so agitated? Lin Fan replied unkindly. At this moment, Tianyuan also stepped forward and said, Wan Yin Yuzhu, you said it yourself. The reason senior brother was not harmed was due to Elder 13's protection. But have you considered if senior brother did not have Elder 13's protection? At that time, senior brother had already lost his cultivation and had no power to resist against a group of cultivators. If they had done something bad to senior brother, could he have borne it? If senior brother had been beaten up, crippled, or even killed by those people your cousin Pang Fei called over, who would be responsible? Would you be responsible? Wan Yin Yuzhu was instantly rendered speechless. Tianyuan sighed and said, just leave quickly. Although Ning, she was a bit excessive. It is understandable and not a big mistake. Moreover, the best outcome is that senior brother is fine. If anything happened to him, do you think you could still stand here talking to us? Wan Yin Yuzhu's imposing aura had already weakened, but upon hearing Tianyuan's words, she was provoked and coldly said, Tianyuan, what do you mean? Do you think that with you and Lin Fan, you two useless ones can threaten me? Useless? Lin Fan and Tianyuan's brows twitched upon hearing this. They were core disciples of the fourth realm of Tianyuan Sect, yet this woman dared to call them useless? Why had they ever been so looked down upon? Hee, senior brother, I'm sorry, I didn't want to escalate things, but now I can't hold back any longer. I must teach this shameless woman a lesson today. Lin Fan then grinned maliciously, apologizing to Xiao Yu. Tianyuan also stepped forward, and me, I also want to see if junior sister Wan Yin really lives up to her words after advancing to the mid-fourth realm. Xiao Yu found this situation somewhat speechless. Things were going well, but now they were about to fight. He kindly reminded them, she is now in the transformation stage, yin-yang change, which is a whole realm above both of you. Lin Fan, however, twisted his neck and coldly replied, no problem. I just want to see what the difference is between yin-yang change and five-element cycle. Tianyuan didn't say anything more, but her attitude was very resolute. She was determined to have a showdown with Wan Yin Yuzhu. Wan Yin Yuzhu's earlier disdain had angered her. Do you two really want to fight me? Wan Yin Yuzhu was surprised by their attitude and nodded, saying, all right, let's do this. Do you want to fight one at a time or together? She added, I'll make it clear, today, whether you challenge me one-on-one or together, if you win against me, Wan Yin Yuzhu, I won't cause any more trouble for Xiao Yu. But if you lose, what then? Lin Fan asked. Wan Yin Yuzhu laughed and replied, it's nothing much, just one request. Xiao Yu, you have to let Ning Shi bow and apologize to my cousin. That's all. What? Both Lin Fan and Tianyuan were shocked. Xiao Yu's brows twitched several times as he narrowed his eyes at Wan Yin Yuzhu, a cold glint flashing deep in his gaze. His junior sister, Ning Shi, he hadn't even said a harsh word to her, and now this woman dared to demand that Ning Shi bow and apologize to her scoundrel cousin? For the first time, Xiao Yu felt a cold, killing intent towards his former sect mate. What's wrong? Are you scared? If you're scared, just shut up and stop pretending to be a hero. Wan Yin Yuzhu scoffed. Who has scared? Fine, we accept your challenge. Before Xiao Yu could speak, Lin Fan impulsively blurted out. As soon as he said it, he immediately regretted it, panic crossing his face as he looked at Xiao Yu and hurriedly said, Senior brother, wanting to explain with a face full of apology. But Xiao Yu waved his hand and sighed. Since she has pushed so hard, you two should just compete with her. Senior brother, Lin Fan and Tianyuan were stunned. They had just been provoked by Wan Yin Yuzhu and had lost some rationality. But now, unexpectedly, senior brother had agreed. The two were at a loss for what to do. However, Xiao Yu looked at Wan Yin Yuzhu and said, but before the competition, I have a condition. Wan Yin Yuzhu nodded, saying, you speak. Xiao Yu continued, if they lose to you in the competition, it won't count. After they lose, I'll guide them, and then you can compete with them again. If they lose to you again, I'll comply with your request. How about that? Really? Wan Yin Yuzhu's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Lin Fan and Tianyuan exchanged glances, unsure of what senior brother was planning. Xiao Yu nodded seriously. I don't make empty promises. Wan Yin Yuzhu didn't regard Lin Fan and Tianyuan, so she certainly wouldn't see him, this useless person, as a threat. She immediately replied, all right, then it's settled. She was confident and full of assurance. Chapter 24. Battle with Wan Yin Yuzhu. Seeing Wan Yin Yuzhu's demeanor, Lin Fan and Tianyuan exchanged glances, both raising their eyebrows in surprise, thinking to themselves, is Wan Yin Yuzhu really this confident now? This isn't a good place for your competition. Not far ahead, There's an open space where you can fight to avoid damaging my small courtyard. I would have to repair it later, Xiao Yu spoke up. No problem, Wang Yanyu nodded. But inwardly, she couldn't help but sneer. Xiao Yu. You've truly become a useless person. You even care about a broken courtyard. From now on, with me, Wang Yanyu, we are indeed from two different worlds. It was truly the wisest decision of my life to part ways with you. This kind of cultivator had many miraculous means, and a broken courtyard was not worth bothering about. With a breath, she could use her abilities to recreate one. Even if she didn't want to lift a finger, she could rely on her status as a cultivator to have the ants of the mortal world build it for her. Xiao Yu was now one of those mortal ants, and only such mortal ants would care about a mere courtyard. But in Wang Yanyu's eyes, this was too petty, completely unworthy of her status as a core disciple of Tianyuan Sect. Regardless of Xiao Yu's current situation, she felt he no longer deserved to be compared to her, not even worthy of carrying her shoes. Soon, the group arrived at the place Xiao Yu mentioned. It was indeed an open area, very suitable for a duel. The area was not large, about several hundred square meters, located between the mountain gate of Tianyuan Sect and the Yangguang courtyard, but clearly closer to the Yangguang courtyard, about 300 to 400 meters away. Although it was called an open space, there were many trees, stones, and bushes, making it look more like wilderness. Swish! Upon arriving at this open area, Wang Yanyu flashed to the center. Xiao Yu Lin Fan and Qianyu were about 50 meters away from her. She was very proactive, exuding confidence and dominance as she looked at Lin Fan and Qianyu, sneering, "Come on, let's not waste time. You two come at me together. After I defeat you, I want to see Ning Shi bow and apologize to my cousin, and then I'll go discuss with senior brother Tian Pu. I can't hold back anymore. Let me teach her a lesson first." As soon as Wang Yanyu finished speaking, Lin Fan, without waiting for Xiao Yu to respond, said to Qianyu and dashed forward. Qianyu's expression looked slightly grim. This one, Yanyu was too arrogant. She was only a small realm above them, yet repeatedly looked down on them. They must remember that previously, Wang Yanyu was not their opponent at all. And the senior brother Tian Pu mentioned by Wang Yanyu was also a core disciple of Tianyuan Sect, the second senior brother. It was rumored that after Xiao Yu, he might become the next master brother. Wang Yanyu, today, I will turn you into a pig's head. Lin Fan shouted angrily, a fierce look flashing across his face as he almost instantly appeared in midair, just a dozen meters in front of Wang Yanyu. At the same time, 5 crystal-clear large knives appeared in front of him, entirely formed from spiritual power, exuding a cold aura. The next moment, they transformed into 5 green streaks of light, directly stabbing towards Wang Yanyu's face with a chilling, killing intent. Each of these large knives was sufficient to severely injure or even kill a third realm expert. In addition, behind him, the 5 elements will halo emerged, autonomously activating the unique ability of a transformation realm expert, controlling the surrounding elements of the 5 elements, especially the ones around Wang Yanyu's body, throwing them into a state of chaos to interfere with her perception, causing her senses to fall into a state of confusion. This was also the origin of the name for the 5 elements wheel in the early transformation realm. Qi blade condensation. It seems that after entering the 4th realm, one of the core cultivation techniques you chose is my Tianyuan Sect's Hunyuan Bingjia. The power of Hunyuan Bingjia is not weak, and Qi blade condensation is its precursor technique, but unfortunately, you are too weak. Wang Yanyu's face clearly showed a hint of surprise upon seeing this, but then she sneered disdainfully. Just as the 5 large knives formed from spiritual power were about to stab her, she moved. 1,000 threads binding, she shouted, her hands spreading and tracing an inexplicable trajectory. Waves of spiritual power surged from her body, and a terrifying aura spread around her. Suddenly, dozens of white threads shot out from her body, forming a large net around her like a spider spinning its web. These threads danced, her body exuding both ice and fire, with 2 large fish shadows faintly appearing behind her, one white and one black. The 2 fish represented yin and yang, with her body as the eye. As the yang fish and yin fish rotated, they immediately suppressed the chaotic control of the 5 elements that Lin Fan was manipulating. They even reversed the influence on the spatial operation of the five elements around Lin Fan, obstructing his perception. Lin Fan's five elements will seem to encounter a natural suppression. Ding, ding, clang, clang, a series of intense collision sounds erupted, accompanied by sparks flying, as Wanyan Yuju's 1,000 threads binding unexpectedly blocked Lin Fan's chi blade. Although neither was forged from metal, at this moment they clashed, as if they were. Bang, bang, bang. Furthermore, these threads were extraordinarily sharp. Cutting through the 7 daggers Lin Fan had condensed with spiritual power. 1,000 threads binding. After reaching the 4th realm, you intend to cultivate heavenly net of chi? Lin Fan felt his spiritual blades explode and couldn't help but be astonished, exclaiming. The condensation of chi blades is the first prerequisite technique of primordial weapon transformation, and 1,000 thread binding is also the first prerequisite technique of heavenly net of chi. Both techniques are core methods of the Tianyuan Sect, with no distinction of strength. Each core technique has 3 corresponding prerequisite or early stage techniques. Only by completing the cultivation of the 3 prerequisite techniques can one finally cultivate the core technique. Lin Fan was surprised that the other party had also chosen the core technique to cultivate just like him. As soon as they made their moves, they used the prerequisite techniques of their core methods, showing no sign of hiding their abilities. Wanyan Yuju merely sneered at his words, too lazy to respond. At that moment, Lin Fan felt a sense of foreboding. After landing, he had intended to rush forward and engage Wanyan Yuju in battle. But at this moment, he suddenly stopped, his expression becoming somewhat panicked, because at this moment, he found that he could no longer see Wanyan Yuju's presence, nor could he sense her existence. It was as if he had been isolated in another world. Everything around him was silent. He felt as if he had become blind and deaf. He could no longer see Wanyan Yuju, nor could he see Xiao Yu and Qianyu. Is this the yin-yang transformation? Lin Fan guessed that this was the result of her yin-yang transformation suppressing his 5 elements wheel. Above the 5 elements is yin-yang. He sensed that he might truly be on the verge of defeat. This was a suppression that was hard to overcome, and he was unable to change it. Suddenly, numerous silver threads pierced through the void, attacking him. A strong sense of danger rushed toward him. Lin Fan sensed this aura and quickly countered. He unleashed a fist technique, gathering spiritual power to absorb the earth's energy, forming a defense around his body, while simultaneously activating his chi blade to resist the assault of these silver threads. This fist technique wasn't particularly advanced in the Tianyuan Sect, below the 3rd realm. It had some combat effectiveness, but after reaching the 4th realm, it became nearly useless. After reaching the 4th major realm, all disciples of the Tianyuan Sect must begin cultivating the sect's core techniques. Each disciple can choose 3 core techniques in their lifetime, but can only select one at a time. Only after successfully cultivating the first core technique can they continue to cultivate the second. In the face of the 7 core techniques, other methods were too weak and would be crushed, unable to last long. Even their prerequisite techniques were much stronger than other ordinary methods. Moreover, disciples who chose core techniques would be bound by a soul restriction, preventing them from revealing the sect's techniques. Otherwise, the restriction would self-destruct, leading to their death. This was also to prevent others from forcefully acquiring them. The previous sect disgrace. Disciple Zhou Feng had no intention of letting Xiao Yu live when he went to capture her. Wanyan Yuju, you can't defeat me. At that moment, Lin Fan roared, frantically urging the spiritual power within him, resembling a frenzied demon king. His black hair danced wildly like a waterfall. Even though he knew he might not be a match for her, he refused to admit defeat verbally. Clang, clang, clang. The sounds of metal clashing erupted violently. There was hardly any surprise. Wanyan Yuju's silver threads, each appearing thin and weak, were actually incredibly resilient, cutting through anything, and each thread seemed to contain immense power. Like a divine sword cleaving through, they danced wildly, and Lin Fan's chi blade was once again shattered. With a thud, the defense he had formed from the earth's energy was also obliterated, causing him to spit out blood as dozens of wounds appeared on his body, resembling cuts from knives. And he was sent flying to the ground. Thud! But this was not the end. Wanyan Yuju swiftly approached, seemingly to humiliate him, just as he struggled to stand up. She arrived before him and slapped him across the face. Lin Fan instinctively tried to block, but failed to do so. Slap, slap. Wang Yuju struck him another 7 or 8 times in quick succession. The sharp sound of slaps rang out. Lin Fan's face turned red with anger and shame. "You shameless woman! How dare you insult me?" Wang Yuju's voice rang out at this moment, coldly laughing as she said, "This is the consequence of insulting me. You want to turn me into a pig's head. So I'll ruin your mouth first, and see if you dare to insult me again." As her words fell, another slap unexpectedly landed on Lin Fan's face. "Ah, I will kill you." Lin Fan went berserk. When had he ever endured such humiliation? But it was futile. His perception was blocked by her, and his resistance appeared to Xiao Yu and Tianyuan as nothing more than a headless fly flailing about. "Senior brother, I'll go help him." Tianyuan couldn't bear to watch any longer and called out to Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu said nothing. Tianyuan had already dashed forward. "Wang Yuju, I'm coming to fight you too." She also manifested her 5 elements wheel. The powers of the surrounding 5 elements surged. Around her body, thousands of daggers of flowing light appeared, as if a torrential rain was about to drown Wang Yuju. However, these daggers were clearly much smaller than the 7 large blades Lin Fan had condensed, but their power was also remarkable. If fully unleashed, they could easily destroy everything within 30 yards, leveling it to the ground. This was the first prerequisite technique of another core method of the Tianyuan Sect. Heavenly Prison of 10,000 Blades. Good timing. Let the 2 of you, waste of the 5 elements wheel realm, see the might of yin-yang transformation. Wang Yuju, upon seeing this, was not flustered but instead grinned maliciously. In terms of techniques, they were all disciples of the 4th realm of the Tianyuan Sect, each having mastered a core technique and its 3 prerequisite techniques, and they had only just succeeded in cultivating the first prerequisite technique of their core techniques. Showing no difference in strength, the strength of techniques depended on how each utilized them. However, in terms of cultivation strength, Wang Yuju, who had mastered yin-yang transformation, was clearly a significant step stronger than both Lin Fan and Tianyuan. When a yin-yang fish behind her vaguely emerged, it immediately imposed an unresolvable suppression on Lin Fan and Tianyuan, placing them in an almost invulnerable position. Indeed, before long, Tianyuan also faced suppression from the 5 elements wheel, her perception blocked, leading to difficulty in movement, and she was defeated by Wang Yuju. Even if she and Lin Fan teamed up, they could only barely weaken Wang Yuju's influence on their perception, but their actions remained greatly restricted. Finally, both of them spat out a mouthful of blood and were sent flying. They had lost. "I told you, you 2 are just waste. How do you feel now?" Wang Yuju looked down on them with disdainful laughter. Chapter 25. Beaten to a pulp upon hearing Wang Yuju's words, Lin Fan and Tianyuan's faces instantly paled slightly, and they didn't even dare to meet her gaze, looking away. Earlier, when facing Wang Yuju, they had maintained a condescending attitude. However, after the outcome of their battle, they felt an overwhelming sense of shame. At the same time, it was hard to accept. 2 months ago, Wang Yuju was not their opponent, but 2 months later, she had unexpectedly broken through to the mid-4th realm before them, overpowering them, even rendering their combined efforts ineffective against her. How had she accomplished this? Xiao Yu, they have already lost. There's one more chance. Hurry and guide them. I want to see how you can prevent them from losing to me again. At this moment, Wang Yuju spoke mockingly, looking extremely pleased with herself. "You will get your wish." Xiao Yu saw her expression and said, without any sadness or joy, "Then I'll be watching closely." Wang Yuju snorted, showing no concern. She thought to herself, just a useless person. Even Lin Fan and Tianyuan, who were both at the 4th realm, couldn't defeat her together. How could a useless person help 2 useless ones create any waves? Even though Xiao Yu was once the top disciple of Tianyuan Sect, and his strength back then was much greater than hers now. With rich experience in battling yin-yang transformations, Wang Yuju didn't believe Xiao Yu could help Lin Fan and Tianyuan achieve a challenge beyond their level. If there really was such a method, then Xiao Yu would have long since dominated the top disciples of all major sects in the immortal martial world and become the #1 genius. However, over the years, The disciples among the 5 major sects have been in fierce competition, and she had never seen Xiao Yu overpower the other 4 sects' top disciples in an absolute manner. They'd sparred before, and at most it could be considered a tie, with wins and losses on both sides. Therefore, she was not worried at all. Xiao Yu ignored her and walked straight to Lin Fan and Tianyuan. Senior brother, I'm sorry, we embarrassed you. When Lin Fan and Tianyuan saw Xiao Yu approaching, they couldn't help but show shame and lowered their heads. Especially Lin Fan, who had impulsively agreed to apologize on behalf of Ning, after being provoked by Wanyin Yuzhu, thinking he had everything under control and would never let Ning be humiliated. But reality slapped him hard, making him feel unworthy to face Xiao Yu. Fortunately, before they fought Wanyin Yuzhu, Xiao Yu had already said that the result of the first match didn't count. Otherwise, because of their crushing defeat, Xiao Yu would have to make Ning apologize. How would they explain that to their senior brother? Lin Fan, now, felt like a clown. There is no need to feel this way. Facing a mid-stage yin-yang transformation master, you two, as early-stage 5-element practitioners of the 4th realm, are only a small realm apart. However, among cultivators, even a small realm difference can be significant, and you would be crushed. It's normal for you to lose. You don't have special physiques. Xiao Yu comforted them upon seeing their expressions, then shifted the conversation. But don't lose heart. With me here today, I can definitely help you two win against her. Really? Senior brother. Hearing Xiao Yu's words, Lin Fan and Tianyuan both looked up in surprise. Their eyes filled with expectation and shining brightly. What a show-off. This is a challenge beyond levels. If you really had a way, you would have long become the #1 genius in the immortal martial world. Meanwhile, Wanyin Yuzhu crossed her arms and sneered at Xiao Yu's words. Upon hearing her, Lin Fan and Tianyuan's expressions darkened again. Don't listen to her nonsense. She's just a fool. How could she know that there are always people beyond people and heavens beyond heavens? Xiao Yu said to the two. Xiao Yu, what did you say? Wanyin Yuzhu was furious upon hearing this and glared at Xiao Yu fiercely. This guy is already a useless person. How dare he say such things to her? Xiao Yu couldn't be bothered to look at her and didn't waste words. He directly took out a palm-sized book from his pocket and handed it to Lin Fan and Tianyuan. This is a cultivation technique for both men and women, perfectly suitable for early-stage 4th realm practitioners. It's also very simple to learn. As long as you're not stupid, you can basically understand at a glance. I obtained it by chance in a secret realm. I originally planned to give it to you too. If you encounter any issues in the future, perhaps this technique can help you. Now, I'll take this opportunity to give it to you. But don't underestimate its power. Once mastered, it will allow you two to display strength that can suppress mid-stage 4th realm practitioners. Defeating Wanyin Yuzhu won't be difficult. And even if you face a late-stage 4th realm master, you might still be able to save your lives. Just take a look. Lin Fan and Tianyuan exchanged glances upon hearing this. Just a small book? Is it really that powerful? They looked down at the cover of the book, which read, 5 Elements Reverse Annihilation Skill. Wanyin Yuzhu, standing nearby, also looked over curiously, wanting to sneak a peek. But she was met with a glare from Xiao Yu. What are you looking at? Are you scared? Wanyin Yuzhu couldn't help but be furious. Hearing this, she immediately widened her eyes, looking both angry and amused. Who's scared? Hurry up and learn. I want to see how you can win against me with just a broken book. Even though she was very curious inside, she turned her head to the side, trying to maintain her pride. So the 5-element wheel could be used this way. Lin Fan and Tianyuan quickly opened the small book and began to read. They didn't expect much, but once they started reading, they were instantly captivated, their eyes brightening more than before. At that moment, it was as if they saw 2 figures in the book teaching them how to cultivate, directly imparting knowledge to them. In reality, this was a learning image formed in their minds. Senior brother, I learned it. I don't know how much time passed, maybe just a few breaths, but Lin Fan, with an excited expression, raised his head and said to Xiao Yu. It was clear that he was very excited, seemingly having really learned some valuable technique, feeling accomplished. I learned it too. Tianyuan almost immediately echoed him, her beautiful eyes sparkling, her face showing joy, equally excited. Now, do you have confidence? Xiao Yu asked, smiling slightly at the two. Yes. Thank you, senior brother, for teaching us this technique. This time, I will definitely beat that bitch into a pig-ass head. Lin Fan nodded firmly, his confidence soaring. Tianyu didn't say anything harsh, but a strong confidence appeared between her brows, and her fighting spirits surged, eager to try. All right, then let us go have another match. Be careful not to commit the grave sin of slaughtering your fellow disciples. Xiao Yu nodded with a smile. This 5 elements reverse annihilation skill was a technique randomly generated by the creation map when he broke through to the 4th realm. And he now gifted it to Lin Fan and Tianyu. Senior brother, we know we want to kill her, but she want to escape unscathed today. Lin Fan sneered. He had long harbored resentment towards Yin Yuju, and after being humiliated by her, he vowed not to be named Lin if he didn't take revenge. Hee. It seems you are ready to be beaten again, especially you, Lin Fan. With such a foul mouth, this time I'll definitely cut off your tongue. Yin Yuju, who had been listening to their conversation, coldly responded, exuding a chilling aura, although she felt a bit nervous inside. Unsure of what kind of technique Xiao Yu had given the two, she still firmly believed that it was nothing remarkable. After all, she had never even heard of it, and it wasn't one of the 7 core techniques of Tianyuan Sect. Thus, she remained convinced that in another match, Lin Fan and Qian Yu would still not be her opponents. Moreover, this time they had Xiao Yu's help. If she could defeat these two again, it would almost be equivalent to defeating the former top disciple of Tianyuan Sect and trampling him underfoot. Thinking of this, Yin Yuju's body trembled inexplicably, overwhelmed with excitement and thrill. The feeling of looking down on someone she once admired was truly marvelous. Go ahead. I give you the chance to showcase everything you have learned. Otherwise, if I strike first, you may not have the opportunity. Yin Yuju quickly arrived at the center of the wasteland and spoke arrogantly to Lin Fan and Qian Yu, a hint of disdainful sneer at the corner of her mouth. The signs of yin and yang emerged on her body again. Her body was alternately cold and hot, and the yin-yang fish rose faintly behind her. Lin Fan and Qian Yu exchanged glances. Make a move. They both shouted simultaneously, then flashed towards Yin Yuju. 5 elements reversal. They both shouted, activating the 5 elements reverse annihilation technique. 5 elements transform to yang. Lin Fan shouted next. 5 elements transform to yin. Qian Yu also shouted. The 5 elements wheel behind them manifested simultaneously and began to spin rapidly. In an instant, their energies communicated and resonated. The 5 elements wheel behind Lin Fan underwent a shocking transformation, morphing into a giant yang fish. Meanwhile, the 5 elements wheel behind Qian Yu suddenly transformed into a giant yin fish. Both fish were about 2 meters long. Lin Fan emitted a strong, pure yang aura, while Qian Yu released a strong, pure yin aura. In a short time, with the reversal of the 5 elements, they achieved a balance of yin and yang through their cooperation. The 2 auras merged, forming a taiji yin-yang diagram centered around them, rotating around their bodies. Compared to the 2 yin-yang fish behind Yin Yuju, it was significantly larger. How is this possible? Yin Yuju's eyes widened at this scene. She felt that at this moment, her yin-yang transformation realm seemed unstable, and the yin-yang fish behind her was suppressed. A strong sense of unease surged in her heart, and she couldn't help but feel a wave of fear. No. Soon, the 3 engaged in battle. Yin Yuju let out a terrified and unwilling scream. Even though she used all her ultimate skills, facing Lin Fan and Qian Yu, who had relearned the 5 elements reverse annihilation technique, she was completely at a disadvantage and unable to resist. Her perception was not completely blocked, but severely weakened, and her strength was greatly diminished. Not long after, the yin-yang fish behind her seemed to emit a mournful cry, and she suffered a crushing defeat. Bitch, let's see how arrogant you are now. I'll slap you to death. Lin Fan shouted with high spirits and gave her pretty face dozens of slaps and kicks, turning Yin Yuju from beautiful as a flower to looking like a flower. Chapter 26. Gift of Divine Pills. After releasing his pent-up anger, Lin Fan finally felt much better. Xiao did not stop him. After all, he hadn't stopped Lin Fan when he was beaten earlier. Lin Fan was just returning the favor, and it was completely justified. Moreover, he wanted to teach Yin Yuju a lesson. Yin Yuju turned against him faster than flipping a book It was fine if she changed sides. But she even dared to target Ning Shi, which touched Xiao Yu's reverse scale. Ning Shi was regarded by Xiao Yu as a sister. Not by blood, but closer than family. Anyone who dared to harm Ning, she was harming Xiao Yu. Furthermore, this woman was too arrogant. When Xiao Yu was still the senior brother of Tianyuan Sect, he had not seen her so arrogant. Now that he had been expelled from the sect, she began to reveal her true nature. If not for some past camaraderie, Xiao Yu would have killed her. Otherwise, her life would have been forfeit. The moment she suggested Ning Shi apologize to her cousin. Of course, this bit of camaraderie would likely be reduced to nothing after this fight. Wanyan Yuzhu herself found it hard to believe. She couldn't accept that she had lost like this. But the reality was happening to her. The whole person was a bit dazed. Bang! In the end, she was kicked far away by Lin Fan. When she regained her senses, she lay on the ground, raised her head to look at Xiao Yu and the others, and was filled with shame and anger. Unable to restrain a voice full of resentment. You dare to humiliate me like this? She usually loved beauty the most. And being beautiful with a great temperament is why she could be called one of the 4 fairies of Tianyuan Sect. Her inner pride was evident. Now, being beaten into a pig's head, how could she endure it? Humph! Those who humiliate others will be humiliated in return. At this point, you still dare to be stubborn? Do you want to fight again? Lin Fan coldly snorted and said. He was quite satisfied but wouldn't mind another round. If it weren't for the sect's rules, he would have wanted to kill or cripple this woman directly. Were you? If it weren't for Xiao Yu's guidance, plus you and Tianyu teaming up, how could you possibly be my opponent? Wanyan Yuzhu shouted defiantly, her eyes filled with hatred. At the same time, she was also very shocked. She really did not expect that this way Xiao Yu could still have such abilities. Even if he was disabled, he could still help Lin Fan and Tianyu, whom she regarded as useless, defeat her, a master of the 4th realm of yin and yang transformation. I'll kill you. Lin Fan was furious to see this woman still shouting at this point, and was about to strike again. Lin Fan, enough. If you hit her again, it might lead to death. Tianyu stopped him. Wanyan Yuzhu had already been injured by the 2 of them working together. Her injuries were serious, and it was clear she couldn't continue. Tianyu looked at Wanyan Yuzhu and said, Wanyan Yuzhu, we admit that you are indeed strong now. 1-on-1. We are not your opponents, but in a 2-on-1, isn't this what you asked for? Now that you have lost, what else is there to say? Wanyan Yuzhu felt a blockage in her heart, knowing this was self-inflicted, and her face showed no good expression. Of course, now that she was almost beaten into a pig's head, it was hard to tell. She only coldly responded, I lost. I keep my word. I will not disturb Xiao Yu or trouble Ning Shi in the future. Are you satisfied? With her proud nature, she couldn't act shamelessly. All right, since you are willing to admit it, then you can leave, Tianyu said. Humph. Lin Fan, Tianyu, I have noted this debt. I will not trouble Xiao Yu and Ning Shi again, but I am not reconciled to losing to you too. One day, I will get back at you too. So don't be too complacent. Wanyan Yuzhu heard Tianyu's words, struggled to get up from the ground, and said resentfully before turning around and walking towards the Tianyuan Sect gate step by step. It was clear that she was not reconciled to this crushing defeat. Bitch, you still dare to hold a grudge? Lin Fan wanted to strike again when he saw her still defiant at this moment. But Tianyu held him back tightly, allowing her to leave. However, as Tianyu watched Wanyan Yuzhu's departing figure, a hint of worry appeared in her eyes. From the fact that Wanyan Yuzhu broke through to the yin-yang transformation before them, it seemed that her cultivation talent was stronger than theirs. In the future, it was uncertain that Wanyan Yuzhu could really come back for revenge. Suddenly, as if she thought of something, she snapped back to reality and turned to look at Xiao Yu behind her, immediately bowing and clasping her fists in gratitude. Thank you, senior brother, for your teachings just now. Otherwise, Lin Fan and I would probably have suffered Wanyan Yuzhu's ruthless humiliation today. Lin Fan also reacted and quickly bowed in unison. Thank you, senior brother. Because of Wanyan Yuzhu, they almost forgot that there was still a senior brother behind them. If it weren't for Xiao Yu, they would have lost completely today. With Wanyan Yuzhu's tyrannical nature, they would have certainly faced a round of vicious ridicule and humiliation. Xiao Yu smiled slightly and helped them up. Lin Fan, Tianyu, no need to be polite. Your victory in this contest is also due to your excellent cooperation. And if anyone should be grateful, it should be me thanking you. You stood up for me and Ning Shi. If not for me and Ning Shi, you wouldn't have had such a conflict with Wanyan Yuzhu. Thank you. As he spoke, he prepared to bow deeply to the two. Senior brother, no, we can't accept that. The two quickly stopped him upon seeing this. All right, then let's not stand on ceremony. No need to say thank you. To avoid being too formal, Xiao Yu said with a smile. Right, let's not say anything, Lin Fan said with a simple smile. However, Xiao Yu's expression soon turned serious, and he changed the subject. But this time, although you two defeated Wanyan Yuzhu, judging by the words she left when she just left, she is unlikely to accept this defeat. Moreover, we know her. She is inherently proud and ambitious. After returning, she will surely train hard and find every way to improve her strength, coupled with her talent. It won't be long before she breaks through to the late stage of the fourth realm, the myriad forms stage. At that time, she will definitely come looking for both of you again. At this point, he looked at the two and asked, "Do you know how to deal with her then?" Lin Fan instinctively blurted out, "Senior brother, are you worried that we won't be able to handle her?" Xiao Yu merely looked at him with a meaningful smile and asked, "What do you think?" Lin Fan furrowed his brows and said, "She will improve, and so will we." Tianyuan then spoke up, breaking his hopeful fantasy. "But our cultivation talent seems to be quite inferior to hers, and our 5-element cycle can only assist us in cultivating with the 5 elements spiritual power. However, she has already reached the yin-yang transformation stage, which allows her to utilize the stronger yin-yang power for her training. Her strength will surely outpace ours." Lin Fan countered, "But I still have the 5 elements reverse destruction technique that senior brother taught me." This statement, however, was also equivalent to indirectly admitting that their cultivation talent was not as good as Wanyan Yuzhu's. Tianyuan said, "This technique can indeed help us challenge beyond our level when we work together, but it cannot improve our cultivation level. Moreover, this technique only suits our current realm. Once we reach the yin-yang transformation, it won't be very useful to us. If Wanyan Yuzhu gets ahead of us and enters the myriad form stage first, we might truly be no match for her." Lin Fan had no rebuttal to this. Tianyuan also fell into deep thought and worry. Xiao Yu observed both of their expressions, smiled, and said, "This is what I want to talk to you about next. Senior brother, do you have a way to help us?" The two's eyes brightened upon hearing Xiao Yu's words, as if they saw hope. Xiao Yu seemed to perform a magic trick, pulling out 2 pills from his pocket and handing one to each of them. "I want to give you both a God Transformation Pill." God Transformation Pill. What kind of pill is that? The two had never heard of this pill before. Xiao Yu explained, "This is a pill that helps cultivators' souls undergo transformation. Once the soul transforms, it can enhance your cultivation talent and comprehension. Moreover, if you take this pill and combine it with the 5 elements reverse destruction technique, you can communicate with the yin-yang powers of heaven and earth, speeding up your cultivation." "Really?" Lin Fan and Tianyuan couldn't help but feel excited upon hearing this. Xiao Yu nodded. "Not only that, if you cultivate diligently, you might even experience a physical mutation with the help of the God Transformation Pill and the 5 elements reverse destruction technique, possibly transforming into a special physique. At that time, it won't be impossible for you to catch up to or even surpass Wanyan Yuzhu." Upon hearing this, Lin Fan and Tianyuan were deeply shocked, and their hearts began to race with excitement. If this were true, it would be incredible. They also knew that with the Great Era approaching, many special physiques would emerge. In the near future, those without special physiques would inevitably face a grim era, being trampled by those with special physiques. Not to mention them, even someone like Wanyan Yuzhu, along with the known geniuses in the immortal martial world, might face a significant cleansing, with many now called talents being ruthlessly left behind, becoming ordinary. Now that senior brother had given them such things, it was equivalent to giving them a new life. "Senior brother, such precious pills and techniques. You're just giving them to us?" The two were somewhat incredulous, unable to believe that Xiao Yu would give them these 2 treasures. "What a great kindness." Xiao Yu simply smiled and said, "When I was at Tianyuan Sect, I thought that if I treated people sincerely, I would receive sincerity in return. But in the end, I found that those who can treat me sincerely are few and far between. Having both of you as junior brothers and sisters brings me great comfort. I cannot help you much, but I just want to do my part. I hope that in the future, you can achieve great success and go further. If one day you become immortals and ancestors, I will surely be happy for you. Senior brother, Lin Fan and Xian Yu were deeply moved by his sincere words, their eyes starting to feel moist and red. Xian Yu asked, Senior brother, since you've given us the pills and techniques, what about yourself? Xiao Yu waved his hand and smiled. You don't need to worry about me. Since I can give you, I will naturally keep some for myself. He did not forget to remind them, by the way, the 5 elements reverse destruction technique has already been seen by Wan Yin Yuzhu. You probably can't hide this from her, but that's fine. However, the God transformation pill is crucial. I hope you both can keep it a secret from me. I just started to rebuild my cultivation, and my strength is still low. I obtained these things by chance in a secret realm, and they're limited. I don't want too many people to know for now, or else I might not be able to keep them safe. We understand, senior brother. Lin Fan and Xian Yu both nodded seriously. During this time, if anyone dares to cause trouble for you, we will not let them go. Lin Fan promised. Xiao Yu nodded. All right. Then you return to Tianyuan Sect and report back to the sect master. Lin Fan and Xian Yu nodded, then turned to leave. But at that moment, Xiao Yu suddenly groaned. His body swayed slightly, as if he had been struck on the head, with a trace of blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. Senior brother, what's wrong? Lin Fan and Xian Yu were startled and quickly rushed back to support him. Xiao Yu's face showed a look of shock as he said, Someone in Tianyuan Sect has broken my life porcelain. What? Lin Fan and Xian Yu were taken aback. Chapter 27. Life porcelain broken. What is life porcelain? This is an object used to observe a cultivator's life and death information. By taking a strand of a cultivator's essence soul and using a special divine power, is fused with a piece of porcelain. A lamp is then lit, and the lamp and porcelain become one, allowing observation of the cultivator's life and death. This lamp can also be called a life lamp. As long as the cultivator is alive, the life lamp remains lit, and the life porcelain does not break. However, if the cultivator falls, the lamp goes out, and the porcelain shatters. Even if they are worlds apart, far from the 3,000 realms, the life porcelain will still maintain a fateful connection with the cultivator, unbreakable and unseverable. In the immortal martial world, every major sect's disciples will have such a life porcelain stored within the sect. As the former chief senior brother of Tianyuan Sect, Xiao Yu naturally had such a life porcelain. However, after being expelled from the sect, he forgot to take his life porcelain with him. Life porcelain is very fragile, and external force can easily shatter it. Once broken, it will cause some discomfort to the owner of the life porcelain instantly, requiring 3 breaths to return to normal. If it is an accident, it's one thing. If it is intentionally shattered, it is an unforgivable act. After all, if the owner of the life porcelain is in the midst of a fierce battle and it is suddenly shattered by someone, that moment could be fatal for the owner. In battle, a cultivator cannot afford to be distracted. This is comparable to attempting to take one's life. Therefore, in the immortal martial world, although life porcelain is not considered an important item, every sect still guards the place where the life porcelain is stored very strictly. Generally, life porcelain should not encounter any issues. At the moment when the life-bound porcelain was shattered, Xiao Yu was startled, and a trace of murderous intent rose in her heart. Who did it? Lin Fan was also shocked and angry. Senior brother Lin Fan, please help senior brother back to the courtyard to rest. I'll go check what happened. Xian Yu quickly regained her composure after seeing this scene and said to Lin Fan, Then you hurry. Lin Fan nodded. Without further ado, Xian Yu immediately flashed and ran towards the Tianyuan Sect's mountain gate. Inside the Tianyuan Sect, after Xian Yu entered, she went straight to the main hall where the life-bound porcelain was stored without saying a word. With quick steps, she resembled a swift monkey, covering hundreds of meters in an instant. It wasn't long before she arrived at the main hall of the life-bound porcelain. At that moment, outside the hall, beside a few guards, several people were laughing and chatting as they walked out. Among them was the elder in charge of the guards of the life-bound porcelain hall. The others were several young disciples of the Tianyuan Sect, all with considerable cultivation levels, at least elite-level disciples, and there was even a core disciple among them. They were accompanying a handsome young man in white. In their conversation and behavior, one could vaguely see their flattery and attempts to please the young man in white. Senior Sister Tianyuan, what brings you here? The arrival of Tianyuan caught the attention of these people, and the young man in white said with some surprise as they stopped at the entrance of the hall, "Gu Fei, what are you doing here?" Tianyuan's expression tightened upon seeing them, and she coldly glared at the young man in white. The young man was none other than Gu Fei, one of the 10 supreme physiques that she and Lin Fan had brought back from outside. Senior Sister Tianyuan, Gu Fei is now a disciple of our Tianyuan Sect. The sect has just refined a piece of life-bound porcelain for him. Since Gu Fei is not yet familiar with the sect's layout, we came together to help him store his life-bound porcelain properly, said an elite disciple beside Gu Fei with a smile before Gu Fei could speak. Gu Fei smiled at Tianyuan upon hearing this. A sense of foreboding suddenly arose in Tianyuan's heart. She squinted at the smiling young disciples and asked, "Did you just break a piece of life-bound porcelain in the hall?" Hearing her words, the elite disciple who had just spoken nodded without thinking much and replied with a smile, "That's right, we broke a piece of life-bound porcelain. It was occupying the best position for our Tianyuan Sect disciples, but it was already useless. A useless piece of life-bound porcelain taking up the best position is a waste, right? This spot should belong to Junior Brother Gu Fei, so we broke it and let Junior Brother Gu Fei place his life-bound porcelain there." Senior Sister Tianyuan, what's the problem with that? The disciple appeared unconcerned, as if it were just a trivial matter, and the others also showed no regard for it. Tianyuan continued to ask, "Do you know whose life-bound porcelain you broke?" The elite disciple replied carelessly, "Of course, it's Xiao Yu's. But isn't he already a waste? Expelled from our sect? Why keep his life-bound porcelain? Besides, this life-bound porcelain was personally broken by Elder Xiao. You can ask Elder Xiao if you don't believe me." Elder Xiao, whom he referred to, was the elder responsible for guarding the life-bound porcelain hall, currently standing beside them. Upon hearing this, Tianyuan immediately turned to Elder Xiao and sternly said, "Elder Xiao, do you know what you're doing? How can you do this?" Elder Xiao, however, showed no concern and replied dismissively, "Of course I know what I'm doing. It's just a piece of life-bound porcelain. Moreover, it belongs to a waste who has been expelled from the sect. Since he has been expelled and is no longer a disciple of the Tianyuan Sect, why should I, as the elder of the life-bound porcelain hall, still guard his life-bound porcelain?" Today, Gu Fei came with his life-bound porcelain, which is the hope of our sect for the future, and has been accepted as a direct disciple by the sect master. Naturally, I must choose the best position for him to store it. That waste, Xiao Yu, is no longer one of us in the Tianyuan Sect, yet occupies the best position. What sense does that make? I merely made him vacate a position he shouldn't have. Is that wrong? Right. Elder Xiao is absolutely right. It should be like this. That Xiao Yu is already a thing of the past. The future will belong to Junior Brother Gu Fei, who will soar to great heights and become our senior brother. The young disciples around Gu Fei laughed in agreement upon hearing Elder Xiao's words. Gu Fei remained silent, but wore a faint smile, clearly pleased. Although he had just entered the Tianyuan Sect today, he enjoyed the feeling of being the center of attention. Even Elder Xiao wanted to curry favor with him. He didn't voice it, but he also believed that as the chaos sacred body, he should occupy the best position. Everything should be the best. How could a waste who had already been expelled from the sect compete with him for a position? Tianyuan felt very angry upon hearing this and asked, "Aren't you afraid of offending senior brother? In the immortal martial world, maliciously breaking someone else's life-bound porcelain is akin to a feud with one's parents. He's just a waste who has been expelled from the sect. What can he do if we offend him?" Senior Sister Tianyuan, we didn't come here to stand up for him, did you? Is that necessary? It's just a piece of a waste life-bound porcelain. Even if we don't break it, it's of no use remaining here. Senior Sister Tianyuan, we know that you and Senior Brother Lin Fan have a good relationship with that Xiao Yu, but we advise you to keep your distance from him. After all, there is a difference between immortals and mortals. Wasting so much emotional energy on an isn't worth it. Hearing Tianyuan's words, the group laughed. Their words revealed a sense of superiority as cultivators looking down on mere mortals. Tianyuan was furious, but then sneered. "Who told you that Senior Brother is a waste? I'll tell you, Senior Brother has taken a new life pill and is currently in the process of cultivating again. When he returns to his peak, you'll be in for it." What? He actually started cultivating again? Is that true? Upon hearing Tianyu's words, Elder Xiao and the young disciples around Gu Fei were immediately surprised. This matter was personally told to me and Lin Fan by the sect master. You can believe it or not. Tianyu coldly smiled upon seeing their expressions. The expressions of this group, except for Gu Fei, instantly changed. Even Elder Zhao's old face trembled slightly. He wasn't a particularly powerful elder. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been assigned to guard the life-bound porcelain hall. He knew of Xiao Yu's cultivation talent. If he were not wasted and began cultivating again, as long as nothing unexpected happened, he would definitely surpass him. They were instantly afraid. However, after a moment, as if they thought of something, they regained their confidence. So what if he can cultivate again? By the time he returns, this world will have changed drastically. The future will not belong to him, but to those with special physiques. With junior brother Gu Fei, the future will be our senior brothers. As long as junior brother Gu Fei protects us, what can he do? Even 10 of that, Xiao, you wouldn't necessarily be a match for junior brother Gu Fei in the future. Gu Fei, will you protect them? Tianyu asked. Looking at Gu Fei, the others also looked at Gu Fei, their eyes filled with hope and expectation. Gu Fei took in their expressions, and in reality, as a chaos sacred body, he did not take these people to heart. Today, however, Xiao Yu's life-bound porcelain was shattered because this group wanted to please him. If he were to stand by and do nothing, word would spread, and who would want to follow Gu Fei in the future? Moreover, as a chaotic sacred body, he naturally had great ambitions and aspired to reach the pinnacle of the Tianyuan Sect. How could he be intimidated by a waste who was only recultivating and not even a special physique? So what if he was recultivating? Gu Fei had just stepped onto the path of cultivation and wanted to show him that even if he was recultivating, he would still be a waste in front of the chaotic sacred body. At that moment, a thought flickered through his mind, and he quickly looked at Tianyu and said, Sister Tianyu, feel free to tell that Xiao Yu that this life-bound porcelain was shattered by me, Gu Fei. If he wants to seek revenge in the future, he can come to me, Gu Fei, and I will bear it. Chapter 28. The first day of Pride, his words revealed a calm dominance and confidence, completely different from his previous nervousness at the Tianyuan Sect's gate. Tianyu looked at him deeply and said, It seems I misjudged junior brother Gu Fei. Gu Fei did not say anything else, and simply nodded with a smile. Say, no matter what, Sister Tianyu and brother Lin Fan have gone to great lengths to escort me back to the sect, and I will never forget this kindness. Tianyu was too lazy to say anything more and replied, Take care of yourself. The great world is also a chaotic one. The chaotic sacred body is not invincible. Gu Fei responded, What you said, sister, I will remember. Tianyu stopped talking and prepared to turn away. If Sister Tianyu is not in a hurry to leave, we still need to accompany junior brother Gu Fei to the stone tablet forest. Would you like to go take a look? At that moment, a core disciple beside Gu Fei spoke up. Tianyu couldn't help but stop and looked at Gu Fei, somewhat surprised. Gu Fei, you're going to the stone tablet forest? Gu Fei nodded and smiled. In response to sister, I am indeed going. Do you know what the stone tablet forest is? Tianyu asked, her eyes revealing some unhidden shock. After sizing Gu Fei up, she thought to herself, could this be the chaotic sacred body? He had just arrived at the Tianyuan Sect, and in just half a day, he had actually made a breakthrough, and not just a small one. According to her knowledge, before coming to the Tianyuan Sect, Gu Fei was just a mortal with no cultivation. Then she looked at the core disciple beside Gu Fei and sneered slightly, somewhat sarcastically. I didn't expect you, Lu Xinwu, as a core disciple, to have no self-respect at all. Gu Fei has only been in the sect for half a day, and you're already so eager to curry favor with him, disregarding the dignity of core disciples? Lu Xinwu, upon hearing this, felt no shame at all, but instead nodded slightly and smiled. Sister Tianyu, you are mistaken. Junior brother Gu Fei is a chaotic sacred body, one of the top 10 supreme cultivation physiques in the immortal martial world. He is destined to become an immortal ancestor, a shining existence for eternity. I don't know how many people want to curry favor with him, but can't. It is my honor to befriend junior brother Gu Fei in advance. I find it immensely gratifying. How could there be any talk of dignity? At this point, he even retorted sarcastically, Sister Tianyu, could it be that you are envious of me, hence your provoking words? Tianyu, infuriated, said, You, this guy, actually turning the tables on her. Gu Fei quickly interjected, Sister Qianyu, don't misunderstand. It's just that I've just arrived at the Tianyuan Sect and am unfamiliar with my surroundings. Brother Lu saw that I was helpless, so he kindly helped me. All this talk of curry favor is nonsense. He continued, as for the stone tablet forest, the senior brothers have already told me about it, and I have some understanding myself. The stone tablet forest is where our Tianyuan Sect disciples challenge cultivation records. 16 specially made stone tablets are placed there, corresponding to each of the 6 major realms of the mortal world, which can test the cultivation strength of the Tianyuan Sect disciples. Stronger individuals can leave their names on the corresponding stone tablets. And the lowest challenge realm must at least be at the late stage of the first major realm of the mortal world. What do you want to do there? Qianyu, seeing he understood so well, couldn't help but raise an eyebrow and asked, temporarily not wanting to argue with Lu Xinwu. Gu Fei replied, I, being unworthy, also want to challenge and see if I can leave my mark on the stone tablet. I also want to see what level I am among the Tianyuan Sect disciples at the same realm. Although she had already guessed. When Qianyu heard Gu Fei say it himself, she was still very surprised. But to confirm, she looked at Gu Fei and asked, You really did break through. What is your current cultivation realm? Gu Fei smiled slightly and said, I have just reached the late stage of the first realm of the mortal world, the Jade Skin realm. Wow! Even though Qianyu had already crossed this realm, hearing Gu Fei's words still made her gasp in shock. You actually broke through 3 realms in half a day? Qianyu couldn't help but exclaim, looking at Gu Fei with changed eyes, her face showing a hint of horror. This is the chaotic sacred body. Truly terrifying. Back then, when she broke through to the 3rd stage of body refinement, it took her half a month. Even the senior brother, who was called the most talented person in the Tianyuan Sect at that time, took a week. Now, this Gu Fei had only taken half a day. Such talent and cultivation speed were too frightening. No wonder he was so confident and domineering, not putting senior brother Xiao Yu in his eyes. No wonder, just half a day after entering the Tianyuan Sect, so many people wanted to curry favor with him. Even core disciple Lu Xinwu and Elder Xiao, who guarded this life-bound porcelain hall. Such cultivation talent, who wouldn't take notice? When she came back to her senses, Qianyu looked at Gu Fei with somewhat complex eyes and couldn't help but ask, Do you know who currently holds the strongest records in the stone tablet forest for each major realm? Before Gu Fei could speak, Lu Xinwu interjected. We have already told junior brother Gu Fei. Before the mid-stage of the 4th major realm, the record holder is the former senior brother Xiao Yu. For the late stage of the 4th realm and above, it has been held by the past sages. No contemporary disciple of the Tianyuan Sect has yet reached above the late stage of the 4th realm and left a mark on the subsequent stone tablets. It seems you not only want to shatter the senior brother's life-bound porcelain, but you also want to challenge his former strength. Gu Fei, are you trying to establish the prestige of your chaotic sacred body step by step? Qianyu said, looking at Gu Fei. Gu Fei smiled and said, Sister Qian, you has misunderstood. Gu Fei has no intention of competing with anyone. I just want to see what level I can reach. Yet, the expression on his face revealed a contradictory feeling. Lu Xinwu simply said, The sect master told junior brother Gu Fei that the stone tablet forest is a good place, and he should go there more often. Upon hearing this, Qian Yu's expression changed, instantly seeming to understand something. Her heart was greatly shaken. This meant that Gu Fei's challenge to the stone tablet forest was hinted at by the sect master behind the scenes. What did the sect master want to do? Did he want to use Gu Fei to erase Xiao Yu's past brilliance and achievements in the Tianyuan Sect and wipe out Xiao Yu's prestige in the hearts of the sect disciples? At the same time, could Gu Fei quickly establish his own prestige through this? And as Gu Fei's master, the sect master could use Gu Fei to further stabilize his position and influence in the Tianyuan Sect? This was truly impatient. All right, I understand. You all go ahead. I will not accompany you. With that, Qianyu suppressed the turmoil in her heart and said to the few of them, her face darkening as she turned to leave. Tsh, truly ungrateful. Junior brother Gu Fei, let us not pay attention to her. This woman and Lin Fan are really out of their minds. That Xiao Yu has already been rendered useless and expelled from the sect long ago. Yet these two still cling to some past feelings, not realizing that our true hope and future in the Tianyuan Sect lie in you, junior brother Gu Fei. Sooner or later, they will regret this. Watching her leave, Lu Xinwu scoffed dismissively, while Gu Fei merely smiled without speaking. The group quickly left the primordial porcelain hall and headed towards the stone tablet forest. Unbeknownst to them, someone had leaked the news that Gu Fei was going to challenge the training records in the stone tablet forest, which quickly drew strong attention among the disciples of the Tianyuan Sect, even catching the eye of some elders who watched closely, though they did not show themselves, instructing their disciples to keep a constant watch. By the time Gu Fei arrived at the stone tablet forest, it was already surrounded by disciples of the Tianyuan Sect who had come to watch. Although Tianyu had left, she had asked a relatively close inter-sect disciple to keep an eye on things, instructing them to report to her in the Xiangguang courtyard as soon as there was any news from the stone tablet forest. She was eager to know who was stronger between the Chaos Saint Body and her senior brother, Xiao Yu, in the stone tablet forest. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, it was Gu Fei's first time here. After being guided by a familiar disciple of the stone tablet forest, Gu Fei quickly understood how to leave his name on the stone tablet. He stepped up to the first stone tablet. This tablet was for assessing the strongest in the mortal realm. The tablet was only half a person tall, and among the tens of thousands of disciples in the Tianyuan Sect, only a few could leave their names on it. Gu Fei estimated there were only about 20 names. This meant that the tablet could only record the names of 20 individuals who were the strongest since the establishment of the Tianyuan Sect in the first realm. Any weaker individual who managed to leave their name would eventually be pushed out by stronger contenders. Those who remained were all exceptional disciples with formidable strength in the same realm. Gu Fei's gaze finally settled on the name at the very top of the tablet, where the name Xiao Yu was written in bright red, striking and impressive. This indicated that, until now, Xiao Yu was the strongest in the first realm among all disciples of the Tianyuan Sect. At the bottom of the list, in the 20th position, was a disciple named Wang Xiao, though it was unknown if he was from the current generation. The Green Mountains remained unchanged. Today, the new replaced the old. Xiao Yu? Huh! Since I, Gu Fei, have arrived, I will step on you as the Chaos Body. Gu Fei sneered in disdain in his heart, and at that moment, a confident aura emerged from him. The next moment, he raised one hand and placed it on the stone tablet. He activated the surging power within him to its peak. The stone tablet trembled. Whoosh! A burst of light flashed, and sure enough, his name appeared on the tablet. All the disciples who had come to watch focused their attention on the top of the stone tablet. Some noticed that, at that moment, the name Wang Xiao at the bottom had vanished, pushed out. Boom! Following this, the atmosphere in the stone tablet forest erupted. The disciples of the Tianyuan Sect were in an uproar. They rushed to inform one another. Gu Fei truly lived up to his reputation as the Chaos Saint Body, breaking through 3 realms in half a day, overpowering the former chief genius Xiao Yu and the historical geniuses of the sect. On this day, Gu Fei claimed the title of the first genius in the first realm of the Tianyuan Sect. It shook the entire Tianyuan Sect. Chapter 29. From now on, no longer related truly worthy of the Chaos Saint Body. It was indeed not a false reputation. Today, we have opened our eyes. The era belonging to Gu Fei in the Tianyuan Sect has begun, and the former sages, even the last chief genius disciple Xiao Yu, will surely fade in his presence. Even if Xiao Yu could cultivate again now, it will be too late. The grand era has already begun, and I seem to see a brilliant yet cruel future approaching us. Let's work hard to cultivate. I hope we do not fall too far behind these special cultivation physiques, or it will be a tragedy for us. On this day, countless disciples within the Tianyuan Sect expressed their feelings and engaged in discussions. There were also mysterious insiders who revealed that today's challenge in the stone tablet forest was merely a beginning for Gu Fei. Soon, he would continue to challenge the second realm, the third realm, until all the top names on the stone tablets were his, leaving no tablets left for him to challenge. Once this rumor spread, it shocked the entire Tianyuan Sect again. The Chaos Saint Body indeed harbored great ambitions and aspirations. It seemed that he was not as restrained and composed as he appeared before the mountain gate today. Rather, he was fiercely determined. The former senior brother, Xiao Yu, might not even be in his eyes anymore. The era belonging to Xiao Yu has completely come to an end. Disciples of the Tianyuan Sect sighed. In the Xiangwang courtyard, Tianyu did not go to the stone tablet forest, but quickly returned to inform Xiao Yu of everything she had learned. Hell, what a chaos saint body. He truly has a lot of spirit, Xiao Yu said coldly after listening, but it was hard to tell what he was really thinking at that moment. Damn it. I didn't expect we brought back a white-eyed wolf. Lin Fan, who was beside Xiao Yu, was shocked by Qian Yu's words and immediately became furious, preparing to confront Gu Fei and teach him a lesson. Lin Fan, don't be impulsive, Xiao Yu stopped him. Senior brother, although this kid is the chaos saint body, he has just begun, and he is too arrogant. He knows our relationship with you and still wants to break your primordial porcelain. This is not just an offense against you, but also a disregard for me and Qian Yu. I can't let him go, Lin Fan said angrily. However, Xiao Yu shook his head and sighed. Forget it, let it go. It's just a piece of primordial porcelain. If it breaks, then it breaks. Fortunately, I didn't encounter any dangerous situations at that time, so it's not much of a loss. He is now the chaos saint body, a treasure cherished by the whole Tianyuan Sect, a focal point of attention, and even a direct disciple of the sect leader. He is not someone you can deal with. Don't act impulsively. But, senior brother, Lin Fan wanted to say something, but Xiao Yu raised his hand to stop him. No need to say more. You and Qian Yu have done enough for me. I cannot drag you into this matter any further. Just leave it be. Is that really letting him off the hook? Lin Fan said, feeling a bit frustrated and unwilling. Xiao Yu just smiled and said nothing more. Seeing this, Lin Fan could only give up reluctantly. All right, since that's the case, then let him go this time. However, he was muttering in his heart that although senior brother had always been nice to the brothers and sisters, he had never been this easy to talk to before. What has changed now? Unbeknownst to him, Xiao Yu was not only trying to avoid involving them, but also found that his current strength was insufficient to take revenge on Gu Fei. With his current strength, killing Gu Fei would be as simple as crushing an ant. However, if he did so, it would inevitably anger the entire Tianyuan Sect. And with so many experts in the sect, how could he escape unscathed? Xiao Yu did not believe that his current fifth realm cultivation could withstand the experts of the Tianyuan Sect. Therefore, this grudge could not just end like this. He could only remember it for now and deal with it later. At this moment, Qian Yu seemed to remember something and said, by the way, senior brother, there's one more thing. Well, I just left the primordial porcelain hall. I heard Gu Fei wanted to go to the stone tablet forest. Go to the stone tablet forest? What does he want? Lin Fan exclaimed in surprise before Xiao Yu could speak. Xiao Yu's eyelids twitched. Then Lin Fan frowned and said, I remember this kid seems to have never cultivated before, right? He just entered the sect today, and it has only been half a day. To challenge in the stone tablet forest, he must at least be in the late stage of the body refinement realm. Qian Yu nodded, looking at the two of them seriously. That's right. He is already in the late stage of the body refinement realm now. What? How is this possible? Lin Fan couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, his expression changing. Xiao Yu was also slightly taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. If that's the case, does it mean he broke through 3 realms in half a day? What an incredible speed of cultivation. It might create a legendary tale in the Xianwu world. The senior brother took 7 days to cultivate from an ordinary person to the Jade Skin realm. Lin Fan found it hard to believe. But just as he was about to say more, he realized something and quickly stopped, casting a somewhat guilty glance at Xiao Yu, and awkwardly laughed. Senior brother, I didn't mean to imply you were inferior to him. He started to feel flustered. Qian Yu shot him a glare. However, Xiao Yu waved his hand and smiled lightly. It's fine. Breaking through 3 realms in half a day, I indeed couldn't do that back then. If this is true, it's worthy of the legendary chaos sacred body. Recognizing others' excellence is not difficult. In his heart, he secretly thought, breaking through 3 realms in half a day, I achieved that the moment I consumed the Hongmeng Sacred Body Pill, and not just 3 realms, but directly leaped to the second major realm, which can be considered 4 realms. The 3 minor realms of the Meridian realm were also broken through within a day. The Meridian realm is the second major realm, 1 level higher than the body refinement realm. As everyone knows, in the Xianwu world, the higher the realm, the harder it is to break through. From this perspective, Xiao Yu was completely unperturbed. Lin Fan and Qian Yu were momentarily stunned by his calm demeanor, not expecting their senior brother to be so composed. When I left, I had someone keep an eye on the movements of the stone tablet forest. Whether Gu Fei really broke through 3 realms in half a day should be confirmed soon. Tianyu came back to her senses and added. Xiao Yu and Lin Fan both nodded in agreement. Sister Tianyu. Just then, as if summoned, a voice suddenly sounded, and an inner sect female disciple quickly arrived at the Yangwang courtyard. Hearing the call, Tianyu hurriedly welcomed her into the courtyard. I've met the senior brother and senior brother Lin Fan. Upon seeing Xiao Yu, the inner sect female disciple was momentarily stunned, but quickly reacted and greeted respectfully. It was evident that she was a clever and quick-witted person. Xiao Wei, tell me, how is it over at the stone tablet forest? Did Gu Fei leave his name on the stone tablet? After Xiao Wei finished her greeting, Tianyu urged her to speak. Xiao Wei nodded and shared what she had seen. Gu Fei broke through 3 realms in half a day and is now a disciple of the Jade Skin realm. He also successfully left his name on the stone tablet, but as she said this, she glanced at Xiao Yu with some embarrassment, as if she wanted to say more but was hesitant. Seeing this, Xiao Yu and the others had an inkling of what was coming. Xiao Yu chuckled and said, Don't mind me, junior sister, just say it. After hearing Xiao Yu's words, Xiao Wei relaxed and continued. He pushed senior brother Xiao Yu's name down to 2nd place. Now he is the strongest in the 1st realm of Tianyuan Sect. Moreover, many people in Tianyuan Sect are discussing that the era belonging to senior brother Xiao Yu has passed, and the next will be Gu Fei's era. There are even rumors that Gu Fei's challenge at the Stone Tablet Forest is just the beginning. He plans to visit the Stone Tablet Forest irregularly and leave his name on every stone tablet until every stone tablet has his name at the top. And there are no more tablets left for anyone else to claim. In the future, the senior brother of Tianyuan Sect will undoubtedly be Gu Fei. Even if the senior brother can recover his cultivation, he will still be inferior to Gu Fei. The position of senior brother in Tianyuan Sect is no longer available. After finishing, Xiao Wei secretly observed the expressions of Xiao Yu and the others. She noticed that Lin Fan and Qian Yu seemed to have unsightly expressions, while Xiao Yu remained calm, making her feel anxious. Without waiting for the 3 to speak, she quickly said her farewells. If you seniors have nothing else, then I will take my leave. As soon as she finished speaking, before the 3 could retain her, she fled like she was escaping, afraid of being stopped by the 3 behind her. Once she left, Lin Fan and Qian Yu exchanged worried glances, fearing that Xiao Yu might be provoked into some irrational behavior. Even Lin Fan at that moment didn't dare to act impulsively. Senior brother, this news may not be true. You. Lin Fan began to speak, but before he could finish, he was stopped by Xiao Yu raising his hand. Xiao Yu smiled and said to the 2, It's fine. It's just some past glory. I'm no longer a disciple of Tianyuan Sect. What does it matter to me what happens in the Stone Tablet Forest? Let him compete. Lin Fan and Qian Yu glanced at each other in confusion. Is senior brother really that easygoing? If it were them, they would have exploded. Senior brother, are you really okay? Qian Yu cautiously asked. Enough, I'm really fine. It's just some idle talk. It won't affect me. The future is still far away. Who knows who will laugh last? He continued. You 2 have stayed long enough. It's time to report back to the sect leader of Tianyuan Sect. Tell him that since there is already a chaos sacred body in Tianyuan Sect, whether I return or not probably doesn't matter to them anymore. Besides, they don't genuinely wish for my return. I just hope that in the future, neither I nor Tianyuan Sect will regret today as choice, and I wish everyone well. From now on, I and Tianyuan Sect will go our separate ways. If we meet again, let us not cross paths, and may there be no mercy in our enmity. Seeing their expressions, Xiao Yu laughed lightly and waved his hand to send them away. Senior brother, take care. We'll be back to visit you often. Lin Fan and Qian Yu said as they left, feeling a bit relieved. They could see that senior brother really didn't seem affected, and they had worried too much. Xiao Yu nodded and reminded them to take the transformation pill and to practice the yin-yang reverse annihilation technique together more often. Lin Fan and Qian Yu nodded in agreement. Finally, he watched the 2 leave. The chaos sacred body. Once the 2 left, Xiao Yu activated the protective formation of the courtyard. Sitting in the yard as a light laugh echoed, no one knowing what he was thinking. Shortly after, he resumed his cultivation. Chapter 30. Time flies, 3 months passed. Not crossing paths, and no mercy in enmity? He truly thinks highly of himself, but choosing not to return shows he has some self-awareness. Back at Tianyuan Sect. After Lin Fan and Xian Yu returned and conveyed Xiao Yu's response to the sect leader, the sect leader immediately scoffed coldly. He then waved his hand and said, "Fine, let him be. Our Tianyuan sect doesn't lack an ordinary disciple now." Ordinary disciple? Upon hearing the sect leader's words, Lin Fan and Xian Yu exchanged glances. Has the sect leader really come to view their senior brother Xiao Yu in such a light? We take our leave, sect leader. Lin Fan and Xian Yu felt a surge of complex emotions and didn't dare to say more, bowing and exiting. However, as they walked out of the sect leader's peak, both felt an inexplicable sense of melancholy. Their senior brother had contributed countless achievements to Tianyuan Sect, and his cultivation talent was only slightly weaker than Gu Fei's, far surpassing other disciples. Yet, he was treated with such disdain by the sect leader. How would they, who were beneath senior brother Xiao Yu, be valued in the future? They could easily guess that their situation might be even worse than senior brother's. Moreover, Gu Fei, this chaos sacred body, wouldn't be the only one with a special physique entering Tianyuan Sect. In the future, as Tianyuan Sect sends people out to find special physiques to return, there would certainly be more unique cultivation physiques becoming disciples of Tianyuan Sect. By then, their status would likely continue to decline. Sister Qian Yu, it seems we must work hard on our cultivation, Lin Fan said seriously as he looked at Qian Yu. Qian Yu also sensed a crisis and nodded solemnly. Let's go. In a while, I will thank Elder 13, and then we will go cultivate. Following that, the two quickly left the main peak of Tianyuan Sect. At the same time, in a secluded corner of Tianyuan Sect, where few people knew, two figures appeared. One had a strong and righteous aura, while the other appeared somewhat evil and eerie. A conversation ensued between them. Elder, it's been more than 2 months. Should we still take action against Xiao Yu? Based on my observations over the past 2 months, he seems unaware of our matters. The time he stumbled upon us was probably just a coincidence, and he didn't hear anything. He shouldn't have seen me. Otherwise, after more than 2 months, Tianyuan Sect seems not to have suspected us or shown any signs of wanting to act against us. What do you mean? My subordinate believes we should stay low-key for now. For the sake of our clan's grand plan, we need to continue lurking without causing trouble. Sometimes the more one does, the more mistakes one makes, making it easier to expose oneself, which could be detrimental to our continued infiltration of Tianyuan Sect. Moreover, now that the Grand Era has arrived, special physiques are emerging everywhere in the mortal world. Whether we can control Tianyuan Sect in the future is extremely important for us. Hearing this, the elder furrowed his brow. The eerie figure chuckled and said, "Of course, if the elder is worried about the future or concerned about his growth, and insists on eliminating the threat before it can blossom, that is also acceptable." He continued, "Now that special physiques are entering various sects and becoming the focus of attention, the life or death of Xiao Yu, who has been expelled from the sect, won't attract much notice anymore. As long as we handle it cleanly, we shouldn't fear being discovered." The elder's eyes flickered for a moment. Then he sighed, "Forget it. Let's not act for now. What you said is what I was thinking. But the grand plan of our clan is paramount. If we let Xiao Yu go unchecked, he will indeed become a threat in the future. We can wait until the blood sacrifice of the entire Tianyuan sect to offer him up as well. By then, he probably won't pose a threat to me either. Although his cultivation talent isn't as good as those with special physiques, it is still above average. By the time of the blood sacrifice, he should at least be a valuable offering." The elder is wise. The evil figure's eyes lit up upon hearing this, and he immediately flattered, "By the way, elder, now that you have completely mastered this body, the clan leader asked me to ask you if you were ready to initiate the sky-devouring plan." Then, as if remembering something, he asked the elder. The elder nodded solemnly. "It can be initiated. Everything is as our clan's celestial calculators predicted. If nothing unexpected happens, within 3 months, the special physiques appearing in the mortal world will be almost completely divided among the major sections. Even if there are a few left, they won't be many, as they will all be taken back to their respective sects for cultivation. We need to keep pace. We strive to control the entire central continent within 100 years and perform the blood sacrifice within 300 years. Yes, the evil figure responded respectfully. After their discussion, the two quickly vanished like 2 gusts of wind, as if they had never appeared. Time flew by, and soon 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, everything was calm in Xiao Yu's small courtyard. However, many events occurred within Tianyuan Sect. Lin Fan and Qian Yu, although busy with their cultivation, would occasionally visit Xiao Yu. One day, the two came again. Xiao Yu learned a lot about the happenings in Tianyuan Sect over the past 3 months from them. That wretched woman, Wan Yin Yuzhu, after I beat her into a pig's head and she returned to the sect, went straight to the 4th peak to seclude herself. I've heard that when she returned, she covered her face tightly and didn't dare to meet anyone. It wasn't until a few days later, after she recovered, that she came out. It's laughable. She actually knows how to be embarrassed. Also, after you were expelled from the sect, according to strength rankings, Tian Pu has now become the senior brother of our Tianyuan Sect. She immediately went to flirt with the second senior brother, Tian Pu. But since Gu Fei's name spread after he left it on the stone tablet forest, Wan Yin Yuzhu learned of this and started to frequently interact with Gu Fei. Gu Fei seems to be somewhat cold towards her, but Wan Yin Yuzhu doesn't mind and remains very enthusiastic. Just like she was with you when you were still in the sect. Meanwhile, she has started to maintain distance from senior brother Tian Pu, keeping an ambiguous attitude, which has made Tian Pu quite annoyed. Senior brother Tian Pu has also become somewhat displeased with Gu Fei, and they even agreed to a duel. It was just a battle restricted to the same realm, but Tian Pu suffered a crushing defeat, and now he seems somewhat dejected. Gu Fei's prestige in the sect has greatly increased, and Wan Yin Yuzhu, that wretched woman, has become even more audacious in her interactions with Gu Fei, showing even more enthusiasm. However, Gu Fei doesn't seem to be a fool. Even though she's very beautiful, he has maintained a distant attitude towards her. Oh, by the way, in these 3 months, several more special physiques have joined our sect, including a top 10 physique named Zhou Ying, who is 14 years old and possesses a 5-elements holy body. They are quite impressive. The speed at which these people cultivate is indeed terrifying. In just 3 months, even those who are not among the top 20 in terms of cultivation physiques have at least broken through to the mid-stage of the meridian opening realm. They have attracted a lot of attention in the sect and have stirred up quite a few waves. In these 3 months, Gu Fei has also made a breakthrough. It's very frightening. He has reached the mid-stage of the 3rd realm, the spirit platform realm. He spent half a month breaking through to the 3rd stage of the meridian opening realm, a month to reach the early stage of the spirit platform realm, and a month and a half to reach the mid-stage. At this rate, he is likely to surpass Tian Pu within the next 6 months. In the stone tablet forest, he has also taken down 3 stone tablets of the 2nd major realm. Senior brother, your name has been pushed down again. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yu's heart was not greatly disturbed. He merely raised an eyebrow and said, "Is the stone tablet forest only for him to challenge? What about the other special physiques?" At this moment, Lin Fan and Qian Yu exchanged awkward glances, seemingly unsure whether to speak. Seeing their reaction, Xiao Yu said irritably, "Just say it, I don't mind." "Senior brother, you really don't mind? Then we can say it," Lin Fan said tentatively. After confirming that Xiao Yu truly didn't mind, they hesitantly revealed, "To not hide it from you, other special physiques have also participated, and now, on the top 3 stone tablets, your name can no longer be seen." "What?" Xiao Yu was taken aback upon hearing this. "Senior brother, you said you wouldn't mind. You can't get angry," Lin Fan hurriedly said, fearing that he couldn't accept this fact. But the next moment, Xiao Yu did not explode in anger. He came back to his senses and merely sighed. Indeed, the grand era has arrived. Special physiques are indeed extraordinary. Senior brother, don't be disheartened. We believe in you. Sooner or later, you will rise and will never lose to any special physique. Lin Fan comforted. Xiao Yu shot him a displeased glance and said indifferently, "Who said I was disheartened?" "Not at all." Lin Fan and Qian Yu exchanged glances, puzzled. "All right. You two hurry and leave. You still have the nerve to criticize me. You two should think about yourselves. Others are so powerful. What about you two?" After taking the God Transformation Pill and practicing the 5 elements reverse annihilation technique, how do you feel now? Have you transformed into special physiques? Xiao Yu said irritably. Hearing his words, the two chuckled, their expressions turning somewhat lewd. Even though Qian Yu was a beauty, she appeared a bit lewd at this moment. "What are you two laughing at? What do you mean?" Xiao Yu was startled upon seeing this. as if he had realized something. He wanted to confirm, so he asked, Lin Fan, don't hide it from me. Thanks to the divine elixirs and techniques you gifted me, both Tianyuan and I have successfully transformed into special physiques. We are among those who pushed your name down from the stone tablet. Really? What physique do you have now? Xiao Yu asked, a bit surprised. Lin Fan replied, I have the 10,000 calamities thunderbone. Tianyuan shyly said, I have the star body. Not bad. These are both among the top 50 special physiques. Congratulations to you both. Xiao Yu was genuinely happy for them after confirming that they had indeed transformed into special physiques. The 10,000 calamities thunderbone would help Lin Fan absorb the power of thunder from the heavens, while the star body would aid Tianyuan in refining stellar energy. Both were extraordinary. Big brother, what realm are you at now? I feel like we can't see through you. Lin Fan couldn't help but ask. They had both transformed into special physiques using the method Xiao Yu had provided. So logically, Xiao Yu should also be able to transform into a special physique in the future. Tianyuan also looked at Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu replied, I am now at the third major realm, the spirit platform realm, but I have cultivated a special technique called the turtle breathing method, which can conceal my aura. So it's normal that you can't see through me. What? Big brother, you're so fast too? Upon hearing Xiao Yu's words, both were shocked. Although Xiao Yu was a recultivator, they knew it didn't mean it was easy. Xiao Yu's recultivation required him to forge a new path. And after being expelled from the sect, he lost the support of the sect's resources, making it even harder. Calculating the time, both Gu Fei of the Chaos Saint Body and Big Brother Xiao Yu had basically started cultivating at the same time. Gu Fei was now also at the Spirit Platform realm, and Big Brother was also at the Spirit Platform realm. Does this mean that even if Big Brother is not a special physique, his cultivation speed is not much slower than that of the Chaos Saint Body? Isn't that incredibly terrifying? The two looked at Xiao Yu with astonished expressions. Xiao Yu also released a hint of aura belonging to the Spirit Platform realm for them to sense, and they were now certain. Of course, this was not Xiao Yu's true cultivation level. He simply wanted others to know that he had made progress after recultivating. Otherwise, if he could recultivate but had no cultivation at all, wouldn't that raise suspicions? You both need to keep this a secret from me. Okay? Xiao Yu instructed the two. Lin Fan and Tianyuan nodded in unison, knowing that if this got out, it would be too shocking. At the same time, they understood why Big Brother remained composed when he heard his name had been pushed down from the stone tablet. By the way, Big Brother, we came to see you for another reason. Someone has discovered a secret realm within Yuzhou, suspected to be left behind by a powerful figure from the early 5th realm, possibly containing a large number of treasures. Tianyuan and I are planning to set off today, and we would like to invite you to join us. Would you be willing to come along? Lin Fan spoke up. Tianyuan also looked at Xiao Yu with anticipation. They knew that after Xiao Yu was expelled from the sect, it would become extremely difficult for him to obtain cultivation resources on his own. So they wanted to help him seize this opportunity. However, Xiao Yu shook his head and declined. Forget it, I won't go. You two go ahead. Why not, Big Brother? Don't you want the cultivation resources? Lin Fan and Tianyuan were taken aback. Xiao Yu smiled and said, It's not that I don't want to, but after all these events, I have grown a bit weary of the fighting and killing in the immortal martial world. For the rest of my life, I just want to quietly cultivate on my own, not competing or fighting, watching the rise and fall of the world, the clouds changing, living a simple life devoid of fame and fortune, playing with my 3 pets every day, meditating and cultivating for a while, taking walks when bored, entering the mundane world to experience a bit of the mortal life, and that alone would be immensely satisfying. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan and Tianyuan were a bit confused. Is this really the Big Brother they knew? But no matter how they persuaded him, in the end, Xiao Yu did not agree to join them on their risky trip to Yuzhou, only reminding them to be careful and pay attention to safety. He then let them leave. Sigh, it seems that worldly matters can really change a person. Big Brother wasn't like this before, Lin Fan remarked as he looked back at the small courtyard. Tianyuan comforted him. Perhaps Big Brother has his own thoughts. Since he doesn't want to go, we won't force him. If we really find treasures in that secret realm, we can always bring back something he needs. It'll have to be that way, Lin Fan nodded. Suddenly, Tianyuan seemed to think of something, her beautiful face breaking into a smile as she said, Actually, I think Big Brother is quite fond of his current life. Did you notice that the 3 pets I gave him are all being well taken care of? That little black dog has grown quite a bit. It's chubby and round. Looking adorable. Lin Fan nodded. I saw that too. I just don't know why, but I always feel like when we're talking, they seem to be eavesdropping, and they look like they understand us, which is a bit creepy. Maybe it's just your imagination. I didn't feel that way. Anyway, let's stop discussing this and get going. Xiao Yu said. Lin Fan stopped dwelling on it. The two quickly left Xiao Yu's place together. Just as they left, the little black dog and the bird ran out of the courtyard. The little black dog even had a fish from the pond on its back. Xiao Yu saw this scene from behind and shook his head, not stopping them, allowing them to leave the small courtyard. Over the past 3 months, these 3 little creatures had undergone quite a transformation. They often ran out to play, and the small courtyard could no longer contain them. But they would return after dark. At first, Xiao Yu would check on them, but later he found they would come back on their own without causing trouble, so he paid them little mind. He even opened a back door in the formation for the 3 pets, so they wouldn't be obstructed or harmed by the formation. What he didn't know was that today, the 3 pets going out would not be as peaceful as before. Chapter 31. Pets overpowering the chaos saint body after the 3 pets left the small courtyard. Their conversation began. The little black dog said, "Woof, woof, 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 woof." The little bird flapping its wings next to it responded, "Chirp, chirp, chirp, chirp." As for the carp, it sat on the little black dog's back, its mouth opening and closing continuously without making any sound. However, it seemed that the 3 pets could communicate and understood each other perfectly. This fish seemed able to survive out of water for a while, living even without it. Humans couldn't comprehend how they communicated. But in their view, their conversation translated into human language would go like this. Little black dog. Did you all hear that? That guy named Gu Fei from the Tianyuan Sect, claiming to be the Chaos Saint Body, is bullying our master again. The last time he bullied our master, we were still asleep, but this time I can't hold back anymore. I must go teach him a lesson. Little bird. How do you plan to teach him a lesson? Little black dog. I'm going to Stone Tablet Forest and use my strength to prove to our master that even if I am just a dog, I am stronger than the Chaos Saint Body. Little bird, why not just beat him up? Little black dog? No. We have to be low-key and not cause trouble for the master. The master warned us before when we went out to play that if we dare to cause him trouble, he would stew us. I don't want to be stewed by the master. Carp, but going to the Stone Tablet Forest would be causing trouble for the master, right? Little black dog, we'll be quiet. As long as we step on the name of the Chaos Saint Body from the first place on the stone tablet, who would know it was us? Little bird, with bright eyes. But if no one knows it was us, then no one will know how powerful we are. If no one knows our strength, then they won't know how powerful the master is, right? Little black dog rolled its eyes. What do you understand? Even if no one knows our strength, as long as we can step down the Chaos Saint Body, it means there are others stronger than the Chaos Saint Body. The Chaos Saint Body has nothing to be proud of. We just need to leave our name imprint on the stone tablet, and when the master makes a move, we can come out to show off. At that time, wouldn't everyone in the world know how powerful we are? If we are powerful, then it means the master is even more powerful. Little bird nodded in agreement, its eyes bright. That is a good idea. All right, let us go to the stone tablet forest. Carp also excitedly shouted. It's our duty to avenge the master. Little black dog, charge. Today, we'll let that group of clueless guys from Tianyuan Sect see our strength, so they know how powerful we are. The 3 little ones finished speaking and rushed towards Tianyuan Sect. Tianyuan Sect Stone Tablet Forest. On this day, the Chaos Saint Body, Gu Fei, has arrived again. At this time, there were also many disciples in the Stone Tablet Forest. These people were all trying to leave their name imprints on the stone tablets. Everyone knew that as long as the Tianyuan Sect stood, those who could leave their names on the stone tablet would become legends of the Tianyuan Sect, envied and admired by generations of disciples, becoming a supreme glory. Therefore, countless disciples were eager to leave their names on the stone tablet. Of course, only 20 names could ultimately remain on the stone tablet, representing the top 20 strongest disciples of the Tianyuan Sect throughout the ages. Most people could only sigh enviously at the stone tablet. The arrival of Gu Fei immediately attracted the attention of many disciples, who looked at him in surprise, some unable to believe it. Did Gu Fei break through again? I remember he just broke through to the mid-stage of the Ling Tai realm recently. And now he has reached the late stage of the Shun Zhao realm. Such a fast cultivation speed. The Chaos Saint body is indeed terrifying. A group of disciples began to discuss among themselves, creating a stir. When they saw Gu Fei walking straight to the stone tablet that tested the Shun Zhao realm, everyone couldn't help but gasp in shock. He really broke through to the Shun Zhao realm. However, Gu Fei ignored them. He had long been accustomed to this attention. He came here today to leave his name on the stone tablet. Without any words, under the watchful eyes of many disciples, he reached out a hand and placed on the stone tablet that tested the Shun Zhao realm. Swish! Soon, the stone tablet trembled, and light flashed as his name appeared on the stone tablet. No surprise, his name topped the list again, bright red and eye-catching. Once again, he pushed Xiao Yu's name down to second place. So strong, this was already the 7th stone tablet, and he claimed first place on all of them. How enviable such a cultivation physique is. Why can't I be the Chaos Saint body? The heavens are unfair. The observing disciples were filled with envy upon seeing this scene. Gu Fei was also very satisfied and prepared to leave. But at that moment, 2 disciples' voices suddenly rang out, not loud, but clearly heard by everyone present, causing Gu Fei to stop. It's just a pity that Xiao Yu is no longer a disciple of our Tianyuan Sect. I heard he is cultivating again, but we can't know how strong he is now, nor whether he is stronger than before. If he were in the sect now, it would be great to come to the stone tablet forest to test it out, so we could see who is stronger between him and Gu Fei at the same realm. After all, the Xiao Yu before he resumed cultivation is not the same as after. Being able to defeat the Xiao Yu before doesn't mean much. You shouldn't say that. No matter what, Gu Fei is definitely stronger. Gu Fei is a Chaos Saint body. Can Xiao Yu, even after resuming cultivation, be stronger than the Chaos Saint body? He doesn't have any special physique. No. We know about Xiao Yu's cultivation talent. Even without a special physique, he might not be weaker than those with special physiques. If we compare carefully, we can see that the Xiao Yu before resuming cultivation was actually not weaker than some of our current disciples with special physiques. Now that he has resumed cultivation, he has previous experience, so his cultivation will definitely be more solid and absolutely stronger than before the same realm. Without testing on the stone tablet or in real combat, it's really hard to know the final result. TCH, you're exaggerating about Xiao Yu. I still don't believe he can be stronger than the Chaos Saint body. The surrounding, observing disciples looked at these 2 with surprise, as if they were looking at 2 big fools. It seemed everyone had already envisioned the scene of them being beaten by Gu Fei afterward. These 2 smart ones dared to question Gu Fei's strength to his face. Suddenly, these 2 felt the eerie silence around them. Once their voices stopped, they immediately noticed all eyes were on them. Even Gu Fei looked over. Gu Fei's gaze was calm, but at that moment, it put immense pressure on the 2 disciples. They panicked. Coming back to their senses, they couldn't help but sweat on their foreheads. Quickly bowing and apologizing to Gu Fei. Sorry, senior brother Gu Fei. We didn't mean it. We have no dissatisfaction with you. Humph. Gu Fei heard their words and coldly snorted, then waved his sleeve and left. He didn't bother to hold it against these 2, but everyone could see that he was angry. After leaving the stone tablet forest, Gu Fei's face darkened, his expression flickering. He thought that by stepping on Xiao Yu's name on the stone tablet, the disciples of Tianyuan Sect would acknowledge his strength. But now it seemed, merely claiming first place on the stone tablet didn't completely convince everyone. If Xiao Yu's name on the stone tablet was from after he resumed cultivation, it would be fine, but unfortunately, it was from before. This meant that Gu Fei only defeated the pre-resumption Xiao Yu. No one knew who was stronger between him and the post-resumption Xiao Yu. Gu Fei suddenly felt like he was punching the air. The joy of stepping on Xiao Yu's name on the stone tablet seemed to have diminished significantly, and he felt somewhat uncomfortable. It seems that only by fighting at the same realm can I prove myself and silence all dissenting voices. It's time for me to challenge this former senior brother in the Yangwang courtyard. Gu Fei murmured, and to prove himself, he decided to go challenge Xiao Yu in the Yangwang courtyard. Without saying a word, he went straight down the mountain. Finally arrived. Why are there so many people? Just as he left, Xiao Yu's 3 pets sneaked into Tianyuan Sect and successfully arrived at the stone tablet forest. The 3 pets appeared in a hidden corner at the back of the stone tablet forest, looking at the scene in the forest. When they saw so many people, they were all a bit surprised. Fortunately, this king is clever, has a remarkable memory, and has absorbed countless essences of the sun and moon. After refining so many divine pills given by my master, my comprehension has greatly increased. While my master was studying formations, I also learned a bit, and now I can be considered a half-master of formations. This allowed the 3 of us to successfully infiltrate the Tianyuan Sect. Otherwise, with the protective mountain formation of the Tianyuan Sect, we wouldn't have been able to sneak in, the little black dog said. Brother Black Dragon, you are the best. The little bird praised upon hearing this. The little black dog immediately held its head high. The carp glanced at the disciples of the Tianyuan Sect in the stone tablet forest and said with a bit of a headache, "What should we do with these Tianyuan Sect disciples here? Should we leave our names on the stone tablet in front of them? Don't rush. Let's see what they do first, and then we'll decide how to act later," the little black dog said. "Okay, dog brother," the carp nodded. "Call me Brother Black Dragon." The little black dog said ungraciously. "All right, Brother Black Dragon," the carp replied. Suddenly, 3 bell sounds rang out within the Tianyuan Sect. All the disciples of the Tianyuan Sect in the stone tablet forest left in a flurry. Where are they going? What happened? The little bird asked curiously upon seeing this. The little black dog, however, brightened up and rushed out with the big carp on its back, excitedly shouting, "What a good opportunity. Don't worry about that. Let's quickly leave our names on the stone tablet." "All right," the little bird said, coming back to its senses and flying over. Soon, the 3 pets explored for a while and arrived at the front of the first stone tablet. "Let me go first," the little black dog said after glancing at the names on the stone tablet, and then stretched out one of its paws to place on the stone tablet. They had just seen how the disciples of the Tianyuan Sect did it, and now they were copying them. Swish! The stone tablet in front of them vibrated, and a flash of light appeared. The name the little black dog had given itself appeared on the stone tablet. The most surprising and unexpected part was that its name actually appeared above that of the Chaos Holy Body Fei. "Ha! This king is indeed stronger than the Chaos Holy Body," the little black dog exclaimed joyfully, rolling around happily on the spot. "I'll give it a try too," the little bird said upon seeing this. It then landed on the stone tablet and rested one of its wings on it. Swish! Its name also quickly appeared on the stone tablet, actually tied for first place with the little black dog. Chirp! Chirp! The little bird was delighted upon seeing this, flapping its wings in joy. Its name was revealed to be Xiao Feng. "It's my turn. It's my turn." The big carp couldn't hold back any longer and wagged its tail. It then stepped forward and rested its tail on the stone tablet. Swish! A flash of light. Its name also appeared on the stone tablet, placed alongside those of the little black dog and the little bird in the first row. Its name was Yubufan. "Let's go." The 3 pets, seeing that they had successfully left their names, immediately pulled away. Not long after, a group of Tianyuan Sect disciples returned to the stone tablet forest. "My goodness, hurry and tell the sect. Something big has happened." Chapter 32. Shocking the sect soon. In front of the stone tablet forest of the Tianyuan Sect, a group of Tianyuan Sect disciples and high-ranking elders who had rushed over all widened their eyes in disbelief. Looking stunned, is it really possible that someone has surpassed the Chaos Holy Body Fei on the first stone tablet? Everyone in their hearts exclaimed, "How can this be possible?" It can be said that currently in the Tianyuan Sect, Gu Fei dares to claim he is the #1 in cultivation talent, and no one dares to claim second. He has become a towering figure above everyone, insurmountable. Even another top 10 supreme physique, the 5 elements holy body, Zhou Ying, can only rank second, with her name following Gu Fei's on the stone tablet. But now, 3 names have appeared on the stone tablet, firmly pushing Gu Fei's name down to second place. This has broken the heavens and created a miracle that everyone thought impossible. Halong, Xiaofeng, Yubufan. The 3 names were very eye-catching, so prominent and standing together. It was genuinely visible to everyone present. They could also see that this was not just one person's name. Moreover, wanting to leave a name on the stone tablet cannot be faked, as this stone tablet is specially made and can be considered a celestial artifact to some extent. These stone tablets were passed down from ancestors who ascended to the upper realm, and even a ninth-stage expert or a tribulation-transcending immortal might not be able to break it, nor can they carve names on it with their cultivation. To leave a name imprint on the stone tablet, one must pass the stone tablet's assessment of their cultivation. Only when their cultivation level meets the stone tablet's recognition can they silently recite their name and leave it on the stone tablet. When did our Tianyuan sect produce such 3 genius disciples capable of surpassing the Chaos Holy Body? How come we have never heard of them? Who is Heilong? Who is Xiaofeng? And who is this Yubifan? A group of Tianyuan sect elders exclaimed, deeply puzzled. However, no one answered. Someone, go check which disciples in our Tianyuan sect are named Heilong, Xiaofeng, and Yubifan. If there are any, immediately bring them to see me. The sect leader of the Tianyuan sect was also startled and personally arrived at the stone tablet forest. Upon seeing the scene before him, he was equally astonished and immediately issued orders. 3 geniuses who can overshadow his direct disciples. His direct disciples are already Chaos Holy Bodies. What kind of physique could surpass the Chaos Holy Body? It is said that only the innate Tao Body Holy Embryo can have a slight edge. Even if they are not the innate Tao Body Holy Embryo, they shouldn't be worse than Gu Fei. They should at least be Chaos Holy Bodies at the same starting point as Gu Fei to explain why they can surpass Gu Fei. Heavens! 3 supreme cultivation physiques above the Chaos Holy Body. This is simply unimaginable. As the sect leader of the Tianyuan sect thought of this, his excitement was difficult to suppress. As if he could already see the future where the Tianyuan sect becomes the #1 sect in the world, dominating the entire immortal martial world. And he would be the great leader of this sect. Report. Sect leader, we have completed the investigation. There are no disciples named Heilong, Xiaofeng, or Yubifan in our Tianyuan sect. But not long after, someone came to report. Upon hearing this, the group of elders present from the Tianyuan sect became agitated. How can it be that they are not our Tianyuan sect's disciples? If they are not our disciples, how did the 3 of them come to our Tianyuan sect's stone tablet forest? Our Tianyuan sect has a protective mountain formation. If they are not from the Tianyuan sect, who could evade the identification of the protective mountain formation? They all voiced their concerns and even became furious. The sect leader of the Tianyuan sect furrowed his brows tightly. He then issued a command. Immediately check again, meticulously screen, and absolutely allow no one to slip through the cracks. Additionally, check carefully if any outsiders have visited our Tianyuan sect today. He did not dare to be the slightest bit careless. Yes, the person reporting quickly turned and left. Not long after, they returned, looking flustered and solemnly reported. Report to the sect leader and all elders. After a detailed check, there are indeed no disciples named Heilong, Xiaofeng, or Yubifan in our Tianyuan sect, and today there have been no outsiders visiting. Wow! The crowd in front of the stone tablet forest of the Tianyuan sect erupted in an uproar. The sect leader of the Tianyuan sect's brows furrowed even deeper. Even Zhou Ying, another top 10 supreme physique disciple of the 5 Elements Holy Body, had arrived. Upon seeing the 3 names on the stone tablet, she couldn't help but be stunned and somewhat lost in thought. She had thought that the Chaos Body Gu Fei was the only person in the Tianyuan sect who could overshadow her, but now, it seemed that 3 more towering mountains had appeared above her. Suddenly, an elder approached the sect master of Tianyuan sect and spoke. Sect master, could it be that the 3 individuals on the stone tablet, although they are disciples of our Tianyuan sect, actually do not wish to reveal their identities and just want to grow quietly? Hence they used 3 fake names to leave their mark on the stone tablet? Upon hearing this, the sect master's eyes lit up. It was indeed a possibility. The other elders were also taken aback, and one of them stood up in agreement, saying, "That's right, it should be like that. Our Tianyuan sect has a protective mountain formation, and outsiders cannot easily infiltrate. Those who can leave their names on this stone tablet are essentially confirmed to be our disciples." However, everyone knew that those who could surpass the Chaos Holy Body must possess extraordinary physiques, at least comparable to Gu Fei's Chaos Holy Body. Such a physique would easily attract attention and envy from others. They might be worried that revealing themselves too early could bring danger, which is why they concealed their identities. At this point, the elder solemnly bowed deeply to the sect master and clasped his fists, saying, "I would like to congratulate the sect master and our Tianyuan sect for the emergence of 3 exceptional talents. The future of our Tianyuan sect is bright. This is an unprecedented good fortune for our sect." Hearing this, the other elders also smiled and bowed to the sect master, congratulating him. "We congratulate the sect master. Congratulations to the sect master, and congratulations to our Tianyuan sect. Long live Tianyuan sect." Upon hearing their words, even though the sect master had not found the 3 talents yet, his frown eased and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. He feared nothing, but was particularly worried that the 3 individuals who suddenly appeared on the stone tablet were not from Tianyuan sect. Now, hearing everyone's analysis, he felt reassured. These 3 talents who surpassed Gu Fei must be disciples of their Tianyuan sect. But this also raised some questions. If they truly wanted to remain low-key, why did they leave their names on the stone tablet? Wouldn't that be like hiding silver in the ground? At this moment, an elder spoke out, raising a question. Before the sect master could respond, the elder who had made the earlier analysis confidently stroked his beard and said, "This is simple. In my view, although these 3 exceptional talents want to be low-key, they also worry that if they remain too low-key, they will not receive attention and resources from the sect. Therefore, they use this method to remind the sect, hoping to gain the sect's attention. If I'm not mistaken, these 3 exceptional talents will soon come to contact the sect master secretly, and I hope the sect master will pay close attention at that time." As he said this, he glanced at the sect master, and his words dispelled the doubts in the minds of everyone present. The sect master was completely reassured and, under the gaze of the crowd, proudly guaranteed, this sect master will not let the 3 exceptional disciples be overlooked. At this moment, several elders quickly used secret techniques to transmit their voices to him, hoping that once he knew who the 3 disciples were, he would recommend them and allow them to take them as disciples, promising great rewards. The sect master smiled and nodded in agreement. However, deep down, he secretly scoffed. The 3 exceptional disciples who can surpass Gu Fei, how could this sect master easily give them to you? You must be dreaming. After the group finished discussing, they quickly dispersed. But this matter soon spread throughout every corner of Tianyuan Sect, causing a huge stir. When the disciples of Tianyuan Sect learned that there might be individuals with invincible physiques, such as the innate Tao body, holy fetus within the sect, they all became restless. Heilong, Xiaofeng, Yufufeng. The names of the 3 became known to all the disciples of Tianyuan Sect. Everyone was curious about who these 3 individuals were, and many began to inquire around, looking at those nearby, trying to identify them. Heilong, just the name sounds powerful. He must be a handsome and strong male disciple. Xiaofeng, she should be a female disciple, petite and proud. Yufufeng, the name sounds nice, and from the name, one can sense great ambition. He is likely also a handsome male disciple, extraordinary in appearance. All 3 must at least possess a chaos holy body like Gu Fei, and it is possible they are innate Tao body holy fetuses. We should pay special attention to disciples with names containing the characters for dragon, phoenix, and fish. They will surely help us find them. I feel these names were not chosen randomly. Heilong, Yufufeng. On the 4th peak of Tianyuan Sect, Wanyan Yuzhu quickly learned about this matter. Shocked, she rushed to the stone tablet forest. Upon seeing the names on the first stone tablet, her gaze lingered on the names Heilong and Yufufeng for a long time, her eyes sparkling with brilliance. When she slightly lowered her head to look at Gu Fei's name on the stone tablet, it suddenly seemed less dazzling. Meanwhile, Gu Fei, who had been overwhelmed, was still unaware of this matter. He had already arrived at the entrance of Xiao Yu's small courtyard. He wanted to challenge Xiao Yu, to defeat him personally and clear his name. Chapter 33. The challenge in the small courtyard of Yangwang, after 3 months of hard training. Xiao Yu finally broke through to the mid-stage of the 5th realm of mortal dust. Reclining on a lounge chair, he was unbothered by the external turmoil, leisurely and content, quietly comprehending the subtleties of the mid-stage of the 5th realm. With his palm open, several spatial blades, exuding immense danger, appeared at his fingertips, sending chills down one's spine as if they could cut through anything. However, these spatial blades did not harm Xiao Yu in the slightest. Seeing this, a satisfied smile slightly appeared at the corners of his mouth, and he felt a hint of joy, but he couldn't help but lament. Alas, the fifth realm is indeed the dividing line among cultivators in the mortal dust world. The breakthroughs in the first four realms were quite smooth, but upon reaching the fifth realm, it became difficult. Above the fifth realm lies the realm of great powers in the mortal dust world. The first four realms took me just over a month, but the breakthrough from the early to mid-stage of the fifth realm actually took me a full 3 months. And this is with the help of the creation diagram, without worrying about training resources. Otherwise, the time spent would have been even longer, at least half a year or even 2 to 3 years. It seems that to break through to the sixth realm, I might have to endure for another half a year. Xiao Yu then retracted the spatial blades, restoring everything to calm. He estimated the gap between himself and the sixth realm and truly felt what it meant to find cultivation difficult. Fortunately, his musings were not overheard by outsiders. Otherwise, he would likely be drowned in the spit of countless cultivators outside. Can you believe this? 3 months to break through a small realm in the fifth realm. What a terrifying and defying speed, and he is still not satisfied. You should know that for other cultivators outside, even those with the legendary innate Tao body holy fetus, chaos holy body, and other supreme physiques, it usually takes over half a year, assuming these prodigies have the support of sect resources. Otherwise, it would take even longer. The fifth realm of mortal dust is called the cave void realm. Upon reaching this realm, cultivators begin to engage with spatial rules, exploring spatial abilities, which requires deep comprehension, especially regarding spatial rules. Without sufficient comprehension, one cannot meet the requirements for understanding spatial rules, and thus cannot break through. Understanding spatial rules is incredibly difficult. Cultivators in the immortal martial world are numerous, yet countless are stuck at this realm, unable to advance even a step further, ultimately living in despair and dying in sorrow. This realm is also the dividing line for the lifespan of cultivators. Fourth realm cultivators can live up to 150 years, but upon reaching the fifth realm, their lifespan directly doubles to 300 years, and if they reach the later stages, their lifespan can extend to 400 years. Thus, breaking through to the fifth realm is also the dream goal of countless ordinary cultivators. Every step forward brings a vastly different world. 3 months ago, Xiao Yu had already reached the early stage of the fifth realm, the cave void realm. In this realm, one has grasped a small amount of spatial abilities, allowing them to generate spatial runes from the soles of their feet and gain the ability to traverse distances as if they were mere inches. With a single step, one can cover a distance of 300 zhong, but this can only be used 7 times a day. Exceeding this limit requires burning one's life force to sustain it, which comes at a heavy price. Thus, it should not be exceeded unless absolutely necessary. Above the ability to traverse distances lies the realm of splitting the void, which is the realm that Xiao Yu has now reached. In this realm, cultivators can utilize their mastered spatial powers to form a spatial blade in the palm of their hand, capable of cutting through objects within a 10 zhong radius, and also construct a storage space of 3 cubic meters. Is Xiao Yu at home? Just then, a voice suddenly called out from outside the courtyard. In Xiao Yu's mind, the map generated by the creation diagram immediately appeared, revealing a faint black light spot in front of his small courtyard. The light spot was not large, much smaller than the golden light spot representing himself at the center, but the black color indicated malice, suggesting that the visitor did not come with good intentions. Even though the color appeared faint and the malice seemed not very intense, it was still malice. A cold light flashed in Xiao Yu's eyes. Did these people really think he was easy to bully, like a soft persimmon that could be squeezed at will? His junior sister had returned and killed so many people, and she had already taken a calamity immortal as her master, possessing such an identity and background. Hadn't he that made these people feel wary and fearful? And now they were back again. Xiao Yu pondered that since his junior sister Ning she returned once, the small courtyard had been peaceful for several months. Was it time to kill a few people to establish his authority again? After all, it was now well known that he could recultivate, and half a year had passed. If he appropriately displayed some strength, As long as it wasn't too overwhelming, it wouldn't raise suspicion. But just as he thought of this, the voice outside the courtyard rang out again, with the other party introducing themselves. Xiao Yu, I am Gu Fei, a recently accepted direct disciple of the Tianyuan Sect's sect master. I am here to challenge you. If you are present, please come out for a battle. I won't bully you. We will fight at the same realm. And today I want to see who is stronger between us. Who is the true first genius of the Tianyuan Sect? Gu Fei. Hearing this name, Xiao Yu couldn't help but twitch his eyelids a few times. Over the past 3 months, he had heard this name many times from Lin Fan and Xian Yu. This guy was the one with the chaotic holy body accepted by the Tianyuan Sect. Now he was coming to challenge him. What did that mean? Wasn't it enough to have claimed the first place in the Stone Tablet Forest? In the next moment, Xiao Yu disappeared from the recliner and appeared at the entrance of the small courtyard. Gu Fei's eyes lit up when he saw him. You are Xiao Yu? I'm Xiao Yu. You're the chaotic holy body, Gu Fei. Xiao Yu nodded and looked Gu Fei up and down. This was their first meeting, and aside from the faint malice that accompanied him, one had to admit that Gu Fei was quite handsome, as one could say he was handsome and extraordinary. While Xiao Yu was sizing up Gu Fei was also evaluating Xiao Yu in his heart, secretly nodding to himself, thinking that this former chief disciple of the Tianyuan Sect was indeed a man of good temperament, a gentleman with extraordinary bearing, and his face was also impeccably handsome, exuding a kind of masculine and cold beauty with sword-like brows and starry eyes, just a little bit short of being perfect. Xiao Yu, I've heard a lot about you these past few months. You were the former chief genius disciple of our Tianyuan Sect. Before I came to the Tianyuan Sect, you were once praised as the #1 genius of the Tianyuan Sect and set numerous records in the Stone Tablet Forest, maintaining invincibility in the first 4 realms. Even the past sages of the Tianyuan Sect could not compare to you. Now that I see you, you indeed have quite an aura. Gu Fei then looked at Xiao Yu and said. Xiao Yu nodded in response. I've also heard about you these past few months. Many say you are the current #1 genius of the Tianyuan Sect, and even the records I set in the Stone Tablet Forest before the 3rd realm have been broken by you. I am far inferior to you. Even my life porcelain left in the Tianyuan Sect was shattered because of you. His gaze turned slightly cold. Gu Fei was not afraid and smiled. Speaking candidly, that's right. These are all related to me. I suppose you must hate me now, right? I took away all your former glory and shattered your life porcelain. Well, I'm here to challenge you now, giving you the chance to take revenge on me. Do you want to fight? He continued. Don't worry, I absolutely want to use my realm to pressure you. I am willing to fight you at the same realm. Xiao Yu frowned and replied, You've already proven yourself in the Stone Tablet Forest. Why do you insist on coming to challenge me? Gu Fei laughed. It's simple. Although I broke your record in the Stone Tablet Forest and suppressed you, I found that many disciples of the Tianyuan Sect are still unconvinced by me. Some even say that the current you, who is recultivating, is stronger than the you of the same period before. Therefore, the you I defeated in the Stone Tablet Forest was merely the past you, not the current you, which makes me quite unhappy. I must prove to all of them that even the recultivated you is not stronger than me. I want to truly defeat you. I want to trample you thoroughly underfoot. Just for this? Xiao was a bit surprised. Gu Fei stepped forward and said lightly, That is already enough. Then he shouted to Xiao Yu, Come on. Come out for a battle. Let us compete at the same realm. You can use whatever means you want. I give you the chance to take revenge on me. If I lose, you can dispose of me as you wish. If I win, I won't kill you. I will spare your life. How about that? His words revealed an invincible confidence belonging to the chaotic holy body. Xiao Yu's temples throbbed a few times. He clenched and then relaxed his fists. He really wanted to beat this guy so badly that even his mother wouldn't recognize him. But he sighed and endured. Alas, you should just leave. He turned to head back to the small courtyard. Wait, Xiao Yu, what do you mean by that? Don't you want to have a good fight with me at the same realm? Don't you want revenge? Behind him, Gu Fei was shocked and called out. Xiao Yu stopped, but didn't turn back, only saying indifferently, You think too much. The reason I came out was just to see what the so-called chaotic holy body looks like. As for the challenge you mentioned, I have no interest at all. Now that I've seen you, you can leave. Upon hearing this, Gu Fei immediately became unhappy and shouted unwillingly, Are you afraid? Xiao Yu merely shook his head, sneering, Think what you want. Provocation tactics, 1T work on me. If anyone wants to challenge me, I would fight without hesitation. Wouldn't that tire me out? When Gu Fei heard this, he seemed to understand something, and his eyes lit up. What do you want? I have some treasures on me. I can give them to you. Are you sick? Xiao Yu scoffed, and then stepped into the small courtyard, too lazy to respond further. What could a guy who had just reached the third realm possibly have that he needed? Not to mention that he now had the creation diagram, and each day's creation was a treasure that was hard to reach for anyone in this immortal martial world. To challenge him again? What a joke. What benefits would he gain from winning? He couldn't kill him at this moment either, which might expose his secrets, because by then, someone would definitely question why he could defeat the chaotic holy body at the same realm. If he lost, Xiao Yu was unwilling to lose. If unwilling, he would not lose. There were no benefits to be had, so why would he agree to fight him? Xiao Yu, stop right there. Since I'm here, whether we fight or not is not up to you. Behind him, Gu Fei became angry and shouted urgently, unwilling to let Xiao Yu leave empty-handed. He then raised his fist and attacked Xiao Yu, wanting to force him into a battle. However, just as he took 2 steps forward, Gu Fei suddenly stopped, startled. What is this? He realized that the world before him had suddenly changed. Gu Fei's small courtyard disappeared, and he seemed to have entered another mysterious and dangerous space, causing his hair to stand on end. This is my protective array, Gu Fei. Didn't you want to challenge me? Fine. If you can break my protective array and finally come before me, I will agree to a battle with you. Otherwise, you might as well roll back. Suddenly, a light laugh from Xiao Yu came, looking at Gu Fei outside the courtyard with the eyes of someone watching a clown perform. Gu Fei immediately understood what was going on. Fine, then I will break your broken array. He shouted loudly and began to attack Xiao Yu's protective array. Chapter 34. The Unlucky Gu Fei Boom. 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 Soon, there was a violent commotion within Xiao Yu's protective array. Xiao Yu sat in the courtyard, watching Gu Fei jump around like a monkey inside the array, struggling everywhere, and he could only shake his head slightly. He was worried about accidentally killing this guy, so he intentionally controlled the power of the array. Otherwise, a mere third realm cultivator, even if he were a chaos sacred body, would probably be either driven mad or instantly annihilated by this array. But seeing the other party completely clueless and exerting all his strength to compete with the air, Xiao Yu felt a bit of amusement in his heart. After all, who wouldn't be happy watching a fool make a fool of himself? Xiao Yu's array was also a multi-layered array. Not only did it have a killing array, but also confusion and illusion arrays. The moment Gu Fei stepped into his array, he was subjected to successive attacks from various arrays. One could see his changes within the array. When under attack from the killing array, he would resist with all his might. When attacked by the illusion array, sometimes he seemed to go mad, as if he saw something terrifying, startled and panicking. At other times, he would be overjoyed, as if he had found a treasure or obtained supreme techniques. And sometimes he would weep bitterly, as if he had lost a close relative, his mind in a state of chaos between extreme joy and sorrow. Yet no matter how he struggled, he could not break Xiao Yu's protective array. Before long, he was in a sorry state, completely exhausted, and on the verge of a mental breakdown. Xiao Yu, what kind of arrays are these? Why do you have these arrays here? Suddenly, Gu Fei shouted angrily from within the protective array, briefly maintaining some clarity and asking in shock, "Why should I explain anything to you?" Xiao Yu replied with a cold laugh. The next moment, Gu Fei's panicked voice echoed within the protective array. "Ah, damn it, here it comes again." Swish. Finally, Gu Fei burst out of Xiao Yu's protective array. However, he did not rush into Xiao Yu's small courtyard, but instead retreated. He gasped for air, looking at the small courtyard that was now so close yet felt like a chasm away, his eyes revealing indescribable fear and caution, not daring to approach even a bit. At this moment, what could have been a simple leap into the courtyard felt like an insurmountable obstacle. How about it? Still want to challenge me? Xiao Yu chuckled lightly upon seeing this, his voice clearly reaching Gu Fei's ears from the small courtyard. In fact, if it weren't for Xiao Yu's concern that torturing this guy might drive him insane or lead to trouble with the Tianyuan Sect, he would have deliberately let the array go easy on him. Otherwise, Gu Fei would never have been able to retreat from the array. But now that it had come to this point, Xiao Yu felt it was about time. He sensed that Gu Fei had reached the breaking point, and if he continued to let this guy stay in his protective array, he feared Gu Fei would indeed go mad. Xiao Yu, I'll admit you're impressive, but rest assured, I will never give up. I will continue to challenge you. Gu Fei roared in response to Xiao Yu's words, initially feeling a bit fearful, but at this moment, he was provoked by Xiao Yu's words, believing Xiao Yu was underestimating and mocking him, and he felt very dissatisfied. You actually still refuse to give up? Xiao Yu was a bit surprised upon hearing this. Gu Fei said, your array is indeed powerful, but I believe that one day I will break it. By then, whether you want to or not, you will have to fight me. You still want to continue breaking my array? Xiao Yu asked in surprise. Gu Fei replied, in my motto, the word defeat has never existed. Today, I was just a bit rusty, which is why I suffered some losses. Just wait, I will come again tomorrow. If you don't come out for a day, I'll come once. If you don't come out for a month, I'll come for a month. Until you are willing to fight me. Xiao Yu felt speechless upon hearing this, his mouth twitching a few times, secretly thinking that this guy must be a masochistic lunatic. After suffering such great hardships today, he still refused to give up. He was also feeling a bit of a headache. He possessed the creation diagram and just wanted to quietly cultivate, not wanting anyone to keep appearing here. It seemed he was about to be entangled by this guy, but he would never succumb to this guy's threats. All right, do as you wish. I've already said it. I'm not interested in your challenge. As long as you can break my protective array, I might consider fighting you. Xiao Yu finally nodded and said, goodbye. Gu Fei snorted coldly upon hearing this. He then turned and left. However, his departing figure was not a pretty sight. He limped away, his clothes dirty and ragged, with many tears, his hair in disarray, and his originally clean and handsome face covered in dust, looking like a refugee who had escaped from somewhere. After this ordeal, his internal spiritual power had also been drained significantly, leaving him weak and exhausted, with some injuries on his body. Even if he was unwilling, he could only return to the sect to rest for a while. What he did not know was that on his way from the small courtyard to the Tianyuan Sect, not far ahead, 3 pets were coming down the mountain path in front of the Tianyuan Sect's gate. Woof, woof, woof. Cheep, cheep, chirp, chirp. Pop, pop, pop. The little black dog was carrying a big carp on its back, while a little bird flew alongside it, and the 3 pets were chatting amongst themselves. They all seemed to be quite excited. In human language, it would go something like this, little black dog. Huh? We actually left our names on the stone tablet in the stone tablet forest, and even pushed that guy named Gu Fei down. It's so satisfying. Little bird. Yes, yes. This time it will definitely infuriate that Gu Fei. He keeps saying he's the #1 genius and a chaos sacred body. We're way better than him. Big carp. He wants to compare with our master. I'm way better than him. Little black dog. Be careful. Don't use foul language. We are polite and cultured divine beasts. Little bird. Right. We need to maintain our image. Big carp. I know, better than his grandma is just a friendly greeting, expressing my concern for his grandma. Little black dog and little bird realized. So that's how it is. We've learned something. It's a pity we didn't have enough time. Otherwise, we could have left our names on the second stone tablet too. Big carp sighed, feeling a bit regretful. Little black dog, steady and mature, said, no worries. There will be more opportunities in the future. We can come again and again. If we left our names all at once, it would just anger Gu Fei, and that would be no fun. Little bird. Yes, to annoy someone, we have to do it step by step. Big carp expressed a hint of worry. Do you think the people from Tianyuan Sect will find out it was us? Little black dog showed a thoughtful expression and said, I don't think so. We 3 will be more careful in the future, and they won't discover us. Besides, my array skills will become more profound, making it even harder for them to find out. Little bird added, and don't you think it's actually quite fun like this? When we were coming down the mountain, it seemed like Tianyuan Sect was looking for us everywhere. They treated us as their disciples. If one day they realize it's us 3, what do you think their expressions will be? The big carp suddenly turned around. Sister Feng, if you say that. I'm getting excited. The little black dog stopped and looked up at the sky with a serious expression. I really look forward to that day. Immediately, the 3 pets happily ran down the hill towards the Yangon courtyard. However, when they turned a corner, a figure suddenly appeared ahead of the 3 pets. Both sides were taken by surprise and almost collided, fortunately stopping just in time. A person, a dog, a bird, and a fish all froze for a moment, staring at each other wide-eyed. The person was none other than Gu Fei, who had just come out of the Yangon courtyard. Get lost. Where did these 3 wild beasts come from? Be careful, or I'll catch you all and roast you. Gu Fei had just been humiliated by Xiao Yu and was feeling quite depressed. He was startled by the sudden appearance of the 3 pets and snapped at them angrily. He didn't care whether the 3 beasts understood him or not. Woof. Damn it. Chirp. Brother Black Dragon, beat him. Bop bop bop. Kill this villain. How dare he insult us? As soon as Gu Fei finished speaking, the 3 pets snapped back to their senses and were furious. Who were they? They were the divine beasts that had just defeated the top genius of the Tianyuan Sect. Their mood was excellent and their morale was high. How dare someone disrespect them? Without hesitation, the 3 pets launched an attack on Gu Fei. Before Gu Fei could react, he suddenly felt a shadow loom in front of him. The little black dog jumped up and kicked in the face. Woof woof. What the hell? Who do you think you are? With a loud thud, Gu Fei was kicked away, crashing to the ground, his head spinning, feeling as if someone had hammered him on the head. Chirp. The little bird let out a sharp cry and followed up, hovering in front of Gu Fei and spitting downwards. What? Gu Fei was taken aback as he saw a terrifying burst of flames shooting towards him, scaring him awake as he hurriedly dodged. But even so, the flames still hit his backside, igniting it. He panicked, jumping up and down, rolling on the ground several times to extinguish the fire on his butt. He looked even more disheveled, like a wild boar that had just rolled in the mud. Just as he extinguished the fire, he saw a big carp appear in front of him, opening its mouth and spraying a jet of water at his chest. Then it spun around a few times, its tail slapping him in the face and sending him flying to the side. Gu Fei felt extremely aggrieved. If it weren't for the fact that he had just exhausted too much spiritual power and was injured from Xiao Yu, leaving him unable to fight back. How could he let these 3 beasts bully him? I will kill you. He couldn't help but feel furious, unable to tolerate such humiliation, and was about to get up and retaliate. But the next moment, his vision went dark, and his body couldn't support itself, causing him to faint. Woof woof. The little black dog called out, somewhat confused. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Brother Black Dragon, this guy has fainted. The little bird flew to Gu Fei's head and glanced down, responding. The big fish rolled its eyes. Bop, bop, bop. So weak, can't take a hit at all. The little bird looked at the little black dog. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Brother Black Dragon, what should we do now? The little black dog replied. Woof, woof, woof. Don't worry about him. Let's go. Finally, the 3 pets left happily. Those damned wild beasts. Don't let me see you again. It was unknown how long it took, but Gu Fei finally woke up slowly, and as he realized what had happened, his furious roar echoed through the forest. Chapter 35. There are still rivals in Tianyuan Sect. Finally, Gu Fei returned to the gates of Tianyuan Sect. For some reason, at this moment, seeing the gates of Tianyuan Sect, he felt an impulse to cry from being moved. For the first time, he felt that the journey from a Yangon courtyard to the gates of Tianyuan Sect was so arduous and difficult. Returning to the sect was truly a great happiness. It was also thanks to the 3 pets only knowing his name and not having seen him in person. Otherwise, whether he could return would really be a mystery. Just then, before he could step forward, he heard a conversation coming from above the stone steps inside the gate. Junior Brother Lee, Junior Brother, did you 2 encounter some happy event? Why are you laughing so joyfully? 3 figures appeared on the stone steps, all dressed in the inner disciple robes of Tianyuan Sect. 2 of them seemed to have just returned from outside, while another one standing a bit higher up seemed to be going out. They seemed to recognize each other and paused to chat after bumping into each other. The disciple at the top curiously asked, Haha, Brother Zhang, actually there's nothing much. We just saw something funny on the way back. Do you want to hear it? The 2 below laughed in response to the upper disciple's question. Quick, tell me, what's the funny thing? Brother Zhang urged, instantly curious. Ha ha ha. No way, let's laugh a bit first, otherwise, we want to be able to say it because it's just too funny to control. Junior Brother Lee and Junior Brother who were about to speak. But when they thought of the funny incident, they couldn't help but laugh uncontrollably. All right, hurry up. I'm really more and more curious about what interesting thing could make you 2 so happy. Brother Zhang said. Gu Fei was drawn to their conversation, and his curiosity was piqued. To avoid disturbing the 3 in front and still be able to eavesdrop on what they were saying, he restrained his aura, quietly approached the gate, hid in a corner, and perked up his ears. Finally, Junior Brother Li and Junior Brother, who had vented a lot of their laughter, and spoke up. Here's the thing, we just returned from outside, and not far from here, at the corner, we saw one of our Tianyuan Sect's elite disciples. Elite disciple? And then? Brother Zhang asked, his eyes wide open. Gu Fei, hiding in the shadows, couldn't help but feel a bad premonition as he glanced at his own appearance. Could it be? Junior Brother Li and Junior Brother, who continued. Then that elite disciple was beaten by 3 beasts. Ha ha ha. The two laughed again after finishing their sentence. Brother Zhang found it hard to believe. No way. Our Tianyuan Sect's elite disciples at least have the strength of the third realm. How could they be beaten by 3 beasts? However, Junior Brother Li and Junior Brother, who vividly recounted to Brother Zhang. This is true, Brother Zhang. You didn't see the scene at that time. That elite disciple was struggling with the 3 beasts, but he was directly ridden on the face by a black dog, kicked in the face. And there was a bird that could spit fire, directly burning that elite disciple's backside, making him jump around like a monkey. And there was a big carp that could actually fight. Its tail slapped that elite disciple in the face and knocked him out. That elite disciple didn't even have the ability to fight back, and ended up fainted by those 3 beasts, losing face completely. It was hilarious. If you had been there, you would have laughed even harder than us seeing that elite disciple jumping around like a monkey. Who is this elite disciple? Brother Zhang found it interesting and asked with a laugh. Junior Brother Li and Junior Brother, who shook their heads. We didn't see clearly. That elite disciple was very dirty, making it hard to recognize, and we didn't dare to go closer to look. After all, he was an elite disciple. What if he found out and came to settle scores with us for laughing at him? So the two of us hurried back before he returned, and then we ran into Senior Brother Zhang here. I see. I can imagine that elite disciple would want to find a hole to hide in if he knew you saw such an embarrassing scene. He would probably be so angry he could spit blood. Senior Brother Zhang nodded with a smile upon hearing this. Junior Brother Li and Junior Brother, who said, Who knows? Senior Brother Zhang, if you go out now to that turn of the foot of the mountain, you might still see him. That guy. I wonder if he has woken up yet. If you see him, be careful. Don't let him find out. All right, I understand. You 2 Junior Brothers. I'll leave first. We'll talk another day. I'm going to take a look. Senior Brother Zhang clasped his hands and said, his curiosity piqued. Take care, Senior Brother. Junior Brothers Li and Hu clasped their hands to send him off. This is too interesting. Lao Hu. How did an elite disciple get beaten up by 3 beasts? Especially that dog, directly riding his face. Who would believe it if it got out? Indeed, it's too interesting. When we go back later, I'll definitely tell others about this. It's better to share the joy than to enjoy it alone. Absolutely, absolutely. Watching Senior Brother Zhang's figure disappear at the mountain gate, Junior Brothers Li and Hu continued their conversation, laughing as they walked into the sect, gradually fading away. Once they left, Gu Fei stepped out from the corner. At this moment, his face was as red as a liver, his expression dark to the extreme. Damn it, 3 beasts have ruined my reputation. Gu Fei gritted his teeth in anger, punching the wall beside him, vowing to remember those 3 beasts and thinking to himself that next time he saw them, he would definitely catch them to roast and eat. He, Gu Fei, had never suffered such humiliation since he was born, being beaten by 3 beasts. Afterwards, he glanced around and, finding no one nearby, quickly tore a piece of rag from his clothes to cover his face, sneaking towards his cave residence in the sect. However, there were simply too many disciples in the Tianyuan Sect. Even though he tried to hide and cover himself as much as possible, he still attracted the attention of many people along the way. Mainly, his behavior seemed too strange to others. One hand covered half of his face, while the other hand covered his backside, making his movements very awkward, like a eunuch trying to walk without being noticed. Along the way, he also heard many people discussing the fact that he had been beaten up by 3 beasts, with many disciples curious about which elite disciple was beaten by 3 beasts. Of course, not realizing it was him. At this moment, Gu Fei felt a bit relieved. Although his embarrassing incident had spread, fortunately, no one knew it was him. Otherwise, he would really want to find a hole to crawl into. Although he was dressed as an elite disciple, he was not comparable to any elite disciple. He was the true #1 genius of the Tianyuan sect. If his true identity were known, it would definitely be more explosive than being known as an elite disciple. Junior brother Gu Fei. However, fate was against him. Just when he felt relieved, the most shocking thing happened. Someone actually recognized him. A graceful figure appeared before him. It was none other than Wanyan Yuzhu from the Fourth Peak. Wanyan Yuzhu, dressed in the core disciple's attire and naturally a stunning beauty, immediately attracted countless gazes. Senior sister, you've mistaken me. I'm not Gu Fei. Gu Fei's heart panicked immediately, not daring to acknowledge her, his hand covering his face, not daring to drop. He hurriedly squeezed out a voice from his throat, intending to escape. Junior brother Gu Fei, stop pretending. I know it's you. I came to find you because I have something important to tell you. But just as he passed by Wanyan Yuzhu, she reached out and pulled him back from behind. This pull was significant. It just happened to snag on Gu Fei's already tattered clothes. Ryup. In an instant, the sound of tearing echoed. The clothes on Gu Fei's body were pulled off by her in one swift motion. Upon seeing Gu Fei's situation, Wanyan Yuzhu was stunned. Whoa! Other Tianyuan Sect disciples who had noticed the commotion all turned their gazes over and exclaimed, "Wow, what a white pair of buttocks." Junior brother Gu Fei. I didn't mean to. Wanyan Yuzhu spoke. She didn't expect that with just a gentle tug, she would pull off Gu Fei's clothes. Wanyan Yuzhu. You. Gu Fei immediately felt a chill at his backside. His clothes had already been in tatters at Yingguang Courtyard and had been further ruined by the three beasts, leaving him hardly covered. The front was manageable, but the back was indeed impossible to cover without using his hands. But now, after all his efforts to hide himself, everything was ruined with just one grab from Wanyan Yuzhu. Feeling the eager and gossiping gazes around him, Gu Fei felt an impulse to die at that moment. And there was also a strong urge to beat Wanyan Yuzhu to death. At this moment, he knew he could no longer hide. What do you want to say? Hurry up and tell me. If you don't make it clear, I won't let you go today. Gu Fei lost his reason, not hiding anymore, turning around to look at Wanyan Yuzhu and roaring, his eyes looking as if they wanted to eat people, although the rag still covered half of his face. With his outburst, many people around had already recognized him and began to exclaim, "So, it's junior brother Gu Fei, that elite disciple's clothes he's wearing? How did he end up like this? Oh my god, he can't be the one we just talked about who got beaten by a dog, right?" Gu Fei almost spat blood upon hearing these voices, feeling like crying without tears. Wanyan Yuzhu was startled by his outburst, but at this moment, she still mustered her courage and said, "Junior brother Gu Fei, I'm really sorry. I came to ask for the jade pendant I gave you earlier. I know this is very abrupt, and I'm quite sorry. I didn't know that it was a family heirloom of the Wanyan family until today. According to our family's ancestral teachings, this jade pendant can only be given to my future partner. To avoid misunderstandings." She paused for a moment and then decisively said, "I hope junior brother Gu Fei can return it. Is that all? Give it back to you. Now get the hell out of here, and don't come near me again." Gu Fei, upon hearing this, was taken aback for a moment, then without a second thought. Not caring about her jade pendant or future partner, he roughly pulled the jade pendant from his body and threw it at her. This was the jade pendant that Wanyan Yuzhu had tried to give him multiple times, and he had no choice but to accept it. Then, without waiting for Wanyan Yuzhu to say anything else, he turned around, covered his backside, and ran away as if fleeing. But with the fact that he was the disciple from the Tianyuan Sect who was beaten by the dog now exposed, he became the first disciple of the Tianyuan Sect to be the subject of legendary tales related to dogs. As for why the bird and the fish weren't mentioned, it might be because the dog was easier for the disciples of the Tianyuan Sect to remember. Back at his residence, Gu Fei took a long time to come out. Finally, he breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, he had changed into a new set of clothes, washed up, and had returned to being that handsome young genius of the Tianyuan Sect. Who? Suddenly, it seemed he sensed something, and his gaze sharply turned to the side. He saw a figure standing about 10 meters to the left front, appearing out of nowhere. "Tianpu, is that you?" Gu Fei relaxed slightly upon seeing the visitor, but then coldly asked, "What brings you here?" Clearly, he did not like the current master brother of the Tianyuan Sect. Tianpu looked at him upon hearing his words and smiled slightly. "Do you know why Wanyan Yuzhu suddenly wanted you to return the jade pendant and change her attitude towards you? Wanyan Yuzhu? Hearing this, Gu Fei frowned. Was Tianpu referring to the incident he had with Wanyan Yuzhu shortly after returning to the sect? A change in attitude? He hadn't paid much attention at the time, but now that he thought about it, it seemed that Wanyan Yuzhu indeed treated him a bit differently. What do you mean? Did you come here just to tell me this? I don't have time to chat with you, Gu Fei said, expressing that he wasn't very concerned about Wanyan Yuzhu. Tianpu sneered. It seems you still don't know. In our sect, you're no longer the #1 genius. That woman Wanyan Yuzhu loves to flirt with a #1 genius. Huh? If I'm not #1, then who is? You? Gu Fei scoffed at this remark. Tianpu replied, Of course not me. There are others, not just one but 3. Gu Fei, do you think that just because you defeated me, you are invincible? What a joke. I'm here to tell you that in the future, you'll see how you get crushed by those 3 geniuses. You won't be much better than I am today. Since his humiliating defeat to Gu Fei at the same level, Tianpu had become a laughingstock in Tianyuan Sect. Crazy, Gu Fei muttered, not understanding what he meant. Tianpu said no more, jumping off a large stone and walking away, only leaving behind a mocking voice. Go take a good look at the stone tablet forest. After you do, you'll understand. Stone tablet forest? Gu Fei frowned in confusion upon hearing this. What about the stone tablet forest? He thought of Heilong, Xiaofeng, and Yufufan. Who are they? Do I still have rivals in Tianyuan Sect? Are they innate Tao body saints? Soon, in front of the first stone tablet in the stone tablet forest, Gu Fei was shocked. He tried several times against the first stone tablet, but found that he could never surpass the 3 who tied for first place, always being stuck in second. Oof. I just got lucky winning against the first realm. You little minions, hiding and peeking if you have the ability. Come compare your scores on the later stone tablets with me. Don't think you can scare me. But then he shouted, not believing that anyone could be stronger than him. At the same time, a strong sense of crisis arose in his heart. After returning, he practiced even harder than before. He could not afford to lose the title of #1 genius in Tianyuan Sect. Chapter 36. Xiao Yu defeats the chaotic saint body in the blink of an eye. Another night passed. The next day, in the Yangwang courtyard, Gu Fei arrived with renewed vigor. Xiao Yu, come out for a fight. He shouted in front of Xiao Yu's courtyard. Xiao Yu came out from the courtyard and frowned upon seeing him. You really keep your word and are back again. He looked him up and down, surprised, thinking that the recovery speed of the chaotic saint body was quite fast. This kid had been thoroughly worn out by him yesterday, looking as if he was on the verge of collapse. Yet after just one night, he was full of energy again. Moreover, he sensed a hint of energy leaking from Gu Fei. It seemed that in just one day, he had made considerable progress in his cultivation. However, Xiao Yu was only briefly surprised. Gu Fei proudly declared, That's right, I won't give up until I defeat you with my own hands. You really are crazy. Xiao Yu scoffed, wishing he could punch his head in for disturbing him. To his surprise, Gu Fei openly admitted, Yes, I am crazy. I've come down with a condition where I can't sleep well unless I defeat you fairly. After I beat you, I still have to challenge the other 3 guys. 3 guys? Xiao Yu was taken aback. Besides me, you have others you want to challenge? Gu Fei nodded. Yes, I don't know if you've heard, but 3 guys emerged in Tianyuan Sect yesterday, while I was away. They went to the first stone tablet in the stone tablet forest and pushed my name from first to second. It really infuriates me. Xiao Yu was surprised. Someone actually surpassed you in the first realm? He was genuinely astonished. After all, Gu Fei was already a chaotic saint body. What kind of cultivation genius could surpass him? Could they be innate Tao body saints? Is the innate Tao body saint so common now? 3 appear at once? Is Tianyuan Sect really that low-key? Having 3 innate Tao body saint-level geniuses without making any noise? He hadn't heard a single whisper about it. To be honest, Xiao Yu was quite eager to see the legendary innate saint body Tao fetus and find out what was so extraordinary about it. He had already seen the chaotic saint body, which was quite impressive. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, and he said to Gu Fei, Then you could go find them and challenge them first. Don't bother me here. Gu Fei shook his head. No, I haven't found those 3 guys yet. Not found? What does that mean? Xiao Yu was puzzled. Gu Fei helplessly explained, Those 3 guys seem to be using false names. They are hiding among our Tianyuan Sect disciples and haven't revealed any information. Even my master and the others are currently trying to find them. Is that so? Xiao Yu felt something odd upon hearing this. Could a genius who surpasses the chaotic saint body be so strange in character? Don't they know that no matter how good their talent is, they need a strong backing for protection and abundant cultivation resources to support them? Otherwise, relying solely on oneself, besides someone like him, who can continue to walk this path. Gu Fei said, "So I can only come to find you first, do you understand?" Xiao Yu, hearing this, felt helpless and said, "Fine, since you were so persistent, I won't stop you. You didn't forget what I told you yesterday, right?" Gu Fei replied, "Of course not." Xiao Yu said, "Then why did you shout just now? Just break the formation directly." Gu Fei responded, "I have to shout. How else would I know if you're here? If I break your formation and you're not here, wouldn't I be wasting my effort?" It sounded somewhat reasonable. "All right, go break the formation. I'll basically be here, and I won't leave the Yangwang courtyard. When you break the formation, then we can talk about the challenge." Xiao Yu left a sentence and didn't bother with him anymore, heading straight back to the courtyard. He didn't believe this guy could keep it up for a day or two, let alone every day. "Just you wait. Today I will definitely break your formation and fight you fairly," Gu Fei shouted from behind. Then he stopped talking nonsense, and, with a flash, he charged boldly into Xiao Yu's protective formation. Stop hitting me. I admit defeat. If you hit me again, my clothes today will be ruined. I'm not in good shape today. I'll come back tomorrow." Before long, his panicked cries echoed again, accompanied by pleas for mercy. As he stumbled out of Xiao Yu's protective formation, looking no better than yesterday. "Xiao Yu, what kind of formation is this? I clearly feel a bit stronger today compared to yesterday, yet I still can't deal with your formation. It seems to have gotten stronger." Gu Fei shouted angrily from a short distance in front of the formation. Xiao Yu, hearing the voice, couldn't be bothered with him. The creation diagram appeared above his head, blocking any energy fluctuations as he sat cross-legged under the peach tree, continuing to comprehend the power of space. Slowly progressing toward the late stage of the fifth great realm, the boundary of Naji. With the protective formation in place, he wasn't worried about this guy breaking in. A chaotic stone full of spatial power was placed in front of him, and his divine soul power enveloped it, gradually analyzing and comprehending it. Next to him, there were several small porcelain bottles containing various spiritual herbs that helped enhance comprehension, or precious pills containing gentle spatial power. After taking them, he could gain deeper insights into the power of space. Every once in a while, Xiao Yu would take a bottle and let out a satisfied sigh. These things were all creations born from the creation diagram, and every day was different, nothing repeated. Not only is this beneficial for his cultivation, but it also continuously strengthens his body and soul. His strength grows and improves daily. Moreover, over the past 3 months, Xiao Yu has gained many cultivation techniques from the creation diagram, covering realms from the 3rd to the 5th major realm. He has dabbled in various martial arts, including sword techniques, fist techniques, palm techniques, foot techniques, and leg techniques, mastering all 18 forms of martial arts. He practices these techniques regularly. These techniques are extremely powerful. Every time he trains, they help him comprehensively understand how to utilize power at each realm. Now, in every realm, he is considered a master, able to use every bit of strength without wasting any. He can apply even the slightest amount of power to achieve extraordinary results, allowing him to challenge higher realms. At his strongest, Xiao Yu estimates that he can fight at a level 1 major realm higher than himself. If anyone were to challenge him at the same realm, regardless of their physique, even if they were the so-called innate Tao body holy fetus or chaos holy body, they would not be his match and would definitely be defeated. Xiao Yu feels that, in the same realm, he could take on 20 of his past self. Even though he is currently only at the mid-stage of the 5th realm, he is confident he can battle with experts at the early stage of the 6th realm. However, he also understands that the lower the realm, the higher the possibility of challenging upwards. As one ascends, this possibility decreases. Nevertheless, in the same realm, with the blessing of the Hongmeng Holy Body, Xiao Yu is confident he can crush any opponent. The peach tree behind him also benefits from this. Even if he hasn't scattered any spiritual medicine, just the fragrance it emits, absorbed by the peach tree, can lead to remarkable transformations. Even the weeds beneath Xiao Yu seemed more crystalline, resembling green jade. In Xiao Yu's small courtyard, as he trains day by day, every flower, grass, tree, and stone in the yard undergoes subtle changes, faintly revealing their extraordinary nature. If this continues to develop, it is highly likely to accumulate from quantitative changes to qualitative changes. Even if they cannot become sentient, they may still become incredibly valuable treasures. Xiao Yu, I will come again tomorrow. Ancient Face saw that Xiao Yu ignored him, but he was not discouraged. After leaving a remark, he dragged his body away. However, when he reached the corner, he couldn't help but secretly sneer. I shouldn't encounter those 3 beasts again today, right? If I do, I will definitely make them pay. Those 3 beasts left an indelible impression on him. Today, he had intentionally reserved some strength. He absolutely wouldn't let the same thing happen again. Suddenly, he concealed his body and then quickly dashed out, preparing for a fierce battle. Unfortunately, the front was empty. I didn't encounter them today. Fine, consider yourselves lucky. 3 beasts. For some reason, not encountering the 3 beasts again left Ancient Fae with a feeling of emptiness, even a bit of regret. I hope I don't find out who raised those 3 beasts. Otherwise, I won't let it go, not even if it's an elder of the Tianyuan Sect. Immediately, he angrily raised his fist and shouted, "Based on the actions of those 3 beasts yesterday, they must have become sentient. They are practically demons." Not only understanding his words, but also displaying extraordinary skills. Being able to move freely around the Tianyuan Sect means they are definitely not ordinary beasts. They must be pets raised by some expert, having developed spiritual awareness. He even suspected it might be one of the elders of the Tianyuan Sect. Especially that detestable black dog, which was clearly the leader of the 3 pets, had successfully nailed Ancient Fae to the shame pillar of the Tianyuan Sect. Afterwards, Ancient Fae, dragging his weary body, filled with resentment, walked back to the Tianyuan Sect. What he didn't know was that the 3 beasts he mentioned had already slipped out earlier that morning before he arrived at the courtyard. Otherwise, he would definitely have seen them, and at that time, he would have been furious. Why does brother Ancient Fae look so disheveled again today? What has he been doing these past 2 days? It's understandable that he was beaten by a dog yesterday, but what's going on today? Within the Tianyuan Sect, when Ancient Fae appeared in his disheveled state again, it attracted attention once more. I know this. Someone saw it with their own eyes. The reason brother Ancient Fae is like this is that he went to challenge Xiao Yu at the foot of the mountain these past 2 days. He was beaten by Xiao Yu yesterday, and after losing his spiritual power, he was beaten by a dog. Now he seems to have gone again, and judging by his appearance, he must have been beaten again. Although he is a chaos holy body, he is no match for Xiao Yu. The next moment, someone spoke up. What? Brother Ancient Fae was defeated by Xiao Yu twice. My goodness. Before this news could be confirmed, rumors about Ancient Fae being beaten by Xiao Yu twice spread throughout the entire Tianyuan Sect. When everyone in the Tianyuan Sect learned about it, they were all shocked and in an uproar. Xiao Yu actually defeated the Chaos Holy Body? Chapter 37. The insidious suggestion at the peak of the Tianyuan Sect. The sect leader of the Tianyuan Sect had not slept all night. His eyes were almost bulging out, nearly crossing. However, he did not receive any contact from the 3 geniuses he had been eagerly waiting for. Seeing that no one would come today, he relaxed. Come out, everyone. Stop hiding. You've been hiding all night. Aren't you tired? He then spoke out loud. There was no one around, as if he were speaking to the air. But the next moment, a group of elders suddenly appeared before him, gathering together. The sect leader truly has profound cultivation. Even though we have tried our best to conceal our presence, we cannot escape the sect leader's keen eyes. An elder immediately bowed and smiled, looking somewhat lecherous. The other elders also laughed along. Seeing this, the sect leader helplessly shook his head and said, "You all saw the situation. No one came all night. We're the promised 3 geniuses, who guaranteed me that they would secretly come to contact me. I have been here all night, my eyes almost crossing, yet I haven't seen a single shadow. Who will give me an explanation?" He was somewhat dissatisfied. Full of expectation, he was met with empty joy. At the same time, he felt somewhat disdainful towards the group of old men before him, thinking to himself that they were not good birds. all coveting these three geniuses who surpassed the chaos holy body, each one watching closely, afraid of missing the opportunity to take them as disciples. He had long noticed them, but had not said anything. Sect leader, our judgment should not be wrong. The three geniuses who suppressed ancient Fae must be disciples of our Tianyuan sect. However, why did they not come last night? I think perhaps the three geniuses do not want to reveal themselves yet, or maybe they're just shy and reserved. I suggest we wait a little longer. They might just show themselves. Hearing the sect leader's words, an elder stepped forward and spoke. Indeed, with such powerful cultivation talent, to become high-level cultivators, they need substantial cultivation resources to support them. Without the sect support, they cannot go far relying solely on themselves. Ultimately, their only way out is to seek us, and we have already begun sending people down to investigate. I believe they won't be able to hide for too long. Another elder also stood up and said, "Sigh, fine. I will listen to you all and wait a little longer." Hearing this, the sect leader had no other choice but to sigh helplessly. As long as they are in the Tianyuan Sect, I don't worry about them running away. Sect leader, elders, something big has happened. A major incident. Just as everyone was discussing, a core member of the Tianyuan Sect rushed in with a panicked expression, shouting loudly. What major event has occurred now, making such a ruckus? Is this how to behave? The sect leader shouted upon seeing this. The core disciple of the Tianyuan Sect replied, reporting to the sect master and the elders. Junior brother Gu Fei. He gasped for breath, struggling to catch his breath. What happened to Gu Fei? The sect master asked, and the other elders' expressions changed simultaneously. Junior brother Gu Fei challenged Xiao Yu twice, and both times he was defeated by Xiao Yu. This core disciple finally managed to catch his breath and spoke all at once. What? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present from the Tianyuan Sect was taken aback. This is impossible. How could a waste who was expelled from the sect defeat the chaotic holy body? In the next moment, a group of elders scolded him mercilessly. When did this happen? The sect master quickly regained his composure and shouted with a grim expression. The core disciple of the Tianyuan Sect replied, "Just now, someone saw junior brother Gu Fei coming back from Xiao Yu, his face all bruised and battered, looking very disheveled. The situation is hard to describe, and now the entire sect is spreading the news. This is absolutely impossible. Go call Gu Fei here immediately." The sect master of the Tianyuan Sect, unable to believe it, waved his hand and shouted, "Yes." Soon, Gu Fei was called before them. I pay my respects to the sect master and the elders. As soon as Gu Fei arrived, he respectfully greeted the group. Everyone's gaze turned to him, and upon seeing his bruised face, they couldn't help but feel shocked. Could the rumors be true? Did this guy really get defeated by Xiao Yu? However, the sect master of the Tianyuan Sect still refused to believe it. His face darkened as he looked at him and shouted, "Gu Fei, I heard that you challenged Xiao Yu and were defeated by him twice. Is that true?" Gu Fei was taken aback by this and looked somewhat dumbfounded, saying, "When did this happen? When was I defeated by Xiao Yu twice? I don't even know about it." Hearing this, everyone exchanged glances, confused. What is going on? Did this not happen? Then what about the rumors just now? The sect master of the Tianyuan Sect also had his brows twitch a few times, a bit stunned, and quickly reacted, continuing to shout, "Then what about the injuries on your face? What about the rumors outside?" "Master, my injuries are easy to explain. I want to challenge Xiao Yu, but he didn't fight me. He set up some formations outside his courtyard. I had to break his formations before he would fight me. So I want to break the formation, but I didn't expect his formations to be so powerful that they left me like this. As for the rumors outside, what rumors? Did they say I was beaten by a dog?" Gu Fei replied, still unaware of what the rumors were. "What? He actually set up formations outside his courtyard. And you were beaten by a dog?" The sect master of the Tianyuan Sect felt a toothache coming on. The other elders were also dumbfounded, staring at Gu Fei with wide eyes in disbelief. Gu Fei mumbled, "I don't know where his formations came from. I had bad luck. I went to challenge Xiao Yu yesterday and was tormented by his formations. I ran out of spiritual power on the way back and encountered 3 beasts blocking my path. I didn't expect that just scolding them would get me beaten, and one of them was a dog." The Tianyuan Sect collectively gasped, feeling a deep sense of embarrassment at that moment. Is this really his talented direct disciple? You really weren't defeated by Xiao Yu? Then he quickly changed the topic and asked again. Gu Fei proudly said, "Of course not. I want to challenge that guy." But he just curled up in his little courtyard and didn't dare to come out. How could there be any talk of being defeated? If he dares to come out, I can beat him so badly that even his mother wouldn't recognize him. Seeing that he didn't seem to be lying, the group of elders finally relaxed their expressions and nodded slightly. They thought, how could a chaotic holy body, starting from a similar point of cultivation as Xiao Yu, possibly lose to him? But knowing he was beaten by a dog, the group couldn't help but want to laugh, looking at the sect master with a hint of mockery, trying hard to suppress their laughter. The sect master couldn't maintain his composure and asked in annoyance, "Why did you want to challenge him?" Gu Fei replied honestly, "There's no particular reason. Just many people said that I only defeated the pre-repair Xiao Yu in the stone tablet forest, and it had nothing to do with the post-repair Xiao Yu. I was very unconvinced, so I had to defeat him properly." Upon hearing this, the sect master immediately understood what was going on. This was somewhat related to him as the sect master. "Get out, get out, get out," he said to Gu Fei in annoyance, not wanting to say more, feeling truly upset. Gu Fei didn't dare to stay longer and took his leave. "Sect master, please don't be angry. Anger harms the body. Since it has been confirmed that the rumors outside are false, and Gu Fei has not been defeated by Xiao Yu, then what is there to be angry about?" As Gu Fei's figure disappeared into the distance, an elder immediately stood up and smiled, offering comfort. The sect master of the Tianyuan Sect glanced at him and the other elders with annoyance, coldly snorting in his heart. A bunch of old bastards. Say not to get angry, but they are probably all laughing inside, seeing them trying to suppress their laughter. Although the direct disciple was not defeated by Xiao Yu, he was beaten by a dog. If this were to get out, he, as the master, wouldn't know where to put his face. So embarrassing. Enough. Don't talk to me about this nonsense. A small courtyard has formations set up. I want to ask you, elders, do you know about this? The sect master of the Tianyuan Sect, not wanting to argue with them, frowned and asked, having caught a hint of something unusual from Gu Fei's words. "Where did Xiao Yu get these formations?" One elder spoke up. "How would we know? He has been expelled from the sect for so long. We no longer pay attention to what he does." Another elder pondered and said, "Could it be that the last time the heavenly robber who took away Ning, she set this up for him?" Upon hearing this, the sect master and the other elders' eyelids twitched a few times. They all felt this was very likely. That small courtyard has already been given to him. So that's his territory. It seems we can't interfere with whatever he wants to do. One person spoke up, immediately attracting everyone's attention with an unusual look. But the next moment, this person turned his words and said, "However, I personally think that since he was expelled from the Tianyuan Sect, he is likely to harbor resentment. If he cannot repair his cultivation, we can overlook him. But now that he can repair it, and with a disciple of a heavenly robber behind him, I think we need to send someone to warn him to avoid future disasters. How do you say?" The sect master of the Tianyuan Sect was shaken. He originally didn't take Xiao Yu seriously. The Tianyuan Sect has so many talented disciples. Any special physique could defeat Xiao Yu. But now, with the possible support of a heavenly robber behind Xiao Yu and the fact that Xiao Yu had made Gu Fei suffer twice through formations, he had to take it seriously. This elder said, "First, send someone to see how strong his current cultivation is. If he has already reached the late stage of the third realm, we must warn him. If not, then there's no need to worry." Upon hearing this, everyone understood the elder's intentions and secretly nodded. The late stage of the third realm was considered a potential threat standard by him, and Gu Fei was currently at that level. Furthermore, another elder proposed a more insidious suggestion. "I think maybe we can give him a chance to eliminate the threat in its infancy. He is currently alone and must urgently need a lot of cultivation resources. Our Tianyuan Sect has so many talented disciples today, although their cultivation speeds are rapid. They lack practical combat experience. This child, as the former senior brother of the Tianyuan Sect, has rich combat experience. It would be better to give him a little incentive and let him act as a sparring partner. Of course, we can't give too much sweetness. We must grasp the right balance, allowing him to willingly dedicate himself while making it impossible for him to fully satisfy his cultivation. In this way, he will be unable to concentrate on his training and grow quickly, and we can use him to cultivate disciples for our Tianyuan Sect, strengthening our power. With this mutual growth, he will certainly not pose any threat. If he doesn't agree, We can always give him a warning later. This plan is truly clever. How do we not think of this? I agree. As soon as this suggestion was made, it immediately garnered the approval of the other elders, their eyes shining with excitement. All right, then this matter will be entrusted to you, fourth elder. The sect master of Tianyuan Sect, seeing this, was also satisfied and instructed. Yes, sect master. The fourth elder responded with a bow. In a corner, the 13th elder frowned slightly at this scene, but ultimately said nothing, only letting out a small sigh of resignation. The fourth elder of Tianyuan Sect quickly arrived at Xiao Yu's small courtyard. Is Xiao Yu there? Come out and meet this elder. The fourth elder shouted towards the small courtyard, her tone lacking any politeness. Even though Xiao Yu was no longer a member of Tianyuan Sect, the fourth elder still carried an air of superiority as if addressing a subordinate. Inside the courtyard, Xiao Yu had already sensed her arrival through the creation diagram, and he was startled, unsure of the fourth elder's intentions. Hearing her shout, he did not respond, only sneering coldly in his heart. Did this fourth elder still think he was a disciple of Tianyuan Sect, that he could be called upon at will? Would he have to comply with everyone who came from Tianyuan Sect? He decided to ignore her for a moment. Is Xiao Yu there? Hurry up and come out to meet this elder. If you don't come out, I will demolish your shabby courtyard. The fourth elder, seeing that her first call received no answer, shouted again, even resorting to threats. This time, her voice was enhanced with a sonic technique, carrying secret power that resonated into the courtyard and continued to echo. It seemed she had only spoken once, but it echoed several times. Even a dead pig would likely be awakened by her. Xiao Yu's protective array could not withstand this sonic force. At that moment, the entire small courtyard trembled, and the tranquility was completely shattered. Even the peach tree behind him was nearly shaken apart, and large splashes of water erupted from the pond, while stacked stones fell, as if an earthquake had occurred. The once tidy and clean small courtyard was now in disarray. I am here, fourth elder. I don't know what brings you to my humble abode. Xiao Yu's anger boiled within him, wishing he could immediately slap this woman in the face. But he could only suppress his rage and finally stepped out, standing at the entrance of the courtyard and asking, not showing any dissatisfaction, only a look of surprise and fear. As he appeared, the fourth elder's sonic technique immediately vanished. She looked at Xiao Yu, surveying him several times, and was suddenly a bit surprised. She could not discern this brat's current cultivation level. He stood there, but when her divine sense spread out, he seemed to be an ordinary mortal without any aura of a cultivator. This was clearly unusual. She knew that Xiao Yu had been able to recultivate. Several months had passed, and it was impossible that he had no cultivation at all. Did this brat possess some treasure that could conceal his aura? Or had he practiced some profound technique to conceal his energy? At the same time, she was surprised to find that there were indeed many formations surrounding Xiao Yu's courtyard, protecting it. After her divine sense spread out, she immediately sensed the power of these formations. They posed no threat or obstruction to her. If she wanted, she could easily destroy them right now. However, even a cultivator at the early stage of the sixth realm might not be able to gain an advantage against these formations. Could it really be that these were left for him by that calamity immortal? It seemed to be the only explanation. Otherwise, how could a dog expelled from the sect possess such profound formations? Xiao Yu, this elder asks you, since you were home, why didn't you come out immediately when I called? Are you looking down on this elder? The fourth elder quickly regained her composure and glared at Xiao Yu, her expression somewhat displeased. Xiao Yu hurriedly replied, Fourth elder, you misunderstand. How could Xiao Yu dare to look down on a senior? I was just in a deep sleep and did not hear. Please forgive me, senior. At least you are sensible. I won't bother to argue with you for now. I will ask you, have you recultivated? The fourth elder said, her eyes piercing. Xiao Yu looked up in confusion and asked, why is fourth elder suddenly asking this? The fourth elder flicked her sleeve and said bluntly, this elder is asking you a question. Just answer it. Don't provoke this elder's anger, or the consequences will be dire. Old hag, Xiao Yu cursed inwardly upon hearing this. On the surface, he still obediently clasped his hands and said, yes, I have recultivated. How long has it been since you recultivated? What realm are you at now? The fourth elder asked indifferently, but there was an imposing pressure emanating from her. Xiao Yu knew he could not compete with her, so after a moment of thought, he replied, "It's been over 3 months. I am currently at the initial stage of the third realm." Initial stage of the third realm? Is that true? Come here. Let this elder check for myself. Upon hearing his words, the fourth elder raised an eyebrow and said without courtesy, extending a hand toward him. In her heart, she thought, only the initial stage of the third realm. That seems reasonable. It appears this brat has not exceeded the limits, so he does not pose much of a threat. However, I need to verify it myself. I can't just take his word for it. What does the fourth elder mean? Xiao Yu was instantly enraged at this. Not only was she pressing him for his strength, but now she wanted to check him physically? How could Xiao Yu allow her to do that? If she touched him, how could he conceal his true cultivation? How could he keep the secret of possessing a treasure? A chilling, killing intent rose in his heart. This old hag was pressuring him without any regard for him, which was truly detestable. You come here, don't talk so much nonsense. Once this elder verifies that there are no issues, I will explain to you a great opportunity. The fourth elder said impatiently. Wait, fourth elder. Men and women should not be overly familiar, and I have recently been studying a filthy technique, so I carry a foul aura. I fear it might dirty your hands. It would be better for me to release my cultivation aura. You could discern it with your divine sense. Xiao Yu said hurriedly, already thinking of strategies to deal with the old hag if she refused. What filth! This elder is not afraid. Come here. Sure enough, as soon as he finished speaking, the fourth elder said forcefully, not giving him any room to ease the situation. This woman is quite serious. This elder will count to 3. If you do not come over, I will demolish your shabby courtyard and charge you with disrespect. You won't die, but I will peel your skin, she said, counting 1. Xiao Yu became anxious. He had already cursed this old hag's entire family 1,000 times in his heart. He sent a thought to the creation diagram, asking, can you simulate my cultivation to any realm I want, making it undetectable by anyone? Yes. The creation diagram responded, and a golden character floated in his mind. Xiao Yu immediately felt reassured. 2. As the old hag was about to say 3, he quickly spoke up. Fourth elder, don't be anxious. I'm coming right now. The fourth elder snorted coldly, a triumphant look flashing across her face as she had Xiao Yu under her control. Xiao Yu had the creation diagram simulate his cultivation to the initial stage of the third realm, and then stepped in front of the fourth elder. At the same time, he had secretly placed a foul pill he had previously concocted on himself without her noticing. A foul odor suddenly wafted through the air. What does that smell? The fourth elder, a beautiful woman, immediately noticed the stench as Xiao Yu approached, and she quickly covered her nose with one hand, her face showing an expression of extreme disdain. Xiao Yu awkwardly chuckled and said, I already mentioned that I've been researching a technique involving filth lately, but the fourth elder refuses to listen. Enough with the nonsense. Extend your hand, the fourth elder said irritably upon hearing him. She found this young man quite annoying. Xiao Yu didn't dare to say more and obediently extended one hand, allowing her to inspect it. Soon, the fourth elder withdrew her hand. Indeed, it's early stage of the third realm. I suppose you were honest and didn't deceive me. Now, step back 3 meters from me immediately, she said, unceremoniously pushing Xiao Yu away. Xiao Yu retreated 3 meters and felt a slight sense of relief. This old hag really didn't uncover anything. The creation chart was indeed marvelous. Moreover, through this inspection, he gained experience. As long as the creation chart was present, he would no longer fear anyone probing into his cultivation strength. Xiao Yu, listen carefully. Next, I have good news for you. After unanimous discussion in the sect, we are willing to give you another opportunity to serve as a sparring partner for disciples below the 4th realm of Tianyuan Sect. If you perform well, you can receive rewards from the sect. What do you think? Oh, may I ask, fourth elder, what kind of rewards? Xiao Yu was somewhat surprised to hear that they wanted him to be a sparring partner. The fourth elder replied, if you serve as a sparring partner for 1st realm disciples, you'll receive 1 mid-grade spirit stone for every 50 matches per month. For 2nd realm disciples, it's 2 mid-grade spirit stones. For 3rd realm disciples, 5 mid-grade spirit stones, and for 4th realm disciples, 10 mid-grade spirit stones. Hee. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yu couldn't help but sneer inwardly. They wanted him to be free labor? As far as he knew, first realm disciples, who were merely outer sect disciples, could earn 2 mid-grade spirit stones monthly without doing anything at all. And here he was, a third realm early stage cultivator, being offered less than an outer sect disciple. Not to mention the amounts for higher realms, which were utterly insignificant compared to the treatment corresponding to those realms. This was no longer good news. It was a blatant humiliation and contempt, treating him like a slave. So what do you say, Xiao Yu? You are currently alone, without a sect or faction. It might not be easy to obtain cultivation resources. This is an opportunity given to you by the sect, so you should cherish it. The fourth elder said with a mocking tone, as if she were doing Xiao Yu a favor. Fourth elder, may I refuse? Xiao Yu asked after a brief consideration. Of course you can refuse, but if you do, you must swear an oath before this destiny stone, vowing that you will never become an enemy of Tianyuan Sect. Otherwise, you will face a backlash from all paths and die instantly. Consider this a warning from Tianyuan Sect. The fourth elder took out a 7-colored stone and coldly smiled at Xiao Yu. Seeing the stone, Xiao Yu's expression changed instantly. Fourth elder, what have I done to warrant such treatment from Tianyuan Sect, forcing me so mercilessly? Anger surged within him, showing on his face. He had tolerated the fourth elder's previous harsh attitude and the coercion to inspect his cultivation, but seeing her take out the Destiny Stone, he could no longer hold back. The Destiny Stone was a medium between cultivators and the heavenly laws. When a cultivator made a vow before it, the stone would remember the vow. And if the cultivator broke it, they would pay an unimaginable price. At best, their foundation would be destroyed, and at worst, they would die, with their soul extinguished. The key issue was that Tianyuan Sect demanded this one-sided oath from him while disregarding what would happen if they targeted him in the future. Would he have to endure the binding of this destiny stone every day, unable to retaliate, even if Tianyuan Sect killed him? Such malice was truly insidious. What? You're unwilling. If you're not willing, think carefully. I can easily cripple you again, sever your foundation, and ensure you can never get up again. The fourth elder, noticing his anger, didn't care at all and coldly laughed, her tone filled with cruelty, looking at him as if he were an ant. Tianyuan Sect's actions. Do you not fear my junior sister and that senior who robbed immortals returning to settle scores with you? Xiao Yu shouted in anger. The fourth elder scoffed disdainfully. That senior who robs immortals may be formidable, but once I cripple you and use secret techniques to scatter your essence, who would notice? In the future, we could just say you fell into madness while practicing. Hearing this, Xiao Yu's fury erupted, and he could no longer hold back. To hell with you, old hag. You go too far. If that's the case, don't blame me for being rude. Today I, Xiao Yu, want to see who in Tianyuan Sect dares to do anything to me. You go die first. With a thunderous roar, Xiao Yu suddenly produced a talisman paper in his hand and fiercely hurled it at the fourth elder of Tianyuan Sect. Chapter 39. The severing talisman. Xiao Yu did not wish to cause trouble, but he had been cornered. Enough was enough. An ant dares to contend with the sun and moon? The fourth elder sneered when she saw him daring to attack her. A mere third realm early stage ant. She could blow away in one breath. But soon, her expression changed as she sensed an incredibly terrifying crisis emanating from the talisman Xiao Yu launched. Countless golden characters floated on the talisman, ignoring the passage of time and space, almost instantaneously approaching her. A sense of chilling danger locked onto her, and she felt as though there was no escape. Get lost, she shouted, unleashing a terrifying attack towards the talisman, attempting to extinguish it with a single palm strike. Unfortunately, the talisman ignored her attack, as if she were striking an invisible wall of air. The talisman smoothly passed through her palm and suddenly penetrated into her chest. No! A panicked and furious scream erupted from her mouth, her face filled with immense fear. She immediately realized something was wrong. When the talisman entered her body, she discovered that her entire being was sealed, unable to move an inch except for her head, and she could not summon any of her cultivation power. This filled her with extreme unease and terror. Xiao Yu, what have you done to me? She looked at Xiao Yu, shrieking in horror and rage, her eyes blazing as if she wanted to devour him. Xiao Yu remained silent, his eyes cold and ruthless, looking at her as if she were a dead person. Crack! Almost simultaneously, a sound like thunder erupted in the sky. Xiao Yu and the fourth elder looked up. In the heavens, an enormous sword suddenly formed, absorbing the various powers of the universe, releasing an overwhelming and terrifying aura. The sword pointed downwards, its tip aimed directly at the fourth elder on the ground. Swish, swish, swish. This scene immediately alarmed the higher-ups of Tianyuan Sect. One by one, they flashed out and stood high, gazing at the sky. Upon seeing the terrifying giant sword, their expressions changed dramatically. What is this? Who is wielding such great power? This sword. I feel like my soul is trembling. They looked on with suspicion and unease, the giant sword in the heavens, making them feel a sense of dread. No, that's the aura coming from the Yangwang courtyard. Something has happened there. Hurry, let's go take a look. Suddenly, the leader of the Tianyuan Sect seemed to sense something and shouted. In the next moment, he and several experts from the Tianyuan Sect instantly disappeared from their original location. When they reappeared, they were in front of Xiao Yu's Yangwang courtyard. No. Just as they arrived, they saw a giant sword falling from the sky, plunging directly into the body of the fourth elder on the ground, piercing through her chest and pinning her down. The fourth elder let out an incredibly painful scream, a sound that made everyone feel their scalp tingle, as if she was enduring some kind of brutal execution. Everyone saw that at this moment, her power was being absorbed by the giant sword, surging wildly into it. The fourth elder's face showed immense pain, and her once pretty face was now twisted in agony. Moreover, her appearance and body were rapidly losing youth and vitality, showing signs of aging. Her once terrifying strength was plummeting at an alarming rate. In the blink of an eye, she fell from the mid-stage of the 8th realm to the 7th realm, and then from the 7th realm, down one level after another. It seemed that in no time, she would drop from the 7th to the 6th realm. Master, elders, save me. The fourth elder saw the leader of the Tianyuan Sect and a group of elders arriving and hurriedly begged for their help, her eyes filled with unprecedented panic and urgency. The leader of the Tianyuan Sect and the elders finally snapped back to reality. The leader of the Tianyuan Sect couldn't help but look at Xiao Yu and roar. Xiao Yu, what have you done to the fourth elder? Stop it immediately. If you don't stop, there will be no mercy. A group of elders also shouted, releasing terrifying killing intent, ready to overwhelm Xiao Yu, as if they were about to act at any moment. I want to see who dares to stop me. Today, if anyone dares to take a step forward, I will borrow a sword from the heavens with the talisman in my hand, cutting down their cultivation and life, making them meet the same fate as this old hag. Even immortals cannot escape this calamity. Seeing this, Xiao Yu shouted loudly, his expression cold, his gaze sharp as a knife, completely unafraid. Another talisman appeared in his hand. The moment this talisman appeared, the leader of the Tianyuan Sect and the elders immediately felt a terrifying aura that shocked them, and they quickly stopped, not daring to act recklessly. They looked at Xiao Yu, their eyes filled with deep wariness, and some were filled with uncertainty. Was it this talisman in Xiao Yu's hand that caused the fourth elder to end up like this? Although they couldn't see through Xiao Yu's current strength, they sensed that he wasn't strong enough to threaten them. The only thing that made them feel palpably uneasy was the talisman he held. Even the leader, a powerful figure, felt inexplicably anxious. The fourth elder's piercing scream continued as her cultivation was drained by the giant sword, and she fell another level, now successfully dropping to the 6th realm. Her once jet-black hair was now disheveled like a demon, turning completely gray. It was evident that, as her cultivation plummeted, her lifespan was also significantly reduced. The leader of the Tianyuan Sect and the elders present were all shocked by this scene. What kind of method is this? Moreover, they could feel that once her cultivation was severed by this giant sword, she might never be able to recover, a permanent fall. Xiao Yu, let's talk this over. What did the fourth elder do to you that made you treat her so ruthlessly? We were once all fellow disciples. Can't we show some mercy? The fourth elder is about to drop to the 5th realm. Can't you at least put away this divine ability first? One elder, unable to bear it any longer, spoke up, his tone softening as he looked at Xiao Yu, fearing that if they waited any longer, the fourth elder would be completely lost. Xiao Yu merely replied coolly, "The talisman has already been cast. When it can be stopped is no longer within my control. No one noticed that a strand of white hair had appeared on his head as well. Using this talisman came at a cost. His price was sacrificing 30 years of lifespan. This talisman, called the Severing Talisman, can sever a person's cultivation and life, and even a tribulation realm expert cannot evade it. Once activated, by visualizing that person's image in his mind, the Severing Talisman would lock onto them, cutting down their cultivation and lifespan together. This was one of the trump cards born from the creation diagram, a powerful weapon for Xiao Yu. He wouldn't use it lightly unless absolutely necessary, but today, he had been pushed to a point of no return, forced to bring it out to kill the chicken to warn the monkey. Of course, if the warning didn't work, he could only go all out. You. As soon as he said this, the group was furious. Good for you, Xiao Yu. We initially thought you were a person of pure character, but who would have thought you'd be so vicious? An elder immediately shouted. The leader of the Tianyuan Sect looked at Xiao Yu, his icy killing intent rising. Xiao Yu coldly snorted, "Vicious? You old bastards. Why don't you ask yourself why you've been so excessively tyrannical? What have I, Xiao Yu, done wrong to the Tianyuan Sect? What have I done wrong to you? Kicking me out of the sect wasn't enough. You had to repeatedly target me, want to trample me underfoot and humiliate me. Now, I'm just forced to fight back. And yet you say I'm vicious? You bunch of old bastards. Where do you get the face to say that? Are you still human?" Xiao Yu roared. At this moment, since the mask had been torn, he no longer bothered to pretend. "You dare scold us?" This remark made the leader of the Tianyuan Sect and the elder's blood pressure spike. One elder trembled in anger, pointing at him and shouting, feeling that he was turning the heavens upside down. "Scolding you is still letting you off easy. I'm declaring right here today that I have nothing to do with your Tianyuan Sect anymore. Yet you keep coming to disturb me, treating me as a threat. This is intolerable. If anyone dares to act against me today, I will fight them to the death. At worst, I die before I die. I'll take a few of your old cronies with me. I won't lose out. After all, I'm just an ant, not worth as much as you." Xiao Yu shouted without holding back. Several more talismans suddenly appeared in his hand. This startled the leader of the Tianyuan Sect and the elders, each of them twitching at the eyelids. At that moment, the fourth elder's voice came. "Master, you must not let this guy cast the talisman, otherwise there will be no escape." As soon as her words fell, she let out another piercing scream, and her cultivation fell another layer. She had already dropped from the 6th realm to the mid-stage of the 5th realm, her skin covered in wrinkles, having transformed from a beautiful woman to an ugly old hag. Hearing her words and seeing her appearance, the group dared not act recklessly, their expressions turning extremely grim. Fortunately, she didn't die. When her cultivation was severed to the mid-stage of the 5th realm, the giant sword conjured by the Severing Talisman exploded, disappearing from the heavens and the earth. But this left the fourth elder utterly weak. She couldn't move even a finger, her spiritual power completely drained, her body crashing to the ground, her expression filled with pain, as if she had just come out of 18 layers of hell. Ultimately, she fainted. Fourth elder, the leader of the Tianyuan Sect, and the elders couldn't help but exclaim, wanted to rush forward to check on her and help her up. But seeing the several talismans in Xiao Yu's hand, they hesitated, their expressions filled with deep wariness. "Xiao Yu, what exactly do you want to do? Where did you get these evil talismans?" As the fourth elder stabilized and was temporarily out of danger, an elder spoke up to Xiao Yu, and everyone's gaze fixed tightly on him. "What I want to do? Shouldn't you be asking yourselves that? As for where my talismans come from, why should I tell you old bastards? You dare to take action against me today? I want to see who among you has the guts." Xiao Yu responded with a cold smile. From the moment he attacked the fourth elder, he had completely given up. He wasn't afraid of the consequences. He didn't believe that this group of old bastards would truly dare to test the power of his slashing Dao talismans. He also didn't believe they would think his life could compare to their vast cultivation and longevity. Is that a method left to you by that tribulation immortal? The master of Tianyuan Sect spoke up, looking at Yu Feng with a flickering gaze. Xiao Yu did not answer, only scoffed meaningfully, "Guess. Such methods are likely very difficult to refine. That tribulation immortal probably doesn't have many left himself. How many of those talismans do you still have?" The master of Tianyuan Sect spoke, indicating that he believed they were given by the tribulation immortal. The other's eyes lit up as if they had thought of something. Xiao Yu admitted generously. The talismans in my possession are indeed not many, but I can guarantee that before I die, taking down a few experts above the 8th realm should not be a problem, including you, a 9th realm expert of Tianyuan Sect. Anyone who thinks their life is too long can come out and try. Bold, unruly. As soon as Xiao Yu said this, a group of elders were furious and scolded him. The master of Tianyuan Sect's expression darkened to the extreme. Yet none of them dared to step forward. Holding a deadly weapon, with murderous intent rising, Xiao Yu, this statement not only refers to himself, but also to others. You should understand my meaning. The master of Tianyuan Sect finally said in a deep voice. Xiao Yu replied, I don't kill people, but if someone wants to kill me, then what is the difference if we all perish together? The master of Tianyuan Sect sighed. It seems that today, you are determined to tear your face with my Tianyuan Sect. He then added, how can others sleep soundly beside Tianyuan Sect? I am now giving you a chance. If you hand over all the remaining talismans, I will no longer hold you accountable for today's incident, and I will allow you to re-enter Tianyuan Sect as an elite disciple, treating you equally with other disciples in the future, everything based on strength. What do you think? Upon hearing this, Xiao Yu just coldly laughed. Does the sect master think I am a 3-year-old, or do you think I'm stupid? He cursed in his heart. Old bastard, he is eyeing my talismans again. You want to refuse? The master of Tianyuan Sect raised an eyebrow. Do you know that my Tianyuan Sect has countless experts? Losing a few does not have much impact at all. For the greater good of Tianyuan Sect, even I can make sacrifices. If you really push it, you will undoubtedly die. The talismans in your hand will definitely not save you. Xiao Yu only scoffed. Fine, then you could try it. I don't think I'm losing anything anyway. At this point, he also had a compelling look in his eyes, staring directly into the master of Tianyuan Sect's eyes. Since you speak so highly of yourself, why don't you come first? Chapter 40. Slay another one what sect master. At this moment, even if the king of heaven came, Xiao Yu would dare to bite off a piece of flesh from him. A group of Tianyuan Sect elders instinctively took a step back, startled by Xiao Yu's sudden boldness. Yu, the master of Tianyuan Sect, was directly confronted, speechless, staring at him in shock. Then seeing the group of elders retreating behind him, his expression was very unsightly. These old fellows really are something. Leaving him to face this alone at this moment, he quickly regained his composure and coldly snorted at Xiao Yu. Umph. I want to stoop to your level. It's not worth it to gamble with you over these matters. Xiao Yu had already detected a hint of weakness in his words and said, Oh. So what does the sect master mean? Do you still want to continue this matter today? The master of Tianyuan Sect's expression darkened. He knew very well that Xiao Yu still had slashing Dao talismans in his hand, which were true killing weapons. If Xiao Yu was pushed to the edge and truly fought back, they would be unable to do anything about it. So he could only leave a harsh remark. Xiao Yu, today's matter will be considered a concession to you. From now on, my sect, and I will not pursue this matter any further, but if you dare to use these talismans to bully my Tianyuan Sect, we will never let you go. Let us go. After saying this, he intended to lead the group of elders and the already half-disabled 4th elder away. Wait, but at this moment, Xiao Yu suddenly spoke up, calling out to stop them from behind. What? Do you have something to say? The group stopped and turned around. The master of Tianyuan Sect looked at him with dissatisfaction, and the elders also had unfriendly expressions. Xiao Yu, however, was unafraid. Looking at them with a sneer, you want to hold me accountable, but did you ask me if I want to pursue it? You have bullied me like this today, and now you want to leave just like that. Do you think such a good thing exists? You still want to pursue us? The 4th elder has been harmed to this extent by you. Where do you get the qualifications and courage? The master of Tianyuan Sect and the elders were all angered and amused by him. Xiao Yu responded, simply showing the slashing Dao talismans in his hand. Is that enough? You. A group of elders glared at him in fury. The master of Tianyuan Sect's expression became extremely dark, his voice turning cold and sinister. Young man, one should know when to stop. Greed will not only make one detestable, but also easily lead to disaster. Tianyuan Sect is not so easily threatened. Do you really want to force us into a situation where we all perish together? He had already planned to not pursue today's events, which was a de facto concession. As one of the 5 major sects in the central continent, towering above all, Yet now being forced to this extent by a waste to have been expelled from the sect was indeed a great shame for Tianyuan Sect. It had already come to this. Was this kid still not satisfied? Now he was turning the tables and forcing them to a point where they would suffer mutual destruction. If that were the case, he could guarantee that although they might end up losing a great deal of lifespan and cultivation like the fourth elder, the final outcome would definitely be this kid's death, annihilated completely. Upon hearing the master of Tianyuan Sect's words, Xiao Yu only coldly replied, "Am I the one being greedy and overreaching? I was living just fine, residing alone in this small courtyard, never provoking anyone or offending anyone. You suddenly came to bully and humiliate me, wanted me to do free labor for Tianyuan Sect, and even after I refused, you attempted to use the Destiny Stone to restrain me, ruining my path of cultivation. My attack on the fourth elder was merely an appropriate counterattack. It seems I have taken some great advantage from you. Now, in your words, it has turned into my fault, me being greedy and overreaching. I want to ask everyone, are all the people of Tianyuan Sect as shameless as you? Xiao Yu, you are too presumptuous. Do you truly believe we are afraid of the talismans in your hand?" One elder shouted angrily. The others also had dark expressions. The master of Tianyuan Sect sensed the underlying meaning in Xiao Yu's words and asked, "Xiao Yu, what do you want?" Only then can today's matter come to an end. The other elders also looked at Xiao Yu upon hearing this. Xiao Yu smiled and said, "It seems Tianyuan Sect still has some sensible people. My meaning is very simple. If you do something wrong, you must pay the price. Of course, I know that in front of you, I am but an ant, and I have never negotiated any terms or requests with you before. The only bargaining chip I have is these few talismans in my hand, but who told me I have them?" But before he could finish, he was coldly interrupted by the Tianyuan Sect. "Stop wasting words. Just say what your demands are." Xiao Yu nodded, no longer beating around the bush, stating his demands. Very simple. First, I want Tianyuan Sect to help me investigate who betrayed my group of brothers and sisters in the Demon Sky battlefield. The master of Tianyuan Sect coldly said, "This matter is the responsibility of our Tianyuan Sect. No need for you to say more. We have been investigating this issue ourselves, and once it is clear, we will handle it. It is not up to you to worry." However, Xiao Yu shook his head and said, "No, this matter is related to me, and it has caused such a significant change in my fate. How can I just sit back and do nothing? Moreover, my request for you to investigate is different from you investigating on your own. Additionally, I demand to see results within 3 months." 3 months? Upon hearing this, a group of elders exchanged glances, some surprised. Xiao Yu noticed this and sneered. "Don't tell me that a large sect like yours, which controls more than a dozen empires and has billions of citizens, cannot find a talent to clarify this matter within 3 months if you truly put your heart into it." Secondly, the master of Tianyuan Sect did not respond, but coldly asked. Xiao Yu continued, "Secondly, I have served the Tianyuan Sect for many years and have made countless contributions. The previous punishments from the sect were unfair. I did not need to return to the sect, but I demand a fair and just handling of my contributions. What is rightfully mine is mine, and what is not, I will not take. Instead, I want everything to be distributed to the families of my brothers and sisters who died saving me as compensation. I will take nothing for myself." The master of Tianyuan Sect raised an eyebrow and nodded. "This is acceptable. Is there anything else?" Xiao Yu said, "The final point, and the most important one, is that everyone present must swear an oath before the Destiny Stone today, that from now on, you will not make things difficult for me and the people around me, nor harbor any harmful intentions towards me because of this matter. Otherwise, you will meet a bad end, suffer the backlash of the heavenly path, and implicate your descendants." Arrogant, bold, shut up. As Xiao Yu finished speaking, the elders who had been listening intently suddenly lost their composure, shouting angrily at him, their expressions filled with rage as if they wanted to eat him alive. Initially, they were not too affected when he spoke about them, but when he mentioned their descendants, they could not tolerate it any longer, as if he had touched upon their sore spots. "Master, this child is truly rebellious and lawless, daring to ask us to swear an oath to the Destiny Stone. I believe we no longer need to say anything further to him. Let's fight." Immediately, one elder, the 7th elder of Tianyuan Sect, who had always disliked Xiao Yu, spoke up with a malicious tone. If we agree to this child's demands and swear an oath to the destiny stone, what if he wants to strike at us in the future? We would be unable to retaliate. How can that be? Should we just let him slaughter us? The talismans in his hand are very special. I believe that even if we fight in numbers, we can exhaust the talismans he holds. At that point, he will have no way out. I request that we all attack together and kill him. He can't turn us all into the fourth elder like that, can he? The other elders seemed tempted by these words. The master of Tianyuan Sect's expression turned extremely grim as he looked at Xiao Yu, his voice cold. Xiao Yu, you have overstepped. A bunch of old geezers indeed harbored malicious intentions towards him, Xiao Yu thought bitterly. At the same time, he was very indignant. They could ask him to swear an oath to the destiny stone, but they could not bear it when the tables were turned. Did they really want to fight to the death? He wanted to see who dared to come. He then shouted. Although he felt somewhat panicked inside, on the surface, he put on a desperate stance, ready to unleash one of the talismans. What does it matter if we fight to the death? The fish loses its life, but the net can be repaired. Everyone, let's go together. Whoever gets hit by the talisman will leave their fate to the heavens. But in the end, we must ensure this brat dies, his soul extinguished, never to be reborn. Suddenly, the seventh elder spoke again, sneering, stoking the flames of conflict, his face full of ill intentions. The others seemed even more stirred, as if they were about to lose control. Long Shanhai, you old bastard. You're the worst among this group. Since that's the case, then you die first. I want to see who else dares to come up afterwards. And let me tell you, my talismans are not random. I will visualize whoever I choose, and it will target them. No matter how powerful you are, you cannot stop it. Seeing this, Xiao Yu felt anxious and furious, and before these people could act, he took the initiative. In an instant, he unleashed a talisman, and dense golden scriptures appeared. The seventh elder was struck and could not resist at all. Soon, a piercing scream escaped his lips as a shocking scene unfolded. A massive sword descended from the sky and pierced into his chest, just like the fourth elder before him, nailing him to the ground, unable to move an inch. His cultivation and lifespan rapidly drained away, absorbed by the giant sword. The group from Tianyuan Sect was taken aback. Quick, save the seventh elder, the master shouted urgently. A crowd of them immediately rushed to help, not having time to deal with Xiao Yu, aiming to destroy the giant sword lodged in the seventh elder's chest. However, all their attacks passed through the giant sword, failing to stop it. Now, the master of Tianyuan Sect and the group of elders stared wide-eyed, unable to believe what was happening before them. Master, save me. The seventh elder, Long Shanhai, cried out in terror. But the master of Tianyuan Sect and the elders could do nothing but watch as his cultivation was continuously devoured by the giant sword. In the end, the seventh elder, originally at the mid-stage of the eighth realm, abruptly fell to the fourth realm. His hair turned completely white, and his body aged and weakened to the extreme, as if he were clinging to life by a thread. Compared to the previous fourth elder, his fate was even worse. This scene sent chills down the spines of the master of Tianyuan Sect and the elders. A streak of white hair appeared on Xiao Yu's forehead as he lost a significant amount of lifespan. However, this completely enraged the group from Tianyuan Sect. Xiao Yu, how dare you harm two of our Tianyuan Sect's eighth realm elders today? I will kill you. The master of Tianyuan Sect roared with fury, killing intent radiating from him as he prepared to strike. Go ahead, then this next talisman will target you, master. Xiao Yu appeared fearless, ready to unleash the talisman in his hand. Since negotiations had broken down and he had been forced to this point, he could only fight back. The atmosphere between the two sides became extremely tense, on the verge of erupting. Due to the presence of the creation map, Xiao Yu was not at all affected by their oppressive aura, and they all realized that to deal with Xiao Yu, they had to take action. Enough. Just then, a cold shout rang out. A sharp, unmatched long sword, carrying terrifying sword intent, tore through the void and shot forward, embedding itself in the ground between the two, halting both of them. The chilling sword intent instantly suppressed the master of Tianyuan Sect's terrifying aura. Xiao Yu felt as if his soul was about to be frozen. The 13th elder appeared on the scene. Chapter 41. Reconciliation. The appearance of the 13th elder stunned everyone present, including Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu's heart sank. Did even the 13th elder intend to take action against him? 13th elder, why are you stopping me? Did you not see that he just conspired against our 2 elders of Tianyuan Sect? Immediately, the master of Tianyuan Sect regained his composure and angrily questioned. Xiao Yu remained silent, just looking at the 13th elder, a sense of vigilance rising in his heart. Elder 13, upon hearing this, looked at the master of Tianyuan Sect and said, I'm already aware of everything that just happened. The fault does not lie with Xiao Yu. Now I have decided that this matter ends here. We, Tianyuan Sect, will agree to all the demands just put forth by Xiao Yu. What? The master of Tianyuan Sect and a group of elders were all taken aback. Xiao Yu also looked stunned. Elder 13, you absolutely cannot do this. A group of elders became anxious. They wanted to say more. Oof. But Elder 13 snorted coldly, casting a sharp glance at these people, and his sword, which was planted in the ground, trembled. Instantly, a terrifying sword intent swept toward the group. Poof! The elders of Tianyuan Sect felt as if they had been struck hard in the chest, unable to resist, each retreating 2 steps and involuntarily spitting out a mouthful of blood. Just a sword intent, and Elder 13 had injured them. Elder 13's strength was astonishing. They were unable to withstand it. Elder 13. They looked at Elder 13 in disbelief, not expecting him to take action against them. Do any of you still doubt my words? Elder 13 coldly asked, his tone already carrying a hint of icy, killing intent. Feeling this killing intent, the group of elders immediately dared not speak further. The master of Tianyuan Sect said, we can agree to him, but does Elder 13 know that he wants us to swear an oath on the Destiny Stone? Elder 13 replied indifferently, I told you, I already know everything. The master of Tianyuan Sect continued, then can you guarantee that in the future, we will not harbor malicious thoughts against him, and he will not have ill intentions toward us? If he were to attack us then, what would we do? Upon hearing this, Elder 13 chuckled. You all, with your cultivation nearing the peak of the mortal realm and countless talented disciples under you, along with the 10 supreme physiques inheriting the future, are now afraid of a youth without any sect who has been expelled from your sect posing a threat to you? How ridiculous! Let me ask you, not to mention now, when he truly cultivates to your level in the future, will you still be in this world? The master of Tianyuan Sect and the group of elders felt their faces flush with embarrassment upon hearing his words. Before they could speak, Elder 13 firmly stated, even if that day comes, if no one in the entire Tianyuan Sect can withstand him, and even the Chaos Sacred Body is no match for him, I will take action myself. The master of Tianyuan Sect and the group of elders exchanged glances, but they felt reassured. They had to admit in their hearts that Elder 13 was right. How could they fear a mere Xiao Yu, who had been expelled from the sect? In their eyes, Xiao Yu was someone not even comparable to the 100 special physiques. Don't you see? Xiao Yu's ranking in the Stone Tablet Forest has already fallen out of the top 20. He can't even break the record on the Stone Tablet. However, the master of Tianyuan Sect soon pondered. Although that is the case, he now possesses the slashing Dao Talisman. Can Elder 13 guarantee that after we agree to his demands, he will not use it against us? Or will he not use this slashing Dao Talisman to threaten Tianyuan Sect in the future? They did not fear Xiao Yu, but they were worried about the slashing Dao Talisman, which was truly a life-threatening item. No, it was worse than death. Remembering the appearances of Elder 4 and Elder 7, they all shivered, feeling worse than death. Elder 13 merely sneered upon hearing this. Then he turned to Xiao Yu and asked, if they agree to your 3 demands, will you act this way? Hearing this, Xiao Yu immediately understood that a turning point had arrived today, and he hurriedly said, the slashing Dao Talisman is only for self-defense. I will not act against others unless they act against me. I can guarantee that as long as they swear an oath on the Destiny Stone, I will never use my slashing Dao Talisman against them again. The master of Tianyuan Sect coldly said, words alone are not enough. We want. Xiao Yu frowned and asked. The master of Tianyuan Sect said, we will swear an oath on the Destiny Stone, and you will hand over the slashing Dao Talisman. How about that? Elder 13 looked at Xiao Yu upon hearing this and asked. Xiao Yu resolutely replied, that is impossible. He would never hand over the slashing Dao Talisman. At least not now, because aside from the slashing Tao talisman, he had no other trump cards that could threaten these people. Elder 13, you see, it is not that we are unwilling, but this child indeed harbors malicious intentions and wishes harm upon our Tianyuan Sect, the master of Tianyuan Sect said immediately. Elder 13's gaze turned cold as he looked at Xiao Yu. Seeing this, Xiao Yu quickly said, I have no intention of harming Tianyuan Sect. But if I hand it over, how can I protect myself against strong enemies outside of Tianyuan Sect, with no sect to rely on? Hearing this, Elder 13 furrowed his brows, seemingly considering that the young man had a point. The master of Tianyuan Sect spoke. Our Tianyuan Sect can protect you. Xiao Yu scoffed. Do you believe that? If you truly cared for me, how could I have been expelled from the sect? You, the master of Tianyuan Sect, wanted to say more. Enough. No need to say more. I have a proposal. Let both sides listen. If it works, then do it. If not, then I will have to take action. Elder 13 interrupted him. Please speak, Elder 13. Xiao Yu and the group from Tianyuan Sect all looked at him. Elder 13 said, This matter is very simple. Tianyuan Sect and Xiao Yu, both of you swear an oath on the Destiny Stone. Master, you and the elders swear that you will never act against him again. After you, Xiao Yu swears that he will never use the slashing Tao talisman against you again. If either side violates this oath, heaven and earth will not tolerate it. As for malicious thoughts, that need not be considered. Everyone has preferences and dislikes, and some matters cannot be forced. How about that? The master of Tianyuan Sect hesitated for a moment and added, There must be an additional clause. He cannot use the slashing Tao talisman against our Tianyuan Sect disciples. Xiao Yu coldly replied, What if they come after me? If I am outmatched, what should I do? The master of Tianyuan Sect said, domineeringly, That is not my concern, but you must not use it against them, especially against my direct disciple Gu Fei. If you use it against him, I will do everything in my power to shatter your body into pieces, and none of your close relations will escape. He carries the future of Tianyuan Sect. You, Xiao Yu was furious. Elder 13 could no longer listen and looked extremely pained. Enough, enough. Everyone stop arguing. It's giving me a headache. Here's the deal. If it's a fair fight at the same realm, Xiao Yu cannot use the slashing Tao talisman. If he is bullied and crushed by a higher realm, he can use it. If he loses a fair fight at the same realm, he can only blame himself for being inferior. Now, is there anything to say? Xiao Yu frowned. What if I encounter someone with a special physique? Upon hearing this, the master of Tianyuan Sect immediately lost his composure, and the other elders also couldn't hold back, nearly unable to resist the urge to hit him. This kid is really nitpicking. It is clear that he is targeting their special physique disciples, and each of them has special physique disciples under them. Which one is not stronger than Xiao Yu? Elder 13 was also somewhat helpless, but proposed a compromise. If you encounter one of the 10 special physiques, and they challenge you at the same realm or with a higher realm, you can use it. If it's not a life and death situation, or if the opponent is 2 realms below you, then you absolutely cannot use it. When encountering other special physiques in life and death situations, you can allow the same conditions as before. If it's not a life and death situation, or if the opponent is 1 realm below you, you cannot use it. Is this acceptable? Upon hearing this, he was afraid that Xiao Yu would continue to hold a grudge. He said with an extremely serious expression, Kid, I have tried my best to consider for you. If you hesitate any further, don't blame me for going back on my word. At that time, the slashing Tao talisman in your hand might threaten the sect master and the others, but it may not be of any use to me. If you don't believe it, you can try, but I can guarantee that if you use that slashing Tao talisman against me, I will definitely kill you. Hearing this, Xiao Yu dare not say anything more. Thank you, Elder 13. I agree with what you said. Elder 13 had treated him well and was one of the few people in Tianyuan Sect who could speak for him. He didn't want to be enemies with Elder 13 unless absolutely necessary. As for whether Elder 13 could really resist the slashing Tao talisman, Xiao Yu was unsure. But he believed that Elder 13's style of doing things never involved empty words. You agree, what about you? Elder 13 finally nodded in satisfaction and looked at the sect master and the others. Agreed. The sect master and the group of elders did not hesitate this time and decisively stated their agreement with the plan, finding it reasonable. All right, since that is the case, let us swear to the Destiny Stone. Elder 13 said, grabbing the destiny stone brought by Elder 4 and placing it in front of everyone. Both sides no longer hesitated and immediately faced the destiny stone to swear. In fact, Elder 13 even called over Elder 4 and Elder 7 to make their oaths as well. He swung his sword, and a wave of sword intent swept over the two. That sword intent was astonishing, seemingly pointing directly at the core essence of the Tao. It then restored both of them. Elder 4 and Elder 7 were instantly filled with gratitude towards him, moved to tears, almost as if they were reborn parents. Xiao Yu was greatly shocked to see this scene. Could Elder 13 actually neutralize the attack effect of the slashing Tao talisman? He couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. It seemed that Elder 13's earlier claim that the slashing Tao talisman was ineffective against him was not false. The sect master and the group of elders of Tianyuan Sect, witnessing this scene, felt a sense of stability in their hearts. They almost wanted to go back on their word immediately, but unfortunately, the oath to the Destiny Stone had been made. They could no longer act against Xiao Yu. At the same time, they understood that Elder 13 had intentionally protected Xiao Yu this time. In the end, the group from Tianyuan Sect left. However, before Elder 13 departed, Xiao Yu asked him to stay for a while longer, and the two shared an unknown conversation. After Elder 13 left, Xiao Yu felt a sense of inexplicable shock in his heart. Just how strong was Elder 13's power? Did he truly reveal his real strength during the battle with Ning Shi's master, the immortal robber? Or had his strength advanced even further after such a long time? Or did he possess some miraculous and strange means that could just neutralize his slashing Tao talisman? Xiao Yu shook his head. The latter possibility seemed more likely. He then decided not to think too much about it. In any case, after this incident, he no longer had to worry about malicious intent from the higher-ups of Tianyuan Sect. Regarding the matter of investigating the traitor, someone would take care of it for him. And he believed that in 3 months, he would know who it was, saving him a lot of effort. He also wondered if any of the people who swore to the Destiny Stone today were the traitor, regardless of whether they were or not. The traitor must be feeling anxious and desperate now. After Xiao Yu tidied up the small courtyard, he sat cross-legged under the peach tree, his eyes flickering as he pondered, his expression becoming extremely serious. If the traitor felt the pressure of being investigated by Tianyuan Sect, they would definitely use all means to act against him, the instigator, in order to eliminate him. Xiao Yu also sensed a strong sense of crisis seemingly approaching him. Fortunately, I didn't act foolishly and leave the Yangwang courtyard due to the malicious intent of the higher-ups of Tianyuan Sect. I'm still at the foot of Tianyuan Sect. Xiao Yu murmured, smiling. Chapter 42. The arrival of murderous intent not long after. Behind a mountain peak of Tianyuan Sect, in a secluded and hidden corner. Why was the Grand Elder in such a hurry to summon his subordinate? The figure of the Grand Elder and a shadow exuding an evil aura appeared. The evil figure hurriedly arrived and asked the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder glanced at him and asked, "What have you been busy with lately?" The evil figure paused for a moment upon hearing this, and then nodded. The Devouring Heaven plan has been initiated. Personnel from all states need to be arranged, and the demon seeds also need to be sent to various groups. I am coordinating from the center, which indeed has made me rather busy. The Grand Elder said, "Things have changed now, and it is very unfavorable for us. It's urgent. I cannot take action, and there is a big problem that needs you to handle immediately." "What big problem?" "The Grand Elder, please speak." The evil figure was startled and quickly said. The Grand Elder's expression became extremely serious as he said, "We have been schemed against by that kid Xiao Yu." He slowly narrated the events that had occurred with Xiao Yu earlier. "What? This kid actually has such means and schemes?" The evil figure's face showed disbelief after listening. The Grand Elder sighed and said, "We all underestimated him. At first, we thought that after he was expelled from Tianyuan Sect, coupled with the fact that he was not favored by the current higher-ups of Tianyuan Sect, and occasionally the sect master and the elders would disgust him, he might not be able to endure it and would voluntarily leave the Yangwang courtyard, distancing himself from Tianyuan Sect's sphere of influence. At that time, it would be easier for us to act against him. But unexpectedly, he is not foolish at all. He has endured humiliation and stayed in the Yangwang courtyard until now. Later, when he saw that he was not leaving and seemed unaware of our secrets, our plans changed slightly, and we were too lazy to hold him accountable. We thought that he, a mere discarded pawn expelled from the sect without resources, would not be able to stir up much trouble. But now, he has been advancing step by step, meticulously, and has played us all in the palm of his hand. In the end, relying on the methods left by that immortal robber master, he has grasped the upper echelons of Tianyuan Sect and made them work for him. Now even the sect master and the other elders have slowly realized after returning from him, claiming to have been schemed against by him. This kid appears to have done nothing and has not actively provoked anyone. It's all everyone else targeting him, but in reality, he has successfully let everyone lower their guard against him step by step and entered the trap he designed. The sect master and the group of elders feel utterly humiliated, as if they have lost face terribly. We are now also facing enormous pressure from identity exposure. Tianyuan Sect will soon fully investigate the failures of Xiao Yu and the others at the Demon Heaven battlefield. If we do not want to be exposed, we can only eliminate this kid Xiao Yu in advance. As long as he dies, no one will care about the Demon Heaven battlefield anymore. This kid's schemes are deep, and his grasp of human hearts is truly rare. Even if we don't eliminate him now, he will undoubtedly become a great disaster for our clan in the future. Upon hearing this, the evil figure was shocked, and his expression became extremely grave. He nodded and said, "Elder, don't worry, I understand what to do. I guarantee that within 5 days, I will resolve this." Through the Grand Elder's narration, he has already regarded Xiao Yu as a very terrifying character. If such a person grows up, it will definitely bring them great calamity. The Grand Elder nodded slightly upon hearing this. He still has several slashing Dao talismans in his hand. You must not overlook that. Also, be extra careful and ensure that Tianyuan Sect does not discover it. The evil figure replied, "Understood. This is a major matter. Even if the cost is heavy, we will definitely kill him. Go, the sooner the better." The Grand Elder waved his hand. The evil figure bowed and withdrew. If Xiao Yu were here, he would surely be astonished to find out how terrifying a figure he had become in the eyes of these two. In fact, this was not really his scheme at all. He is merely making the most advantageous choice for himself in order to ensure his own safety, while also seizing the opportunity to achieve his goals. The reason he is unwilling to leave despite being treated this way by the Tianyuan Sect is twofold. First, this is the place he has lived for many years. It has become his home, where his friends are, and he has emotional ties to it. Second, when he was initially expelled from the sect and his cultivation was completely destroyed, there were many wolves lurking in the shadows, just waiting for an opportunity to strike. The Yangguang courtyard is right under the nose of the Tianyuan Sect. Even if they don't take action, it naturally creates a deterrent effect, providing him with a form of protection. If he were to leave at that time, according to the brutal law of the weak being preyed upon by the strong in the immortal martial world, wouldn't that be like a sheep walking into a tiger's den, actively seeking death? Finally, he wants to seek justice for those sect members who sacrificed for him and to take revenge for them, which is the most important point. As long as this matter remains unresolved, he will never find peace in his heart, and it has even begun to affect his cultivation. Now, he is even less likely to leave. Time flies quickly. In the blink of an eye, 3 days have passed. During these 3 days, the disciples of the Tianyuan Sect have no idea what has happened in the Yangguang courtyard after the high-ranking members of the Tianyuan Sect returned. They have kept silent about the previous events. Gu Fei continues to challenge Xiao Yu every day, but each time he returns defeated. However, as a chaos sacred body, his cultivation talent is indeed astonishing, and he is making progress every day. Xiao Yu can clearly feel that this guy is stronger today than he was yesterday. Moreover, he does not feel discouraged at all despite being beaten by Xiao Yu. Instead, he appears even more enthusiastic, his eyes shining brightly, even though he still looks battered and bruised. When Xiao Yu sees him like this, he is taken aback for a moment, then seems to understand something. Surprised, could it be that this guy has taken his courtyard's protective formation as a training ground? Upon realizing his thoughts, Xiao Yu is immediately speechless and feels helpless. His original intention was to make the other party retreat in defeat, but instead, he has inadvertently helped him. However, Xiao Yu doesn't say much. Some progress alone is not enough to make him feel threatened. Gu Fei also seems to have benefited from being here. He comes more frequently and begins to grow familiar with Xiao Yu, his malice diminishing considerably. Sometimes, He even takes the initiative to share recent happenings within the Tianyuan Sect with him. Xiao Yu ignores him, yet he will voluntarily speak up. Recently, several inner disciples of the sect have died, and 2 elders took in several concubines 2 days ago. It's truly disgraceful for someone so old, over several hundred years, to harm young girls in their teens. It's utterly inhumane. I am a bit angry because just a few days ago, I had some bad luck and was bullied by 3 beasts, and now the whole sect is laughing at me. Many are calling me White Chaos. White Chaos? What does that mean? Xiao Yu finally can't hold back and asks, intrigued. Gu Fei responds angrily, it's all thanks to you and those 3 beasts. After I was worn out here, those 3 beasts set my backside on fire. My clothes were burned off. When I returned to the sect, that wretched woman, Wan Yin Yuzhu, pulled at my clothes and tore them off, and many people saw it right then. What did they see? Xiao Yu inquires. Gu Fei fumes. What else could it be? Of course it was my bare backside. Xiao Yu is surprised. That chaos. Gu Fei suddenly deflates like a deflated balloon. I'm a chaos sacred body. Oh, I understand now. So that's what white chaos means. Xiao Yu realizes, almost laughing out loud. Damn white chaos. Stop laughing. I tell you, I must defeat you outright. Otherwise, I will never be able to wash away this disgrace, and I will use you to clear this humiliation. Gu Fei threatens, indignantly. Upon seeing Xiao Yu laugh, Xiao Yu shakes his head. Even if you defeat me, I'm afraid you still won't be able to wash it away. Whatever. I will definitely defeat you. Gu Fei declares angrily. Seeing his demeanor, Xiao Yu seems to remember something and asks, by the way, what about those 3 geniuses you mentioned last time who surpassed you? Do you know who they are? Upon hearing this, Gu Fei's expression becomes gloomy again. Not yet. No one knows who they are. Even my master and the others haven't figured it out. They suspect that those 3 might have used some powerful concealment treasure or cultivated some remarkable concealment technique. They're indeed quite patient, not showing themselves for several days now. At this point, he becomes a bit indignant. I hope I don't find them. Otherwise, I will definitely give them a good beating to let them know how formidable I am. Is that so? Xiao Yu murmurs, his gaze flickering. He is curious about these 3 geniuses that suddenly emerge from the Tianyuan Sect. More importantly, he wants to know how much of a gap there is between his Hongmeng sacred body and these 3. According to Gu Fei's description, it is very likely that one of them is a legendary innate sacred body. All right, that's enough for today. I'll take my leave now. I'll come back tomorrow. Gu Fei says to Xiao Yu before departing. Xiao Yu pays him no mind. The courtyard falls quiet again. The little black dog, the bird, and the big carp are out again, not in the courtyard. Xiao Yu hasn't seen them around these days, and doesn't know what they are up to. He only knows they leave early and come back every night. Xiao Yu is too lazy to bother with them. Gu Fei has also not run into the 3 pets again. The 2 sides seem to have perfectly missed each other. Suddenly, not long after Gu Fei leaves, Xiao Yu seems to sense something and suddenly looks up, shocked, gazing outside the courtyard. A terrifying killing intent descends almost simultaneously, enveloping the entire courtyard. Who? Xiao Yu shouts loudly, standing up, on guard and alert, to be able to sense our aura in advance. The former top prodigy of the Tianyuan Sect indeed has some skills. Just as Xiao Yu finishes speaking, a sinister voice laughs and echoes through the air. Swish! The next moment, 5 figures with terrifying and powerful auras appear in front of Xiao Yu's courtyard. Chapter 43. The demands are great. These 5 figures all give Xiao Yu a strong sense of danger. They are cloaked in hooded capes, their faces hidden like 5 phantoms. Who are you? Why are you looking for me? Xiao Yu's expression becomes extremely serious, his heart sinking as he questions. He can feel that these 5 people are all more powerful than him. Judging from the aura they emit, all 5 are at least above the 6th realm, equivalent to the level of 5 elder-level experts from the Tianyuan Sect acting simultaneously. There is no need to know too much about someone who is sure to die. Hearing Xiao Yu's words, one of the figures simply replies in a very succinct manner. His voice is hoarse and low, sounding like a ghost from hell. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yu, uncertain, cautiously probes, "Are you the internal traitors of the Tianyuan Sect? Did he send you to kill me, or is he here today among you?" The 5 figures in front seem somewhat surprised by his words, but do not answer, remaining in a terrifying silence. Seeing this, Xiao Yu instantly realizes that the internal traitor has indeed begun to act out of desperation and angrily says, "This is the Tianyuan Sect's territory. How dare you make a move here? Don't you fear the Tianyuan Sect discovering you? You'll have no way to escape. Rest assured, since we are here, we have made full preparations. Within a radius of 3 miles, we have already blocked the aura. This courtyard is even more fortified with a sealing formation. You cannot escape. And when you die, no one will know." The hoarse voice responds. Then he waves his hand, commanding go kill him. The remaining 4 people immediately take action, rushing in to attack. The murderous intent emanating from them spread like the ocean, as if at any moment it would engulf the entire courtyard like a terrifying abyss. However, in the face of all this, Xiao Yu's expression suddenly turned remarkably calm. Even a strange smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. The 5 figures saw his expression and were momentarily astonished. How could this kid still smile at a time like this? This left them somewhat uncertain, wondering if there was some kind of trick. Boom! Just as this thought arose in their minds, an overwhelming and terrifying pressure descended upon the area, as if an immortal king had arrived, enveloping a radius of 1,000 meters. "You little thieves dare to run wild on the territory of Tianyuan Sect. This elder has been waiting for you for a long time." Almost simultaneously, a voice rang out lightly, yet sounded like thunder in this world, exploding in the hearts of the 5. A tall and imposing figure appeared in the air above Xiao Yu's courtyard. He exuded an ethereal presence, his eyes seemingly harboring thunder, with an overwhelming sword intent radiating from him that seemed to shake the very heavens and earth. At that moment, it felt as if all the paths of heaven and earth were pressing down. What? The 5 figures were immediately taken aback, feeling a chill run down their spines. It felt as if a massive mountain had suddenly fallen upon them, bending their backs in an instant. The bones in their bodies even made cracking sounds as if they were about to shatter. The 4 who had rushed toward Xiao Yu hadn't even entered his protective array before they were forced to stop. The 5 of them gathered their strength and resisted desperately. Tianyuan Sect, the 13th elder. How could this be possible? The 5 then looked up at the imposing figure above Xiao Yu's courtyard, their eyes fixed on it with disbelief and horror. They had not expected that despite having shielded the aura within a 3-mile radius and setting up a barrier around the courtyard, they could still be discovered by the 13th elder of Tianyuan Sect. No, it's not that they were discovered. Rather, the 13th elder of Tianyuan Sect had been waiting for their arrival in secret all along. Realizing this, their gazes sharpened as they looked at Xiao Yu, who was unaffected by the 13th elder's pressure, their eyes filled with shock. The leader spoke up. "Did you anticipate that we would come here today?" Xiao Yu chuckled lightly and said, "I didn't anticipate that you would come today. I only predicted that you would definitely take action against me. I didn't know the exact time, but fortunately, I had already communicated with the 13th elder in advance, asking him to help keep watch around here for 3 months. No matter when you appear, as long as you make a move, he would immediately know and arrive in an instant. So that is how it is." Upon hearing Xiao Yu's words, the 5 immediately understood. They had fallen into a trap. Moreover, it was a blatant scheme. Tianyuan Sect had begun to thoroughly investigate the matter of the Demon Heaven battlefield, and within 3 months, there would surely be results. During this time, they would have to act. No matter when they came, they would run into the 13th elder of Tianyuan Sect. Unfortunately, they had not accounted for this 13th elder. They had truly been careless. Someone had told me before that although you are a discarded child of Tianyuan Sect, you are deeply scheming and terrifyingly calculating. If not eliminated early, you would surely become a great enemy to our clan in the future. At that time, I had felt somewhat disdainful. But now it seems that this was not false. A hoarse voice spoke, as if he had acknowledged someone's evaluation of Xiao Yu. "Enough with the nonsense. Honestly confess. Who are you? Who is the person within Tianyuan Sect who sold out Xiao Yu and the others? Is he among you now?" At this moment, the 13th elder stepped forward, his expression imposing as he shouted at the 5. The 5 figures trembled simultaneously, as if they had all been struck by a heavy hammer, their bodies bending slightly as they spat out a mouthful of blood. I have long heard that the 13th elder of Tianyuan Sect is powerful and profound in cultivation. Today, seeing it for myself, we are in awe and feel inferior. However, if you want to learn secrets from us, dream on. As for today's matter, it is not over yet. In the future, our clan will definitely send experts to take revenge on us. Upon hearing the 13th elder's words, the leader among the five, bearing the immense pressure from the 13th elder, sneered. Not good. Upon hearing this, both the 13th elder and Xiao Yu seemed to sense something and exclaimed simultaneously. But before they could react in the next moment, the five figures chose to self-destruct without hesitation. They were incredibly decisive, showing not a hint of hesitation. They didn't even attempt to fight back against the 13th elder. It seemed they understood very well that with their strength, they had no chance of fighting back in front of the 13th elder, nor could they escape. To avoid giving the 13th elder and Xiao Yu the opportunity to interrogate them, they resolutely chose death. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, the five figures exploded before Xiao Yu and the 13th elder, emitting terrifying fluctuations. Fortunately, with the 13th elder present, he unleashed a powerful force to block the terrifying attacks generated by the self-destruction of the five experts, protecting Xiao Yu and his courtyard. A look of immense shock appeared on Xiao Yu's face. He was truly taken aback. These five experts were all above the sixth realm. Cultivation is not easy. At such a level, the stronger the individual, the more they cherish and value their own lives. Yet these five, after their plan was exposed, showed no hesitation and chose to end their own lives. What kind of determination is this? The 13th elder was also very surprised. Soon, with a wave of his hand, he calmed the chaotic aura generated by the 5's self-destruction, restoring tranquility. Aside from the devastation and destruction in the surrounding forest, it was as if the five had never existed. Their self-destruction had turned them into nothingness, leaving nothing behind. Damn it! The 13th elder's expression darkened significantly. He hadn't been able to stop the five from self-destructing in time. Otherwise, he could have left a survivor for questioning. Xiao Yu quickly regained his composure, his expression also grim. After successfully forcing Tianyuan Sect to investigate the traitor within 3 months, he had anticipated that the traitor would be desperate and take action against him. Thus, he had specifically communicated with the 13th elder when a group from Tianyuan Sect left, hoping the 13th elder could lie in wait here, collaborating so they might capture the traitor in advance. The matter of a traitor was not just his concern. The 13th elder, as a member of Tianyuan Sect, naturally took it very seriously. The 13th elder had agreed without much thought. However, he hadn't expected that although the traitor had acted, they had failed to catch any clues. Did you notice anything? But soon, both of them calmed down. The 13th elder looked at Xiao Yu and asked. Xiao Yu shook his head in response. There is too little information left by these five. What we can confirm now is that they are indeed related to the traitor who once sold me out. That traitor may have been among them, having just died, or they could be accomplices sent by that traitor. These people should belong to the same force, and are quite powerful. We cannot determine their identities. Besides, the self-destruction of these five experts was too decisive. This act is too strange beyond reason. There must be significant motives behind it. And I suspect they may harbor malicious intentions and are brewing a massive conspiracy against Tianyuan Sect. Only in this way could all five of them be willing to decisively sacrifice their lives to keep the secret. Next, they might take action to eliminate me. And 13th Elder, you may also be within their calculations. If they make a move next time, it won't be as simple as today. Undoubtedly, there will be formidable experts coming. Xiao Yu's expression was extremely heavy, feeling an unprecedented pressure. You don't need to worry. Although you are no longer a member of Tianyuan Sect, this matter is also of great concern to us. Before the traitor is identified, Tianyuan Sect bears some responsibility. You and Tianyuan Sect are allies. If they dare to act against you again, I and Tianyuan Sect will not stand by and watch, Elder 13 said reassuringly. Thank you, Elder 13, Xiao Yu replied with a bow. He believed in Elder 13's words. Of course, he would not put all his hopes on others. Ultimately, one must rely on oneself to forge strength and self-sufficiency. That is the true path. What should we do next? Elder 13 asked. Xiao Yu sighed and said, Please go back to the sect first and check the main hall of life and death to see if any elder's life and death tablet is broken. This might help identify the traitor. If not, it indicates that the traitor is still within Tianyuan Sect. Also, inform the sect master and the others about this matter. Explaining the stakes. Elder 13 nodded. All right, I will leave now. With that, he stepped forward and vanished in an instant. That day, the sect master of Tianyuan Sect and a group of elders learned of the situation and quickly arrived at Xiao Yu's location. After understanding the details, once again, they all showed extremely serious expressions, realizing that the situation was likely far more serious than they had imagined. It was not merely about eliminating a traitor. Don't worry, I know what to do at this time. You just need to be a good bait. As long as Tianyuan Sect is here, you are safe. The sect master said solemnly before the group quickly departed. However, before leaving, the sect master said a serious word to Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu understood his meaning and simply cupped his fist in gratitude. Thank you. The other party intended to protect him, and they were currently on the same front line. From now on, the entire Tianyuan Sect would act as his bodyguards. Xiao Yu guessed that Elder 13 had already communicated this with them in advance. He felt a bit more at ease. In the end, he was left alone in the small courtyard. What he did not know was that at this moment, within the stone tablet forest of Tianyuan Sect, the 3 pets he raised had returned. Chapter 44. The 3 great talents appear again, damn it. After waiting for several days, I finally reached this moment. Behind a giant rock at the back of the stone tablet forest, the little black dog, the little bird, and the big carp stuck their heads out simultaneously, looking into the stone tablet forest. Great, great, the little black dog said excitedly upon seeing that there were no people in the stone tablet forest. Awesome, awesome. The little bird flapped its wings and chirped happily. The big carp blew a bubble. Since their last visit to leave their names in the stone tablet forest, they had been looking for an opportunity to leave their names on the second stone tablet. However, during this time, they had not found many chances. Fortunately, today, the disciples of Tianyuan Sect seemed to have been distracted by something, giving them the opportunity they were waiting for. Let's go. Hurry and leave our names. Without any hesitation, the little black dog commanded, and the 3 pets quickly arrived in front of the second stone tablet in the stone tablet forest. This stone tablet could only be tested by cultivators at the initial stage of the Meridian Realm. The 3 pets did not hesitate at all and began to try to leave their names on the tablet. Swish! Soon, their names appeared on the stone tablet. No surprises here. They pushed Gu Fei, who was ranked first, down to second place. Following Gu Fei was Zhou Ying, the holy body of the 5 elements. Awesome. We left our names again. We're even better than the most powerful disciples of Tianyuan Sect. The 3 pets were all extremely excited. Let's try the third stone tablet. But that wasn't the end. The 3 pets then arrived at the third stone tablet. This stone tablet was for cultivators at the mid-stage of the Meridian Realm to attempt to leave their names. On the stone tablet, Gu Fei was still prominently ranked first. And Zhou Ying was also quite extraordinary. As for the others, there is no need to mention. The top 20 were mostly disciples with special physiques from Tianyuan Sect. Having learned from the experience of the first 2 stone tablets, the 3 pets followed the same method. Swish, swish. Before long, their names also appeared on the third stone tablet. And without surprise, they again ranked jointly first. The same went for the fourth stone tablet. The 3 pets also left their names on this stone tablet. In total, they left their names on 3 stone tablets. Brother Black Dragon. It seems we can't manage the 5th stone tablet with our current strength. When they tried the 5th stone tablet, the 3 pets found they didn't meet the requirements. The little bird said the 5th stone tablet can only be tested by cultivators at the 3rd major realm of the mortal world, which is the spiritual platform realm. In other words, the current strength of the 3 pets was comparable to that of human cultivators at the late stage of the 2nd realm, not reaching the 3rd realm. What should we do now? The big carp asked, blowing a bubble in front of the stone tablet. The little black dog looked at the names of the Tianyuan Sect disciples on the 5th stone tablet, showing a thoughtful expression, and said, "It seems we can only wait until the 3 of us break through to the 3rd major realm of the demon race before attempting to leave our names." The little bird said somewhat dejectedly, "But how do we break through to the 3rd major realm? It seems the master doesn't refine pills much anymore, and the pills we get from him every day are gradually decreasing. If we have to rely on our own cultivation, it may take a long time." Hearing this, the little black dog also appeared troubled. At that moment, the big carp seemed to think of something. Its eyes brightened, and it blew two bubbles, saying, "Brother Dragon, Sister Phoenix, I have a suggestion. I don't know if you both want to hear it." Upon hearing this, the little bird immediately urged, "Quick, tell us." The little black dog also looked at it. "Say it." The big carp said, "Did you notice that when we passed by the back mountain of Tianyuan Sect today, there seemed to be a lot of medicinal fields there?" Medicinal fields? Upon hearing this, the little bird and the little black dog paused for a moment, then thought for a moment, as if understanding something. They simultaneously looked at the big carp. "You mean?" The big carp grinned. "Exactly. Since the master doesn't refine pills much anymore, we could try to steal some from the medicinal fields of Tianyuan Sect. There are plenty of good things in those fields, and if we can eat them, we can definitely make significant progress in our cultivation and break through to the third realm." "Steal? Isn't that a bit unethical?" Upon hearing this, the little bird hesitated. Subconsciously, it was a well-behaved bird. The little black dog flickered its eyes a few times. "I think it's feasible." The little bird looked at it in disbelief, its eyes widening. "Brother Black Dragon, we agreed not to cause trouble for the master. If we're discovered, we will be done for." The big carp rolled over and said, "We're not causing trouble. We're standing up for the master. Tianyuan Sect and Gu Fei are bullying the master like this, as the master's pets. We cannot stand idly by." The little black dog looked at the little bird. "Sister Phoenix, don't you want to break through to the third major realm and stand up for the master?" As soon as the little bird heard this, it immediately hesitated. The little black dog continued to persuade. "Sister Phoenix, don't worry, we won't cause any trouble. As long as we plan this well, it will definitely succeed without raising any suspicion from Tianyuan Sect. No one will discover us. I have a way." "Really?" Upon hearing this, the little bird's tone immediately relaxed. The little black dog nodded steadily. "All right, if that's the case, I can agree to you." Seeing this, the little bird finally responded. The big carp and the little black dog both smiled. "No good, someone is coming, we should retreat quickly." At that moment, the little black dog seemed to sense something. It hurriedly barked. Then the three pets transformed into three afterimages and rapidly left the stone tablet forest. Almost as soon as they had just left, three disciples from the Tianyuan Sect arrived in the stone tablet forest. The three disciples chatted as they walked, and their conversation could be heard. "Did you all see the notice just now? Soon, it seems that the Fuyo Sect is going to send a group of disciples to our Tianyuan Sect for. We all saw it. This isn't the first time. It has been happening for a long time, almost every 3 years. There will be one exchange between the two sects. It's a routine. Now that the great era has arrived, with various special physiques emerging, and having stayed in the major sects for some time, both sects probably want to see how the special physiques they received compare to each other. It's just a pity that we ordinary disciples will probably only be reduced to a supporting role for the special physiques. Who says otherwise? Sigh, the so-called great era. To hell with it. Whose great era is this? Does it have anything to do with us? Stop complaining. Let's start cleaning up. If we don't clean the stone tablet forest today, our monthly allowances will be deducted again." The three of them felt a bit gloomy, holding brooms in their hands, and they had actually been sent to clean the stone tablet forest. Look quickly, the stone tablet seemed to have changed again. At that moment, suddenly, the three saw the changes on the stone tablets in the forest. They showed an incredibly surprised expression. "Holy cow, the three great geniuses have struck again. The second, third, fourth tablets. This time they topped 3 stone tablets in total, and Gu Fei and Zhou Ying were pushed down again. My God, hurry up and notify the sect." Swish, swish, swish. Soon, many figures flickered into the stone tablet forest. The high-level members of the Tianyuan Sect were once again disturbed. The sect leader and a group of elders arrived here. The 10 great physiques Gu Fei and Zhou Ying also appeared. Wan Yin Yuzhu, Tian Pu, Lu Xinwu, and a group of core disciples also emerged. When they saw that there were again stone tablets in the stone tablet forest with names left by the 3 great geniuses, everyone was shocked. Gu Fei found it hard to believe and was unwilling to accept this fact. As a dignified chaos sacred body, he was actually suppressed by people for 3 small realms. Ignoring the gazes of everyone present, he went to the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th stone tablets and tried again several times. The results showed that in the same realm, He was simply not a match for the three great geniuses who were tied for first place above. The ranking of the three great geniuses was very stable and unshakable. So strong. Who exactly are they? Where did the three great geniuses come from? A group of people were very surprised to see this scene. The five elements' sacred body, Zhou Ying, was once again stunned. Wan Yin Yuju's eyes flickered with brilliance as she looked at the three names on the stone tablet. Tian Pu revealed a smirk of glee, but deep in his eyes, there was a hint of jealousy. Find out for me. Thoroughly investigate. We must find out who these three genius disciples are. Our Tianyuan Sect must cultivate them with all our might. Not long after, the sect leader of Tianyuan Sect issued another order. He and a group of Tianyuan Sect elders were extremely excited. If the first time the three great geniuses suppressed Gu Fei was considered a fluke, then with the next three stone tablets, it had already proven that the three great geniuses were indeed stronger than Gu Fei, among whom there was a high possibility of having an innate Tao body, sacred embryo. The importance the Tianyuan Sect placed on them had reached an unprecedented level. A single Gu Fei was already remarkable, surpassing all predecessors. And now three beings capable of overshadowing Gu Fei had appeared. This was undoubtedly a great fortune for the Tianyuan Sect. Subsequently, the crowd dispersed. Only Gu Fei remained in the stone tablet forest, his face looking exceptionally ugly. He had become accustomed to the feeling of being the number one genius, enjoying the feeling of being the center of attention, and could not bear the thought that someone could overshadow him and steal his limelight. Who is the true genius? These three are the true first geniuses of our Tianyuan Sect. The voice of the senior brother Tian Pu sounded at this moment, seeing Gu Fei's ugly face. He couldn't help but smile, feeling in a good mood. Tian Pu, I want to fight you at the third major realm. Upon hearing this, Gu Fei's eyes turned cold as he looked at Tian Pu and said, I refuse. Tian Pu said without hesitation, then turned and ran away. Useless. Seeing him leave, Gu Fei scoffed and felt even worse. He found Lu Xinwu. Lu, senior brother, please help me find these three people. I must fight them. I don't believe they can really win against me. The names left on the stone tablet are ultimately not from real battles, without a true fight. Who wins and who loses is still uncertain. All right, Gu Fei junior brother, don't worry. I will definitely help you find these three people. And as soon as I have news, I will notify you immediately. Lu Xinwu replied. Thank you. The two did not glance at Wan Yin Yuju beside them and then left. Wan Yin Yuju eventually also left. But some Tianyuan Sect disciples discovered that she was secretly asking someone to find the three great geniuses, and this was not the first time. She did the same the last time the three great geniuses appeared. Moreover, after finding them, she asked people to convey that she very much hoped to befriend the three great geniuses and provide them with help in their cultivation. Chapter 45. Beaten by a dog again the next day. Gu Fei came to Xiao Yu's courtyard again, just like before, to challenge him. Wow, Xiao Yu, what happened here? I almost doubted whether your place was flattened. Is anyone still around? How come after just one night? I come here and see that there's a large empty space in front of your courtyard. This is the scene that appeared after the five masters self-destructed yesterday. Xiao Yu said with a half smile. If I say this was caused by the self-destruction of 5 6th realm masters, would you believe it? Upon hearing this, Gu Fei immediately laughed. Stop talking nonsense. This is just a broken courtyard of yours. Why would 6th realm masters come here? To drink with you? He clearly did not believe it. He did not think that Xiao Yu had anything that could attract 6th realm masters, let alone the absurdity of self-destruction. Who would play with self-destruction? Seeing this, Xiao Yu was too lazy to explain further. Not long after, Gu Fei directly entered the protective formation for today as challenge. Xiao Yu felt that this guy seemed a bit more irritable today, much more than before. Inside his protective formation, Gu Fei went crazy like a mad lion, as if he had lost his mind. However, in doing so, his outcome was even worse. Not only did he have a bruised face, with his spiritual power exhausted, his clothes were in tatters, and he was injured with many wounds on his body. He looked quite miserable. Fortunately, at the last moment, Xiao Yu refrained from killing him out of concern for the repercussions, thus letting him go. This also made Xiao Yu curious about what had happened to him today. Of course, Gu Fei's challenge today once again meant failure. What happened to you today? Who provoked you? Outside the protective formation, Gu Fei lay on the ground, gasping for breath, and Xiao Yu stood at the door of the courtyard. Looking at him, couldn't he help but ask. Gu Fei stared blankly at the sky for a while, and when Xiao Yu saw that he didn't want to speak, he prepared to turn back to the courtyard. At this moment, Gu Fei finally spoke. I was surpassed by someone again. Hearing this, Xiao Yu couldn't help but stop in his tracks, turn around, and exclaimed, "What does that mean?" Gu Fei weakly spat out 3 words, stone tablet forest. Xiao Yu immediately understood his meaning. You mean your record in the stone tablet forest was broken by someone again? As if suddenly recalling something, he asked in surprise. Who broke it? Was it those 3 geniuses from last time? Gu Fei nodded. Who else could it be? Xiao Yu asked. How many did they break? Gu Fei replied. 3 in total yesterday, plus 1 from before, making it 4 altogether. In other words, they broke all your records before the 3rd realm? Xiao Yu was a bit surprised. Gu Fei remained silent, tacitly agreeing. Xiao Yu's eyes flashed. Haven't found them yet? Gu Fei said, no, these 3 guys are like mice hiding in a cave. Buried too deep. If they don't want to come out, there's no way to find them. Yesterday, Master and the others were disturbed again and had people check once more. But after a night passed, there was still no result. He suddenly felt very indignant. If I find them, just watch me blow their heads off today. Hearing this, Xiao Yu laughed. It seems you've really been stimulated by these 3. Gu Fei suddenly jumped up from the ground and looked at Xiao Yu angrily. You think if it were you, you wouldn't be stimulated? I'm the number 1 genius of Tianyuan Sect, one of the 10 supreme physiques, the chaos sacred body. Xiao Yu shook his head. No, I'm really not stimulated. You see, my record in the stone tablet forest was broken by you. Did I break down like you? You didn't break down? Gu Fei asked in disbelief. Xiao Yu fell silent, merely looking at him with a calm smile. Xiao Yu, if you have the ability, come out and fight. Gu Fei shouted at Xiao Yu, seeing his expression. Because he knew that Xiao Yu was speaking the truth. If Xiao Yu had really broken down, then when he came to challenge him, he wouldn't have been hiding in the small courtyard without coming out to fight. His heart was hurt. Go back, if you want to challenge me. Talk to me again after you break my formation. Xiao Yu said, no longer provoking him. You can rest assured, your broken formation, one day I will break it. Gu Fei, hearing his words, left with a huff, dragging his body away. Before leaving, he revealed a piece of news to Xiao Yu. About a month and a half later, the Fuyo Sect will send a disciple group to Tianyuan Sect for. Fuyo Sect disciple group? Hearing this, Xiao Yu was surprised. Then his expression suddenly changed, as if he remembered something. He asked who will be coming. Will that saintess from Fuyo Sect come? Gu Fei said, you're asking about Yi Qian, right? According to my master, she is one of the 3 leaders of this Fuyo Sect disciple group. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yu immediately felt a bit uneasy, his scalp tingling. What's wrong? Gu Fei asked upon seeing this. It's nothing, you go back. Do your best to bring glory to your Tianyuan Sect. Xiao Yu said. After watching him leave, he shook his head and turned back into the small courtyard, remembering what Lin Fan and Qian Yu had said to him earlier. Xiao Yu felt a bit of a headache. That saintess, besides with Tianyuan Sect this time, would probably also come to find trouble with him. At the same time, he was even more curious about the 3 new geniuses from Tianyuan Sect, who exactly they were, having already suppressed Gu Fei 4 times. What black dragon, little phoenix? An uncommon fish, don't let me find out who you are. Once I do, I'll definitely beat you into a pig's head. After Gu Fei left the Yangwang small courtyard, he was filled with indignation and couldn't help but mutter curses under his breath. He was really unwilling to accept that his title as the number 1 talent of Tianyuan Sect had been taken away so soon. Mainly, the appearance of these 3 geniuses made him deeply feel that his position was threatened. Before these 3 appeared, he was undoubtedly the most valued by the sect, and the sect would definitely focus on cultivating him, thinking of him first for any important cultivation resources which would greatly benefit his future growth. But after these 3 appeared, if they were really found, there was no doubt that if he couldn't prove himself to be stronger than these 3, or at least not weaker than them, through a real battle, then the sect's cultivation strategy would definitely tilt towards these 3. By then, although he might still be valued, it would certainly not be as pleasant as it was now. This was also why he was in such a hurry to find these 3. Soon, he arrived at the turn. He still mumbled indistinctly. Just then, he was taken aback. In front of him, the three pets that had just come down from Tianyuan Sect were also stunned. Coincidentally, they met here again. They stared at each other. The little black dog, little phoenix, and big carp were all surprised, thinking, how can we meet this guy again here? They were also startled, having just done something a bit guilty. Damn, woof. They both quickly came back to their senses, almost at the same time. Finally, I've seen you three again. Today, I'm going to take you down. Gufei instinctively got angry and was about to attack the three pets. Woof, woof, woof. Sister Phoenix, brother Fish. This guy actually wants to kill us. Let's go for him. The little black dog also barked. Thus, another fierce battle broke out between them. With a bang. Not long after, Gufei was once again knocked out cold. His head turned into a pig's head. Woof, woof, woof. You useless thing with this strength. You dare to fight us three? Let us see if you dare to call out again next time. We'll hit you every time we see you. The little black dog saw this and leisurely led the little bird and big carp away, returning to the Yangwang small courtyard. In the small courtyard, Xiao Yu saw the three pets come back and only gave them a faint glance, noticing that they seemed to have some dirt on them but didn't pay them any mind, not caring what they had been up to today. Ah, you three beasts. You made me so angry again. Next time, I'll definitely make you look good. After Gufei woke up, he shouted in anger at the air. Unfortunately, no one responded to him. He dragged his body up the mountain gate of Tianyuan Sect. By coincidence, he ran into the three Tianyuan Sect disciples from before. Brother Zhang, are you going out again? Yes, Junior Brother Li and Junior Brother Hu. What a coincidence, you two just came back from outside. What's going on? You seem to be so happy. What happened this time? Brother Zhang doesn't know. We just saw that the snow-white chaos was beaten up again by the three beasts. What? No way. Gufei was shocked again. Did the dog join this time? Yes. And it was so showy this time. Not only did it ride on Gufei's face, but it also sat right on his face. It was hilarious. Ha ha. Shoo, keep it down. Don't let him hear it, especially if Gufei hears you laughing at him. Otherwise, it would be terrible if he finds out. The three quickly left separately. Gufei, hiding in the corner at the mountain gate, then came out. His face showed no expression. At this moment, Gufei was truly feeling extremely frustrated and suffocated. If one could see his expression, his face would be so dark it could almost drip water. Fortunately, although that bird had set his butt on fire again, he managed to dodge in time and didn't burn his clothes behind him. As he walked through the heavy roads of Tianyuan Sect, Wan Yin Yuzhu did not appear again. This time he had saved his butt, but the reputation of being beaten by the dog quickly spread. In addition, he gained another nickname, Dog-Beaten Chaos. When Gufei learned all this, he almost spat blood in anger and fainted. Chapter 46. Lin Fan and Qian Yu encounter trouble. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, another half-month had passed. At the back mountain of Tianyuan Sect, in a hidden corner, the figure of the Grand Elder of Tianyuan Sect appeared. After half a month, he finally returned here again. Since the last time when the five experts self-destructed in front of Xiao Yu's Yangwang small courtyard, he hadn't come back here. Today marked his first visit in half a month. He arrived here not long after, very quickly. A ghostly and evil figure also rushed over. After seeing the Grand Elder, the evil figure immediately bowed and paid respects to him. The Grand Elder waved his hand, setting up an invisible and transparent barrier around them, preventing outsiders from seeing or hearing anything. From a high vantage point, it appeared that there was nothing here, everything was empty, but in reality, the Grand Elder was having a secret conversation with this person. It had been half a month, and they had finally sent someone over. The Grand Elder looked at the figure in front of him and sighed, his expression extremely serious. What is your name? He then asked the person. Replying to the Grand Elder, I am Yuan Ming. The evil figure replied respectfully. Grand Elder, speak up. Thank you, Grand Elder. Yuan Ming straightened up. You should be aware of the situation, right? The Grand Elder asked Yuan Ming. Yuan Ming nodded solemnly. I know everything. Currently, the Tianyuan Sect is intensifying their investigation, and the Grand Elder may be in danger of exposure. Night Owl and Qingmu, along with the other three, are heroes of our Ming clan, and we will never forget their sacrifice and contribution. The Grand Elder said, no need to elaborate on that. I ask you, this time the clan sent you to replace Night Owl. Do you have a solution? The Holy Master said that after I arrived, I could first hear the Grand Elder's suggestions. I wonder if the Grand Elder has any thoughts? Yuan Ming inquired. The Grand Elder said, the deaths of Night Owl and the others, while preserving the great secret of our Ming clan, have also made Tianyuan suspicious of whether we have some grand scheme. Moreover, Tianyuan is currently paying great attention to this matter, and I sense a significant risk of exposure. The investigators from Tianyuan have already found many clues and will soon discover that I betrayed my fellow disciples on the Demon Sky battlefield. You must find a way to help me clear my suspicion, otherwise, I can only escape first. Additionally, the guy named Xiao Yu must be killed. He is truly very frightening. Although killing him now does not matter much to our Ming clan's secret, if he is not dead. Not only will Night Owl and the others be unable to rest in peace, but he will also become a major threat to our Ming clan in the future. However, he is currently under the protection of Tianyuan, and we must not act against him here. If we must act, we need to find a way to lure away Tianyuan's experts first. The safest method is to find a way to draw him out from the Yangwang courtyard and then eliminate him. Lastly, the most important thing is that we must not let Tianyuan discover the secrets of our Ming clan. We must find a way to shift their focus completely away from us and ensure that it does not affect the progress of the Shurtian plan. Upon hearing this, Yuan Ming nodded gravely. I will remember everything the Grand Elder said. When I return, I will discuss it thoroughly with the others and quickly come up with a solution. The Grand Elder need not worry. Within half a month, we will definitely resolve all these troubles. The Grand Elder sighed. Let's hope so. The sooner, the better. Time waits for no one. Understood, Yuan Ming replied, cupping his hands. The Grand Elder lifted the barrier, and the two left the place one after the other, as if they had never been there. In the past half-month, some significant changes had occurred within Tianyuan. Gu Fei successfully broke through, reaching the early stage of the fourth realm, which is the 5 elements transformation. The power of the 5 elements coalesced into a 5 elements will behind him, making him look like a deity, even more extraordinary. He successfully positioned himself among the top disciples of Tianyuan. Even after breaking through, he went to challenge Tianpu to a fight. Tianpu, at the mid-stage of the 4th realm, was one small realm above Gu Fei, but after a fierce battle, he was ultimately defeated by Gu Fei. Tianpu's yin-yang fish could not suppress Gu Fei's chaos sacred body. His special physique seemed to inherently possess such immunity, which is extremely lethal to ordinary cultivators. This means that from now on, Gu Fei had truly become the senior brother of Tianyuan. Unfortunately, he still had not cleared the derogatory nickname of dog-beating chaos. For the past half-month, he had persistently challenged Xiao Yu, but unfortunately, he still failed each time. However, he was not discouraged at all. Instead, he became even more motivated. He had already realized that even if he could not break through Xiao Yu's protective courtyard formation, every time he returned after being frustrated, he would indeed make progress in his cultivation. Now, he had regarded Xiao Yu's place as a training ground. What displeased him was that no matter how he provoked, Xiao Yu simply would not fight him. And he had not seen those 3 beasts that had beaten him twice in the past half-month, leaving him unable to take revenge. After Gu Fei, the 5 elements sacred body, Zhou, quickly followed suit, breaking through to the late stage of the 3rd realm. This caused many core disciples to feel immense pressure. Moreover, other special physique cultivators were also making rapid progress. They had only entered the sect for a few months, and now most of them had entered the early or mid-stage of the 3rd realm, becoming elite disciples of Tianyuan. Many of the once elite inner disciples of Tianyuan had been pushed down by them. Unbeknownst to everyone, Tianyuan was undergoing a significant transformation, with a new generation replacing the old. Many of the former senior brothers and sisters had now become junior brothers and sisters. The era of special physique disciples rising in Tianyuan had arrived. Additionally, the 3 geniuses who had crushed Gu Fei in the Stone Tablet Forest remained an indispensable topic within Tianyuan. Half a month had passed, and no one had managed to find them. Now, the whole sect had become accustomed to their absence, and even the sect leader had begun to lose interest in searching for them. As long as they were from Tianyuan, they believed that one day they would emerge on their own. Senior Brother Gu Fei, this is a jade bodhi that my master bestowed upon me. Although it cannot compare to a real Bodhi, it can help cultivators enhance their comprehension and is very beneficial for cultivation. I would like to give it to senior brother Gu Fei. Please accept it. One day, after Gu Fei had just defeated Tianpu, Wan Yin Yuzhu came to find him and said this, looking very beautiful and radiant, her charming face full of smiles. In the past half-month, having not found the three great geniuses, she turned her attention to Gu Fei. Although Gu Fei still carried an unflattering nickname, no one dared to doubt his strength. As long as the three great geniuses continued to hide, Gu Fei, as the senior brother, would surely remain in that position for a long time. Moreover, Gu Fei himself was a chaos sacred body, and he was not necessarily inferior to those three geniuses. Even if there was a gap, it wouldn't be too significant. Sorry, junior sister Wan Yin, I cannot accept your gift. Who knows if you will later say this was passed down from your family and is meant for your future partner. Then demand it back from me. You should take it back, Gu Fei said directly, rejecting her without a second thought. He then walked past the stunned Wan Yin Yuzhu. But Wan Yin Yuzhu quickly regained her composure, put on a smile, and chased after him. Senior brother, get lost. If you come any closer, I won't be polite. Upon hearing her voice, Gu Fei suddenly turned around and shot her a sharp, cold glance. Wan Yin Yuzhu's smile froze on her face, and she stopped in her tracks. Gu Fei snorted coldly and ignored her. Wan Yin Yuzhu could only watch him leave in a daze. Wan Yin shimmy, this Gu Fei is really lacking in quality. How could he treat you like this? I can't stand it. Tianpu appeared, thinking his chance had come, and stepped forward to comfort Wan Yin Yuzhu. Who would have thought that before he could finish his words, Wan Yin Yuzhu turned around and shouted fiercely at him. Tianpu, who do you think you are to meddle in my affairs? You can get lost. I don't need you to take care of me. After finishing her words, Wan Yin Yuzhu angrily left, completely different from her attitude towards Gu Fei. Tianpu stood there in shock. When he came to his senses, his expression turned extremely gloomy, and he couldn't help but curse in the direction Wan Yin Yuzhu had left. Damn it, you shameless person. Just wait one day. You will know my power. In the small courtyard of Yangwang. 7 days later, Xiao Yu is sitting under the peach tree in the small courtyard, continuing to comprehend the power of space. At that moment, whoosh, a beam of light suddenly shot in, passing through the protective array of his small courtyard. Xiao Yu was startled and quickly reached out to catch the beam of light. He had sensed in advance that there was no danger with this beam of light, which was why he dared to do so. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so bold. He soon saw that it was a green hairpin, and there was a letter pinned to it. Xiao Yu was puzzled. Who sent this letter? He quickly took the letter off the hairpin. Upon opening it, he was taken aback. Lin Fan and Qian Yu were in trouble. He immediately stood up from under the tree. The letter was sent by the kidnappers. It stated that Lin Fan and Qian Yu had been kidnapped, and if he didn't want them to die, he must go to Yunzhou alone to rescue them. It also warned him not to bring anyone with him. Otherwise, if discovered, they would be killed immediately, and Lin Fan and Qian Yu would meet their doom. Their people would keep a close watch on Xiao Yu, and he must not think of playing any tricks. In addition, the letter contained 2 items taken from Lin Fan and Qian Yu, which were their personal jade pendants. Xiao Yu recognized them at a glance. They were hard to fake. Xiao Yu's previously calm heart was instantly thrown into chaos. Chapter 47. Rescue Lin Fan and Qian Yu had been exploring the secret realm in Yunzhou and had not returned for a long time. Xiao Yu often thought about them during this time, wondering how they were doing. Now, unexpectedly, someone had sent a letter saying they were kidnapped and wanted him to go alone for the rescue. Who were the kidnappers? Why did they want him to rescue them and specifically require that he go alone? Xiao Yu's mind immediately began to race with thoughts. There were many unreasonable aspects to this. First of all, it was definitely not Lin Fan and Qian Yu who had asked the kidnappers for help. They both knew that he had once had his meridians severed and lost all his cultivation, without knowing that he had obtained the Hongmeng sacred body. They should have been very clear that even if he were to recultivate, he would not have the ability to rescue them in just a few months. Secondly, if the kidnappers had interrogated Lin Fan and Qian Yu, they would have learned this as well. Given that Lin Fan and Qian Yu, both at the 4th realm, had been kidnapped, how could he possibly rescue them alone? He would not only fail to rescue them, but would also endanger himself. Finally, Lin Fan and Qian Yu were core disciples of the Tianyuan Sect. If the kidnappers wanted something significant from them, why not directly demand it from the Tianyuan sect? Why approach someone like him, who had no backing? This was quite abnormal. It seemed that the kidnappers were targeting him. Only in this way could it make sense why they were focused on him. Xiao Yu's eyes flickered as he murmured, "Is it an insider from the Tianyuan sect who has made a move? Or is it an enemy from the past?" Most likely the former. After all, if it were the latter, they would have acted long ago. Besides, why didn't he have that many mortal enemies? Even if I did, those people would probably not dare to harm Lin Fan and Xian Yu, as they are core disciples of the Tianyuan sect. Killing them would undoubtedly provoke the wrath of the sect, making no difference whether I went to rescue them or not. After analyzing the situation, Xiao Yu quickly determined who had sent the letter. Previously, he had asked the 13 elders of the Tianyuan sect to check the main hall of the sect, and there was no sign of the elders' life porcelain being shattered. This indicated that the insider was still within the Tianyuan sect. The situation had become quite serious. If the insider made a move, it was likely that he would die if he went. If he didn't go, they might really kill Lin Fan and Xian Yu. He couldn't just stand by and watch them die. After all, they were among his few true friends in the Tianyuan sect. Recalling the moments he spent with Lin Fan and Xian Yu, Xiao Yu found it hard to ignore his friends being in trouble. It seemed like a deadlock. No, I'm being bound by emotions. In fact, if I really went, it was Lin Fan and Xian Yu who would truly be in danger. And I would die too, because the insider would fear that I would inform Lin Fan and Xian Yu about their situation. To avoid trouble, they would definitely eliminate all of us. If I don't go, Lin Fan and Xian Yu might actually have a better chance of survival. The insider might see that kidnapping them was useless against me and might not kill them unless they already knew the insider's identity or the identity of the kidnappers. If the insider truly took out their anger on them, killing them, it would make no difference whether I went or not. On the contrary, if I stayed alive, I could seek revenge for them in the future. The most important point is that it cannot be completely confirmed that Lin Fan and Xian Yu have really been kidnapped. Although there is evidence, it is also very possible that they accidentally dropped it during a battle with the kidnappers. Xiao Yu quickly understood and sorted through the entanglements, feeling much more relaxed. The conclusion was that no matter what, he could not go alone. Even if he had to go, he needed to call a group of experts from the Tianyuan sect to ensure safety. Lin Fan, Xian Yu, it's not that I don't want to go rescue you alone. I really want to go alone, but now I can only remain rational and choose the outcome that is most beneficial for all three of us. Don't worry, if you really are killed by the kidnappers, I will definitely bring them to you for a proper burial one day, Xiao Yu said softly. Without further ado, he immediately sent a message to the 13 elders of the Tianyuan sect and asked them to summon the sect leader and a group of elders. In a flash, not long after, the 13 elders along with the sect leader and a group of elders appear before him. Xiao Yu, what do you need us for? The 13 elders asked. Xiao Yu did not waste any time and directly showed them the letter sent by the kidnappers. The 13 elders took it with puzzled expressions, and after reading it, they were instantly furious. How dare they? Who is so bold as to kidnap the core disciples of our Tianyuan sect? Then the sect leader asked, "Why did the kidnappers send the letter to you? Why not send it directly to the Tianyuan sect?" The others also looked at Xiao Yu. They clearly deduced many things from the letter. Xiao Yu replied, "To answer the esteemed seniors, I suspect this is the handiwork of the insider within the Tianyuan sect. The purpose of sending this letter was likely to target me. If I go alone, no matter what, it would ultimately lead to the death of both me and my friends, Lin Fan and Xian Yu. If I don't go, I worry they might be harmed. I cannot just stand by and watch them die, which is why I called you all here. What are your thoughts?" The sect leader asked. Xiao Yu said, "The only advantageous way now is to ignore what the kidnappers say and ask all the seniors to go with me. Only in this way can we possibly rescue junior brother Lin Fan and junior sister Qian Yu. If we can't, with the strength of all the seniors. If we act quickly, we can catch the kidnapper stationed in Yunzhou before the ones here contact them, pry open their mouths. And we might find out who these people and the insider are. Who knows, we might even be able to expose the insider ahead of time. Since that's the case, what are we waiting for? Let's set off immediately." An elder of the Tianyuan sect spoke up. He was Lin Fan's master, the 9th elder of the Tianyuan sect. "Wait a moment, seniors. Before we set off, I have some words to say," Xiao Yu said. The sect master of Tianyuan said solemnly, "No nonsense, just speak." Xiao Yu continued, to prevent the insider from the Tianyuan Sect and his people from contacting the ones in Yinzhou, we must first immediately cut off the contact between the two sides. Secondly, I ask all seniors to supervise each other during this action. The insider is likely hidden among us, and we must not give him any opportunity. All right, we will do as you say. You don't need to go. It won't be of any use for you to go, the sect master of Tianyuan directly replied after hearing his words. Xiao Yu was taken aback. Did he think he was useless? He then forced a smile and cupped his hands. Then I will trouble all the seniors, and I will wait here for your good news. Indeed, his current strength was low, only at the mid-stage of the third realm. Going there would only create more chaos. The arrangements he made were already the best he could do, and he believed that after junior brother Lin Fan and junior sister Qian Yu, they shouldn't blame him regardless of whether they were rescued or not. Let's go. As soon as Xiao Yu finished speaking, the sect master of Tianyuan and a group of elders directly left. Not long after, Xiao Yu felt a terrifying energy fluctuation spreading in the void, centered around the Tianyuan Sect, enveloping tens of thousands of miles around it. Xiao Yu immediately understood that the shielding formation of the Tianyuan Sect had been activated. Once this formation was activated, no one within tens of thousands of miles could contact the outside world. Above the Tianyuan Sect, a massive energy column rose up astonishingly fast, and it was vaguely visible that several figures of Tianyuan Sect elders disappeared. This was a teleportation formation. The Tianyuan Sect had likely sent experts to Yinzhou. Upon seeing this scene, Xiao Yu felt slightly relieved. Next, he just needed to wait for news from Yinzhou. At the same time, in Yinzhou, in a certain valley, several figures appeared. They were cloaked in black robes with hoods, hiding their faces, resembling the 5 people who had come to assassinate Xiao Yu in his courtyard before. The several individuals stood guard around the valley, emanating a powerful aura with a sinister energy rising. In the central depression of the valley, 2 Tianyuan Sect disciples appeared. They had their cultivation sealed and were sitting together. They were none other than Lin Fan and Qian Yu, who had bid farewell to Xiao Yu months ago to explore the Yinzhou secret realm. The two were now kidnapped by these sinister figures. They were filled with confusion and shock. Who were these people? Their strength was incredibly powerful, each at least a master of the 5th realm, and they could not resist at all. Moreover, these people spoke very little. Almost every one of them was terrifyingly silent, like silent killing puppets. After capturing them, they asked no questions and simply placed them here. Lin Fan and Qian Yu felt anxious, and both were rapidly thinking of ways to survive. But they despairingly found that they had no hope of escape in front of these people. Will these people kill us? Will we die at their hands? Fortunately, when we invited Senior Brother to come earlier, he didn't come. Otherwise, Senior Brother might end up like us too. Lin Fan and Qian Yu thought to themselves, feeling somewhat fortunate that they hadn't successfully invited Xiao Yu to come along. What about Zhongzhou? Is there any news coming in? Suddenly, a black-clothed person walked over, and the two heard their conversation. Not yet. Why not? We agreed in advance that they would give us news within half a stick of incense. Now that half a stick of incense has passed, contact them again and ask what's going on. I've asked. I can't get through. What? Why can't you get through? Try a few more times. I've tried. It doesn't work. I have a bad premonition. Forget it. Let's wait for another half a cup of tea. If there's still no response from that side, we'll withdraw. And these 2 people? They're also rare special physiques. Don't waste them. When we leave, eat them. Okay. Upon hearing this exchange, Lin Fan and Qian Yu's hair stood on end. These people plan to eat them? What kind of evil cultivators are they? The two instantly felt a sense of despair and terror. Time's up. No response. We should leave. And soon, the leader among the black-clothed people spoke. Hee. The 2 core genius disciples of the Tianyuan Sect. It's time to send you on your way. 2 black-clothed individuals approached Lin Fan and Qian Yu, grinning ominously. Lin Fan and Qian Yu were taken aback. Their faces turned pale as they sensed an intense danger of death approaching. The 2 were about to say something when, suddenly, a thunderous shout echoed from the sky, like thunder, imposing and enveloping the area. Who dares to act against the disciples of the Tianyuan Sect? Kill without mercy. At that moment, a sharp sword pierced through the void, instantly striking down and directly piercing through the 2 individuals in front of Lin Fan and Qian Yu. Simultaneously, Several large hands emerged from the void, carrying an overwhelming momentum, reaching for the remaining black-clothed individuals. Elder 13 and several Tianyuan Sect elders appeared. Chapter 48. Underlying currents. This is your so-called solution? Half a day later, in the back mountain of the Tianyuan Sect, the Grand Elder looked at Yuan Ming with an angry expression and scolded. Yuan Ming hurriedly replied, "Grand Elder need not worry, although this operation failed. Everything is still under our control and has not slipped out of our grasp." The Grand Elder was taken aback upon hearing this. "You had already considered the aftermath of failure?" Yuan Ming smiled slightly. "Of course, if I hadn't considered everything thoroughly, I wouldn't have acted lightly. You can rest assured about this, Grand Elder. My actions are different from those of Night Owl, otherwise. The Holy Master wouldn't have sent me to assist you with the execution of the Devouring Heaven plan. Then tell me, what is your remedial plan?" The Grand Elder sighed, finally calming down, and spoke. Yuan Ming said, "Although we were unable to eliminate the threat of Xiao Yu this time and lost several experts, I have already set up the bait, and the plan to eliminate the suspicion from you, Grand Elder, has also begun to activate. The risk of exposure for my Ming clan's Devouring Heaven plan has further decreased." "Oh, how so?" the Grand Elder asked with interest. Yuan Ming smiled this time. "I specifically gave the group I sent to kidnap those 2 core disciples of the Tianyuan Sect some opportunities to let them expose their aura, allowing the experts of the Tianyuan Sect to detect it." "What? You dare to leak the aura of my Ming clan?" the Grand Elder exclaimed in shock and anger. Yuan Ming hurriedly said, "Grand Elder need not be angry. Please let me explain slowly. The few people are not from my underworld clan, but rather puppets controlled by my clan using special methods. Although the experts from the Tianyuan Sect rushed over and killed them all, it did not cause significant losses for my underworld clan. On the contrary, as soon as they capture the aura from these people, they will immediately realize that this is the work of their former enemies. Many years ago, the Tianyuan Sect was one of the 6 major demon sects on this central continent, and they were destroyed by the Tianyuan Sect. Now that the Tianyuan Sect has revived and seeks revenge against the Tianyuan Sect, this is nothing unusual. Moreover, the Tianyuan Sect infiltrating the Tianyuan Sect as undercover agents is obvious to anyone. Their purpose is naturally to overthrow the entire Tianyuan Sect and avenge the massacre of their clan. Thus, no one will pay attention to my underworld clan's sky devouring plan." Upon hearing this, the Great Elder nodded in agreement, but then frowned and said, "Does that mean I have become an undercover agent for the Tianyuan Sect?" Yuan Ming replied, "Great Elder, rest assured, we have already made arrangements regarding your situation. No matter how the Tianyuan Sect investigates, they will not trace it back to you. Within the Tianyuan Sect, we have already arranged for a scapegoat. Once this scapegoat is revealed, the Great Elder will have nothing to worry about. At that time, the Sky Devouring plan will proceed as normal, and the Great Elder can continue to remain hidden and wait for the right moment to act." "Really?" The Great Elder felt a surge of joy upon hearing this. Yuan Ming smiled and said, "How could a subordinate dare to deceive the Great Elder? Then what about Xiao Yu?" The Great Elder frowned. Yuan Ming said, "The Great Elder can rest assured about this as well. The Tianyuan Sect has discovered that their plans have been exposed and is preparing to take action soon. They will mobilize entirely to attack the Tianyuan Sect. At that time, I hope the Great Elder will cooperate." At this point, Yuan Ming leaned closer to the Great Elder and whispered a few words in his ear. It was unclear what he said. After hearing it, the Great Elder's eyes lit up instantly. He finally nodded in satisfaction and even smiled, looking at Yuan Ming and saying, "Yuan Ming, you are very good. You are truly a talent nurtured meticulously by my underworld clan. If I return to the underworld clan one day, I will definitely report this to the Holy Master and commend you." "Thank you, Great Elder. If there is nothing else, I will take my leave first," Yuan Ming said excitedly. "Go." The Great Elder waved his hand, and Yuan Ming immediately left. Tianyuan Sect? How could it be them? Wasn't the Tianyuan Sect already destroyed? In the small courtyard of Yangwang, Xiao Yu soon saw that the shielding array on the mountain of the Tianyuan Sect had been lifted. Elder 13 quickly came to him and explained everything. Xiao Yu was surprised to hear this. At the same time, he felt relieved. Through Elder 13's report, he learned that Lin Fan and Xian Yu had been rescued and were currently safe, having been brought back to the sect. But they still needed to be checked before they could come out. Elder 13 snorted coldly upon hearing Xiao Yu's words. Who knows which remnant from back then has escaped calamity and hidden away, allowing the Tianyuan Sect to rise from the ashes after so many years. So this matter involves an old grudge? The traitor within the Tianyuan Sect is also from the Tianyuan Sect? Xiao Yu was taken aback by this. Elder 13 nodded and sighed. It should be so. Have you found out who it is? Xiao Yu asked next. Elder 13 shook his head. Although we have already identified that it is someone from the Tianyuan Sect, we have not traced who the traitor is. The few Tianyuan Sect evil cultivators captured in Yinzhou have all been sealed and ultimately died, without revealing more useful information. However, I believe the traitor within the Tianyuan Sect will soon be unable to hide, as the internal investigation is nearing completion. Xiao Yu nodded. That's good. If we can find the traitor, I can finally relax. Not only would he have avenged his former sect members, but he also wouldn't have to worry about being harmed by that traitor anymore, allowing him to focus on his cultivation. All right, I won't say much more. In the coming days, it's inevitable that the traitor may act out of desperation, so be cautious. I have already given you my communication token. If anything happens, notify me immediately, and I will appear as soon as possible. Elder 13 deemed that he had said enough and left. Thank you, Elder 13. Xiao Yu cupped his hands and watched him leave. Today's fortune, simulated puppet. At that moment, Xiao Yu suddenly felt a stir in his heart, and a line of text appeared. It was his fortune for today. It was a puppet. Xiao Yu frowned. Why did he receive such an item? He looked at the description of this puppet, simulated puppet, which can transform into any person you envision, simulating their aura, making it difficult for outsiders to discern the truth, achieving a state of confusion between the real and the fake. However, the puppet itself has no strength, and the simulated object also possesses no power. Xiao Yu was taken aback. What use is this? It merely simulates a person's appearance and characteristics, making it hard for others to distinguish the fake from the real. It seems somewhat useless, but he decided not to dwell on it too much. Since the fortune chart gave him this item, it must have its purpose. He would keep it for now. Who knows when it might come in handy. Not long after, Lin Fan and Xian Yu appeared and came to Xiao Yu. He quickly went out to greet them. Senior brother, we are back. After several months, Lin Fan and Xian Yu were very happy to see each other again. Seeing that both of them were safe, Xiao Yu nodded, feeling relieved. I'm glad you're both all right. Lin Fan and Xian Yu smiled. We must thank senior brother for seeking help from the sect in time. Otherwise, we might not have returned at all. Thank you, senior brother. They had already learned about the entire situation and bore no resentment toward Xiao Yu. Instead, they were very grateful that he had sought help from the sect to rescue them. There is no need for such formality between us. Xiao Yu smiled, and then seemed to sense something, surprised. It seems you both have broken through. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan and Xian Yu both beamed with smiles. Fortunately, we have not disappointed you, senior brother. We have now entered the mid-stage of the fourth realm, and our yin and yang have transformed. Congratulations. That's wonderful. Xiao Yu expressed his happiness for them. Senior brother, what about you? What is your current cultivation level? They asked. Xiao Yu smiled slightly. I am still in the third major realm, currently in the mid-stage. In a few days, I should be able to break through to the late stage. This was, of course, not the truth. Not slow at all. Congratulations, senior brother, they said, somewhat surprised. Then the two shared their adventurous experiences during this trip to Yinzhou with Xiao Yu. They encountered many dangers on their expedition, with many cultivators present, including experts from the third, fourth, and even fifth realms. A great battle broke out, resulting in countless casualties. They had survived narrowly, but had not gained much. I'm sorry, senior brother. This time we couldn't bring back any treasures and have nothing to give you, they said apologetically. Xiao Yu waved his hand. It's all right. I'm already very happy that you both came back alive. In the future, don't worry about bringing me anything. Just keep it for yourselves. You need to cultivate as well, and it is not easy. I don't want to burden you. Senior brother, Lin Fan and Xian Yu were suddenly anxious and wanted to say something. But Xiao Yu raised his hand to interrupt them, speaking firmly from now on. It will be like this. If you come to see me, just chat with me and share your experiences from the outside. We can drink tea and have meals together, and I will feel very satisfied. If you think of bringing me any cultivation resources or compete for me, then you might as well not come, and we need not be friends. All right, senior brother, we will listen to you. Lin Fan and Tianyuan had no choice but to agree when they heard him say this. Xiao Yu finally felt satisfied. In his heart, he secretly thought that the world of immortals and martial arts was indeed cruel. Although Lin Fan and Tianyuan spoke lightly, he could still sense the dangers from their words. Xiao Yu was even more determined to stay here and not go out. Of course, he didn't want to bring any pressure to his friends. Senior brother, what happened to those 3 pets? Tianyuan suddenly glanced around the courtyard and asked, noticing the absence of the 3 pets. Hearing this, Xiao Yu replied with a smirk, those 3 beasts are having a great time playing every day. They go out early in the morning and don't come back until night. Who knows what they're up to? Anyway, nothing has happened, so I can't be bothered with them. What, do you miss them? It's been a while since we last saw them. I do miss them a bit. Lin Fan and Tianyuan both laughed. Xiao Yu, come out and fight. Just as the 3 were talking, a loud shout suddenly came from outside the courtyard. Who? Lin Fan and Tianyuan were taken aback and were about to get up in confusion. Xiao Yu quickly gestured for them to sit down. No need to pay attention. It's that guy Gu Fei. This isn't the first time he has done this. He'll leave on his own after a while. Lin Fan and Tianyuan were surprised. What happened here while we were away? Does Gu Fei come here often? Boom. The next moment, Lin Fan could no longer sit still. Senior brother, who gave him the guts to disturb you here? I'll go take a look, he said to Xiao Yu, angrily walking out. Xiao Yu felt helpless upon seeing this and followed suit with Tianyuan. Chapter 49. The demon sect attacks outside the small courtyard. Just as Gu Fei was about to enter Xiao Yu's protective formation to hone himself, Lin Fan and the others walked out. Gu Fei, what do you want? Lin Fan shouted. Gu Fei paused upon hearing the voice. When he saw Lin Fan and Tianyuan, he was momentarily stunned, then smiled and said unexpectedly, Senior brother Lin. Senior sister Tianyuan, what are you doing here? Lin Fan did not give him a good face. Don't call me senior brother. I can't afford that. I just want to ask, what are you doing here? Who sent you? Gu Fei frowned and said, I came here to challenge Xiao Yu. No one sent me. I came here myself. Lin Fan replied angrily, get lost. You're not welcome here, and don't come here to disturb senior brother in the future. Or I want to be polite. They knew that senior brother's time of recultivation was about the same as when Gu Fei started cultivating. And senior brother couldn't possibly be a match for Gu Fei, this chaos holy body. To them, Gu Fei was just here to bully Xiao Yu. Moreover, Xiao Yu's innate porcelain had been broken by this guy before, and Lin Fan had not forgotten to settle that score. Gu Fei was displeased upon hearing this. Senior brother Lin, considering the favor you and senior sister Tianyuan showed me when escorting me back to the sect, I'll temporarily call you senior brother and senior sister. But you're meddling too much. My challenge to Xiao Yu has nothing to do with you. What gives you the right to make me leave? Senior brother Xiao Yu is someone we respect most and also a friend of both me and senior sister Tianyuan. You keep coming here to disturb him, and that's your fault. We can't just sit back and do nothing. I'll ask you one last time. Will you leave or not? Lin Fan said, his gaze already turning cold. Gu Fei's smile vanished, and he said, if you want me to leave, that's fine, but only if you let Xiao Yu come out and fight me first. After we finish, I'll leave. Unreasonable, Lin Fan shouted upon hearing this. Senior brother, I'll go teach him a lesson for you. Without hesitation, he dashed out. Xiao Yu wanted to call him back, but didn't have time to do so, only letting out a helpless sigh. Tianyuan, on the side, did not object. She and Lin Fan had both broken through in cultivation, and at this moment, she actually wanted to find a suitable opponent to spar with. Since Gu Fei was also a special physique, and it was said that he had already broken through to the first layer of the 4th realm, it was a perfect match. Gu Fei, do you really think you're impressive? If you really want to challenge senior brother Xiao Yu, then you'll have to get past me first. Lin Fan said directly to Gu Fei once he stepped out. Gu Fei raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. Senior brother Lin, can you not force me? I really don't want to fight you. Then get lost. Don't come here again. Lin Fan shouted. I will never give up on challenging Xiao Yu. Since you, senior brother Lin, have said so, then I have no choice but to offend you. If I win, you and senior sister Tianyuan, you must not interfere in my matters with Xiao Yu in the future, Gu Fei said. Challenging Xiao Yu had almost become an obsession for him. Moreover, he had already experienced the benefits of breaking into Xiao Yu's formation and was enjoying it every day. So how could he easily give up? He sincerely didn't want to fight Lin Fan or Tianyu, as they had helped him. But Lin Fan's attitude now was making him a bit angry. Then come on. Let me see just how extraordinary you, this chaos holy body, really are, Lin Fan said. Soon, the two arrived at a large open space in front of Xiao Yu's small courtyard to engage in combat. They did not suppress their realms. Lin Fan also intended to give this chaos holy body a hard time, so he didn't think about fighting at the same level. Xiao Yu and Tianyu watched the battle from the side. Bang, bang, bang. However, after a round of fighting, the result was surprising. Even though Lin Fan had now broken into the mid-stage of the fourth realm, yin-yang transformation, Gu Fei was only at the early stage of the fourth realm, five-element cycle. Yet, Lin Fan surprisingly couldn't gain any advantage. Gu Fei's chaos holy body was indeed terrifying as he fought across realms, engaging Lin Fan, who was at a higher small realm, in fierce combat. In the end, Gu Fei suddenly smashed down with a punch, as if a great mountain was pressing down, sending Lin Fan flying and defeating him. Is this the chaos holy body? Qianyu was astonished. Lin Fan felt it was unbelievable. He was at a higher small realm and also had a special physique. Yet he couldn't defeat Gu Fei, who was a chaos holy body, under such circumstances. His yin-yang fish could not suppress Gu Fei at all. Gu Fei's chaos holy body could immunize against his yin-yang fish and even reverse the suppression on it. Gu Fei was too strong, giving off an unmovable mountain-like feeling. I'll give it a try too. Suddenly, Qianyu came back to her senses and shouted. She immediately engaged Gu Fei in battle. Xiao did not stop her, as he realized that besides wanting to defend his honor, both of them were a bit eager to spar. Senior sister Tianyu, I see you want to spar with me. All right, I'll play with you. I'll hurt you. Gu Fei also noticed their intentions. And although they were in a fierce battle, he didn't go all out. Instead, he enjoyed the fight with both of them. Before long, with a bang, Tianyu was also defeated. We lost. Gu Fei, you are indeed formidable. Tianyu had to admit that even though they were at a higher small realm and were also special physiques, they still couldn't defeat Gu Fei. Gu Fei was now being called the strongest disciple of Tianyuan Sect, which was not an exaggeration. Senior brother Lin, senior sister Tianyu, you're actually very strong too. You just happened to meet me. I also have the advantage of my physique. Otherwise, I might not be your match. Don't be angry with me. I really don't have any ill intentions toward Xiao Yu. I find him not bad, except for being a bit timid. I simply want to challenge him. If he agrees, I'll suppress my realm and fight him at the same level. Besides, he hasn't fought with me even once. I really haven't bullied him, Gu Fei said at this moment. Oomph. Lin Fan snorted coldly upon hearing this, but didn't say anything further. He could feel that during their earlier combat, this guy had already been holding back. Why do you insist on challenging senior brother Xiao Yu? Suddenly, he and Qianyu voiced their doubts. Gu Fei then explained his reasons. After listening, Lin Fan and Qianyu were left speechless. Senior brother. The two of them looked at Xiao Yu with some guilt. According to their previous agreement, if they lost, they couldn't interfere in the matters between Xiao Yu and Gu Fei. Seeing this, Xiao Yu smiled slightly and said, You two don't need to feel guilty. Gu Fei wants to challenge me, but he probably won't be able to do it in a short time, so you don't need to pay him any mind. Hearing this, Gu Fei immediately became upset and exclaimed indignantly, Xiao Yu, don't be so pleased with yourself. One day I will break your formation. Xiao Yu merely shook his head, too lazy to say anything further. Formation? Lin Fan and Qianyu exchanged puzzled glances. Xiao Yu smiled and explained to them, I have set up some formations outside my yard. I controlled them when you came in, so you didn't feel anything. However, if you have the chance, you too can come with Gu Fei to try it out. It will be beneficial for you. He also informed them about the agreement he had with Gu Fei regarding the challenge. At this point, he glanced at Gu Fei and said to the two, Otherwise, do you think this guy comes to me every day to challenge me, gets rejected each time, yet still comes back willingly? Why do you think that is? Gu Fei's face turned red upon hearing this, and he scratched his head, so you knew all along. Lin Fan and Qianyu's eyes lit up at that moment. Without saying a word, they decided to give it a try. Xiao Yu nodded in agreement. Stop. Senior brother, we can't take it anymore. But just a short while after they rushed in, they let out horrified screams. They stumbled out in utter disarray, their faces filled with terror. Ha ha ha, senior brother Lin Fan, senior sister Qian Yu, you two are too weak. Gu Fei couldn't help but recall how he had looked when he first came and burst into laughter. What are you laughing at? If you're so capable, go in and try. Lin Fan and Qian Yu coldly huffed. Fine, I'll go. It's not like I haven't experienced it before. You two better keep your eyes wide open, Gu Fei said proudly. Then he boldly walked in. Xiao Yu, this isn't right. It's unfair. The power of the formation isn't that strong for them. But as soon as I came in, you strengthened the formation's power. Don't think I don't know. It hurts so much. What is this? Stop. But soon, frantic cries echoed from within the protective formation, and he looked even more disheveled than Lin Fan and Qian Yu. Seeing this, Lin Fan and Qian Yu couldn't help but burst into laughter. They realized that this was Xiao Yu teaching Gu Fei a little lesson for mocking them. Our spiritual energy seems to have become more solidified. They both noticed some subtle changes in themselves. After enduring the trials of the formation, they had actually made a slight improvement, their foundation becoming more solid. Although the improvement was minor, they understood that if accumulated over time, it would lead to a frightening gain. At this moment, they finally understood the meaning of Xiao Yu's earlier words. Time flew by. For the next 3 days, Lin Fan, Qian Yu, and Gu Fei came to Xiao Yu's place every day. Each time they left, they were exhausted from all the antics. When they reached the turn, Gu Fei would remind them, senior brother Lin Fan, senior sister Qian Yu, you need to be careful when passing by here in the future. Sometimes, you might suddenly encounter 3 wild beasts. If you're unlucky, you might get beaten up and become a joke in the sect. 3 beasts? Lin Fan and Qian Yu were puzzled. Gu Fei nodded and described, there's a half-grown black dog, a bird covered in bright feathers, and a carp the size of a basin. I don't know who raised it, but it has developed some spirit and is quite mischievous. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan and Qian Yu exchanged glances, feeling that this sounded somewhat familiar. Could it be? On the 4th day, they didn't come again. This left Xiao Yu puzzled. Had something happened to them, especially Gu Fei, who had been coming every day without fail. Was this a sign of something strange? What was that smell? At that moment, Xiao Yu's nose twitched as he suddenly caught a whiff of an incredibly peculiar fragrance. As if sensing something, he looked up in surprise and found that, at some point, large patches of colorful mist were climbing up the mountains towards the entire Tianyuan Sect, even beginning to engulf his small courtyard. Is this soft, immortal fragrance? Xiao Yu quickly recognized what it was. A type of poison. When cultivators inhale it, their bodies become weak and they lose their ability to resist. Even a celestial being would find it hard to withstand. It is rare in the Xinwu world, but many are aware of it. Xiao Yu was taken aback. He quickly covered his nose and mouth, checking his own condition. I'm actually fine. The Hongmeng sacred body is immune to all poisons. Xiao Yu was delighted. Everything was normal for him. But he became curious. Who was releasing this soft, immortal fragrance? What were they planning? Tianyuan Sect, 800 years ago, you wiped out my entire Tianyuan Sect. Today, my Tianyuan Sect comes to repay this great grudge. You shall all die. At that moment, a wild, thunderous laughter echoed through the skies above the Tianyuan Sect. In the sky, dozens of powerful figures emerged from the void, exuding an evil aura and terrifying killing intent, as if they were demons and ghosts rising from hell. Xiao Yu, you abandoned child of Tianyuan Sect. You actually killed several of my Tianyuan Sect's experts. Today, we are here on orders to send you and the Tianyuan Sect on your way. At the same time, several figures suddenly appeared in the Yangwang courtyard. They stared at Xiao Yu like hungry wolves. A terrifying killing intent enveloped the Yangwang courtyard like the sea. Xiao Yu sensed a crisis and quickly contacted Elder 13 secretly. But he only received the reply, Sai, you'll have to fend for yourself. I'm being held up and can't get away for now. Xiao Yu was shocked. Isn't it said that I could call him if something happened? Am I going to have to rely on myself this time? Chapter 50. The first real strike after rebuilding. Elder 13 has misled me. Xiao Yu lamented inwardly. What else could he say? At a critical moment, he still had to rely on himself. He understood that the Tianyuan Sect must also be facing powerful enemies at this moment. so it was normal for Elder 13 to be unable to come. However, when he looked at the 8 figures that appear before him, his expression grew serious. There were a total of 8 people, and judging by the aura they released, none were weaker than him. 1 was a 7th realm super expert, 2 were 6th realm, and the other 5 were all 5th realm. Boom! The moment these 8 people arrived, the 7th realm expert waved his hand, launching a terrifying attack that destroyed all the formations Xiao Yu had set up outside his courtyard in an instant. He didn't even give Xiao Yu a moment to react. Clearly, the enemy had already grasped information about him in advance and knew about the formations outside his yard. You Tianyuan Sect really think highly of me, don't you? 1 7th realm, 2 6th realms, and 5 5th realms. Should I feel honored? Xiao Yu felt a bit heavy-hearted and looked at the 7 with a serious expression. No need for idle chatter, Xiao Yu. I heard you still have 4 slaying Dao talismans on you. You can use them now, or else you won't have any chance at all. The leading 7th realm expert said coolly upon hearing Xiao Yu's words. They no longer concealed their appearances, revealing their bodies and faces. The killing intent emanating from them, locking onto Xiao Yu. The 7th level expert was an old man. The 2 6th level experts were middle-aged men, and among the 5 5th level experts, there were 2 women and 3 men, looking even younger, seemingly in their 20s. The 8 of them looked at Xiao Yu with extremely cold eyes, their lips curling into cruel and ruthless smiles. However, Xiao Yu understood that in the immortal martial world, experts had long lifespans, and many cultivators had techniques to maintain their youthful appearances, making it difficult to judge their ages solely by their looks. Many cultivators might appear to be teenagers or even children, but in reality, they could be millennia-old monsters. It seems you know quite a bit about me, even how many Dao-slaying talismans I have in hand. Am I destined to die today? Xiao Yu spoke, looking somewhat skeptically at the 7th level expert. As a 7th level powerhouse, are you really willing to sacrifice yourself without any reluctance or fear? This group of experts from the Tianyuan Sect seemed in no hurry to take action. They appeared very confident, as if everything was under their control. Hearing Xiao Yu's words, the 7th level expert smiled slightly and said, "At my current level in the immortal martial way, I can no longer make any progress, and my lifespan is short. I came today only to pave the way for the younger disciples of Tianyuan Sect and to eliminate the obstacles to your death. In this way, even if I die, I will feel content. Sacrificing oneself for one's sect is indeed admirable. All right then, I will fulfill you," Xiao Yu nodded and said. Without further ado, he materialized a Dao-slaying talisman in his hand and immediately used it against this 7th level expert. A massive sword descended from the sky, leaving no room for resistance. Swish! In an instant, it pierced through the chest of the Tianyuan Sect's 7th level expert, pinning him to the ground. The Tianyuan Sect expert let out a piercing scream. It was visibly apparent that the aura and lifespan within him were rapidly diminishing, having already reached the end of his life. He was quickly drained and turned into a desiccated corpse. Finally, he transformed into a wisp of flying ash and vanished without a trace. Even more tragic than the 4 elders and the 7th elder of the Tianyuan Sect before. The other 7, witnessing this scene, had their pupils constrict sharply, feeling a deep chill in their hearts. They finally witnessed the power of the Dao-slaying talismans, truly terrifying. A 7th level expert was utterly unable to resist. They did not try to intervene, seemingly aware that it would be futile. They could only watch helplessly as the 7th level powerhouse fell. Xiao Yu sighed inwardly. He initially did not want to waste the Dao-slaying talismans, but he had no choice. The other party was a 7th level expert, far stronger than him at present, posing the greatest threat. He could not refrain from using the talisman. It's our turn now. Use up the remaining Dao-slaying talismans. After the 7th level expert died, 2 6th level experts and 1 5th level expert from the Tianyuan Sect stepped forward, preparing to endure the next 3 Dao-slaying talismans from Xiao Yu. They seemed unafraid of death, as if they had been chosen by Tianyuan Sect to absorb Xiao Yu's Dao-slaying talismans. However, Xiao Yu shook his head and sneered. No need. What do you mean? Hearing Xiao Yu's words, the remaining 7 Tianyuan Sect experts were momentarily stunned. Xiao Yu smiled brightly, revealing a row of white teeth. resembling a fierce beast slowly exposing its fangs, and stared at them, saying, "To eliminate you lot, using just one Dao-slaying talismans is more than enough." What? Upon hearing this, the remaining 7 Tianyuan Sect experts were taken aback. Immediately, they seemed to be provoked, their anger flaring up. Seeking death. Arrogant, they shouted in unison. "You, a mere discarded pawn expelled from the Tianyuan Sect not long ago, dare to be so arrogant before us? You are at most at the 3rd level, not even reaching the 4th level. Where do you find the courage and confidence to think that you can contend with us 6th and 5th level experts?" They scoffed disdainfully. Killing you is like squashing an ant. Xiao Yu, however, was not angry. He merely chuckled and tilted his head in response. "Who told you I am at the 3rd level? Aren't you at the 3rd level?" The 7 were taken aback. Xiao Yu slowly released his own aura, stepping forward and saying, "After half a year of rebuilding, the world thinks I have fallen to the depths. In this grand era, with special physique genius disciples emerging, everyone believes my era has passed, and I will be trampled by those with special physiques, becoming an ordinary person. But today, I will let you see my true strength after half a year of rebuilding. To die at my hands is a privilege for you 7. In secret, he had already set up a formation within 100 meters around him. Not even a 7th level expert could break through or intrude. 5th level. You've actually reached the 5th level. No, to be precise, you are at the late stage of the 5th level. As Xiao Yu's aura was released, the 7 were immediately astonished, their expressions changing. However, they quickly regained their composure and sneered. "It's just the late stage of the 5th level. Among the remaining 7 of us, who is weaker than you? Do you think you can fight against us 7, including 2 6th level experts, without using Dao-slaying talismans? You're looking for death. Fine, then we will fulfill you. Once you are dead, we will take your Dao-slaying talismans from your corpse," they said with sinister tones and cruel expressions. They were already prepared to sacrifice someone to absorb Xiao Yu's Dao-slaying talismans. Indeed, Xiao Yu's Dao-slaying talismans were terrifying and could not be blocked. But now, since Xiao Yu was no longer using his Dao-slaying talismans against them, they were naturally even more pleased. Even if Xiao Yu revealed his 5th level cultivation base to the 5 of them, it was no different from a foolish act of seeking death. They already envisioned Xiao Yu's imminent downfall. "You're the first batch to know my true strength. Tonight, all of you will stay," Xiao Yu said. After finishing his words, he no longer spoke further. With a cold smile at the corner of his mouth, he flashed forward, actively charging out to kill. After hiding for half a year, he had endured too much humiliation and needed to vent. The 7 from the Tianyuan Sect were just right for this. Of course, 6th level experts were indeed terrifying. 4 5th level cultivators, they were absolutely powerful. However, this was for an average 5th level cultivator. Xiao Yu was not an ordinary 5th level cultivator. He was the Hongmeng Sacred Body. What a 6th level. Today, I will slay the 6th level. Boom! A terrifying aura erupted from Xiao Yu, and at that moment his entire being transformed. He resembled a battle maniac bursting forth from darkness. A fierce and daunting aura surged to its peak. He seemed entirely different from his usual calm and tranquil demeanor in the small courtyard. To describe it in one sentence, still as a virgin, moving like thunder. He, since you seek death, I will fulfill you. Seeing Xiao Yu face them without fear or retreat, instead actively launching an attack, the 7 from Tianyuan Sect immediately sneered. In the next moment, the 5 5th level experts among them also unleashed terrifying killing intent. They moved simultaneously, charging at Xiao Yu. As for the other 2 6th level experts, they seemed to rely on their status, unwilling to act at this moment, and looked down on Xiao Yu, believing that the other 5 could easily slay him. They chose to stand aside and watch the show with cold smiles. The 5th level experts of the Tianyuan Sect were just like this. But soon, a shocking scene unfolded. Just as they engaged, a disdainful laugh came from Xiao Yu, a female expert from the Tianyuan Sect at the late stage of the 5th realm. Had just faced him, and before they could exchange 2 moves, Xiao Yu had already seized her neck and immobilized her body. All her cultivation was sealed in that instant, and she was like a little chick under Xiao Yu's control, unable to escape. No. The next moment, as Xiao Yu's words fell, under the terrified gaze and desperate cries of the female expert, he violently separated her head from her body. Along with it, a bright red spine and numerous internal organs were pulled out. A large amount of blood poured down from the air. The female expert at the fifth realm instantly perished. What? How is this possible? The remaining six were all shocked, their faces showing horror. Two sixth realm experts involuntarily took a step forward, clearly startled. The other four fifth realm experts were shaken. My former comrades, in the demon heaven battlefield, were also killed in such a cruel manner. Today, I will repay you with their death to comfort their souls in the afterlife, Xiao Yu said with a faint smile after casually tossing aside the two severed bodies. At this moment, he looked more like a demon king than a king, cold and ruthless, the scene filled with visual impact. Kill. However, the four from the Tianyuan Sect quickly regained their composure and immediately attacked Xiao Yu with all their might. They realized that this guy before them could not be compared to an ordinary fifth realm expert. Although he was also at the late stage of the fifth realm, he could kill them in an instant. His strength was terrifying. Poof, poof, poof. But after a brief exchange, they were quickly killed. All four wore expressions of disbelief. Before dying, they seemed unable to believe why. Being at the same fifth realm, they were as fragile as paper in Xiao Yu's hands, unable to withstand a single blow. Not knowing until they fought, but after engaging with Xiao Yu, they felt as if he carried an innate pressure that suppressed them, comparable to heavenly might, making their souls tremble and compelling them to submit completely, greatly limiting their performance. Moreover, at the same level, the power Xiao Yu displayed was at least 5 times greater than theirs. But before they could shout out the truth, in mid-air, with just a few flickers, all four were killed simultaneously, their bodies falling to the cold ground. Next, it's your turn. Today, let you see how a fifth realm kills a sixth realm, Xiao Yu said without pausing, turning to look at the remaining 2 sixth realm experts with a cold smile. Chapter 51. Reverse Journey to Slay Immortals. Exploding the sixth realm experts seeing this scene. The expressions of the 2 sixth realm experts from the Tianyuan Sect turned extremely gloomy and cold. Their hearts were also quite unsettled. Just now, Xiao Yu had effortlessly slaughtered their 5 fifth realm experts with precision, without dragging his feet, like a hot knife through butter. Such momentum even chilled the hearts of the 2 sixth realm experts. They privately considered that if it were them, they might barely be able to achieve such a level. They even secretly compared themselves, believing they were likely not as clean and decisive as Xiao Yu. This indicated that Xiao Yu, at the late stage of the fifth realm, was not weaker than either of them. Looking at it today, our actions against this guy are likely to fail. They exchanged glances, both sensing something ominous. It wasn't that they feared Xiao Yu could take on 2 of them and kill them, but rather that Xiao Yu still had a slaying talisman in hand. Even if the 2 of them could defeat Xiao Yu later, if he used the slaying talisman, they would ultimately still die. The moment the 5 fifth realm experts were killed had already largely determined that their operation against Xiao Yu tonight would fail. Cultivating is like going against the heavens. The path is difficult. A small difference in realm is like being separated by a great mountain. Even if you are so formidable in the 5th realm, without truly facing the 6th realm, how would you know the terror of the 6th realm? Xiao Yu, if you have the ability, destroy your remaining slaying talisman now, and then let us fight to see who kills him. Do you dare? One of the 6th realm experts then coldly snorted at Xiao Yu. The other provocatively stared at Xiao Yu. Seeing this, Xiao Yu couldn't help but shake his head and sneer. Are you too stupid? Why would I destroy my slaying talisman? Trying to provoke me with such a cheap trick is too clumsy. Just put away those thoughts. I've said it tonight, you will all die. You are indeed scared, afraid that you can't defeat us and will be killed. So you keep the slaying talisman to save your life. I thought you had some great ability. The reason you can be so arrogant in front of us is just because of the courage the slaying talisman gives you. Hearing Xiao Yu's words, the 2 continued to mock him. However, Xiao Yu was not angered and coldly laughed. Whether it's true or not, you will know after we fight. As his words fell, he took the initiative to charge at the 2 sixth realm experts. He would not be provoked by these 2. Would destroy the slaying talisman. This was a life and death battle, and victory was destined to be on his side. Regardless of whether he could win without relying on the slaying talisman, just having it ensured that he would not die tonight. Why should he listen to these 2 guys' provocations? Moreover, he might not even lose. Damn it. He isn't falling for it. In that case, let us try to resolve him in battle, not giving him a chance to use the slaying talisman. This is our only chance for survival. Attack. Upon seeing this, the two Sixth Realm experts' faces turned extremely grim. They exchanged glances and used secret techniques to communicate. Then, their eyes turned cold as they charged at Xiao Yu. Boom! A terrifying aura erupted from them. The momentum of the Sixth Realm experts poured out like a river. In an instant, Xiao Yu met them. A spatial force erupted around Xiao Yu, sharp as a knife, as if it aimed to obliterate everything. The two Sixth Realm experts also unleashed their spatial power. One wielded dual blades, while the other held a spear. The dual blades slashed, and in an instant two red, eerie blade lights pierced through the night, targeting Xiao Yu's chest and head. The spear swung, releasing a green python, opening its massive mouth, containing powerful spatial energy, as if it wanted to swallow Xiao Yu whole and strangle him. At the same time, their eyes flickered, releasing a peculiar soul power imbued with a reincarnation aura, aiming to pull Xiao Yu's soul into reincarnation. Each eye bore 3 strange reincarnation marks, totaling 6, which flickered continuously, with the reincarnation aura's soul power being released through them. This was the rebirth eye. Xiao Yu inexplicably felt an extreme sense of danger approaching. His soul trembled, feeling unstable, as if it were being pulled out of his body, and he had a strong urge to fall into a deep sleep. He instantly understood that this was the reincarnation ability that a Sixth Realm initial stage expert had begun to master, exerting its influence on him. This was a means that Fifth Realm experts did not possess, and it was extremely terrifying. The Fifth Realm, named, means to perceive space. Fifth Realm cultivators seek to understand and master spatial power. The Sixth Realm, named, signifies that cultivators in this grand realm not only master spatial power, but also begin to delve into the mysteries of life and death. The Sixth Realm initial stage, called, allows cultivators to explore life and death, comprehend life, absorb death energy and life energy, and with special techniques, gradually condense 3 reincarnation marks in each eye. Once perfected, the eyes are called rebirth eyes. Usually they're no different from ordinary people, but once used, the rebirth eyes automatically manifest and release soul power imbued with reincarnation aura, affecting enemies. Once the enemy is tainted, they will be influenced by the goal of reincarnation and pulled into the illusion of the cycle of birth and death. Those with lower cultivation may lose themselves in their own reincarnation illusion and can never escape, ultimately leading to the consumption and death of their primordial spirit, turning into a walking corpse. Those with higher cultivation, if they cannot surpass the caster, will also be greatly affected, controlled by the reincarnation environment. Unable to awaken for a short time, making them vulnerable to being killed by the caster from the outside, leading to their downfall. Only those whose cultivation level surpasses that of the caster can remain unaffected and even severely injure the caster in return. Therefore, once a Sixth Realm powerhouse masters this ability, they can easily crush cultivators of the Fifth Realm and below. This is the reason why the deeper one cultivates, the harder it becomes to fight beyond their level, as the supernatural abilities mastered by higher-level cultivators are too terrifying and strange, far surpassing those of lower-level cultivators, and they also possess the abilities of lower-level cultivators, making it extremely difficult for the latter to defend against them. Xiao Yu is currently in such a situation. However, at this moment, Xiao Yu's primordial spirit suddenly shook, bursting forth with a purple light, breaking free from this influence. Not only that, his primordial spirit power transformed into a blade, slashing at the soul power released by the two, tearing apart their souls. At the same time, in response to the physical attacks from the two, Xiao Yu also reacted. He waved his hands, not needing any weapons, stacking his fists and palms together, and a terrifying spatial power erupted heavily in front of him. The spatial power unleashed by the two Sixth Realm experts was even slightly weaker than his. The might of the Hongmeng sacred body was revealed. In an instant, the 3 powers collided, resulting in a terrifying intertwining and obliteration. The blade light of the two Sixth Realm experts was shattered, and the imposing green python was crushed. Its head smashed and exploded. The two sixth realm experts trembled violently. A painful scream escaped their mouths, feeling a splitting headache. The two quickly retreated, looking at Xiao Yu with eyes filled with horror and disbelief. How is this possible? Not only is your power not weaker than ours, but your primordial spirit is as steady as a mountain, able to withstand our reincarnation power. The two let out incredulous shouts, deeply shocked. Just after one encounter, they were already injured. The primordial spirit conveyed a strong feeling of tearing pain, and they felt that when their soul power touched Xiao Yu's primordial spirit, it was like a small river trying to shake a towering mountain, unable to budge. Kill. However, Xiao Yu did not say much to them at this moment. He seemed to transform into an unmatched war god, his battle intent rising, as if he had burst forth from a small world, exuding an invincible aura. His black hair flew like a waterfall, and his eyes emitted a sharp cold light as he stepped forward, instantly appearing in front of the two, raising his hand like a mighty general, striking down fiercely. Boom! A powerful aura and terrifying fluctuations engulfed the area. Xiao Yu moved with great force, his body radiating a strong, murderous intent, like an 18-armed Vajra. You are merely in the fifth realm, yet you dare to kill us? We will never let you succeed in this endeavor. The two sixth realm experts, regaining their senses from shock, shouted in rage and fully erupted, holding nothing back. The murderous intent that burst forth from them was like a torrent, waves crashing, seemingly wanting to completely drown and devour Xiao Yu. The three figures flickered and teleported through the void, engaging in intense combat, with spatial power surging. Everywhere they went, mountains and forests were ruthlessly destroyed, and the void trembled continuously. They fought from the real world into the spatial realm and back again. Boom, boom, boom. The sounds of fierce fighting erupted. The three fought with madness, completely risking their lives. Xiao Yu grew increasingly fierce. However, the two sixth realm experts became more and more alarmed as they fought. They gradually realized with terror that not only could Xiao Yu resist their reincarnation gaze, but he could also injure them severely with his primordial spirit. The spatial power he unleashed was not weaker than theirs, and in fact, Xiao Yu's mastery of spatial power was even more skilled and subtle than theirs. Each movement a work of art, with no excess or flamboyance. He could even exploit small openings to break their attacks, swiftly turning the tide and causing them to be trapped in fluctuations. They dared not use their reincarnation gaze against Xiao Yu anymore. A monster. This is simply a monster. How could someone in the fifth realm be like this? Perhaps even a special physique could not achieve this. The two were horrified, their mental state rapidly collapsing. They sustained varying degrees of injuries. Xiao Yu also bore injuries, but his condition was clearly much better than theirs. Moreover, the injuries on Xiao Yu did not weaken him. Instead, they made him appear even more valiant, exuding a terrifying aura. The two sixth realm powerhouses felt their hearts tremble, shaken and intimidated by this invincible momentum, affecting their mental state. He continued to bombard them. The two sixth realm experts felt something was wrong, and at this moment, even thoughts of escape arose. But as they teleported away, they were horrified to find that the area had already been sealed off by Xiao Yu's formation, making escape impossible. I am unwilling. You haven't even used the Dao slashing talisman, and you are just a discarded child expelled from the sect. How can you be so strong? Ultimately, the two let out a cry of unwillingness and despair. Boom! Xiao Yu exploded their primordial spirits, causing their bodies to fall from the void. Xiao Yu, fighting 2 against 1, successfully killed 2 sixth realm experts, defying the odds and overcoming a higher realm. Chapter 52. A critical situation: 5 late-stage 5th realm experts and 2 early-stage 6th realm experts. This should be close to my current limit of strength. If another early-stage 6th realm expert comes, assuming the Dao slashing talisman is not used, I might be able to win, but it would come at a heavy cost. And I might even lose my life. After killing the 2 6th realm experts, Xiao Yu assessed his current level of strength. He could ignore any opponent below the 5th realm and should be able to crush those of the same realm, even fighting 10 against 1. However, in battles beyond his level, he could at most take on 3 at once, and against 3 early-stage 6th realm experts, he would be at a disadvantage. He was somewhat satisfied with this outcome. His internal spiritual power was nearly depleted, and he had sustained some injuries, but they were not serious. Thanks to the Hongmeng sacred body, his recovery speed was rapid. He only needed to rest for about half a tea session to fully recover. Xiao Yu did not dare to be careless. It wasn't until he searched the area using the map generated by the creation diagram and found no one else nearby that he finally breathed a sigh of relief and relaxed his mind slightly. Boom! Just then, before Xiao Yu could search the corpses, he heard a violent noise from a distance, and he felt an earthquake shaking the ground. He couldn't help but be startled, then raised his head to gaze towards Tianyuan Sect as the sound came from that direction. There, a terrifying light erupted, piercing and illuminating the night sky. An astonishingly terrifying aura and energy fluctuations radiated out from there. Tianyuan Sect? Just a group of remnants from the demonic path who barely survived in the past. With your strength, you dare to invade Tianyuan Sect? 800 years ago, my Tianyuan Sect wiped you out once. Today, we can do it again. Since you have voluntarily walked into the trap, you shall not escape. Be completely exterminated. Tianyuan Sect. How could you have been prepared in advance? How did you know about our Tianyuan Sect's plan? The traitor you planted in our Tianyuan has already been captured by us. We have long seen through your plan to attack today, and we have been waiting for you for quite some time. What? Damn it, Tianyuan. If that's the case, then let's fight to the death. Kill. The astonishing sounds of conversation reverberated through the heavens and the earth, carrying intense emotions that spread clearly in all directions, like a great bell. Immediately, Xiao Yu seemed to see more than a dozen figures erupting into fierce combat, each exuding an incredibly powerful and terrifying aura. Their killing intent rising and almost drowning that area of the world. If it weren't for the protective great formation of Tianyuan guarding the entire sect, perhaps it would have been reduced to nothingness. Even so, many buildings within Tianyuan had been turned into ruins, collapsing in pieces. In the night sky, furious roars echoed, resembling the thunderous sounds of heaven and earth, shaking the land and void. These figures moved as if they could shake the heavens and the earth, as if they aimed to obliterate this world. They were like great suns, blinding to the soul, hard to look at directly, and the sounds they emitted were powerful enough to shake an elephant to death. What so-called outstanding disciples, what 5th or 6th realm compared to these figures? They were as weak as ants. Moreover, in other places within Tianyuan, multiple battlefields erupted, all engaged in fierce combat. The glint of swords and the flash of blades flickered, and fire rained down like meteorites, occasionally illuminating a corner of the battlefield, instantly revealing a scene of brutal carnage. Puffed. Someone was spitting blood, staggering. Xiao Yu saw lives withering away, both disciples of Tianyuan and disciples of Tianyuan Sect. Both sides were fighting desperately at this moment, the shouts of killing echoing endlessly. Enormous rose in the void, each imposing and filled with a strong aura of slaughter, engaged in fierce combat, with an incredibly sinister aura coiling around like a giant python. Boom! Suddenly, a heart-stopping energy surged, and Xiao Yu's gaze flickered as he focused to see a being violently shattered, emitting a mournful cry and a sorrowful howl, ultimately collapsing unwillingly and exploding into countless fragments that dissipated between heaven and earth. Even from a distance, Xiao Yu still felt a thrill of fear. The terrifying aura coming from Tianyuan made him feel as if the end of the world was approaching and the heavens were about to collapse. At the same time, he gleaned some truths from the earlier astonishing conversations. Tianyuan Sect's attack had already been detected and prepared for by Tianyuan. The traitor within Tianyuan had already been captured, yet he was completely unaware of all this. Tianyuan hadn't sent anyone to inform him, giving him no chance to prepare. How infuriating! As he watched the fierce battle erupting within Tianyuan ahead, Xiao Yu's gaze flickered, and he quickly contemplated. Should he first distance himself from this place of trouble and wait until the conflict between Tianyuan and Tianyuan Sect was over? Although from the grand sounds of conversation he had just heard, Tianyuan seemed prepared and Tianyuan Sect might have been deceived, Xiao Yu couldn't be sure which side would ultimately prevail. Who knew if Tianyuan Sect had hidden cards or backup plans after returning to sweep through again after 800 years? However, he was also worried about Lin Fan and Xiao Yu. He had no idea how they were doing now. Xiao Yu hesitated, wondering if he should secretly sneak over to take a look, and if possible, quietly take Lin Fan and Xiao Yu away first. But if he did that, his secret might be exposed. And those three beasts, with such a huge commotion happening now, he didn't know where they had gone. He hoped they wouldn't get caught up in this conflict. Xiao Yu muttered, cursing. He hadn't paid much attention to the three pets for a long time. And during this time, they often appeared and disappeared unpredictably, leaving him clueless about what they were doing. At this critical moment, they were unexpectedly absent. Sometimes, Xiao Yu suspected that they were secretly up to no good behind his back, as the three of them had been acting rather sneaky lately. Seeming guilty when they saw him, they often gathered together whispering to each other. Although he couldn't understand what they were saying, Xiao Yu could feel that the three pets seemed to have really become cunning, colluding together. So I should go take a look. With the creation map to cover my aura, no one should be able to detect me. Plus, I can disguise myself a bit later to avoid being recognized. Ultimately, Xiao Yu decided to sneak over to take a look. If those three pets were gone, then so be it. They were currently dispensable to him, and he wouldn't feel any regret. But Lin Fan and Xiao Yu, he couldn't just stand by and watch them die. To avoid being recognized by Lin Fan and Xiao Yu, he disguised himself again, feeling that even those closest to him wouldn't be able to recognize him. And then he left his small courtyard, stealthily heading towards Tianyuan Sect. Before leaving, he didn't forget to loot the corpses. Although he had the creation map and found the treasures on the just-killed Tianyuan Sect experts uninteresting, if he could gather some treasure from these people, it would still be considered a fortune for others below the sixth realm. Moreover, if Xiao Yu didn't need them, he could give them to Lin Fan and Xiao Yu later. Originally, Xiao Yu also planned to destroy the corpses before leaving. But after frowning as if he thought of something, he dismissed that idea. Soon, he arrived at the entrance of Tianyuan Sect. The journey was smooth, and he wasn't discovered. The formation has changed? However, just as Xiao Yu was about to infiltrate, he discovered that the protective Great Formation of Tianyuan Sect had changed. The previous protective formation had been destroyed, replaced by another type of sealing formation. This formation was extremely powerful. If someone without deep knowledge of formations entered, even a ninth realm expert would find it very difficult to escape. Xiao Yu's eyes flickered, and he immediately understood that Tianyuan Sect had indeed been prepared. They intended to completely seal off all the people from Tianyuan Sect attacking tonight within Tianyuan Sect to carry out a thorough extermination. The previous protective formation must have been deliberately arranged to be destroyed. Otherwise, how could Tianyuan Sect have easily broken in to attack Tianyuan Sect? Fortunately, this sealing formation was no challenge for him. Xiao Yu was already a master of formations, although he couldn't set up such a formation due to resource limitations. Dealing with this type of formation was a piece of cake. Don't ask why. Just know that the talent of the Hongmeng Sacred Body is this outrageous, not only formations, but he was also skilled in alchemy and artifact forging. However, his cultivation level was still insufficient, and some formations, alchemy, and artifact forging methods, even if he was proficient, he couldn't fully utilize them. Immediately, silently, Xiao Yu slipped into Tianyuan Sect like a shadow in the night. Inside Tianyuan Sect, the battle was still raging. The terrifying aura continued to wash over. Xiao Yu avoided those fearsome battlefields from a distance, wandering in other areas, indifferent to the screams of others, only searching for the figures of Lin Fan and Xiao Yu. It seemed that Tianyuan Sect's preparations weren't as thorough as expected, but along the way, Xiao Yu quickly saw many corpses of Tianyuan Sect disciples, and quite a few from Tianyuan Sect as well, but there were comparatively more from Tianyuan Sect. This caused Xiao Yu's heart to sink, raising even stronger worries. Because based on the situation at the scene, if Tianyuan Sect had truly been prepared, such a scenario shouldn't have occurred. Moreover, even Elder 13 hadn't been able to escape to rescue him. He seemed to be restrained, and when he replied to him, it felt quite sudden. Did this seem like a case of being prepared in advance? Even if they were prepared, it must have been very rushed, and they clearly hadn't had time to set everything up. Xiao Yu's eyes flickered as he quickly made a clear judgment and realized why the Tianyuan Sect had not informed him of the situation in time. it was simply too late. He then quickened his pace to search rapidly, hoping that Lin Fan and Xian Yu would be safe. But not long after, he arrived at a battlefield. Before he could find Lin Fan and Xian Yu, he encountered a familiar figure here, causing him to instinctively stop. Chapter 53, Striking in the Shadows. Stirring hearts not far ahead, several figures were engaged in a fierce battle. Judging from the aura they emitted, all were cultivators of the early stage of the fourth realm. Above the five elements wheel, there were a total of 6 people, one of whom was a disciple of the Tianyuan Sect, radiating a grand and powerful aura. The other 5 were disciples of the Tianyuan Sect, exuding a cold and sinister energy. This Tianyuan Sect disciple was none other than the Chaos Sacred Body, Gu Fei. Gu Fei's momentum was fierce, and his expression was ferocious. The 5 elements behind him made him look like a war god. The other 5 disciples of the Tianyuan Sect were not weak either. Their 5 elements wheels were also spinning rapidly, launching a combined assault against Gu Fei, with 2 of them being experts in the mid-stage of transformation, skilled in yin-yang transformations. The 5 figures flickered, and the intense power of the 5 elements clashed violently between them, creating strong waves. As Gu Fei stepped forward and threw punches, large amounts of spiritual energy exploded, causing immense pressure and injuries to the 5 Tianyuan Sect disciples. This was one of the core techniques of the Tianyuan Sect, Ling Wu Bao, and its preliminary technique, Bao Shi Shu, which formed spiritual power bombs by compressing spiritual energy, striking them out with fists and palms, and exploding around the enemy's body to inflict damage. It seemed that Gu Fei had chosen to cultivate this technique first after entering the fourth realm. Combined with his chaos sacred body physique, it indeed showcased the formidable power of this realm. Even with 2 mid-stage transformation experts among the 5 Tianyuan Sect disciples, they could only barely suppress Gu Fei. However, Gu Fei was also not having an easy time. The attacks from the 5 came like rain, nearly suffocating him, exhausting him greatly, especially those 2 mid-stage Tianyuan Sect disciples, pressing down on him like 2 small mountains, and despite being the Chaos Sacred Body, he felt immense pressure. Not to mention, there were 4 early-stage transformation enemies restraining him. Even though he was the Chaos Sacred Body and immune to the suppression of the yin-yang fish, he was still in a perilous situation. If he wasn't careful, he could easily lose his life. At their feet, there were numerous corpses, both from the Tianyuan Sect and the Tianyuan Sect, but more from the Tianyuan Sect, many of which bore explosive wounds, clearly killed by Gu Fei. Seeing this, the 4th Realm disciples of the Tianyuan Sect became anxious and sent out 5 4th Realm cultivators to encircle and kill Gu Fei. "You trash from the Tianyuan Sect. How dare you try to kill me? I am the Chaos Sacred Body, invincible for eternity." Suddenly, Gu Fei roared, raising his aura significantly, becoming even more ferocious, charging in like a rampaging lion. He fought desperately. His body was covered in horrifying wounds, some even exposing bone. But Gu Fei became even more vicious, a terrifying fierceness appearing on his face. After enduring a punch from one of the mid-stage 4th Realm Tianyuan Sect experts, he seized the moment and successfully killed one of the early-stage 4th Realm disciples of the Tianyuan Sect. BFF. After taking a punch, he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. He should have been severely injured, but the Chaos Sacred Body was incredibly resilient, allowing him to withstand the blow, only sustaining a moderate injury that didn't affect his continued combat. He quickly dodged away using the momentum. "Tianyuan Sect trash, you all must die tonight." After catching his breath, he engaged in battle with the remaining 4 Tianyuan Sect disciples. It was an extremely difficult fight. This guy was actually taking on 5 opponents at once. Even if he won, he would likely be heavily injured and need to recuperate for half a month. Seeing this, Xiao Yu felt a bit surprised and muttered to himself. He had no intention of intervening, although this guy had become familiar to him. Their relationship wasn't even close to friendship, and he still hadn't settled the account for the destruction of his life-bound porcelain. He felt no obligation to help Gu Fei. Moreover, Xiao Yu could see that although this guy was in a dangerous situation, the balance of the battle was already starting to tip in his favor. As long as no other Tianyuan Sect experts came to assist, The final victor should be Gu Fei. The reason Xiao Yu stopped to take a look was simply to see the true combat level of the Chaos Sacred Body. Now that he had seen it, he had a clearer understanding. If the fourth realm was this difficult, going higher would likely be even more challenging. After reaching the later stages, he might also be able to dominate in his realm, fighting multiple opponents, but to challenge at a higher level. He was far from being as powerful as his Hongmeng Sacred Body. Xiao Yu thought for a moment about whether he should take this opportunity to eliminate Gu Fei and let the Tianyuan Sect take the blame. But then he shook his head, dismissing the idea from his mind. A genius like Gu Fei, with one of the top 10 supreme cultivation physiques, was rare throughout the ages. The Tianyuan Sect would undoubtedly value him highly. They would surely have some ultimate means to protect his life, making him difficult to kill. Even though he was currently engaged in a fierce battle with Tianyuan Sect disciples and in a perilous situation, Xiao Yu believed that if it truly came to a life-and-death moment, this guy would definitely not die. Either there would be a hidden life-saving method from the high-ups of the Tianyuan Sect, or a protector would appear. Realizing this, Xiao Yu instantly woke up. If he didn't kill him, he might end up losing his own life instead, which would not be worth the risk. After taking a deep look at Gu Fei, he quietly retreated, turning to sneak toward other areas where battles were occurring. Of course, he did not dare to approach the battles involving experts of the sixth realm or higher recklessly. Wang Yuju and her cousin Pang Fei. Not long after, Xiao Yu unexpectedly encountered familiar faces again, Wang Yuju and Pang Fei. The siblings were fighting side by side against several disciples of the Tianyuan Sect, and both sides were locked in a difficult battle. Not far from them, there were also Tian Pu and Lu Xinwu, all caught up in the fray, battling against the Tianyuan Sect members. "Ah, cousin, save me." Suddenly, Pang Fei let out a terrified scream as he was about to be killed by two Tianyuan Sect disciples due to his lack of strength. "Cousin." Wang Yuju was shocked at the sight, and without hesitation, she forcefully pushed away the three Tianyuan Sect disciples pressing toward her, swiftly darting toward Pang Fei. She arrived almost instantly, unleashing a flurry of silk-like energy from her palm, tearing apart the two Tianyuan Sect disciples. The yin-yang fish behind her erupted with a terrifying aura, saving Pang Fei just in time. "This weapon will protect you. Be careful, don't stray too far from me, and try to stay behind me," Wang Yuju then said to Pang Fei before actively charging back into the battle, searching for enemies. Xiao Yu observed this scene in secret. Slightly surprised, Wang Yuju seemed to have made significant progress in strength, nearing the late stage of transformation, perhaps just 2 or 3 months away from a breakthrough. But he merely glanced at it without any major ripple of emotion, and he had no intention of offering assistance. Looking over at Tian Pu and Lu Xinwu, he noticed they were struggling immensely. Lu Xinwu had even accidentally lost an arm, and Tian Pu had a part of his ear sliced off, letting out a painful scream. Xiao Yu's expression remained indifferent. He could see that although these two were struggling and had sustained severe injuries, they should still be able to survive in the end. Of course, even if he couldn't survive, Xiao Yu wouldn't care much. Once familiar and warm brothers, now everyone was just a stranger to each other. Besides these people, Xiao Yu encountered many other familiar faces along the way, but he chose to ignore them. Many former acquaintances had perished in this disaster, and although Xiao Yu witnessed their decline, his heart remained as cold as iron, unmoved. Who is this girl? She should be Zhou Ying, the second to Gu Fei in the Tianyuan Sect, right? Soon, Xiao Yu saw a girl who surprised him a bit. The girl was very beautiful, with an outstanding temperament, exuding a unique aura of heroism, and her strength was not to be underestimated. Dressed in red, she was engaged in fierce combat with 4 or 5 disciples of the Tianyuan Sect at the third realm. Judging from their auras, these Tianyuan Sect disciples were on par with her. But Zhou Ying was very brave. Her movements were agile, her strikes sharp and decisive. Wielding a short sword as if grasping a bolt of lightning, the sword light cold and astonishing, causing those Tianyuan Sect disciples at the same level to retreat in defeat. She looked like a fire sprite dancing under the night sky, until a disciple from the Tianyuan Sect at the early stage of the fourth realm suddenly joined the battle. Attacking from behind, Zhou Ying felt a surge of danger. Quickly stopping to turn around and the situation changed as a result. Faced with the siege of several people, Zhou Ying began to fall into a passive position. Although her five-element sacred body could mobilize the power of the five elements to resist, a hint of panic appeared on her beautiful and heroic face, along with a deep sense of despair. Seeing her, Xiao Yu couldn't help but recall his junior sister Ningxi. This little girl in front of him looked so much like his junior sister Ningxi. Suddenly, Xiao Yu's brow furrowed as he saw Zhou Ying in danger, with another disciple from the Tianyuan Sect at the fourth realm attacking her. Moreover, this was a mid-stage expert of the yin-yang transformation in the fourth realm. He moved with incredible speed, a cold and malicious grin on his face. To attack with an identity 2 small realms higher, and even sneak attack, is truly shameful. Zhou Ying also sensed the intense danger, and after glancing back, her pretty face turned pale with fear, and a deep despair emerged. Seeking death. Seeing this, Xiao Yu was instantly enraged. He unleashed a strike from afar, using the power of space to create a blade of space in front of the attacker's chest. Before the attacker could reach Zhou Ying, this blade of space cut him in half from left shoulder to right waist while still 2 or 3 meters away from Zhou Ying. This scene shocked everyone on the battlefield. Zhou Ying herself was stunned. She thought she was doomed, but unexpectedly, someone saved her at that moment. Who was it? She suddenly felt something and looked toward a certain direction in the darkness ahead. But at that moment, she only saw a fleeting shadow quickly disappearing. Seeing the shadow, Zhou Ying couldn't help but tremble in her heart. Chapter 54. Leaving after the matter is resolved. Sigh. I acted impulsively. I shouldn't have made a move. Not long after, in front of a hall in the Tianyuan Sect, in a hidden corner, Xiao Yu's figure appeared, and he smiled wryly. He had infiltrated the Tianyuan Sect, and aside from Lin Fan and Qian Yu, he hadn't planned to interfere in the lives of others and increase his risk of exposure. However, when he saw Zhou Ying, he couldn't help but intervene. In fact, if he hadn't intervened, Zhou Ying might not have been in danger. Although she was not as strong as Gu Fei, she was still one of the top 10 physiques, the 5-element sacred body. The Tianyuan Sect would definitely value her and wouldn't let her fall behind Gu Fei. So she must have some life-preserving means or protectors. Well, let's consider it a helping hand for my junior sister. If I must blame someone, it can only be that she looks too much like that girl Ningxi. Xiao Yu murmured. He then stopped thinking about it. He knew very well that he had no special feelings for Zhou Ying. It was just that in a moment of daze, he mistook her for his junior sister Ningxi and couldn't control himself at that instant. He didn't know how his junior sister was doing now. I almost forgot the purpose of my visit tonight. I need to hurry and find Lin Fan and Qian Yu. Suddenly, Xiao Yu snapped back to reality. Without saying a word, he immediately quickened his pace. He had already searched through numerous places, and he still hadn't seen Lin Fan and Qian Yu. Now, only the Tianyuan Sect's scripture pavilion and the medicinal fields on the back mountain remained. The medicinal fields of the Tianyuan Sect were protected by powerful formations and were also an important cultivation resource. They wouldn't run there first. Whoever could take the Tianyuan Sect would have the medicinal fields. The people from the Tianyuan Sect should not rush there first. Right now, only the scripture pavilion was left. This place contained many cultivation methods and scriptures of the Tianyuan Sect, which was one of the foundations of the sect. The Tianyuan Sect might very well attack here to destroy the Tianyuan Sect. If Lin Fan and Qian Yu were not elsewhere, they would likely be dispatched here to guard the scripture pavilion. Hopefully, they were here. After searching a bit more, Xiao Yu finally arrived at the Tianyuan Sect scripture pavilion. At this moment, he felt somewhat anxious and heavy-hearted. Having searched so many places and seen numerous battlefields and corpses, he still hadn't found Lin Fan and Qian Yu. He didn't have many friends left, and truly didn't want to lose such friends. If he couldn't find them here, Xiao Yu might have to consider retreating. He had done his best. However, just as he arrived here, he felt intense combat fluctuations coming from the front of the scripture pavilion. There were sounds of fierce clashes and collisions. The fluctuations in aura were astonishing. Not only were low-level martial artists fighting here, but there were also powerful auras of high-level practitioners clashing fiercely, at least at the 6th realm. Xiao Yu's figure flashed, as if teleporting, and he appeared on a cliff behind the scripture pavilion. This position was very concealed, with no one around, making it easy to hide his presence. And the view was excellent, allowing him to see everything happening in front of the Tianyuan Sect scripture pavilion. After arriving here, Xiao Yu retracted his entire aura. The creation diagram also shielded all his energy. He immediately resembled a dead stone, crouching on the cliff. Looking down, he quickly saw what was happening in front of the scripture pavilion. Bang, bang, bang. Kill. A group of disciples from the Tianyuan Sect, led by a Tianyuan Sect expert, were engaged in fierce combat with a group of Tianyuan Sect disciples. The Tianyuan Sect also had a powerful expert station there. The two experts should belong to the elder level in their respective sections. They also joined the battle and focused on each other, like two swimming dragons entangled in a deadly struggle. With every move, they seemed to possess the power to shake mountains and rivers, creating dull sounds in the void. Their auras were too intimidating for low-level practitioners to withstand. Low-level cultivators could not participate in their battle at all. Fortunately, both seemed to have some concerns, fearing that the other might harm their own people, so their battlegrounds were very far apart, without involving other disciples from either side. The disciples from both sides were engaged in intense battles on the other side, forming a second battlefield where various weapons clashed and various techniques were unleashed. Finally found them. To Xiao Yu's delight, he indeed saw Lin Fan and Xian Yu here. At this moment, they were in the thick of battle, fighting alongside other Tianyuan Sect disciples who were guarding the scripture pavilion, fiercely resisting the attacking disciples from the Tianyuan Sect. Xiao Yu could see that in this area, Lin Fan and Xian Yu clearly had the upper hand. Both were fighting valiantly, especially Lin Fan and Xian Yu. Both of them are now mid-stage experts of the fourth realm, and having already become special physiques, even ordinary late-stage fourth realm practitioners are not their opponents. The two of them stand out in the battlefield below, where the disciples of both sides are fighting, with almost no one from the Tianyuan Sect able to suppress them. This is unavoidable, even though the Tianyuan Sect came prepared. A sect that was destroyed 800 years ago, even if it has revived, how deep could its foundations be? It simply cannot compare to the Tianyuan Sect, which has been established for thousands of years. Their talented disciples cannot possibly match the number of those from the Tianyuan Sect. In the other battlefields of the Tianyuan Sect, their talented disciples have basically been exhausted, and here in the Sutra Pavilion, they seem somewhat constrained. This is still with the advantage of the soft, immortal fragrance. It caught the Tianyuan Sect off guard, poisoning many of their disciples and elders, rendering them unable to resist. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to clash head-on with the Tianyuan Sect. At this moment, under Lin Fan and Xian Yu and a group of Tianyuan Sect disciples, there are quite a few corpses, mostly from the Tianyuan Sect, with only a few losses on the Tianyuan Sect side. Seeing this, Xiao Yu felt somewhat relieved. His only concern now is who will ultimately win between the two sixth realm cultivators in the arena, and who will be the final victor among the high-level figures of both sides. If the Tianyuan Sect wins, then he won't have to worry about the safety of Lin Fan and Xian Yu anymore. If the Tianyuan Sect wins, then regardless of the circumstances, he must take Lin Fan and Xian Yu away. After all, he doesn't know how many people from the Tianyuan Sect have been poisoned by the soft, immortal fragrance. Additionally, if the expert from the Tianyuan Sect wins here, he must intervene. Otherwise, given the nature of the Tianyuan Sect as a demonic sect, once they win, Lin Fan, Xian Yu, and the remaining Tianyuan Sect disciples will all be killed. After glancing at the terrifying battlefield of the high-level figures in the distance, he withdrew his mind and gaze, focusing on the present. The experts of the Tianyuan Sect are nothing but this. 800 years ago, if you hadn't plotted against my Tianyuan Sect, how could your Tianyuan Sect have contended with us? Today, I will use your blood to honor the spirits of the deceased of my Tianyuan Sect. Suddenly, at this moment, in front of the Sutra Pavilion, an elder of the Tianyuan Sect let out a loud, arrogant laugh. He released an invincible aura, and he was so violent that it was boundless. He actually forced back an elder of the Tianyuan Sect step by step. He was clearly stronger than this elder of the Tianyuan Sect. The elder on the Tianyuan Sect side was in the early stage of the sixth realm, while this elder from a Tianyuan Sect was already very close to the mid-stage of the sixth realm. Elder 20. Seeing this, The Tianyuan Sect disciples who were fighting against the Tianyuan Sect disciples in front of the Sutra Pavilion couldn't help but feel tense, calling out an alarm. Even Lin Fan and Qian Yu couldn't help but show worried expressions. "Everyone, don't panic, hold on." Seeing this, the elder quickly shouted. Lin Fan and Qian Yu regained their focus and hurriedly led the Tianyuan Sect disciples to firmly suppress the Tianyuan Sect disciples, killing 2 more of them. However, while the Tianyuan Sect disciples were able to hold on, this elder from the Tianyuan Sect was truly unable to withstand it. His strength was somewhat lacking. After enduring another 10 or so exchanges, he was struck by this elder from the Tianyuan Sect, spitting out blood and retreating continuously. "Go on, you're done for." As the Tianyuan Sect elder lost the ability to resist, the elder from the Tianyuan Sect coldly said, as if announcing a death sentence. After his words fell, he suddenly raised his blade, preparing to cleave this elder from the Tianyuan Sect in one strike. "My life is over." The Tianyuan Sect elder couldn't help but feel horrified, closing his eyes in despair and silently reciting a thought. Elder 20 No, Lin Fan, Qian Yu, and the other Tianyuan Sect disciples found this scene hard to believe, their eyes widening, and their hearts filled with extreme tension at this moment. If this elder were to die, then the remaining Tianyuan Sect disciples would likely be doomed as well. "You should go first." But just at this critical moment of life and death, suddenly a loud shout rang out, somewhat old and hoarse, exploding in the ears of the Tianyuan Sect elder like thunder, causing him to feel dazed. In the next moment, an incomparably terrifying aura of danger locked onto him. As if a great mountain was crashing down, Xiao Yu appeared, his entire body brimming with killing intent like an ocean pouring forth, almost teleporting to appear right in front of him. Under the gaze of dozens of shocked eyes, he unleashed all his killing moves at that moment, stacking them together, forming a deadly strike that slammed into the chest of this Tianyuan Sect expert. His attack caught everyone off guard. What? The Tianyuan Sect elder was immediately startled, and at the same time, he instinctively tried to resist. However, he was terrified to find he was far too late. Although he had just been able to defeat the elder of the Tianyuan Sect, the consumption had been too great, not only of spiritual power but also of his soul, leading to a significant reduction in his reaction speed and strength, making it impossible to dodge. Most importantly, the person who suddenly attacked him was incredibly fast. His aura was only at the 5th realm, yet the immense power he unleashed made this early-stage 6th realm expert feel an unprecedented sense of danger. He also used the rebirth eye against the opponent, but he was horrified to discover it was completely ineffective. The opponent was immune to his rebirth eye. In the end, this terrifying attack landed solidly on his chest. Bang! Then he looked down and saw a large hole had already exploded open in his chest. Moreover, terrifying power surged into his sea of consciousness through his wound, shattering his soul to pieces. No! After a scream of despair, he unwillingly fell from the sky, lifeless. Whoosh! Before anyone could react, after hitting his target, Xiao Yu's figure directly broke through the air and left, not giving anyone time to respond, like a fleeting glance of a startled swan. When everyone came back to their senses, they couldn't help but look in the direction he had left, gasping in shock. Their hearts were filled with curiosity. Who is this person? How could he be so terrifying? And he just left like that? Lin Fan and Qian Yu couldn't hide their surprise in their eyes. Who had just intervened to help them? I can't accept this once again. My Tianyuan Sect has been defeated. I refuse to accept it. Heaven has no eyes. It has doomed my Tianyuan Sect. At the same time, the battle between the high-level figures of the Tianyuan Sect and the Tianyuan Sect in the distance also reached a conclusion. A voice filled with extreme unwillingness and sorrow echoed through the void, and then there was no more movement. All disciples of the Tianyuan Sect, listen to orders. All experts of the Tianyuan Sect have been eradicated. Now, exert all efforts to eliminate the remnants of the Tianyuan Sect. The voice of the Tianyuan Sect master suddenly spread throughout the entire Tianyuan Sect, boosting the morale of everyone. While the Tianyuan Sect was in a rout, Xiao Yu, who was midair, learned of this outcome and understood that Lin Fan and Qian Yu were safe. quickly leaving the Tianyuan Sect and returning to his small courtyard. Chapter 55. Who is the traitor? Shouldn't anyone recognize me? Next, I need to think carefully about how to handle my own affairs. After slipping out of the Tianyuan Sect and on the way back to his small courtyard, Xiao Yu carefully replayed the entire process of infiltrating the Tianyuan Sect in his mind, and after finding no flaws, he felt relieved. However, he did not dare to let his guard down in the slightest, because this time, the Tianyuan Sect's attack was not only directed at the Tianyuan Sect, but also targeted him. He had previously sought help from the 13th elder of the Tianyuan Sect, and they were already aware of this matter. The 13th elder did not come to rescue him, yet he single-handedly defeated all the experts sent by the Tianyuan Sect to target him. And these experts were all above the late stage of the 5th realm. Even though he had the slashing talisman in hand, it would leave traces after use. And the remaining slashing talismans he had were not enough to deal with so many people. Now that these people were all dead, if he couldn't provide a reasonable explanation, he would undoubtedly face suspicion. This was a big trouble. Elder 13. Suddenly, upon arriving at the small courtyard, Xiao Yu's heart sank. He saw that before he arrived, a figure had already appeared in front of him. It was none other than Elder 13 of the Tianyuan Sect. Elder 13 stood there quietly, holding his sword with both hands, giving off a strong sense of oppression, as if he were a great mountain standing tall. I thought you wouldn't come to save him. You were dead for sure, but unexpectedly, you survived. As Xiao Yu saw Elder 13, the latter also noticed him and turned around with a faint smile, saying, Xiao Yu had already removed his disguise on the way and changed into normal attire. Hearing Elder 13's words, he dared not be careless and quickly stepped forward, cupping his hands and bowing slightly. I have met Elder 13. I was fortunate to escape a calamity. At the same time, he glanced at the corpses of several members of the Tianyuan Sect on the ground nearby and realized that he hadn't dealt with those bodies when he left earlier. Elder 13 must have arrived here first and seen everything on the ground. Oh, can you tell me how you escaped this calamity? Elder 13 showed interest, his eyes revealing a sense of scrutiny and inquiry. Xiao Yu immediately understood that he had indeed raised suspicions. If he couldn't provide a reasonable explanation today, it was likely that his secrets would be hard to keep. How could a disciple who had lost his cultivation and been expelled from the sect for only about half a year, and had only been recultivating for 3 or 4 months, kill so many people? All of them were experts above the late stage of the 5th realm. Why should I explain this to you? Fortunately, at this moment, a voice of disdain interrupted. Not far behind Xiao Yu, a figure suddenly appeared. It's you. Elder 13's expression changed, and his eyes became serious, as if he had encountered an unprecedented strong enemy. Indeed, it's me. If I hadn't come at the critical moment, this kid would have been dead by now. The figure spoke and then scoffed. You Tianyuan Sect always claims to protect him, but is this how you protect him in the end? It was none other than the Tribulation Immortal who had previously taken Xiao Yu's junior sister, Ningxi, away. A faint aura naturally emanated from her, causing even 9th realm experts to feel an indescribable pressure. So it was a fellow Taoist who saved Xiao Yu. I thank you for your assistance. This time, it was indeed a miscalculation on our Tianyuan Sect's part, and I apologize to you. Upon hearing this, Elder 13 immediately understood everything. It turned out that Xiao Yu had been saved by this Tribulation Immortal. He didn't dare to act arrogantly in front of her, so he slightly lowered his posture and said, However, the Tribulation Immortal said indifferently, You don't need to apologize to me. I didn't act for your Tianyuan Sect. I just happened to come here because my obedient apprentice suddenly wanted me to bring something to her senior brother. I just happened to arrive in time. If you want to apologize, you should apologize to this kid. If your Tianyuan Sect cannot protect others, then don't boast beforehand to avoid giving others false hopes. Her words carried a tone of dissatisfaction and indifference. Hearing this, Elder 13 couldn't help but feel embarrassed, looking at Xiao Yu with a hint of guilt and made to apologize. Xiao Yu, upon hearing this, dared not let Elder 13 truly apologize, and quickly waved his hand. No, I wouldn't dare to let Elder 13 apologize. Please don't embarrass me, Elder 13, and besides, I'm fine now. Everything has passed, so there is really no need for apologies. Elder 13 felt even more guilty after hearing Xiao Yu's words, but he felt somewhat relieved in his heart. He then looked at Xiao Yu and seemed to be explaining to the tribulation immortal. It is all because the attack from the Tianyuan Sect was too sudden, and our Tianyuan Sect discovered it a bit late. Fortunately, we noticed some signs before they acted and took many remedial measures to salvage the situation. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unthinkable. I was also restrained and couldn't come to save you. A dignified elder of the Tianyuan Sect, an unparalleled expert, who usually doesn't like to waste words, was already quite remarkable to say all this in front of Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu didn't want to say much either. He knew that if it weren't for the tribulation immortal being present, Elder 13 might not have explained this much. Elder 13 likely said all this out of respect for the tribulation immortal. The tribulation immortal coldly snorted upon seeing this, but didn't say anything more. Seeming somewhat satisfied with Elder 13's attitude, she then said to Xiao Yu, I'm leaving now. Take care of yourself from now on. I've left you a communication token. If you encounter any more issues, you can contact me again. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yu's face revealed a touch of emotion, and he turned to bow and sent her off. Thank you, Senior, and I bid you farewell. Fellow Taoist, please wait a moment. Just then, Elder 13 spoke up and called to the tribulation immortal. What else do you want? The tribulation immortal frowned slightly and turned her head back to ask, seemingly displeased. Elder 13 nodded slightly. I have no important matters. I just want to ask you, since you came to save Xiao Yu, you could have easily killed the malicious villains of the Tianyuan Sect with a sword or even with a finger, so why leave these bodies with so many wounds? Upon hearing this, the tribulation immortal immediately responded with a disdainful cold laugh. Why should I explain my actions to you? As her voice fell, she waved her hand and transformed into a streak of light, vanishing into the void. She exuded an aura of pride. Elder 13 was taken aback upon seeing this. He quickly regained his composure and let out a bitter smile. There was no need to pursue further. Facing such a powerful being, the other party could do whatever they wanted without needing to explain. Even though he was strong himself, he didn't dare to obstruct her departure. Elder 13 needn't doubt. This was a tribulation immortal senior who pitted him for being without a sect. Hence, she specifically left these for him to gather corpses. Now that the tribulation immortal had left, Xiao Yu turned to Elder 13 and said, So that is how it is. No wonder this senior seems to think highly of you. Elder 13 immediately understood upon hearing Xiao Yu's words. It turned out this was left for Xiao Yu as cultivation resources. His lingering doubts immediately vanished. Xiao Yu smiled slightly and said, It's just a matter of caring for those connected to her. Elder 13 nodded and didn't ask anything more. Seeing this, Xiao Yu let out a long sigh of relief. He had finally managed to deflect the situation. The earlier tribulation immortal was not actually Ningxi's master, but was simulated by Xiao Yu using a puppet he had obtained not long ago. Xiao Yu initially thought it was useless, merely a chicken rib, but he didn't expect it to come in handy at this moment. And he had not been detected by Elder 13. It was also thanks to his excellent acting skills and proper coordination with the puppet. Having the puppet mention leaving a communication token was also to make the Tianyuan Sect wary of him, making them aware that he had backing. If they wanted to target him in the future, they would have to think carefully. Elder 13, how is the current situation in the Tianyuan Sect? Has that traitor been found? Who is it? Xiao Yu then looked at Elder 13 and asked. He wanted to know who the traitor within the Tianyuan Sect was. The 13th elder nodded. The Tianyuan Sect should not appear again this time. As for the mole, he is our Tianyuan Sect's 15th elder. He has already been captured and will be publicly executed in 2 days. The execution site will be between the Tianyuan Sect and the Yangwang Courtyard, and you will be able to see it with your own eyes. Finally, it has been found out. Can you tell me how it was discovered? Xiao Yu's expression changed, and he spoke up. A strong sense of relief rose in his heart. He could finally take revenge for his fallen comrades in the Demon Heaven battlefield. The 13th elder said, This matter is largely thanks to the Grand Elder, who was the first to notice the issue. If it weren't for him, our Tianyuan Sect would be in danger this time. He explained the situation to Xiao Yu. It was roughly this evening when the Grand Elder went out for evening practice and suddenly noticed someone sneaking around in front of the control tower of the Tianyuan Sect's mountain protecting formation. The Grand Elder immediately became suspicious and secretly observed. Not long after, he followed the clues and captured quite a few people, ultimately apprehending the 15th elder of the Tianyuan Sect and uncovering the Tianyuan Sect. In addition, after this period of investigation, we also found that various pieces of evidence pointed to the 15th elder. Under mutual verification, we confirmed that he is indeed the mole. Even without this attack from the Tianyuan Sect, he would have been exposed eventually. After listening to all this, Xiao Yu nodded, his face showing an understanding expression. So that's how it is. He no longer thought about anything else. All right, I'm relieved that you have no issues. I'm leaving now. In half a month, people from the Fuyo sect will come to the Tianyuan sect for exchanges. You should participate as well. The 13th elder was about to leave. Participate? Xiao Yu was taken aback by this statement. Seeing his expression, the 13th elder immediately sneered. You can't always wait for others to save you when something happens. Can you? You have to rely on yourself for everything. You must work hard and quickly improve your strength. Now that you've been expelled from the sect and lost your training resources, if you can achieve good results in the upcoming exchange between the two sects, you can obtain a good amount of resources from the Tianyuan sect. This is an opportunity one fought hard for you, so don't take it for granted. Consider it a small compensation for me for not being able to come to your rescue in time before. Xiao Yu wanted to say something more upon hearing this, but the 13th elder did not give him a chance. No refusal allowed. If you don't come when the time comes, don't blame me for turning against you and personally coming over with a sword to let you know why the flowers are so red. Xiao Yu immediately felt a chill, goosebumps rising all over him, feeling extremely speechless and frustrated in his heart. But what else could he say? He could only force a very ugly smile and say, "Thank you, 13th elder, I understand." He really did not need this opportunity. As soon as he finished speaking, whoosh, the 13th elder had already disappeared without a trace. Chapter 56. Killing the chicken to warn the monkey, shocking the little ones, whoosh. Not long after the 13th elder had just left, two figures quickly arrived. Senior brother. It was none other than Lin Fan and Tianyu. The two of them still carried the strong smell of blood from the battlefield. At this moment, Xiao Yu was dealing with the corpses of several Tianyuan sect members. Junior brother Lin Fan, junior sister Tianyu, what brings you here? Xiao Yu asked with apparent surprise, a smile on his face. Hearing Xiao Yu's words, Tianyu said, "Senior brother, we just suffered an attack from the Tianyuan sect and have just eliminated them all. After the situation was resolved, Lin Fan and I rushed over immediately, fearing that you might encounter any accidents." As she said this, she and Lin Fan immediately noticed the corpses of several Tianyuan sect members on the ground, and both were startled. "Senior brother, what is going on? You were also attacked." The two's expressions stiffened. Xiao Yu nodded and smiled. "But it's all resolved now. There's nothing to worry about." A sense of warmth rose in his heart. They were also concerned about him. "How did you resolve it?" Lin Fan and Tianyu both asked curiously. Although the corpses on the ground had been dead for some time, they could still sense from the residual aura that these people were very powerful before their deaths. Each one not someone they could contend with. Xiao Yu smiled slightly and briefly recounted what had happened, of course, without mentioning that he had resolved it personally, just saying that it was Ningxi's master who happened to come and saved him, just as he had portrayed in front of the 13th elder, to increase his credibility. He also informed them that the 13th elder had already been there. "I see. It's a blessing that senior brother is fine." Xiao Yu's explanation was simple, but Lin Fan and Tianyu filled in the gaps in their minds, believing it must have been extremely dangerous at that time. However, since Xiao Yu had escaped a calamity, they both breathed a sigh of relief, feeling at ease. "Are you both all right?" Xiao Yu then looked at the two with concern, as if he knew nothing of their situation. Lin Fan replied, "We are fine. Nothing happened." Tianyu seemed to think of something and said, "Actually, we almost lost our lives too, but at a critical moment, a master suddenly appeared to help us, allowing us to escape a disaster." Hearing this, Xiao Yu feigned surprise. "Oh, such a thing happened?" Tianyu recounted the incident that had occurred at the scripture pavilion, then looked into his eyes and said, "I just don't know who that mysterious master is. He seems to have deliberately concealed his identity. If we knew who he was, we would definitely thank him properly." Lin Fan added, "I don't know why, but I feel that mysterious master seems a bit familiar. Yet I can't recognize him." Xiao Yu's heart immediately jolted. Were these two really that perceptive? He had disguised himself so thoroughly, even changing his shape and altering his voice. Yet they could still sense something? But he couldn't admit it. He nodded with a serious expression. It's likely that this master doesn't want to reveal himself. Don't think too much about it. It's good that nothing happened. He also reminded the two, from now on, you both need to pay more attention to protecting yourselves. Thank you for the reminder, senior brother. We will pay attention in the future. Lin Fan and Qian, you could not extract any further information from him. So they did not say much more. Soon after, the two left. After Xiao Yu finished dealing with the corpses, he set up the formation in his courtyard again. This time, the formation was even more powerful than the previous one. Not only that, but he also tidied up the surroundings and the front of the courtyard. Not long after, he stood outside the courtyard, looking at everything that had been reorganized, with a satisfied expression on his face. The entire courtyard seemed completely renewed, orderly and harmonious. Whoosh! Suddenly, at that moment, a fierce gust of wind came from behind. Xiao Yu tilted his head to dodge, and with a movement of his foot, his body quickly shifted 3 meters to the side. But before he could take another action, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the next moment, 4 figures appeared around him, blocking all paths in front, behind, and to the sides. They were 4 men in black, faces covered, with only their eyes visible. 4 pairs of eyes looked at Xiao Yu, cold as ice, like 3 hungry wolves eyeing their prey. They were armed, and the aura they released indicated that they were all at the 2nd realm of the Meridian opening stage. In the Tianyuan Sect, this level belonged to the inner disciples. Who are you? Why are you attacking me? Xiao Yu appeared surprised, looking at the 3 men with a serious expression as he shouted. Xiao Yu, write down all the martial arts techniques you know that you can memorize and hand them over to us immediately, or die. Hearing Xiao Yu's words, the black-clothed man standing in front of him spoke, his voice filled with coldness and a chilling tone, his words also very concise. So it turns out you are here for the cultivation techniques on me. You must be inner disciples of the Tianyuan Sect, right? Upon hearing this, Xiao Yu immediately seemed to understand something and spoke up. Cut the nonsense. If you don't want to die, write it quickly. Don't think about fooling us. We have ways to verify. However, the 4 black-clothed men were unwilling to say more to him. But Xiao Yu had already deduced from their words that these 4 people in front of him were indeed inner disciples of the Tianyuan Sect. Only those from the Tianyuan Sect would dare to do such things on their own territory. No other small sects would be so bold. And since they knew him so well, addressing him by name as soon as they arrived, who else could they be but disciples of the Tianyuan Sect? Xiao Yu couldn't help but sneer in his heart. Ever since his junior sister Ning, she caused a commotion here. It had been quiet for a long time. Plus, he had recultivated, and very few dared to covet him now. But at this moment, with the Tianyuan Sect attacking, it seemed to have given some with ulterior motives an opportunity, wanting to take advantage of the Tianyuan Sect's chaos to completely wipe him out and then let the Tianyuan Sect take the blame. That's not a bad idea. But unfortunately, Xiao Yu shook his head. Xiao Yu, do you dare to refuse? Do you really want to die? Seeing Xiao Yu shake his head, the 4 men thought he was refusing them, and their killing intent surged instantly as they shouted at him. Xiao Yu smiled at this and sighed. What gives you the courage to come and covet me? Just 3 inner disciples, and you haven't even entered the 3rd realm yet. And you dare to be hostile towards me? He looked at the 4 men as if they were corpses and said, fine. I estimate there are quite a few people in the Tianyuan Sect with the same thoughts as you. Today, I will use your 4 heads to deter you little scoundrels. Just to let you trash see that even if I, Xiao Yu, have been expelled from the sect, I'm not something you scum can covet. What? The 4 black-clothed men were taken aback upon hearing this. Then they came to their senses and sneered dismissively. Haha, Xiao Yu, what are you pretending for in front of us? You are now without a sect, without any cultivation resources. Even if you have recultivated, it has only been 3 or 4 months. Even those with special physiques who cultivated around the same time as you. Many of them are only in the 3rd realm now. What right do you have to compare with them and dare to boast in front of us? But as soon as their words fell, Xiao Yu didn't bother to waste words. In the next moment, a powerful aura slowly emanated from his body. Not too much, just right at the 3rd realm. Not good. He has actually reached the 3rd realm. Not only that, but he was also in the mid-3rd realm. It's over. We made a mistake. The four black-clothed men were instantly shocked, their eyes wide open in disbelief. Bang, bang, bang. Before they could react, Xiao Yu took the initiative to strike. A series of dull sounds echoed. Ah, Xiao Yu, no, senior brother, we were wrong. Please give us another chance. We will never dare again. Please spare us this time. The cries of despair, mixed with pleas for mercy, quickly rang out, their voices filled with undeniable terror. There was simply no match for Xiao Yu. A third realm Xiao Yu could slaughter them in the second realm like dogs. In just a few breaths, they were beaten without the power to retaliate. Even though they begged for mercy, how could Xiao Yu give them a chance? He didn't hold back. Without mercy, he directly killed all four of them. This was still because he intentionally controlled himself and didn't want to expose his true strength. Only using his third realm cultivation. Otherwise, he could have obliterated these four in an instant. There was no need to waste so much effort. After the four men died, Xiao Yu scanned his surroundings, and in the distant dense forest, he seemed to faintly hear horrified whispers. Hiss. Xiao Yu is actually recultivated to the mid-third realm. So terrifying. Lu Renjia and the other four were no match and were directly killed. We are about the same as them. Fortunately, we didn't intervene, or we would have been the ones to die just now. Forget it. It's better to be honest in the future and not provoke him. He is no longer something we can covet. After the voices fell, a rustling sound echoed, as if wild animals were quickly retreating from the forest. In Xiao Yu's mind, the map generated by the creation diagram originally had more than a dozen tiny black dots around, but now they had all disappeared completely. Oof. Seeing this, Xiao Yu sneered. But it was not good to continue the chase, lest he expose his true strength. He had long since noticed the existence of these people and originally did not want to take action, but these people insisted on seeking death. The four men just now happened to run into trouble, and he used them to warn others. He believed that in the future, no such sewer rats would dare to covet him again. Soon after, the Tianyuan Sect learned about this matter and sent people to take the bodies of the four back. They knew they were in the wrong and did not hold Xiao Yu accountable. The news of Xiao Yu breaking through to the mid-third realm also quickly spread within the Tianyuan Sect, causing some commotion, but that was all. Finally, Xiao Yu's side was completely peaceful. Time passed quickly, and soon it was 2 days later. The day for the Tianyuan Sect to publicly execute the traitor had finally arrived. Chapter 57, Execution and Breakthrough. Early in the morning, Xiao Yu got up. He bathed in herbal scents, washed away the filth on his body, changed into clean and tidy clothes, and then sat cross-legged in his room, maintaining a clear mind and body, waiting for the auspicious time at noon. After learning from Elder 13 of the Tianyuan Sect 2 days ago that the traitor would be executed today, he began to fast, abstaining from meat and alcohol. Of course, at his level, he had long surpassed the stage of fasting. Not eating or drinking for half a year or even a year would be fine. However, cultivators cannot just focus on cultivation. They also need to occasionally experience the beauty of the mundane world and relax their minds. Xiao Yu usually would not be overly strict with himself. He would occasionally enjoy delicious food and fine wine, which is also beneficial for cultivation. Otherwise, if one cultivates all the way through hardships and finally loses the joy they should have, what is the point? In these 2 days, Xiao Yu strictly demanded of himself. Everything was for the arrival of today, because today was a very important day for him. In the past, on the Demon Sky battlefield, so many fellow disciples were betrayed along with him, and his comrades died for him. This had always been a heavy stone pressing on Xiao Yu's heart, making him feel deep guilt. Only a few true friends remained, and if he could not take revenge for them, this guilt and pain would accompany Xiao Yu for a lifetime, making his heart uneasy. Fortunately, the traitor was finally caught, and the execution was today. Senior brother, it's time to set off. As noon quickly arrived, outside Xiao Yu's small courtyard, Lin Fan and Xin Yu came to call him to the execution site. Xiao Yu walked out of the house, holding a token in his arms. The token had many names written on it, no less than a dozen. All were names of fellow disciples who had died alongside him in the Demon Sky battlefield while resisting the foreign race. When Lin Fan and Xin Yu saw him, their expressions were serious, their eyes filled with concern and worry, fearing that he would be emotionally affected today. They understood very well what this day meant for Xiao Yu. Let us go. Fortunately, Xiao Yu was very calm. The three of them then left the Yangwang small courtyard. Gu Fei, what do you want to do? I tell you, today is not the time for you to act recklessly. Just as they had walked a short distance out of the courtyard, not even 30 meters, they encountered Gu Fei in the middle of the road. This guy had appeared here without them noticing and was blocking the way, looking unfriendly. Upon seeing him, Tianyu's pretty face immediately turned cold as she shouted. Lin Fan's expression also became sharp. The two of them took a defensive stance. Xiao Yu, however, looked at Gu Fei with an extremely calm expression, his eyes resembling a deep well. The atmosphere grew tense. Gu Fei, noticing this, suddenly smiled and said, "You guys are overthinking it. I'm not here to cause trouble, just to see Xiao Yu and let him know I'm still alive. Who cares if you're alive? Do you need to block the road to say that?" Tianyu retorted. Gu Fei didn't mind and chuckled. "Senior sister Tianyu, you can't say that. If I don't come, how would Xiao Yu know that I'm still alive after the Tianyuan Sect's attack? Our challenge isn't over yet. I will continue to challenge him after today." Lin Fan and Tianyu were somewhat speechless. "Xiao Yu, after today, I hope you can be unrestrained in your heart. I also hope that those fellow disciples who sacrificed for the sect on the demon heaven battlefield can rest in peace. Although I want to challenge you, and there have been misunderstandings and grudges between us, I respect you for your past contributions to the sect." Suddenly, this guy earnestly said a blessing to Xiao Yu, leaving Xiao Yu, Lin Fan, and Tianyu stunned. They didn't expect him to say something like that. After saying this, he didn't speak any further and stepped aside to clear the way. Lin Fan and Tianyu couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. They were afraid he didn't know what day it was and would cause a scene here. Fortunately, he was sensible. Clearly, Gu Fei was aware of what had happened to Xiao Yu. Seeing this, Xiao Yu stepped forward, unafraid. Lin Fan and Tianyu followed behind him. As they passed by Gu Fei, Xiao Yu paused slightly, looking ahead, and uttered two words, "Thank you." These words clearly carried a sense of gravity. Upon hearing this, Gu Fei was slightly taken aback, then smiled, revealing his white teeth, looking somewhat radiant. However, before he could say anything else, Xiao Yu and the others had already walked past him. "Hey, Xiao Yu, the challenge isn't over yet, remember that." In the end, he called out to the retreating figures of Xiao Yu and the others. But they did not look back. On the path ahead, many disciples of the Tianyuan Sect appeared. The disciples and elders of the Tianyuan Sect had all come to witness the event. Originally, it was quite noisy, with many people having a curious attitude. However, when Xiao Yu and the others appeared on the scene, the noisy atmosphere strangely quieted down at a visible speed. It seemed everyone felt something. All of them instinctively stood aside, clearing the middle path. The figures of Xiao Yu and his companions became visible to everyone present. Tens of thousands of gazes, even over 100,000, suddenly fell on the three of them. The sect master of the Tianyuan Sect and a group of elders had also arrived. Many disciples with special physiques were present as well. The five elements sacred body. Zhou Ying stood in front of several female disciples, gazing this way. This was undoubtedly very pressuring. But Xiao Yu walked in front, looking straight ahead, his posture upright, calm and composed, his steps steady and powerful. Lin Fan and Tianyu followed behind him, also maintaining a calm demeanor. "Is this Xiao Yu? They say the traitor to be executed today is related to him." Upon seeing Xiao Yu, whispers began to arise in the crowd, with many lowering their voices to discuss. In this moment, those who knew the reason Xiao Yu was expelled from the sect felt a surge of respect for him. Regardless of the competition, conflicts, and grudges they had in the past, Xiao Yu's sacrifices and contributions to the Tianyuan Sect deserved their respect. In such a large sect, if there were no people like Xiao Yu, the Tianyuan Sect wouldn't have developed to its current state. They wouldn't have gained various benefits from joining the Tianyuan Sect. The strength of the Tianyuan Sect had a share of Xiao Yu's contributions in it, something that couldn't be erased. No matter what, it's all in the past. Even if he has rebuilt himself and reached the third realm, what of it? His era has already passed. Now, it's the world of those with special physiques. He can't even squeeze into the top 20 in the Stone Tablet Forest and is destined to fade away, suppressed by those with special physiques for a lifetime. Of course, there were those who couldn't stand it, like the inner disciple Pang Fei. Seeing the attention Xiao Yu was attracting, he felt an overwhelming jealousy and immediately scoffed mockingly. This remark seemed directed at the person standing slightly ahead of him. The person beside him was none other than Wan Yin Yuzhu. Wan Yin Yuzhu's gaze fell on Xiao Yu, and upon hearing Pang Fei's words, she said nothing, but a complex expression flashed across her beautiful face. Ultimately, she withdrew her gaze, shook her head lightly, and though she didn't speak, she sighed inwardly. Xiao Yu, it's a pity you are not of a special physique. I, Wan Yin Yuzhu, can only be conquered by the strongest man. At this moment, her heart and gaze seemed to solidify her previous choice and clarify her future. Xiao Yu soon reached the front, where the Tianyuan Sect had arranged a fairly decent spot for him to observe. Xiao Yu raised his head slightly and saw that not far ahead, an execution platform had already been set up on level ground. At this moment, the 15th elder of the Tianyuan Sect was bound and kneeling on the ground. He lowered his head, his face ashen, showing no intent to struggle for survival. Beside him stood several disciples from the law enforcement hall. In front of them was a guillotine. This guillotine was evidently different from the ones in the mundane world. It was forged from special materials that could not only sever a cultivator's head, but also obliterate their primordial spirit. It was an extremely brutal punishment. Xiao Yu's gaze fell on the 15th elder of the Tianyuan Sect, his eyes cold as ice, like a knife. At this moment, he truly wanted to step forward and dig into his heart to see why this person had betrayed him. But after a moment's thought, he shook his head and dismissed that idea. It was no longer important. The situation had come to this. Questioning him would not bring back those fellow disciples. The auspicious time had arrived to announce the criminal's crimes and execute him. Just then, an elder presiding over the execution shouted loudly, under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Another elder beside him took out a decree and publicly pronounced the various crimes of the 15th elder of the Tianyuan Sect. There was nothing much to say. It was merely stated that he had malicious intent, had been an undercover agent in the Tianyuan Sect for many years, colluded with the demon sect, betrayed his fellow disciples, and aimed to overthrow the entire Tianyuan Sect. The conclusion was as follows. For the above reasons, his crimes are heinous and unforgivable. After discussions within the Tianyuan Sect, it has been unanimously decided to sentence him to be executed immediately. Kill. With a stern command, the guillotine fell. And under the gaze of all, the head of the 15th elder of the Tianyuan Sect was severed. The scene was somewhat bloody, and some of the younger disciples who had not yet experienced blood and fire couldn't help but vomit. Many present were also taken aback, feeling greatly shaken. Wind, thunder. Before dying, the 15th elder finally spoke. He suddenly raised his head and looked in a certain direction, roaring out 2 words. Everyone present heard him, but no one knew what he was shouting about, and no one delved deeper. Seeing that he had already been slain, the heavy stone in Xiao Yu's heart finally fell at this moment. Looking at the token in his arms, he silently murmured, "Junior brothers and sisters, you can finally rest in peace." He gently recited the Death Sutra and the Sutra for salvation for them, hoping that if they had next life, they could have a beautiful life. Finally, everything settled down, and Xiao Yu felt an unprecedented lightness in his heart. At that moment, he sensed his realm suddenly loosen, and then he naturally broke through. Xiao Yu was surprised. He actually stepped from the late stage of the 5th realm into the 6th realm. Fortunately, the creation map concealed his aura, so no one noticed this anomaly. Xiao Yu was overjoyed. Coming back to his senses, he seemed to understand something, keeping a calm demeanor. Chapter 58. The Pearl of All Lives and Deaths in the afternoon, at dusk, on the back mountain of Tianyuan Sect, in a hidden place. The figure of the Grand Elder of Tianyuan Sect reappeared. In front of him, Yuan Ming had also arrived. After setting up a barrier, their conversation began. "Sai, after so much trouble and effort, we finally resolved the issue, but it still feels a bit regrettable," the Grand Elder sighed, his expression showing some regret. Hearing his words, Yuan Ming smiled slightly and bowed. "Grand Elder, there's nothing to regret. The Tianyuan Sect should have been eradicated long ago. It was just that our clan saw their remaining value and secretly nurtured them, allowing them to accumulate some strength over the years. We nurtured them not to make them mere decorations. Naturally, they should be sacrificed when the time comes." The Grand Elder nodded. "I was just thinking, they have indeed regained some vitality. This time, Tianyuan Sect almost suffered a huge loss. If we had allied with them, we might have been able to take down the entire Tianyuan Sect, but we didn't do that, and the loss makes me feel a bit pained. Yuan Ming laughed and said, Grand Elder, you must not think like that. Tianyuan Sect is not as simple as we think. To take down the entire Tianyuan Sect is not accomplished overnight. The Tianyuan Sect was able to attack Tianyuan Sect this time, and apart from our covert assistance. Who knows if Tianyuan Sect intentionally let their guard down? Huh, what do you mean by that? The Grand Elder was surprised. Yuan Ming seemed to understand Tianyuan Sect better than the Grand Elder himself. Yuan Ming said, Tianyuan Sect has a very deep foundation, with ancestors who have ascended to the immortal realm throughout the generations. Before the Great Era arrived, they also had many connections with the upper realm as ancestors. If it weren't for the likes of Lord Ming, Shun, and many other experts intervening, cutting off the connection between this world and the immortal realm, that connection might still exist today. The ancestors of Tianyuan Sect might not have left behind some hidden immortal techniques for Tianyuan Sect. This time, our soft immortal fragrance seems to have worked, but who knows if this is a deliberate flaw by Tianyuan Sect just to give their disciples some opportunities for experience. Upon hearing this, the Grand Elder's expression became serious, saying, If you say it like that, I do feel something is off. I exposed the 15th Elder to them not long ago. I even intentionally controlled the timing to weaken them a bit. But I can see that. Facing the attack from Tianyuan Sect, they seemed to respond hurriedly, yet they were actually very composed and confident, especially that 13th Elder of Tianyuan Sect. I have always found him difficult to read, and I am quite wary of him. Yuan Ming continued. Moreover, even if we could take down Tianyuan Sect in this incident, what about the subsequent Devouring Heaven plan? If it raises the alert of the other 4 major sects and implicates the other 4 clans, it might adversely affect the advancement of our Devouring Heaven plan. The Grand Elder nodded in agreement. What you say is true. It seems we really cannot rush this, especially with so many talented cultivators needing time to grow. Only when they mature and bear fruit can we ultimately realize our clan's Devouring Heaven plan. Yuan Ming nodded. Indeed. After that, the Grand Elder seemed to think of something. By the way, how did you manage to capture that 15th Elder? How could he be so obedient and compliant? Before he died, he shouted 2 words, wind and thunder. Did that have no impact on us? Yuan Ming smiled slightly and said, Grand Elder, you can rest assured. Everything is under my control. That 15th Elder, as a high-level cultivator, was infatuated with a woman, and they had already been intimate. This woman is also pregnant with his child. After we found this out, we captured her as leverage, so he obeyed us. As for the 2 words he shouted, they refer to a place, Fenglei Mountain, which is a location we had previously agreed to meet. He shouted those words just to remind me not to forget our agreement. What agreement? The Grand Elder asked curiously. Yuan Ming replied, It's that I threatened him with the life of his infatuated woman and the unborn child. As long as he obeys, we won't harm her or the child. I see. Then do you plan to let them go? The Grand Elder asked, with an obvious implication of wanting to eradicate them completely. Yuan Ming said, Grand Elder, don't blame me. I've temporarily kept them in the secular world for now. I'm afraid we can't completely eradicate them yet. Why? You must know the principle that spring winds bring forth life again, the Grand Elder said. Yuan Ming smiled wryly. There's nothing I can do. To make this 15th Elder obedient, I had to swear an oath in front of the Destiny Stone. Moreover, this 15th Elder is not a simple character. He warned me in advance that he has already refined the life essence of that woman and the unborn child and placed it in a mysterious location known to no one. If anything happens to them, he would arrange for someone to report our actions to Tianyuan Sect. We don't know who he has arranged or where they are, so we can only compromise. At this point, he added, keeping these 2 in the secular world, letting them live a normal life, should not pose a threat. I believe that as long as they are alive, the people the 15th Elder has arranged will be cautious and not act recklessly, which is still beneficial for us. All right, since you've arranged it this way, I have no further comments. It's just that it's truly lamentable. A high-level cultivator is actually burdened by such trivial emotional ties. It's really foolish, the Grand Elder scoffed coldly. Yuan Ming smiled and said nothing more. In the immortal martial world, there are many cultivators, and with such a vast forest, there are all kinds of birds. Don't mention those who would risk their lives for a woman or a child. There are even those who treat pets as ancestors. There are only things we haven't seen. There's nothing too strange. It's just a pity that we couldn't eliminate that sect's abandoned child, Xiao Yu. We can only seek another opportunity. In the small courtyard of Yangwang, after Xiao Yu returned from the execution scene, he regained his calm. After a fierce battle, Tianyuan Sect had many matters to attend to during this period, and Lin Fan and Xian Yu naturally couldn't stay with him all the time. They went to busy themselves with sect affairs. Xiao Yu was also happy to enjoy the peace and quiet. At this moment, he was sitting cross-legged under a peach tree, quietly experiencing the various wonders after reaching the sixth realm. He hadn't expected to break through to the sixth realm so quickly. Originally, he thought that after breaking through from the mid-stage to the late stage of the fifth realm, it would take a considerable amount of time to break through to the sixth realm again. Unexpectedly, he made such a miraculous breakthrough today. But after thinking it through carefully, he felt relieved. His cultivation talent was originally quite good, and after his rebirth, he had acquired the Hongmeng Sacred Body, further enhancing his talent to an unprecedented level. There are various resources for cultivation born from the creation diagram every day. Apart from the occasional, seemingly useless items, most of the creations are top tier. Day after day of cultivation and accumulation have already made his foundation incredibly solid. From the current perspective, his cultivation speed is terrifying and could very likely lead to an unstable foundation. However, in reality, his foundation is completely stable. It seems that each time he cultivates the primordial sacred body, not only does he advance by leaps and bounds, but it also carries a tempering effect. While making progress, he seems to have undergone countless refinements, so there is absolutely no issue of an unstable foundation. With his mental burdens lifted, the resonance between his primordial spirit and physical body has been elevated, and moving forward naturally comes easily, which is nothing strange. Of course, this is him. If it were someone else without his conditions, such rapid cultivation speed would definitely lead to major problems. The sixth realm, known as reincarnation, touches upon the mysteries of life and death. This realm represents a leap from the spatial dimension into the realm of life. Once this realm is achieved, it will create a significant advantage and overwhelming power over cultivators below the sixth realm. For example, the initial ability form, the rebirth, I, can pull a person's soul into the illusion of reincarnation, making them experience life, old age, illness, and death repeatedly, greatly diminishing the enemy's primordial spirit power, or even ultimately causing their primordial spirit to age and die within the reincarnation illusion. It can even glimpse into the enemy's past. Hence, the initial name of the sixth realm is also called rebirth. Xiao Yu whispered, a look of enlightenment flashing in his eyes. Moreover, this is not his first time encountering the mysteries of the sixth realm. Previously, he had already fought against cultivators of the sixth realm and naturally knew the terror of this realm. To cultivate the rebirth, one needs to explore life and death, comprehend life, absorb both death energy and life energy, and use special techniques or treasures to cultivate, gradually condensing 3 wheel marks in each eye, such as the 9 Deaths Sutra, 10 Suns Secret Classic, and treasures like the Red Dust Pearl and various life and death seals. Relevant cultivation information about the initial stage of the sixth realm automatically emerged in Xiao Yu's mind. He could understand it on his own without needing to consult others. The reason is that all disciples of the Tianyuan Sect, after entering, will have a core seed planted deep within their primordial spirit. This seed contains the essence of the Tianyuan Sect's heart method, which is free but has layers of restrictions. Only when each disciple cultivates according to the heart method and reaches the corresponding realm will the core seed be triggered, naturally unlocking the cultivation methods for that realm. Otherwise, it will remain silent forever, and others cannot explore it. If they trigger the restrictions, the core seed will self-destruct. The heart method in the core seed spans from the first major realm to the 9th major realm. This is the fundamental law for Tianyuan Sect disciples, specifically used for breaking through realms to enhance cultivation. Besides that, it has no other significant use. Tianyuan Sect cultivators wishing to master other exquisite divine abilities and acquire miraculous methods must still cultivate other techniques. In other words, the heart method is the trunk of a great tree, while other methods that allow one's cultivation to unleash divine power are the branches and leaves. A large tree with lush leaves represents the great Tao. Xiao Yu naturally has such a core seed in his mind. Now that he has reached the sixth realm, the relevant cultivation information for the sixth realm naturally emerged. The resources required for cultivation in the sixth realm are indeed astonishing, regardless of the technique or treasure. They are all extremely precious, needing at least several million high-grade spirit stones for the lesser ones and tens of thousands of top-grade spirit stones for the greater ones. Even for a major sect like the Tianyuan Sect, they would not easily provide them to disciples. Only core-level disciples can obtain them for free. Other disciples must reach a certain level of contribution points or merits, or have assistance from sect seniors to obtain them. Xiao Yu secretly clicked his tongue. This is certainly not something ordinary disciples or rogue cultivators without a sect can bear. Then he said, "Fortunately, I have the creation diagram. When I break through to the sixth realm, the required creations will come along with it." A deep red pearl appeared in his hand, as if soaked in blood. This is the myriad life and death pearl, which is on an entirely different level compared to the red dust pearl and various life and death seals, immensely more precious. It contains not only a vast amount of life and death energy, but also countless scenes of reincarnation in the red dust. When Xiao Yu held it in his hand and silently operated the sixth realm technique, the life and death energy from the pearl continuously entered his body, being refined by him. At the same time, his primordial spirit immersed itself in the reincarnation scenes within the pearl to comprehend the mysteries of life and death. Xiao Yu wasted no words. After concealing his aura, he began to cultivate silently. Vaguely, there seemed to be will prints flashing in his eyes, as if he was on the verge of successfully cultivating the initial stage of the sixth realm. Chapter 59. The Saintess of Fuyao comes knocking. Time flew by, and 10 more days passed. There were only 3 days left until the exchange conference between the Fuyao sect and the Tianyuan sect. Moreover, the Tianyuan sect had received accurate news that the Fuyao sect's exchange delegation would arrive at the Tianyuan sect tomorrow. Bang, bang, bang. In the afternoon, a dull sound echoed outside Xiao Yu's courtyard again. "Xiao Yu, your formation's power is much greater than before, and I feel it has changed a bit. It seems harder to break. Did you do something again?" Gu Fei's voice came from within the formation as he challenged again. Another commotion ensued as he was tormented within the protective formation, his face bruised and battered, still looking quite disheveled. "Gu Fei, what are you barking like a dog for? If you can't hold on any longer, just hurry up and beg for mercy. Let senior brother release you. Don't find excuses for yourself." Before Xiao Yu could respond, Lin Fan's voice rang out in the courtyard. "Lin Fan, who are you calling weak? I can hold on for another 15 minutes. Gu Fei shouted back angrily upon hearing Lin Fan's words, clearly agitated. He had stopped calling Lin Fan senior brother and was now addressing him directly by name, mainly because Lin Fan always looked at him with a bad expression, making Gu Fei not want to give him a good face anymore. Then, his howls echoed again within the protective formation as he continued to tussle with Xiao Yu's protective formation. Seeing this scene, Xiao Yu couldn't help but shake his head with a hint of helplessness. Lin Fan and Qian Yu couldn't help but chuckle. Lin Fan said with a bit of admiration, "This kid really can take a beating. No wonder he is the Chaos Sacred Body. I could only last a cup of tea in there. He, whose cultivation level is not as high as ours, can actually endure for a quarter of an hour." Qian Yu nodded in agreement. Indeed, very strong. The two had already entered to experience it before Gu Fei arrived. And now they were discussing matters regarding the Tianyuan sect with Xiao Yu. Unbeknownst to them, after the previous incident with Gu Fei blocking the path, their attitudes towards him had softened considerably. Even Xiao Yu himself no longer held such deep hostility towards this guy. After all, who doesn't have youthful exuberance? Moreover, he is the Chaos Sacred Body, a cultivation physique rarely seen in ages. Xiao Yu, having once been the top genius of the Tianyuan sect, also came with a sense of pride. Looking back on some previous grievances, it may have just been a contest of youthful spirit, perhaps not malicious targeting. However, Xiao Yu still wanted to observe this guy's subsequent performance to determine whether he is friend or foe. If this guy turns out to be genuinely good, Xiao Yu wouldn't mind letting bygones be bygones. But if it was just a momentary kindness, then Xiao Yu would certainly not be polite in the future. While Gu Fei was howling and jumping around in the formation, Lin Fan and Xian Yu continued to talk with Xiao Yu. The Fuyao Sect is coming tomorrow. Upon hearing that the people from the Fuyao Sect would arrive at the Tianyuan Sect tomorrow, Xiao Yu's brows twitched a few times. He suddenly felt a toothache and took a deep breath. Lin Fan and Xian Yu couldn't help but laugh at his expression. Only they understood why the senior brother had such a look on his face. That saintess from a Fuyao sect is not someone to be trifled with. Being resented by her is definitely a terrifying and headache-inducing matter. Who knows, tomorrow that saintess might come with her sword to block the door and relieve her longing. Nowadays, many people in the sect are aware that senior brother has been recommended by Elder 13 and will participate in the inter-sect exchange conference as a disciple of Tianyuan Sect. Many disciples are curious about how senior brother will perform at the exchange conference. Lin Fan spoke up. Xian Yu, feeling indignant, said, "Some people, even former acquaintances, have made a lot of sarcastic comments after hearing about it, waiting to see senior brother make a fool of himself. It's truly annoying." Xiao Yu was somewhat speechless. He originally didn't want to participate in this exchange conference, but Elder 13 forced him into it. Now he not only has to face former enemies, but also consider how to perform at the two sects exchange conference without embarrassing Elder 13 or attracting attention that could expose his secret. To be honest, there aren't many things he cares about now. After going through so much, he just wants to survive and secretly grow stronger. However, Elder 13 has indeed treated him well, helping him multiple times, and Xiao Yu doesn't want to make Elder 13 look bad. Elder 13 has a good intention in recommending him for the exchange conference, and with his sensitive identity, Elder 13 must have put in a lot of effort for Tianyuan Sect to agree. Xiao Yu also wants to stand up for him and not let his good intentions go to waste. Elder 13 has misunderstood me. However, he couldn't help but murmur again in his heart. By the way, that 5 elements holy body, Zhou Ying, looked for me and senior brother Lin Fan yesterday. Qian Yu suddenly said, bringing up Zhou Ying. What did she want with you? Xiao Yu was taken aback and also curious. He had a deep impression of Zhou Ying, as she resembled his junior sister Ning, she quite a bit. Qian Yu said, she didn't say much. Just came to ask us about the mysterious black-clothed person who saved us in the scripture pavilion. She seems quite interested in this mysterious figure. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yu's heart tightened involuntarily. She wouldn't have figured anything out, would she? On the surface, he asked in a surprised tone, why is she interested? Does this black-clothed person have a connection with her? Lin Fan and Qian Yu, upon hearing his words, knew that Xiao Yu couldn't possibly be related to that mysterious black-clothed person. Qian Yu said, it's unclear, but I heard that she also received help from that black-clothed person that night. The situation was very dangerous, and that person helped her out of trouble. Lin Fan chuckled lightly, with a teasing tone, saying, I feel like that girl might have taken a liking to the black-clothed person. Hearing this, before Qian Yu could respond, Xiao Yu hurriedly reprimanded, don't talk nonsense. A bit out of line. Lin Fan and Qian Yu were both taken aback, looking at him with confusion. Xiao Yu realized he had lost his composure, coughed awkwardly twice, and quickly returned to normal, saying, a black-clothed person who hasn't shown anything, and we don't even know what he looks like. How could she possibly like him? After all, she is also your junior sister. It's not good to spread rumors. Maybe she just wants to express her gratitude. Can you all stop overthinking? A girl's reputation is very important. Senior brother, don't say any more. I was just joking. I want to speak carelessly in the future. Lin Fan also realized his words were somewhat inappropriate and immediately chuckled awkwardly. Besides these matters, there have also been several special physiques emerging within the sect recently, showing signs of rising power, becoming very prominent representatives among special physiques. In the future, they might become giants of Tianyuan Sect, and many people have already started to choose sides to follow them in secret. Even many core and elite disciples have started to form connections, and many special physiques have no choice but to join certain factions, gradually forming several young forces. Qian Yu continued to talk about matters within Tianyuan Sect. Lin Fan's expression became somewhat serious as he said, among them, especially 7 individuals, namely the ancient Tao Body Zhang Fei, ancient Divine Body Lu Jin, ancient Holy Body Mo Fan, God King Body Li Longxiang, Tao Clear Immortal Body Li Huan, Moonlight Holy Body Yi Qingqing, and Sword Body Li Xiao Yu are particularly impressive. Their performances are even comparable to the 5 elements Holy Body Zhou Ying, and they seem to be on the verge of becoming the 7 giants among the inner disciples of Tianyuan Sect. What about him? Xiao Yu gestured towards the ancient figure outside the courtyard. Lin Fan smiled and said, "This guy certainly won't be inferior. His chaos sect strength is the strongest, and the requirements to join are very high. It's no longer something just anyone can join. So many who can't join his chaos sect faction have chosen other special physique disciples, which led to the emergence of the 7 giants. So impressive." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yu glanced again at the raucous figure outside the courtyard and asked, "Does Zhou Ying, as a 5 elements holy body, not form a faction?" Lin Fan and Tianyuan shook their heads. She doesn't seem to like that. She prefers to cultivate alone. But she is not aloof and has good relationships with her fellow disciples. Xiao Yu had a general understanding. In other words, among the inner disciples of Tianyuan Sect, factions have already begun to form, and in the future, they might become several stable forces. That is basically the case. Lin Fan and Tianyuan's expressions were serious. They already felt a powerful sense of impending change, as if a heavy wave was about to crash down upon them. "So have you 2 joined any faction?" Xiao Yu asked. Lin Fan and Tianyuan exchanged bitter smiles. Looking at each other before Tianyuan said, "Neither senior brother Lin Fan nor I are fond of forming factions, so we haven't joined any yet. But in the future, if necessary, we might consider joining a certain faction." Xiao Yu nodded upon hearing this, not wanting to say much more. Given his current publicly known strength, he couldn't really help them with anything. Then the 3 of them chatted about many other topics. Lin Fan and Tianyuan mentioned that recently, there seemed to be thieves in the medicinal fields of Tianyuan Sect, stealing a lot of spiritual herbs, which infuriated the elders and disciples guarding the fields. The higher-ups of the sect also became very angry after learning about it, but despite several carefully laid traps, they couldn't catch the thieves. They were too slippery. They also talked about the 3 talented individuals who have remained low-key but can overpower Gu Fei. Those 3 appeared for a while and successfully left their names on the 5th stone tablet in the stone tablet forest, pushing Gu Fei's name down again. Then they vanished again. This incident infuriated Gu Fei to the point of smoke coming out his head, but no one could find out who those 3 geniuses were. The sect leader and a group of elders were rather helpless and began to feel somewhat numb to it. Many people secretly sighed that if these 3 geniuses were to appear, there probably wouldn't be much left for the several giants. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yu frowned, and a strong curiosity rose in his heart. Who on earth are these 3 characters? However, before he could figure it out, the time had already come to the next day. Ding! On the afternoon of the next day, accompanied by a grand bell sound that echoed throughout the heavens and earth within Tianyuan Sect, several huge magical ships from afar crossed the void, displaying an impressive aura, adorned with flags and symbols of Fuyo Sect. Fuyo Sect has arrived. Xiao Yu, the lecher, the old lady is here to collect debts. Come out. Soon after, a girl rushed out from Tianyuan Sect, wielding her sword, and directly charged to Xiao Yu's courtyard, shouting at the courtyard. She was the saintess of Fuyo Sect, Yi Qian, who, upon arriving at Tianyuan Sect, could not wait to come to the small courtyard to relieve her longing for Xiao Yu. Her beauty was unparalleled, her talent extraordinary, and she seemed to carry a layer of holy radiance, as bright as the moon, dimming the surrounding world. Her stunning beauty made the surrounding flowers pale in comparison. Chapter 60. Disappointment and Exposure. Sigh, she ultimately came. Inside the small courtyard, hearing the voice from outside, Xiao Yu couldn't help but sigh helplessly and smiled wryly. He was not surprised by the arrival of Yi Qian, the saintess of Fuyo Sect. Hiding is also futile. After all, he still has to attend the exchange conference between the Fuyo Sect and the Tianyuan Sect. He got up and walked out of the small courtyard to face it. At the same time, through the map generated by the creation diagram, he discovered that not only Yi Qian had arrived, but many others had come as well. Among them, 3 figures were at the forefront, quickly approaching him. Whoosh! Just as he stepped out and stood at the entrance of the small courtyard, the 3 figures appeared ahead. The 3 were none other than Gu Fei, Lin Fan, and Xian Yu. After the 3 arrived, many more figures followed like a flock of hawks and swallows, all disciples of the Fuyo sect and the Tianyuan sect. They landed not far away, not approaching here. The attire of the disciples from the 2 major sects was very conspicuous, and their styles were quite distinctive, making them easy to identify at a glance. The Fuyo sect mainly focuses on swordsmanship and achieving immortality, with most of its disciples being swordsmen. Each person carries a treasured sword as a weapon, and the sect favors gold. From disciples to high-ranking members, they all like to wear golden outfits. The Tianyuan Sect, on the other hand, favors white, with its disciples all dressed in white, wielding various types of weapons. Dozens of people secretly followed, not daring to get close, merely observing from a distance, their eyes filled with intense curiosity, all there to watch the excitement. Lin Fan and Xian Yu both wore expressions of anxiety and worry. Yi Qian glanced at these people lightly, but didn't take it to heart. Then her gaze fell on Xiao Yu at the entrance of the small courtyard. "Senior brother, I'm sorry. She insisted on coming to find you. We couldn't stop her," Lin Fan and Xian Yu said apologetically to Xiao Yu after arriving. Xiao Yu only smiled and said, "It's fine. It has nothing to do with you. You don't have to get involved in this matter." He also knew that the 2 were no match for Yi Qian. When he previously mentioned that Yi Qian and her followers were coming and asked them to help, it was just a joke. He then looked at Gu Fei and said, "Why are you here again? Didn't you already break through the formation today?" Gu Fei immediately chuckled and said, "I heard that Fairy Yi has a grudge against you, so I came to watch the fun." He had a gloating expression. Clearly, he had already gotten to know Yi Qian. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yu glared at him with annoyance. "You mischievous guy." Gu Fei paid no mind, instead walking to the side and sitting down, looking like he was enjoying the show. When Yi Qian saw his smug expression, she frowned slightly, but said nothing more. Then she looked at Xiao Yu at the entrance of the courtyard and said arrogantly, "Xiao Yu, you're much better than I imagined. I heard you were crippled, and I thought you would avoid me when we met again, but unexpectedly, you dared to come out and face me. You still have some courage. I ask you, are you really crippled?" Before Xiao Yu could respond, Gu Fei interjected, "He hasn't been crippled. He is already recultivated. I can testify to this. And so can those disciples of the Tianyuan Sect behind me." Gu Fei, shut up. Lin Fan and Xian Yu both changed their expressions upon hearing this and quickly scolded him. The 2 glared at Gu Fei, who was clearly enjoying the chaos and eager to stir trouble. Gu Fei heard their words and only chuckled a few times, saying nothing more. His goal had already been achieved. For a long time, he had wanted to challenge Xiao Yu, but no matter how he provoked him, Xiao Yu wouldn't come out, which frustrated him greatly. Now that someone even harder to deal with had finally appeared, Gu Fei wanted to see if Xiao Yu could hold on. "What? Not crippled?" Yi Qian was surprised to hear Gu Fei's words, then laughed. "That's even better. If you're not crippled, then I can't fulfill the promise I made to him before." Upon hearing this, Gu Fei grew even more interested, his eyes shining. He currently had no malice toward Xiao Yu, but seeing him in a difficult position inexplicably made him feel good. Lin Fan and Xian Yu, however, looked helpless. Once, in the Hongmeng Tianyuan secret realm, this Fuyo sect saintess had suffered a great loss at the hands of Xiao Yu, even crying out of fear. Since then, she had held a grudge against him, vowing to personally seek him out one day for revenge, to repay the humiliation tenfold. Almost a year had passed since then, and now they finally met again. Lin Fan and Xian Yu were both worried. Yi Qian had once been on the same level as Xiao Yu. Now, a year later, Yi Qian's cultivation had reached a new height, while their former senior brother had only recultivated for half a year and was only in the mid-stage of the 3rd realm. How could he possibly compete with this proud daughter of the Fuyo sect? Their senior brother was likely to face a disaster this time. Not far away, the disciples from the 2 sects who had come to watch were also discussing among themselves, making bad jokes as they watched the show. Who do you think will win if they fight? Sister Yi Qian or that guy Xiao Yu? Isn't that obvious? Sister Yi Qian has already broken through to the 5th realm. I just heard from the friends of the Tianyuan Sect that Xiao Yu was previously crippled and then had the luck to recultivate. Now he is only in the mid-stage of the third realm. How can he contend with Sister Yiqian? Just watch. This guy embarrassed Sister Yiqian a year ago in the Tianyuan secret realm, and now he will definitely be punished for it. Sister Yiqian is a person who holds grudges. Those who offend her end up in terrible situations. I remember there was a careless cultivator who offended her, and as a result, he was beaten to bed for half a year. Xiao Yu made her lose such face. The scene later will definitely be bloody. And this is just the beginning. Many of Sister Yiqian's pursuers will be coming here one after another. They heard we came to the Tianyuan Sect and are following us, especially that Mu Jiuxiao from the southernly Jindang. He is a diehard fan of Sister Yiqian and can't stand anyone bullying her. Almost everyone believed that Xiao Yu would be in big trouble today. Yiqian, do you really want to seek revenge? However, contrary to their expectations, facing so many gazes, Xiao Yu showed no fear and looked at Yiqian and asked. Yiqian merely snorted coldly in response. The humiliation of Tianyuan is unforgettable for life. Until I take my revenge, I cannot eat or sleep in peace. Her pretty face was full of malice, and her tone carried a firm attitude. Xiao Yu smiled and said, Actually, you don't need to be so anxious. In a couple of days, there will be an exchange conference between the Fuyo Sect and the Tianyuan Sect, and I will participate as well. We may not miss the opportunity to spar, but I can't wait. Yiqian said upon hearing this. Xiao Yu was speechless. This girl really holds a grudge. In fact, what happened in the Tianyuan secret realm was just a misunderstanding. As cultivators, who hasn't T encountered a bit of trouble? But I think we should look forward. That's the mindset a cultivator should have. Dwelling too much on the past will only trouble the heart. What do you think? Xiao Yu said with a smile. Shameless. How could he say such things? It made me want to hit him. Many disciples from the two sects watching couldn't help but comment in private, thinking this guy had caused such a mess for her, and now he casually says a couple of words to brush it off. What, are you scared? Yiqian coldly laughed upon hearing his words, as if she had seen through his thoughts. Xiao Yu tentatively smiled and said, If I say I'm scared, will you let me go? Yiqian slightly raised an eyebrow, then sneered, That probably won't work. If you add a sincere apology and call me any 3 times, I might consider it. She deliberately humiliated him, not believing that he could be so devoid of pride. All right, Auntie, I admit I'm scared. I sincerely apologize to you, Auntie. Please forgive me. Thank you, Auntie. Who would have known that the moment the thought arose in her mind, Xiao Yu would boldly admit it, looking quite calm. With a very sincere demeanor, he cupped his hands and bowed deeply to her, decisively and without a trace of hesitation. Is that enough? If not, I can call out 3 times, even 30 times if necessary. After apologizing, Xiao Yu raised his head and looked at her, smiling as he asked, appearing shameless. Yiqian's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at him. She had only been testing him on purpose and never thought he would actually call out. Was this really the same proud and aloof person she once knew? She was momentarily stunned. The others present also looked at Xiao Yu in disbelief, as if they couldn't believe such words would come from him. Gu Fei, Lin Fan, and Xin Yu also widened their eyes, as if they were meeting Xiao Yu for the first time. Are you serious? Yiqian snapped back to reality, looking at him with a complex expression. Xiao Yu shrugged, with a bitter smile, and said, Do you think I have the qualifications to joke around with you now? Yiqian fell silent, staring at him intently, trying to discern something different from his face. Xiao Yu allowed her to scrutinize him freely, but unfortunately, she was disappointed. Indeed, he was now recultivating his strength so weak, and with the arrival of a great era and so many talented cultivators emerging, his time had long passed. Faced with senior sister, Yiqian again, he could only choose to bow his head. The so-called pride and confidence of a genius were nothing in the face of true strength. They had vanished without a trace. If I were him, I would probably make the same choice. It's better to apologize than to get beaten up for nothing. It was just inexplicably sad. I had thought it would be an intense confrontation, but I never expected it to end like this. Would senior sister Yiqian accept it? The onlooking disciples of the two sects couldn't help but sigh. Their gaze towards Xiao Yu shifted from watching a show to a hint of pity and sympathy. They felt sorrow for the former genius now reduced to an ordinary cultivator, even though they had never been such a person. Xiao Yu, do you know? Before I came, I was actually looking forward to our meeting this time. I really wanted to see if the once spirited and proud you still existed after a year. I wanted to battle you again to see who the real genius is. Suddenly, Yi Qian spoke, then changed her tone, but now that I've seen you, I can only say, you disappoint me too much. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yu didn't retort, remaining silent. Seeing this, Yi Qian's disappointment deepened, and she said, disinterestedly, forget it. Since you're like this, I see no need to battle anymore. Let's put aside the grudges from the Tianyuan secret realm. Do well at the exchange conference between the two sects in 2 days. With that, she left. It seemed she had lost interest in fighting Xiao Yu and walked away. The others present exchanged glances. Was that it? A group of onlookers, seeing there was no excitement left, quickly dispersed, and Xiao Yu's side gradually returned to calm. Gu Fei looked at Xiao Yu deeply and said, Xiao Yu, I won't challenge you anymore. I suddenly feel it's quite meaningless. Xiao Yu was taken aback. What did that mean? Did this guy also look down on him? But Gu Fei had already turned to leave. Lin Fan and Xin Yu came back to their senses and looked at Xiao Yu, wanting to say something but not knowing what to say. Are you disappointed in me too? Xiao Yu smiled and asked the two. Senior brother, we aren't, Lin Fan and Xin Yu quickly said, but looking at his smile, they felt quite uncomfortable, sensing that senior brother's smile was not genuine. Xiao Yu smiled slightly, appearing carefree, and said, it's fine. You'll get used to it in the future. Huh? Lin Fan and Qian Yu were taken aback. What did senior brother mean? Was he planning to stay in this state of depression? Eventually, as if they understood something, they realized that senior brother was now without a sect, lacking cultivation support, and it was indeed tough to bow to life. It was a helpless choice. They soon left. Xiao Yu watched them leave, feeling a long sigh of relief in his heart. Now, he could finally focus on the exchange conference without worrying about anyone forcing him to reveal his true strength. He turned to return to his small courtyard. Why are you hiding yourself? At that moment, a clear and pleasant voice suddenly rang out, nearly startling him. Xiao Yu turned around and saw that Zhou Ying, another top disciple from Tianyuan Sect, had appeared in front of his small courtyard, looking at him with confusion and wide eyes, like a curious child. Xiao Yu was startled. When did this girl arrive? He hadn't noticed, and it seemed she could see through his secrets. But on the surface, he wore a cheerful smile and said, you must be Zhou Ying, the 5-element sacred body disciple from Tianyuan Sect.